Upon awakening from a deep slumber, Bai Ye found himself transported to a fantastical realm. In this world, cultivators possessed the power to move mountains and part seas, while the lives of mortals were as insignificant as blades of grass. Fortuitously, upon his arrival, Bai Ye awakened an invincible system, granting him a 10,000-fold comprehension from the outset. Any martial arts or skills could be effortlessly grasped. Subsequently, he also unlocked a random sign-in feature, allowing him to easily acquire any resources for cultivation. "Young master, the Sect competition will commence in 3 days," came a voice as the morning mist lingered. In an elegant courtyard adorned with azure-tiled eaves, the ground was speckled with tiny droplets of dew, while the bamboo at the corner swayed gently in the breeze, glistening with morning moisture. Bai Ye sat cross-legged on a white jade-stone bench, his eyes gradually opening, the long lashes still clinging to a hint of mist. Those exquisite eyes, with their subtly upturned corners, bore deep, inky pupils. At that moment, a profound bewilderment flickered across his striking gaze. Soon, clarity washed over him, and his eyes sparkled with understanding, as if a tarnished mirror had been suddenly polished to brilliance. He rose, the hem of his moon-white robe sweeping the stone bench, stirring a gentle breeze. Responding to the voice from outside, his voice emerged slightly hoarse from meditation. "Understood." The figure clad in gray responded affirmatively, the sound of footsteps fading away into the distance. Bai Ye exhaled deeply, releasing a heavy breath. He pressed a hand to his forehead, feeling the coolness of his skin, and murmured to himself, "Tianxian continent. Qingling Sect. Inner disciple." He paused, his throat tightening. "It appears I have truly crossed over." Coincidentally, the original owner of this body was also named Bai Ye. He glanced at his own slender hands, which appeared more elegant than those he had possessed on Blue Star, with calluses from years of martial training still present at the base of his thumb. Could this name be the reason for my transmigration? Indeed, Bai Ye had crossed over. Just a moment ago, he was valiantly defeating foes in front of the computer in his rented room on Blue Star. The next moment, he was unceremoniously thrust into this otherworldly setting. It felt as if he had been abruptly thrust into a spinning washing machine, and after a tumultuous upheaval, he landed, opening his eyes to this strange new world. "This beginning is rather challenging," he mused, rubbing his temples as waves of memories not belonging to him surged in his mind. Esoteric cultivation techniques, family rules, sect regulations, and fragments of the original owner's years of training crashed against his consciousness like a relentless tide. Leaning against a pillar, he slowly processed this influx of information. This world, known as Tianxian continent, was a fantastical realm where cultivators could shatter stones with a wave of their hand and incinerate forests with a breath. According to his memories, this continent was divided into 8 major regions, named Tian, Di, Xian, Huang, Yu, Zhou, Hong, and Huang. Each region was vast beyond imagination, with elder cultivators often stating that even traveling across a single region by spirit vessel could consume decades. The barren domain alone was equivalent in size to 100 blue stars, teeming with billions of inhabitants, where cultivators and mortals coexisted amidst towns and wilderness. He found himself in the weakest and most untamed region, known as the Barren Domain. This domain was further divided into several states, and he resided in Qingzhou. The Qingling sect was one of the top 10 powers in Qingzhou. The sect's mountain gate loomed over the heart of Qingzhou, nestled within the misty Qingyun mountain range, where 72 peaks converged, housing numerous formidable experts who cast an imposing presence over the region. Bai Ye was an inner disciple of the Qingling sect. Moreover, he hailed from the Bai family, a prestigious lineage that had endured for a millennium. The family possessed numerous treasures passed down through generations, wielding significant influence in Qingzhou, even garnering respect from the top 10 powers. Bai Ye stroked his chin, pondering, an inner disciple from one of the top 10 powers, born into a 1,000-year-old noble family. This setup is quite exceptional for a transmigration, wouldn't you agree? He recalled tales of other transmigrators often starting as mere outer disciples or fallen young masters, struggling through adversity. His own situation felt remarkably fortunate. Yet, a sigh escaped him as he reflected on his cultivation talents, tinged with a hint of resignation. "While my background is commendable, my aptitude for cultivation leaves much to be desired." This was, after all, a fantastical world where one's background could not overshadow the reality of one's martial prowess. In this realm, talent was measured through one's constitution and comprehension. Regrettably, the cultivation aptitude of this body was rather mediocre. As a direct descendant of the Bai family, he was fortunate enough to receive advanced resources such as spirit-gathering pills and body refinement liquids each month. Compared to other inner disciples, he was indeed affluent. However, his constitution and comprehension remained his Achilles heel, causing his progress to stagnate. The cultivation system in this world ascended from Qi refinement, meridian condensation, Yuan Dan, Tong Xian, Yuan Ying, to tribulation crossing, with each stage further divided into 9 levels. Bai Ye's previous incarnation had practiced for over a decade, with the Bai family expending countless precious resources, yet he had barely reached the pinnacle of the 2nd level of meridian condensation. Among his peers, he was far from being considered a genius, let alone average. This clearly highlighted the mediocrity of his constitution and comprehension. Every gain comes with a loss, but this loss feels rather critical. Bai Ye chuckled bitterly. I would have preferred to start from humble beginnings in exchange for superior talent. In this world governed by the survival of the fittest, the absence of talent meant an inability to ascend to greatness. He could almost envision his future. In a few years, his cultivation would stagnate at the meridian condensation stage, leaving him with 2 options, either to join a third-rate sect as an outer elder or return to the Bai family, overseeing ancestral lands while leading a mundane existence, ultimately fading into obscurity when his lifespan waned. Where is the system? The golden finger of a transmigrator? Come forth and save me. He silently cried out, his fingertips turning pale from clenching too tightly. At that very moment, as if summoned by his thoughts, a voice resonated within the depths of his consciousness, clear as jade striking stone, yet imbued with a sense of the celestial's majesty. Detection indicates that the host has successfully fused with the physical body, and the soul stability is at 100, meeting binding conditions. The Celestial Cultivation Assistance System is activating. Activation successful. Commencing the host's first talent extraction. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the top-tier cultivation talent, 10,000-fold comprehension. Chapter 2, a tenfold enlightenment. Is it truly possible? Bai Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. Initially overwhelmed by disbelief, he was soon engulfed by an exhilarating tide of joy. Involuntarily, he clenched his fists, his knuckles turning pale from the exertion, as an uncontrollable smile crept upon his lips, and his breathing became rapid with excitement. The system has unleashed its grand move right from the start. A direct lottery without any additional tasks? He couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. This was nothing short of a divine blessing. Taking a few deep breaths, he stifled the surging emotions within him and focused his thoughts. In the next moment, a translucent panel, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. Shimmering like glass, host, Bai Ye, cultivation level, peak of the 2nd layer of pulsation, technique, Qingling, top tier, mystical grade, minor accomplishment, martial arts, Qingyun palm, inferior mystical grade, beginner, Luyan step, superior yellow grade, minor accomplishment, system function, tenfold enlightenment, tenfold enlightenment. Enlightenment is the foundation for cultivators to comprehend the laws of the universe and advance their techniques and martial skills. Upon activation of this talent, the host's speed of understanding the profound truths of the universe, insight into the operation of techniques, and comprehension of martial arts will increase 1,000-fold. Bai Ye stared at the words on the panel, his eyes sparkling as if they had captured the essence of the stars. Merely hearing the name was enough to instill fear. In this world, a cultivator's innate talent and roots determine their cultivation speed and the resilience of their meridians, while enlightenment dictates the depth of their understanding of techniques and martial arts. Now, with his enlightenment amplified 1,000-fold, did this not imply that the bottleneck that had hindered him for several years could crumble in an instant? Unable to contain his excitement any longer, he swiftly turned and walked towards the secluded chamber deep within the courtyard. The chamber, constructed from azure stone, bore a simple spirit-gathering array carved at the entrance, emitting a soft creak as he pushed the door open. Inside, the atmosphere was even quieter than the courtyard. The floor was adorned with thick, cloud-patterned cushions, and a burner in the corner wafted fragrant incense, its cool smoke curling like threads, releasing a refreshing scent of orchid that cleared his mind upon inhalation. He was eager to discover just how miraculous this tenfold enlightenment truly was. Sitting cross-legged upon the cushion, Bai Ye adjusted himself into the most comfortable position and began to speak softly to himself. In the next moment, he cast aside distracting thoughts, held his breath, and commenced the operation of the core technique of the Qingling sect. As an inner disciple, he practiced the sect's prized mystical grade technique, the Qingling. In terms of ranking on the continent, this technique was classified as upper middle tier. Techniques and martial arts are divided into 6 grades: human, yellow, mystical, earth, heaven, and saint, each further categorized into top tier, superior, middle, and inferior. The brilliance of the Qingling lies in the purity of the internal energy it cultivates, which flows with a unique ethereal essence, providing the Qingling sect with its firm standing among the 10 major sects of Qingzhou. However, correspondingly, the difficulty of mastering this technique is exceedingly high. An ordinary person requires 3 years merely to grasp the fundamentals, let alone progress further. Bai Ye had previously possessed mediocre enlightenment, and after 5 years of cultivation, he had only barely reached the threshold of minor accomplishment, resulting in sluggish internal energy flow and stagnation at the peak of the second layer of pulsation for nearly 6 months, unable to break through. With a slow exhale, he formed the initial hand seal of the Qingling. Boom. At the very moment the technique commenced its operation, a faint golden light suddenly enveloped his entire being. At first, the golden light appeared like a delicate mist, only to transform in an instant into a resplendent brilliance, as if countless minute stars were swirling across his surface. A 10,000-fold comprehension activated. The world's martial arts and techniques were categorized into 5 realms: entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, perfection, and the pinnacle of excellence. Bai Ye had previously been stuck at minor accomplishment with the Qingling technique, not only experiencing a sluggish cultivation speed, but also subtly constrained by an upper limit that capped him at the 3rd level of meridian condensation. Yet now, under the influence of this heightened comprehension, he found the obscure incantations of the Qingling technique in his mind suddenly crystal clear, and the once inscrutable pathways of internal energy flowed in front of him like distinct fingerprints, starkly defined. After 10 breaths, a rush surged within Bai Ye, accelerating the flow of his internal energy by 30%. The Qingling technique had reached major accomplishment. 30 breaths later, it felt as though a clear spring coursed through his meridians, rendering the internal energy increasingly pure, with previously stagnant nodes now entirely unobstructed. The Qingling technique had attained perfection. 60 breaths later, Bai Ye sensed a sudden clarity at his brow, as if he had instantaneously discerned the very essence of the Qingling technique. The internal energy began to circulate autonomously within his meridians, subtly resonating with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. The Qingling technique had reached the pinnacle of excellence. Boom. A sound reminiscent of distant thunder reverberated abruptly above the still chamber. Following this, an opening of golden light, approximately 10 feet wide, materialized in the air. Within this aperture, a haze of multicolored brilliance swirled, and countless concentrated essences of spiritual energy cascaded down like a gentle rain, enveloping Bai Ye entirely. Was this a gift from the heavenly Tao? Bai Ye's heart thundered with shock. Records in his memory indicated that when a cultivator mastered a profound tier technique to its pinnacle, there existed the possibility of invoking a response from the heavenly Tao, granting this endowment imbued with the laws of the universe. It could cleanse the marrow and enhance one's foundational roots, a coveted opportunity for countless cultivators. In the past 60 years, the Qingling sect had scarcely seen any disciples reach perfection in profound tier techniques, let alone receive a gift from the heavenly Tao. Elders within the sect would sigh in lamentation at the mere mention of it. The essence of spiritual energy, upon landing on him, brought a gentle warmth that penetrated his pores. Wherever it passed, previously rigid meridians softened and widened as if soaked in warm water. Impurities accumulated due to mediocre roots were gradually expelled from his body, releasing a faint metallic scent. After 10 breaths, the golden light aperture quietly vanished, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy above the chamber gradually subsided. Bai Ye slowly opened his eyes, the golden light in his gaze flickering and fading. He clenched his fist, sensing that his internal energy had doubled in richness, flowing smoothly and effortlessly. At the pinnacle of the 3rd level of meridian condensation, he felt the surging power within him, unable to suppress the joy illuminating his face. In less than the span of a fragrant incense stick, he had broken through a small realm. Upon further attunement, his heart surged with even greater delight. This divine gift from the heavenly Tao had enhanced his foundational roots by at least 30%. The previous sluggishness felt during the operation of techniques had nearly vanished. The 10,000-fold comprehension was truly miraculous. Bai Ye chuckled softly, his chest swelling with uncontainable excitement. With such enlightenment, combined with the enhancement of his innate talent, he may very well carve out a path to greatness in this fantastical realm. It is said in the legends of this world that true peak experts can live for hundreds of thousands of years, and even stronger beings can share their lifespan with the heavens. Taking a deep breath, he quelled the tumultuous emotions within him, rose from the tranquil chamber, and called out, "Qinghe." Soon, a young boy clad in a short green outfit approached briskly. He appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, with a short blade hanging at his waist, serving as the personal attendant sent by the Bai family. "Young master, what are your orders?" "You are to visit the elders' hall of the inner sect and inform Elder Bai Mingyuan," Bai Ye said, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable determination. "Just tell him I shall enter closed-door cultivation and will not participate in this sect's grand competition." Bai Mingyuan was not only the inner sect elder of the Qingling sect, but also his uncle, who had always looked after him with great care. He was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Young master? But I've heard that the top 10 in this competition will be rewarded with low-grade Xian-tier weapons." "Those are Xian-tier weapons. Countless inner disciples are vying for them." Bai Ye waved his hand dismissively, his tone resolute. "Given the opportunity of a 10,000-fold enlightenment, it is imperative to seize the time to cultivate. A mere low-grade Xian-tier weapon will be easily within reach in the future." "Yes, I shall report this to Elder Bai immediately." Seeing his master's firm attitude, he dared not press further, bowing respectfully before hastily departing. Bai Ye watched his silhouette vanish at the gate, then swiftly returned to his tranquil chamber, pressing his hand against the stone wall several times. With a soft hum, the spirit-gathering array outside the chamber illuminated, completely sealing the space. He resumed his seated position on the cushion, his gaze transforming into an unwavering focus. It was time to devote himself to cultivation. Chapter 3. Yuan Dan. A year later. Morning dew clung to the intricately carved window frame of the tranquil chamber, refracting delicate rays of light. As the first beam of dawn pierced through the clouds, Bai Ye, seated cross-legged within the chamber, gradually concluded his practice. His fingertips twitched, and the last remnants of spiritual energy swirling around him retreated into his body like a school of fish. In an instant, a formidable wave of spiritual energy surged forth, causing the spirit-gathering patterns on the chamber's walls to glow brilliantly, emitting a faint humming sound. The intensity of this surge even caused fine cracks to appear on the bluestone floor. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this astonishing aura was forcibly reined back within Bai Ye, as if it had never existed. He had reached the peak of the 6th level of Yuan Dan. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, the column of breath curled like a dragon around his nose for a moment before dissipating. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes, surpassing even the morning sun outside. As his fingertips traced along the meridian at his wrist, he could distinctly feel the spiritual energy flowing within him, as robust and concentrated as a surging river. For an entire year, he had sequestered himself within this tranquil chamber, emerging only for essential resource replenishments or exceptional circumstances, never stepping beyond the courtyard gate. This arduous and solitary cultivation had resulted in a dramatic transformation. His cultivation had escalated from the peak of the 2nd level of meridian condensation upon his arrival to now firmly standing at the pinnacle of the 6th level of Yuan Dan. The Yuan Dan realm is a threshold that many cultivators find elusive even after a lifetime of endeavor. Within the esteemed Qingling sect, the common outer sect elders typically possess cultivation at the initial stage of the essence elixir realm, while the inner sect elders predominantly reside within the mid-stage of the same realm. Only those who wield significant authority over the inner sect are poised to ascend to the late stage of the essence elixir realm. In this context, Bai Ye's current prowess is sufficient to rival the strongest among the inner sect elders of Qingling sect. However, the late stage of the essence elixir realm represents a formidable threshold. He stroked his chin, a furrow forming on his brow. With his extraordinary comprehension, penetrating the barriers of cultivation should not pose a challenge. Yet the true difficulty lies in the spiritual energy required for such a breakthrough. Opening his palm, he revealed a spirit stone the size of a pigeon's egg, its surface having lost much of its luminescence. Over the course of a year spent in seclusion, he had nearly exhausted all the resources bestowed upon him by the Bai family and the sect. Hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones, a copious amount of spirit-gathering grass, and dozens of bottles containing body-refining elixirs had dwindled to a mere handful of substantial resources within his storage pouch. Regardless of one's innate talent, sustenance is essential. With a soft sigh, Bai Ye flicked the spirit stone with his fingertip, realizing it was time to venture out and devise a plan. However, as this thought emerged, he quickly suppressed it. His gaze drifted to the corner of the quiet room, where a once vibrant spiritual plant now lay withered. This plant, which he had personally cultivated upon his arrival last year, bore burnt, blackened leaves, evidently scorched by the spiritual energy he had inadvertently released during his training. I must avoid further exposure, he silently admonished himself. Over the past year, in pursuit of greater cultivation resources, he had occasionally showcased his talents to the outside world. Recently, he had revealed his cultivation level to be at the 8th layer of the pulse condensation stage. To the outside observer, Bai Ye had progressed from the 2nd to the 8th layer of the pulse condensation stage within a year, a speed that undoubtedly marked him as a prodigy. The attention from both the sect and his family had increased significantly. For instance, his uncle Bai Mingyuan visited him frequently, and the head of the Bai family had dispatched individuals to deliver numerous rare medicinal materials, speaking with evident pride in their burgeoning son. This level of attention was just right, allowing him to garner more resources. Yet, this was his limit. Should he reveal more of his cultivation prowess, The outcome may not be an influx of resources. In this fantastical realm, the practices of soul-snatching and spirit refining are not uncommon. An originally mediocre disciple suddenly exhibiting a surge in talent would inevitably arouse the suspicions of ancient beings who have lived for centuries. Though, in truth, his circumstances were not far removed from such phenomena. Half an hour later, Bai Ye donned a moon-white robe, securing his long hair with a jade hairpin before stepping out of the quiet room. The weeds in the courtyard had been meticulously cleared by his attendants, and the bamboo in the corner had grown noticeably thicker since last year. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows upon the bluestone tiles. He inhaled deeply, the air rich with the fragrance of verdant foliage, and resolved to visit the scripture pavilion. According to the Sect's regulations, inner Sect disciples could freely enter the pavilion to select martial techniques of earth grade or below, but were restricted to choosing only one at a time, which must be cultivated to a level of minor proficiency before selecting another. The last time he had visited the pavilion was 2 months prior. Based on the talent he had displayed, achieving minor proficiency in an earth-grade martial technique within 2 months was indeed remarkable, yet not entirely extraordinary. Only Bai Ye himself knew that the last time he acquired the mystical grade mid-tier technique, the Heavenly Fire Fist, he had perfected it in merely the span of a single incense stick, which also coincidentally attracted a divine boon from the heavens. Over the course of a year, including that instance, he had invoked the heavenly gifts 5 times. His foundational aptitude had more than tripled since his arrival. When it comes to innate talent, he now stood among the elite of the younger generation in the Qingling sect. Chapter 4. Supreme Mystical Grade. The Scripture Pavilion was situated atop the main peak of the Qingling sect, constructed entirely of dark ironwood and comprising 3 levels. Bronze wind chimes hung from the eaves, their melodious sounds resonating in the breeze, cleansing the spirit. As Bai Ye approached the pavilion, he noticed an elderly man in a grayish-white robe seated upon an ancient stone platform, gently stroking a string of dark prayer beads. The old man's hair was as white as frost, his face etched with deep lines, yet he bore no signs of frailty. His eyes, half open, sparkled with electric intensity when he raised them. A faint aura of pressure, indicative of the Yuan Dan realm, subtly enveloped the area. It was Elder Zhou, the guardian of the Scripture Pavilion. "Ah, the Bai family lad, back again," Elder Zhou remarked, his initially taut expression softening into a smile upon seeing him. His voice, rough like the bark of an old tree, inquired, "Have you made progress with the Heavenly Fire Fist you selected last time?" He set down the prayer beads, rising to pat Bai Ye on the shoulder. "I must advise you, young one, in the pursuit of cultivation, one should not be greedy. Master one technique thoroughly before moving on to others." Bai Ye bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Elder Zhou. I have achieved minor success with the Heavenly Fire Fist." Of course, this was merely for external presentation. In truth, he had already mastered all the techniques at his disposal to their utmost perfection. "Oh, really?" Elder Zhou raised an eyebrow, a flash of surprise crossing his face, swiftly replaced by keen interest. "Excellent. Show me what you've got. If you have indeed succeeded, I might have a small gift for you." "Your humble disciple will comply," Bai Ye replied, stepping back 2 paces to the open space before the Scripture Pavilion. He took a deep breath, slowly elevating his right arm, fingers clenched into a fist. In an instant, a surge of scorching spiritual power erupted from his dantian, coursing through his veins like molten lava. "Huh," he exclaimed, thrusting his right fist forward with great force. Boom. Before his fist even reached its target, a crimson fist aura, akin to lava, erupted forth, radiating with searing heat. The air warped under the intensity, and several nearby spiritual herb leaves curled instantly, while the stone ground blackened from the heat. This was the supreme mystical grade technique, the Heavenly Fire Fist. As the fist aura dissipated, Elder Zhou clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Excellent. Quite the impressive display. The force of your punch is concentrated, and the heat contained. Indeed, you have reached minor success." He stepped closer, patting Bai Ye's arm, his eyes filled with pride. "You've truly been remarkable this past year. Your cultivation has soared as if propelled by a rocket. Have you perhaps been in a stupor for the past few years, and suddenly found your enlightenment?" Bai Ye simply smiled, choosing not to respond. He understood that Elder Zhou shared a deep bond with his uncle, Bai Minuan. Having fought side by side in the Beast Mountain range, he had long considered Bai Ye as a cherished nephew. Over the past year, Elder Zhou has provided him with considerable support, both overtly and covertly. He unfastened a gray storage bag from his waist and produced a white jade porcelain vial, placing it in Bai Ye's hands. "I keep my promises," he stated, indicating the vial. "Inside are 3 Qingling pills, a 3rd-grade elixir. Consuming these during your cultivation will aid you in better refining spiritual energy and assist you in breaking through realm barriers. The grading of elixirs ranges from 1 to 9. with third-grade elixirs being prized in Qingzhou. A single Qingling pill can save a cultivator at the condensation vein stage a month of rigorous training. Even for those in the early stages of the Yuan Dan realm, it can shorten their cultivation time by half a month. Now at the 6th level of the Yuan Dan realm, the effect of the Qingling pills is indeed limited for Bai Ye. However, the sentiment behind this gift is of immense value. He cradled the porcelain vial with both hands and bowed solemnly. I am deeply grateful for Elder Zhou's generosity. Enough. Go inside. Elder Zhou waved his hand with a smile. You know the rules. You may only select one technique. I understand. Bai Ye pushed open the heavy wooden door of the scripture pavilion, and a fragrant blend of ink and sandalwood greeted him. The interior was dimly lit, illuminated only by the soft glow of luminous pearls embedded in the walls, which cast light upon towering bookshelves. The shelves were meticulously arranged with various jade slips and beast skin scrolls, each labeled with the names and grades of martial techniques. As one of the top 10 sects in Qingzhou, the scripture pavilion of the Qingyun sect indeed boasted remarkable depth. The lowest grade techniques were all of the yellow tier, with many being low to mid-grade of the mysterious tier, while several gilded shelves in the corners held high and supreme grade techniques of the mysterious tier. Bai Ye recalled that there were 21 types of high-grade mysterious techniques and 3 supreme grade techniques available here. In his previous visits, he had chosen 2 mid-grade mysterious techniques and 1 high-grade mysterious technique. This time, he intended to select a supreme grade technique directly, given his prior gradual progression. Opting for a supreme grade technique did not seem overly conspicuous. He approached the gilded shelf, his gaze sweeping over 3 jade slips that shimmered with a radiant glow. Heavenly Flip Seal, Supreme Grade, Offensive Type, condensing spiritual power into a seal of immense weight. Flowing Cloud 13 Swords, Supreme Grade, Offensive Type, with a sword momentum as unpredictable as flowing clouds. Wind Chasing Shadow Step, Supreme Grade, Movement Type, walking upon the wind, shadows trailing with each step, excelling in evasion and pursuit. Bai Ye's fingers glided over the 3 jade slips, ultimately resting on Wind Chasing Shadow Step. While offensive techniques are undoubtedly important, for him, movement techniques are of paramount importance. His extraordinary comprehension allows for rapid advancement. However, it also implies that his potential is profound and unfathomable. If exposed, it would undoubtedly attract envy. At this moment, a top-tier movement technique is far more significant than a formidable offensive capability. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. He picked up the jade slip inscribed with Wind Chasing Shadow Step, feeling its smoothness beneath his fingertips. You shall be the one, Bai Ye murmured with a slight smile, turning to exit the pavilion. Chapter 5. Pinnacle of Yuan Dan. Before long, Bai Ye successfully registered the jade slip of Wind Chasing Shadow Step. He tucked away the jade slip and turned to leave. Just as he reached the entrance of the scripture pavilion, he noticed a tall figure striding into the hall. The newcomer was clad in a moon-white brocade robe, intricately embroidered with dark silver swirling cloud patterns. As he walked, the flowing fabric danced around him, exuding an air of elegance. His features were striking, with slightly raised brows and eyes that sparkled like cold stars, radiating a casual, yet piercing sharpness as they swept across the hall. Almost the instant he stepped through the door, the disciples who had been conversing in hushed tones fell silent, their gazes converging on him. Is that Lin Yin? Someone asked, standing on tiptoe, uncertainty lacing their voice. Indeed. Look at that obsidian jade token at his waist. It signifies his status as an inner sect disciple. Yet his demeanor is even more striking than that of a direct disciple. Another whispered, astonished. I heard he joined the sect only a year ago. A year ago? He was merely at the 7th level of chi refinement, and now he has reached the peak of the 6th level of meridian condensation. Not only that, just a few days ago, I witnessed him clash with senior brother Zhang from the inner sect, who is at the 7th level of meridian condensation, a whole minor realm above him. They agreed to a duel at the martial arts arena, and to my surprise, Lin Yin emerged victorious. To triumph over someone at a higher realm is truly extraordinary. Usually, a gap of even a minor realm in cultivation leads to a significant disparity in spiritual power. How did he accomplish this? Who knows? Perhaps he encountered some fortuitous opportunity, or his talent is truly exceptional. Such a figure is likely to ascend to the ranks of core disciples in the future. Let us go greet him and make ourselves familiar. The murmurs of admiration and opportunism flowed freely, revealing their unabashed awe. The youth named Lin Yin seemed accustomed to such attention, displaying no trace of disturbance on his face. He merely nodded slightly and continued deeper into the pavilion with a composed stride, an air of pride evident in his demeanor. Bai Ye stood at the entrance, allowing his gaze to linger on Lin Yin's retreating figure for a moment before withdrawing his sight. He inwardly shook his head, reflecting that in this world where the strong prey upon the weak, Even the most gifted should temper their brilliance. Such flamboyance at a young age might easily attract unnecessary troubles. However, everyone has their own way of living. He had no ties to Lin Yan and deemed it unwise to invest further thought. Bai Ye collected his thoughts and silently exited the scripture pavilion, following the winding stone steps back to his own courtyard. The morning breeze rustled through the bamboo grove, creating a soothing sound. Upon returning to his courtyard, Bai Ye swiftly closed the gate behind him and entered the quiet room with purpose. With fingertips gently tapping against the stone wall, he activated the array outside the quiet room, a gathering array, a soundproof array, and a warding array, all illuminating simultaneously, enveloping the entire space in an impenetrable sanctuary for cultivation. He settled cross-legged onto the cloud-patterned mat and retrieved the jade slip inscribed with the technique wind-chasing shadow steps, delicately tracing the engravings with his fingers. This supreme-grade movement technique emanated a subtle aura, clearly crafted from spiritual jade. It was time to begin. Bai Ye took a deep breath and pressed the jade slip to his forehead. In an instant, countless intricate diagrams of movement and techniques flowed into his consciousness like a tidal wave. With the amplification of his 10,000-fold comprehension, the previously obscure changes in orientation and methods of harnessing spiritual energy became vividly clear, as if he were observing the patterns on the palm of his hand. As the passage of 10 breaths concluded, he sensed a subtle surge of ethereal energy beneath his feet, akin to an invisible breeze supporting his soles. Suddenly, the insights into the entryway of his practice unfurled within his mind, and he had successfully crossed the threshold of wind-chasing shadow stepping. After 20 breaths, he instinctively lifted his foot to step forward, his form astonishingly swifter than usual, the tip of his foot landing with impeccable precision, signifying a minor mastery of the technique. At 40 breaths, faint phantoms began to manifest around him. With a single step, he left a fleeting afterimage in his wake. The flow of spiritual energy harmoniously synchronized with the rhythm of his movements, achieving a remarkable proficiency. At 60 breaths, the phantoms grew more defined, his movements silent as if he had melded with the surrounding winds, his presence concealed, attaining a state of perfection. 90 breaths. He reached the pinnacle. A thunderous clap, more resounding than before, erupted above the quiet chamber. Following this, a continuous rumble resonated as if a multitude of spiritual tides surged forth. A broader aperture of golden light materialized from thin air. The essence of spiritual energy within the aperture was so rich it nearly transformed into liquid, cascading down in a spectrum of colors, enveloping Bai Ye entirely. A divine gift from the heavens. As a supreme martial art of the Xian rank, the pinnacle of wind-chasing shadow stepping invoked a heavenly bestowal far grander than that of the previous high-tier techniques. The influx of spiritual essence into his body not only refined his meridians, but also nourished his physique, imbuing every inch of his skin with a gentle glow of spiritual light. After 10 breaths, the golden aperture gradually dissipated, yet the spiritual energy within the chamber lingered, enveloping Bai Ye as if it were tangible. He slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within, and as he rose, his steps stirred, leaving 3 afterimages in his wake. The divine bestowal of the supreme Xian rank was indeed extraordinary. Bai Ye, feeling the surging power within him, murmured in quiet admiration. His meridians had become notably more resilient. His body felt as though it had lightened, and even the flow of spiritual energy quickened. Over the course of the year, including this instance, he had received the heavenly gift 6 times. His foundation had undergone a complete transformation, his physique repeatedly tempered by spiritual energy. No longer the mediocre individual he once was. Although he currently stood at the pinnacle of the 6th layer of the Yuan Dan realm, in a true confrontation, even a typical peak practitioner of the 9th layer might not prevail against him. A confident smile graced Bai Ye's lips. With 6 heavenly gifts as a foundation, and all his techniques reaching their utmost potential, battling beyond his tier was certainly within his capabilities. Yet this thought flitted away as he quickly refocused his mind. What significance does being at the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm hold? In Qingzhou, practitioners of the Tongxian realm are not considered the elite, and there exist the legendary Yuan Ying realm and Tribulation old monsters. Should he encounter such formidable beings, his current cultivation would be insufficient. Prudence was paramount. He must cultivate discreetly and strive to reach the threshold of the Yuan Ying realm to truly establish his footing. Determined, he steadied his mind and attempted the wind-chasing shadow stepping once more. With a whoosh, the moment his intention arose, his figure vanished from the spot like a specter. In the next second, he reappeared in a corner of the chamber, hundreds of meters away, leaving not a trace of presence in the air. With another step, afterimages fluttered about, and in the blink of an eye, he returned beside the meditation mat, as though he had never moved at all. With the unparalleled technique of chasing the wind and treading on shadows, even when confronted by a formidable opponent at the profound realm, no one could obstruct his path. Bai Ye nodded with satisfaction, a glimmer of reassurance flashing in his eyes. Ultimately, the ability to preserve one's life is best accrued in abundance. He resolved to continue in seclusion, striving to reach the pinnacle of the origin pill as swiftly as possible. Just as he settled down, preparing to channel his skills, a sudden frown crossed his brow. Outside the courtyard, hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by the voice of his attendant Qingling. Young master, there is a significant matter within the sect. The ancestor has emerged from seclusion and summoned all inner disciples to gather in the square. A jolt of urgency coursed through Bai Ye. By nature, he preferred to remain in isolation until he attained the peak of the origin pill. Yet the direct summons from the nascent soul ancestor indicated an urgent situation that could not tolerate delay. Understood, he replied, rising to dismantle the formation before hastily exiting the quiet chamber. Chapter 6. The Qingling Secret Realm Qingyin Sect. In the Sect square, sprawling over 1,000 acres, large slabs of dark green stone were laid out. 36 Qingyun flags fluttered at the edges, rustling in the breeze. At this moment, the square was filled to the brim with people. Thousands of inner disciples lined up according to their cultivation levels, whispering in clusters, their faces reflecting confusion and gravity. What could have transpired to warrant the ancestor's personal call? I have heard that the ancestor has been in seclusion for 30 years. His sudden emergence must indicate a significant event. I hope it is not a calamity. Just the other day, a junior from the outer sect mentioned that the Baiduan mountain range seemed to be quite unstable. Bai Ye positioned himself towards the back of the crowd, mingling among a group of disciples at the condensation realm. He could sense the tension among his fellow disciples. After all, the summoning by a nascent soul ancestor could not be trivial. After a brief moment, a faint ripple of spiritual energy emanated from the edge of the square. Instantly, all disciples fell silent, turning in unison towards the center of the square. Before them appeared an elder clad in a black Taoist robe, adorned with 9 embroidered azure dragons, exuding an aura as profound as the abyss. It was none other than Li Qingyun, the current sect master of Qingyun, at the pinnacle of the profound realm. As he stabilized his position, dozens of figures flashed around him, the elders of Qingyun's sect, including Elder Zhou and Bai Ye's uncle Bai Mingyuan, all radiating an imposing presence, their gazes sweeping the square with undeniable authority. In an instant, the pressure of dozens of cultivators at the origin pill realm and even the profound realm descended upon the square like an invisible mountain. Several weaker disciples at the initial stage of the condensation realm turned pale, their legs buckling as they knelt on the ground, sweat beading on their foreheads. Even those at the later stages of the condensation realm trembled slightly, their faces grave as they channeled their spiritual energy to resist. Bai Ye, blending into the throng, intentionally dulled his own spiritual fluctuations, furrowing his brow and adopting the appearance of someone suffocating under the immense pressure, perfectly mimicking the state of a condensation realm disciple. In reality, the oppressive force felt to him was as gentle as a breeze, barely stirring his garments. Silence. Li Qingyun's voice resonated like a mighty bell, empowered by spiritual energy, echoing throughout every corner of the square and quelling all murmurs. The square fell utterly silent, leaving only the sound of the wind and the subdued breaths of the crowd. At that moment, an enigmatic figure materialized beside Li Qingyun without any forewarning. It was a youth who appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years old, clad in a flowing white robe, his inky hair cascading like a waterfall over his shoulders. His features were strikingly handsome, bordering on otherworldly, and his eyes were deep and profound like the starry sky, as though they harbored the weight of countless eons. Despite his youthful visage, he emanated an aura of ancient wisdom and experience. A subtle yet palpable energy surrounded him, causing all the elders present to instinctively hold their breath. Noticing this, Li Qingyun and the elders quickly stepped back in unison. Bowing deeply before the youth with a reverence that bordered on humility, we pay our respects to the ancestor. We welcome the ancestor's emergence. The disciples gathered in the square were initially taken aback, but soon they followed suit, bowing in unison, their voices resounding. We, the disciples, pay our respects to the ancestor. We welcome the ancestor's emergence. Bai Ye also bowed, but his gaze subtly lifted. The cultivator of the nascent soul realm was indeed extraordinary, though he stood right before them. He felt as if separated by vast oceans and mountains. Such a being could easily extinguish my existence with but a single finger. A thought flickered in Bai Ye's mind. When I attain the nascent soul realm, perhaps I could enjoy a bit more freedom in this world? I wonder if the system will bestow upon me a new talent called exemption from greeting. The youthful ancestor spoke, his voice clear as the sound of jade striking stone. Yet it carried an undeniable authority. Qingyun, you may proceed. At your command, Li Qingyun responded respectfully, turning to address the thousands of disciples in the square, his voice resonating. Do you all know why the ancestor has emerged ahead of schedule? He paused, surveying the crowd before continuing. A few days ago, during his seclusion, the ancestor had a sudden inspiration and divined the heavenly secrets, discovering that our Qingzhou's Qingling secret realm, after a century, is about to reappear. He raised his voice dramatically. This gathering is precisely for the Qingling secret realm. This realm, nestled deep within the Baiduan mountain range, is an ancient legacy of the immortals. Within its confines lie not only millennium-old spiritual herbs and ancient cultivation techniques, but also the chance to obtain relics left behind by our ancestors. Each time it opens, cultivators from Qingzhou and surrounding states flock to it, willing to shed blood without hesitation. The ancestors' divination revealed that in 3 days, the realm would officially open. At that time, all inner disciples of our Qingyun sect must enter the realm with us. This is both an opportunity and a trial. Whether one can seize this chance depends on your own fortune. As his words fell, the entire square erupted in excitement. The Qingling secret realm. That is the fabled domain left behind by powerful beings. I have seen records of it in the Sect scriptures. The realm only permits cultivators below the age of 60 to enter, and its openings are separated by at least a century. I cannot believe I will witness such a grand event. It is said that during the last opening, a senior brother from our Qingyun sect obtained a 9-transmutation resurrection grass, directly breaking through from the Yuandan realm to the Tongxian realm. Heavens! This is an unprecedented opportunity. The disciples wore expressions of elation, some clenching their fists, others breathing rapidly, and many whispering excitedly among themselves, as the square was engulfed by a tide of joy and fervor. Bai Ye was also momentarily stunned, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. He was certainly aware of the Qingling secret realm. That is the oldest secret realm of Qingzhou, unparalleled in its uniqueness. Even within the vast wilderness, it enjoys a formidable reputation. Legends whisper that deep within the secret realm lies the legacy of ancient cultivators, with the potential to glimpse the mysteries beyond the nascent soul realm. The last time this secret realm was opened was 150 years ago, when the major sects of Qingzhou ventured inside, resulting in minor skirmishes. Unexpectedly, this time coincides with the reopening of the Qingling secret realm. Bai Ye's thoughts raced. While the secret realm offers numerous opportunities, it is fraught with peril. The talents of various sects will converge here, inevitably leading to both open and covert conflicts. Nevertheless, it presents an excellent opportunity to acquire cultivation resources. He patted the storage bag at his waist, realizing that the spiritual stones within were nearly depleted. Perhaps this expedition could resolve his current resource predicament. However, with so many people and eyes, he must exercise greater caution. Bai Ye composed himself, concealing the brilliance in his gaze, transforming once more into an ostensibly ordinary inner sect disciple, blending into the thrumming crowd. Chapter 7. 100 Break Mountain Range. Qingling's secret realm. Bai Ye gazed at the figure of the youthful ancestor hovering above the square, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against his sleeve. Memories of the secret realm surged through his mind like a tidal wave. He recalled seeing relevant records in the ancient texts within the Bai family's library. The Qingling secret realm is a cave heaven left behind by an ancient power after their transcendence, with its entrance hidden deep within the 100 Break Mountain range. It manifests once every 100 years due to the ebb and flow of celestial energy, remaining open for approximately a month each time. Remarkably, the secret realm is imbued with restrictions, allowing only cultivators under the age of 60 to enter. Those beyond this age limit, even formidable nascent soul cultivators, cannot force their way in and will be repelled by the luminous barrier at the entrance. It is said that each opening is akin to unleashing a thunderclap upon Qingzhou. Nearby, disciples whispered in hushed tones, their voices laced with reverence. After the last closure of the secret realm, 3 major sects were annihilated in the fierce competition for resources drawn from within. Not to mention, another voice chimed in with excitement. I heard from the elders that a peak transcendence realm expert emerged from the last secret realm. This cultivator entered the realm as merely a beginner in the nascent dance stage, someone whom no one in the sect bothered to regard. Yet upon exiting, he ascended to a status where he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the leaders of the major sects. Bai Ye's heart stirred. To ascend from the nascent dance stage to the peak of the transcendence realm in just 1 month is nothing short of a miraculous transformation. It seems the Qingling secret realm indeed harbors opportunities capable of overturning a cultivator's fate. He scanned the youthful disciples in the square. Most were at the pulse condensation stage, with only a few at the nascent dance stage. Turning his gaze to the younger elders, he noted that nearly all those under 60 were at the nascent dance stage, with only a handful reaching the transcendence realm. This is quite normal. In Qingzhou, cultivators under 60 typically peak at the Transcendence realm. My combat prowess rivals that of a peak nascent Dan cultivator, and with my exceptional technique, the wind-sweeping shadow steps, I can retreat unscathed even when confronted with a Transcendence realm opponent. In the ethereal twilight, Bai Ye's fingertips curled slightly, and a flicker of fervor flashed in his eyes. Upon reflection, this expedition into the secret realm indeed presented an extraordinary opportunity, one that is rarely encountered. In this fantastical world, talent, innate quality, and resources are undeniably significant. However, the concept of chance holds immense weight as well. Should fortune smile upon him, it is conceivable that he could seize the fortuitous encounters within the secret realm to transcend the Yuandan realm and ascend to the profound realm of mastery. Achieving such a status would grant him a voice of authority in this world. The mere thought quickened his heartbeat, and his breath became slightly hurried. Above the square, the voice of Master Li Qingyun resonated once more, interrupting the thoughts of the gathered disciples. Esteemed disciples, while the Qingling secret realm holds opportunity, it is also fraught with peril. His expression was grave, his gaze like lightning sweeping across the assembly. I have 3 important admonitions to impart. First, within the secret realm, there are numerous restrictions, and ancient remnants of ferocious beasts lie in wait. A momentary lapse in caution may lead to grave consequences. Once inside, tread carefully and do not be reckless in pursuit of glory. Second, with the opening of the secret realm, the 13 major sects of Qingzhou, the 3 imperial dynasties, and cultivators from the surrounding 3 states shall converge here. The situation will be tumultuous and unpredictable. While we must support one another within our sect, we must also maintain a degree of vigilance toward outsiders, even those who greet us with a smile. Third, should you encounter insurmountable danger within the secret realm, immediately shatter the communication jade talisman distributed by the sect. We must strive to assist one another, for remember, life comes first, and opportunities come second. Upon finishing, several elders added their words of caution. Some recounted the tragedies of the previous secret realm opening, while others reminded the disciples to discern between medicinal herbs and poisonous substances within the realm. Furthermore, specific factions known to have long-standing grievances with the Qingyun sect were highlighted, urging vigilance among the disciples. Bai Ye listened attentively. These warnings, though seemingly repetitive, were the hard-earned wisdom of senior cultivators, often paid for with their blood or lives. He mentally noted the names of the factions to be wary of, particularly the Blood Spirit sect and the Heavenly Demon Valley, both of which contended with the Qingyun sect for supremacy in Qingzhou. Half an hour later, after the admonishments were concluded, Li Qingyun and the elders transformed into streaks of light, vanishing from the horizon, while the youthful ancestor had long since disappeared. The disciples in the square dispersed in small groups, each displaying a hurried and excited demeanor. Everyone sought to prepare thoroughly during these 3 days. The more medicinal pills, talismans, healing herbs, and defensive artifacts they could carry into the secret realm, the greater their chances of survival. Bai Ye also turned and returned to his courtyard. He meticulously assessed his storage bag, 3 Qingling pills, over 20 yellow-grade defensive talismans, a bottle of 3rd-grade healing elixir, and a low-grade profound sword, the Qingfeng. These items would suffice against opponents in the Yuandan realm, yet if he encountered someone in the profound realm, he would ultimately need to rely on the wind-chasing shadow step for his escape. Perhaps he should prepare additional medicinal pills. After a moment of contemplation, he made his way to the sect's pharmacy. The 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. On the misty morning, Qingyun Mountain was shrouded in a thin veil of fog as thousands of inner disciples gathered in the square outside the mountain gate. Master Li Qingyun and a dozen elders hovered in midair. Before them floated 3 azure spiritual boats, each measuring 100 meters in length, inscribed with runes of flight, emanating a faint celestial glow. Let us depart. As Li Qingyun issued his command, the disciples boarded the spirit vessel in an orderly fashion. Whoosh! The vessel hummed as it ascended, piercing through the morning mist, racing towards the Baiduan mountain range, situated over 7,000 miles away. Bai Ye stood at the edge of the vessel, gazing at the swiftly retreating mountains below. The speed of the spirit vessel was astonishing. The howling wind filled his ears, allowing it to traverse a journey that would typically take an ordinary cultivator half a month in just a single day. The Baiduan mountain range lived up to its name, an extensive chain of mountains spanning tens of thousands of miles, riddled with deep valleys and sheer cliffs, perpetually shrouded in miasma, inhabited by ferocious beasts, deterring even the most intrepid cultivators from venturing deep within. Yet, at this moment, the periphery of the mountains was abuzz with activity. As countless streams of spiritual light converged from all directions, all cultivators hastening towards the entrance of the secret realm. There were a total of 108 entrances to the Qingling secret realm, scattered throughout the mountains like stars. At this time, Each entrance was teeming with a throng of figures. In the air, spirit vessels soared and flying swords darted about, while on the ground, cultivators gathered in small groups. Engaged in animated discussions, their voices and the sounds of spiritual energy clashing, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Bai Ye did not follow the main contingent of the Qingling sect as the spirit vessel approached the mountain range. He seized the opportunity to excuse himself for fresh air and quietly slipped away from the group, even if he entered the same entrance as his fellow sect members. The realm's teleportation restrictions would randomly disperse everyone. Moreover, he had intended to act independently from the outset. Chapter 8. The Tianfeng dynasty. Bai Ye found a secluded spot and proceeded to disguise himself. In a short while, his originally striking features and physique transformed into something utterly unremarkable. He also changed out of his Qingling sect attire, donning a simple gray-black robe. Subsequently, he chose the nearest entrance. This entrance was marked by a luminous barrier approximately 10 feet high. Within the barrier, light and shadow swirled, faintly revealing towering ancient trees inside. At this moment, the barrier appeared somewhat ethereal, yet the halo at its edges was becoming increasingly solid, indicating that its opening was imminent. Surrounding the entrance were gathered around 200 cultivators from all walks of life. Some wore sect robes, others were solitary cultivators, and a few young individuals rode on ferocious beasts, clearly hailing from distinguished families. Each exuded significant presence, with the weakest among them being at the late stage of meridian condensation. Judging by the intensity of the barrier, it would open in no more than half a stick of incense. A bearded cultivator hefted a massive axe, grinning as he remarked, "I hope to snag 1,000-year purple ginseng this time. It would aid my wife in breaking through to the meridian condensation realm." 1,000-year purple ginseng? Such a grade 3 spiritual herb is hardly easy to come by, scoffed a thin man in a robe beside him. "I merely seek some refined black iron to sharpen my flying sword. Look over there." Suddenly, someone exclaimed, pointing to the left of the entrance. The crowd turned to see a young man clad in a sky-blue brocade robe approaching with measured steps. The youth was tall and slender, a jade belt cinched at his waist, with striking features that bore an innate nobility, even in casual repose. He exuded an undeniable aura that made it difficult for others to meet his gaze. The fluctuations of spiritual energy around him appeared gentle, yet hinted at a latent sharpness, as if even the air itself swirled in his wake. "It is the 9th prince of the Tianfeng dynasty." Someone recognized him, their voice tinged with awe. It is said that he is merely 25 years old this year, yet he has already attained mastery at the 3rd level of the Yuan Dan stage, possessing the rare wind spirit body, capable of harnessing the elemental force of wind itself. In his presence, even those at the condensation realm scarcely stand a chance to act. The wind spirit body is indeed an exceptional combat physique, which explains his ability to engage opponents beyond his level. This entrance is quite remote. One wonders why the 9th prince would choose to come here. Who can say? Perhaps it is simply the closest entrance available. Amidst the whispers, many cultivators exchanged glances filled with awe, envy, and trepidation, yet none dared to approach him. It is rumored that this 9th prince has a capricious temperament. Previously, an unwise rogue cultivator attempted to forge a connection with him and incurred his ire, resulting in a grievous injury from a mere flick of his wind blade. Bai Ye stood beneath an ancient locust tree, clad in a plain grayish-blue robe, blending inconspicuously into the crowd. He cast a fleeting glance at the 9th prince, raising an eyebrow slightly. Though the 3rd level of Yuan Dan exuded refined energy, it carried a hint of superficiality, indicating a recent breakthrough. He privately assessed that while the wind spirit body is indeed commendable, its foundation appears somewhat tenuous, lacking the depth of truly exceptional prodigies. Retracting his gaze, he surveyed the surrounding cultivators. Those at the later stages of condensation made up 60% of the crowd, while there were approximately 30 individuals at the Yuan Dan stage. Most at the 1st or 2nd levels, with the 3rd level represented by only a few like the 9th prince. Moreover, the majority of these cultivators were middle-aged, with scarcely a handful of youthful faces under 30. It seems that the Qingling secret realm ultimately serves as a stage for those at the Yuan Dan and Tongxian realms. Bai Ye understood that the cultivators at the Qi refinement and condensation stages were largely here to seek their fortunes, hoping to ascend to greatness through the secret realm. A difficult endeavor indeed. He chose not to dwell on it further. Folding his arms against the tree trunk and closing his eyes to rest, his exceptional perceptive ability allowed him to sense the spiritual energy within the entrance's light veil stabilizing, indicating that the time for its opening was drawing near. As half a stick of incense quietly passed, the aura at the edge of the light veil became almost tangible, revealing the flickering shadows of trees within. Just then, clang, 12 figures suddenly emerged from the crowd, moving in perfect unison. Clad in black garb, each bore an embroidered golden character for wind upon their chests, all disciples of the Tianfeng dynasty. Boom. The overwhelming pressure of their spiritual energy erupted, resembling 12 invisible mountains bearing down upon the surroundings. The air became instantly thickened, silencing even the wind, causing the countenance of weaker condensation realm cultivators to pale as they involuntarily retreated several steps. Yuan Dan realm. How astonishing that they are all from the Yuan Dan realm. Someone gasped in disbelief. At the forefront stood a stern-faced middle-aged man. He stepped forward, his gaze coldly scanning the crowd. His voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. This entrance is now under the jurisdiction of the Tianfeng dynasty from this day forth. No cultivator, not of our dynasty, shall enter. He paused, his tone unwavering. Should you wish to enter the Qingling secret realm, I kindly ask you to proceed to other entrances. What? By what right? The Qingling secret realm is a legacy left by ancient powers. When did it become the private domain of your Tianfeng dynasty? How domineering. We were here first. Why should we yield to you? The crowd erupted in uproar, discontented murmurs rising like a tide. Several loose cultivators at the Yuan Dan realm stepped forward, their spiritual energy surging as they clearly expressed their unwillingness to concede. A cold smirk curled at the corner of a middle-aged man's mouth as his disdainful gaze swept over the crowd. Ignorant fools, he declared. This time the secret realm's opening is unlike any before. Each entrance has a limit on the number of entrants. No more than 180 can pass through. Not only here, but all other entrances have also been claimed by major powers. Slowly, he raised his right hand, a faint golden light flickering in his palm. If you are unconvinced, feel free to test it and see if my Tianfeng dynasty has the right to secure this entrance. At his words, the crowd erupted in a clamor once more. A limit on numbers? Could this be true? If so, would the smaller factions and loose cultivators have no chance? But could he be deceiving us? Intentionally monopolizing the entrance? The discussions gradually quieted, and many faces displayed hesitation. If there truly was a limit, with the Tianfeng dynasty dispatching 12 Yuan Dan realm cultivators to seize it, the loose cultivators and disciples from smaller sects would be utterly unable to contend. At that moment, a resounding boom reverberated through the air, and the towering light screen suddenly blazed to life. Shadows danced, and the scenery within became strikingly clear, as if the ancient stone path and towering trees were right before their eyes. The Qingling secret realm had officially opened. Act, the middle-aged man barked. And the 12 cultivators of the Tianfeng dynasty swiftly formed a battle formation, their spiritual energies intertwining to create a black light screen, firmly blocking the entrance. In the middle-aged man's hand, a long sword appeared, its blade shimmering with a green spiritual light, clearly a remarkable Xian-tier magical weapon. His gaze was as cold as steel, sweeping over the still hesitant crowd. Within 10 breaths, leave. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. Boom. The spiritual energy emanating from the sword surged dramatically. A chilling aura of murderous intent spreading through the air, as if freezing the very atmosphere. Chapter 9. Arrogance. Bai Ye takes action. The middle-aged man at the forefront, known as Li Yun, was a collateral member of the royal family of the Tianfeng dynasty. Although not of direct descent, he had grown up in the royal court. By the age of 45, he had already reached the 5th level of the Yuan Dan realm, making him a prominent figure among the middle-aged generation of the dynasty. At this moment, Li Yun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the light blue royal uniform gleaming coldly in the morning light. His eyes scanned the cultivators outside the entrance, as if he were surveying a swarm of ants, and the arrogance at the corner of his mouth was almost palpable. The Tianfeng dynasty was one of the top 10 powers of Qingzhou, possessing deeper roots than the Qingyin sect, making it unwise for ordinary sects and loose cultivators to provoke them lightly. Gradually, the discussions outside the entrance subsided. Those loose cultivators of the Yuan Dan realm, who had initially been eager to act, silently withdrew their spiritual energies. They were not afraid of Li Yun, but rather of the Tianfeng dynasty that stood behind him. If a confrontation were to arise, even if they could win, they would inevitably face pursuit from the dynasty's formidable experts, a cost that outweighed any potential gain. At that moment, the 9th prince, who had been standing to the left of the entrance, stretched lazily, exuding an air of nobility even in his relaxed posture. He glanced at Li Yun and said nonchalantly, "Uncle Yun, I shall enter first." As soon as the words left his mouth, he moved slightly, as if lifted by a gentle breeze, gliding effortlessly past the edge of the light screen, vanishing from the sight of the crowd in an instant. In nearly the same instant that the 9th prince entered the secret realm, Bai Ye stirred, previously leaning against an unassuming old locust tree. He now moved with the swiftness of an arrow, striding directly towards the entrance of the secret realm. His grayish-blue robe billowed in the wind. And though his pace was unhurried, it exuded an unstoppable momentum. Outrageous. Li Yun's brow furrowed sharply, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. How dare this wild cultivator disregard the rules of the Tianfeng dynasty? Seeking death. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, a robust figure clad in black, a cultivator of the third level of Yuan Dan, leaped forth with the swiftness of a leopard. As he summoned his spiritual energy, a faint rumbling echoed around him. With a tightly clenched right fist, he coalesced a yellowish fist imprint, imbued with the force to shatter mountains, and aimed it squarely at Bai Ye's back. Unaware of his own folly, the muscular cultivator roared, the winds from his punch stirring the ground's debris into a frenzy. Yet, Bai Ye seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. His steps remained unbroken as he retaliated with a punch of his own. Boom. Without any extraneous movements or even a glance back, he raised his fist, and in that fleeting moment, a surge of scorching spiritual energy erupted. Instantaneously, the air was ablaze with invisible flames, coalescing into a fist imprint as red as molten lava. The edges of the imprint flickered with wisps of sparks, scorching the air into a hissing symphony, warping even the light around it. This was none other than the pinnacle technique, the heaven-burning fist. With a resounding roar, the two fists collided. The sound was deafening as the yellow fist imprint melted away like ice meeting fire, while the crimson fist imprint, undeterred, bore down with a torrential wave of heat upon the stout cultivator's chest. A short, anguished cry abruptly ceased. The third-level Yuan Dan cultivator's body was pierced as if it were mere paper ignited by flames, disintegrating into a charged shadow that plummeted to the ground, lifeless. One punch, instantaneous annihilation of a third-level Yuan Dan. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The murmurs that had previously filled the air at the entrance were silenced. As if a pin dropping could be heard, all gazes widened, mouths agape, their faces etched with disbelief and terror. Those who had just been discussing the ninth prince now fixed their eyes on Bai Ye as though they beheld some otherworldly creature. One punch to slay a third-level Yuan Dan. A young cultivator in the late stages of pulse condensation instinctively swallowed, his voice trembling. After all, this was the Yuan Dan realm. Even a fourth-level Yuan Dan would find it challenging to dispatch a third level. How could this be possible? He appeared to possess merely the essence of the Yuan Dan realm. At the rear of the crowd, several Yuan Dan cultivators who had previously intended to challenge the Tianfeng dynasty now cautiously retreated a step, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. They questioned within themselves. Had they faced that fist, they would likely have crumbled. Li Yun's arrogance was abruptly frozen in place, replaced by intense shock and fury. He pointed at Bai Ye, his voice quaking. "Who are you? Do you know the consequences of daring to kill someone from my Tianfeng dynasty?" Though his words were fierce, the clenched fists betrayed his inner trepidation. He was at the fifth level of the Yuan Dan realm, 2 minor levels higher than the recently slain cultivator, and he was confident he could easily prevail. However, victory and annihilation are two distinct matters. The speed, power, and refinement of the previous punch exceeded his comprehension. Not even a late-stage Yuan Dan cultivator could execute such a clean and swift strike. The young man in the grayish-blue robe was undoubtedly a cunning character masquerading as an underdog. Humph! Bai Ye had no desire to engage in idle chatter. With a slight pivot of his left foot, his figure suddenly transformed into a fleeting shadow. The pinnacle technique, wind-chasing shadow step, was instantly activated. Whoosh! A soft sound echoed as his form seemed to meld with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Li Yun, who had been several dozen meters away just moments prior. The speed was so astonishing that even Li Yun's instinctively summoned protective spirit energy could not fully materialize. Li Yun's pupils constricted in horror, and just as he intended to retreat, it was already too late. Boom! Another punch was unleashed. This strike was even more ferocious than the last, with a crimson fist imprint surrounded by a faint golden spiritual light, indicating a resonance between the spiritual energy and the laws of nature. The fist imprint struck Li Yun's chest, producing no earth-shattering explosion, only a dull thud. The protective spirit energy around Li Yun shattered like paper, and he was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, spewing a mouthful of blood. His breath extinguished in midair. He crashed heavily against the distant stone wall, sliding to the ground, utterly lifeless. Fifth level of the Yuan Dan realm, obliterated in an instant. The entrance fell once more into a profound silence. Even the rustling of leaves in the wind seemed exceptionally clear. Everyone appeared as if ensnared by a spell, staring blankly at the grayish figure. 2 of the 12 Yuan Dan cultivators from the Tianfeng dynasty had fallen in the blink of an eye. One of them was even at the 5th level of Yuan Dan. The remaining 10 cultivators from the Tianfeng dynasty turned pale as paper, trembling uncontrollably. As they gazed into Bai Ye's emotionless eyes, a chilling dread surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. Those eyes were not merely observing. They were surveying a pile of corpses awaiting disposal. Chapter 10, Golden Spirit Herb. Run. someone shouted. And the remaining 10 cultivators could no longer concern themselves with the dignity of their dynasty. They turned and fled. They urged their spiritual energy to the utmost, wishing they had been born with extra legs. Yet, Bai Ye had no intention of letting them escape this time. His figure flickered, weaving through the crowd like a specter. The wind-chasing shadow step was pushed to its limit, each step leaving behind several afterimages, his speed surpassing that of the fleeing cultivators by several folds. Stay? A frigid voice echoed from behind, followed by a relentless barrage of thunderous sounds. Boom, boom, boom. The crimson fist imprints burst forth like vengeful talismans in the air. The fleeing Yuan Dan cultivators had no chance to turn back and resist. One by one, they fell. In no time, all 12 Yuan Dan cultivators from the Tianfeng dynasty lay slain. Blood stained the ground before the entrance, mingling with the morning glow, exuding a gruesome scent of carnage. The other cultivators in the area were already too frightened to even dare to breathe. A number of timid individuals, their legs trembling, sank to their knees, too frightened to even lift their heads. Those who had just moments ago sought to align themselves with the Heavenly Wind dynasty now wished fervently to vanish into the earth. Fortunately, they had remained silent, for had they spoken, they might now find themselves among the fallen. Bai Ye, with a stoic demeanor, approached and collected the storage bags from the waists of the 12 cultivators, as well as the rings from their fingers. These individuals hailed from the Heavenly Wind dynasty, and their storage bags likely contained valuable treasures. Having completed this task, he cast not a glance at the surrounding cultivators and turned towards the entrance of the secret realm. It was only when his figure vanished into the shimmering barrier that those outside seemed to emerge from a submerged state, gasping for air. Was that truly a human? One solitary cultivator collapsed to the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, his voice trembling as he spoke. 12 essence-gathering cultivators. Just like that, they were all slain? And they were members of the Heavenly Wind dynasty. Did he not fear retribution from the dynasty? Fear? Did you not see the way he dispatched them? That ferocity. Does he seem like someone who fears trouble? Another cultivator swallowed hard, stating, I sensed his cultivation level. It was at most the 6th layer of essence gathering. Yet his combat prowess could rival that of the profound realm. Forget the details, someone exclaimed, pointing urgently at the entrance of the secret realm. All the members of the Heavenly Wind dynasty are dead. Hurry inside. If we delay, other factions may arrive. Yes, let us go. The cultivators, shaken from their stupor, rushed towards the barrier, eager not to miss this rare opportunity. On the other side, as Bai Ye stepped through the shimmering barrier, he felt enveloped by a formidable spatial force. The world spun around him, as if he were plummeting into an endless vortex. Soon, the howling winds filled his ears, and the indistinct scenery before him shifted continuously. After an indeterminate passage of time, he finally felt solid ground beneath his feet. Regaining his composure, he opened his eyes and was instantly awestruck by the scene before him. He found himself in an ancient forest, towering trees stretching towards the heavens, their trunks so wide that it would take more than 10 people to encircle one. The bark was etched with deep grooves, seemingly chronicling eons of history. The air was thick with a rich, almost viscous spiritual energy. A single breath filled him with an unparalleled sense of vitality, as if the spiritual force within his meridians was joyfully dancing. Such dense spiritual energy. Bai Ye inhaled deeply, his eyes widening in astonishment. It was at least 3 times that of the Qingling sect's spiritual vein. A 3-fold increase in spiritual density meant that cultivating here for a single day was equivalent to 3 days of practice at the Qingling sect. And this was merely the periphery of the Qingling secret realm, truly a sanctuary for cultivation. Yet, he understood well that no one would squander this precious time in meditation. The ground was strewn with spiritual herbs that were hundreds, if not thousands, of years old. And deeper within lay the remnants of ancient cultivators' caves and treasures. Those were the true fortunes. Bai Ye attempted to extend his consciousness, only to find that as soon as it reached a short distance, it collided with an invisible barrier, rebounding forcefully. His once expansive perception, which could cover several kilometers, was now limited to a mere radius of 300 meters. Indeed, there was a suppression at work. The White Knight was not unexpected within the secret realm. One's consciousness is often restricted to prevent individuals from easily probing for treasures. He retrieved a yellowed sheepskin map from his storage pouch and spread it open in his palm. The map, marked with vermilion lines and symbols, represented a portion of the Qingling secret realm passed down through the Bai family. As a venerable lineage in Qingzhou for a millennium, the Bai family had accumulated a wealth of information regarding various secret realms through numerous openings. Although this map was incomplete, it indicated several locations of great fortune, including the Valley of Sword Intent. According to the map, he should currently be at the edge of the Blackwind Forest, less than 50 miles from the Valley of Sword Intent. Bai Ye assessed the surrounding terrain and quickly identified his position. The valley was said to harbor the remnants of ancient sword cultivators' souls, and if he could comprehend even a fragment of their essence, it would greatly enhance his strength. He folded the map and, without further hesitation, activated the Wind Chaser Shadow Step, soaring towards the valley. His figure darted between the colossal ancient trees with remarkable speed. Yet he moved silently, only occasionally stirring a few fallen leaves. Throughout his journey, he remained vigilant, his consciousness extending 300 meters around him, sensing every whisper of the wind and rustle of grass. After all, within the secret realm, aside from the fiendish beasts, the gravest danger comes from other cultivators. As he traversed a thicket, his consciousness suddenly detected a faint, yet pure fluctuation of spiritual energy. Bai Ye halted, curiosity flickering in his eyes. This energy was peculiar, not resembling that of a beast, but rather akin to a spiritual herb. He carefully attuned himself to the sensation, noting its warm subtlety intertwined with the sharpness, indicating a quality of no lesser grade. It was at least a 4th-grade spiritual herb, and possibly even 5th grade. A thrill surged through Bai Ye. 4th-grade spiritual herbs could assist in the cultivation of the Yuan Dan realm, being quite rare, while 5th-grade herbs were worth their weight in gold. He altered his course towards the source of the energy. 300 meters was a mere breath away at the speed of the Wind Chaser Shadow Step. There lay a moss-covered stone wall, beneath which a vibrant green spiritual herb with golden-veined leaves basked in the dappled sunlight, filtering through the canopy, emitting a faint luminescence. It was the 4th-grade golden spirit herb. However, just as Bai Ye prepared to reach out and collect it, 2 figures emerged almost simultaneously before the stone wall. One clad in a blood-red robe was a middle-aged man, bearing a menacing scar across his face, his gaze as fierce as that of a wolf. The other, a slender young man in a drab robe, gripped a dagger shimmering with a green light. Upon their arrival, both fixated greedily on the golden spirit herb. 3 pairs of eyes converged suddenly before the golden spirit herb. Chapter 11. Blood Spirit Sect. Beneath the stone wall, the 4th-grade golden spirit herb swayed gently. Its leaves, a deep emerald green, were edged with a faint golden rim. Sunlight cascaded upon it, refracting into myriad golden glimmers. At its root, spiritual energy coalesced into a mist. Drawing near, one could detect a crisp yet profound aroma. This was a golden spirit herb over a millennium old. The effects of the golden spirit herb are remarkably extraordinary. Unlike ordinary spirit herbs that merely enhance spiritual power, it can directly refine the physique of cultivators. According to legends, if one can employ secret methods to refine the entire golden spirit herb, the strength of a cultivator's physical body could rival that of a profound-grade spirit weapon. At such a time, ordinary swords and daggers would struggle to inflict harm, and even the spiritual assaults of a cultivator at the Essence Dan realm could be withstood to some extent. Among 4th-grade spirit herbs, this efficacy is indeed exceptional. Bai Ye's gaze fell upon the golden spirit herb, but before he could reach out, 2 figures surged forward like shadows. To his left stood a middle-aged man clad in red, a scar etched across his face extending from his brow to his jaw, with eyes sharp as a hawk. To his right was a diminutive young man, clutching a dagger that shimmered with a green light, emanating a faint yet pungent odor of poison. Clearly not an adversary to be underestimated. Get lost. The middle-aged man in red cast a glance at the swaying golden spirit herb, his eyes instantly lighting up. He continued, his voice as frigid as ice. I shall give you 3 breaths to leave. This golden spirit herb belongs to me. Before his words had fully resonated, a tremendous pressure of spiritual energy erupted from him, sweeping forth like a turbulent wave. The air instantly thickened, and the moss on the stone wall recoiled under the force of this overwhelming pressure. He was evidently a formidable being at the 7th level of the Essence Dan realm. The diminutive youth's face paled at the sight, his hand clutching the dagger, trembling violently. He was merely at the 1st level of the Essence Dan realm, lacking even the qualifications to resist such an opponent. Almost simultaneously with the middle-aged man's declaration, he turned without hesitation, unleashing his spiritual energy to its utmost, swiftly vanishing into the dense forest, not daring to look back. Yet Bai Ye remained rooted in place, his gaze calmly fixed upon the middle-aged man in red, as if entirely unfazed by the terrifying pressure. Seeking death, the middle-aged man seethed, his murderous intent surging. He had assumed that this young man in a gray robe would be as sensible as the gray-robed cultivator and retreat, yet he found himself confronted by a tenacious spirit. In the next moment, he raised his right arm abruptly, fingers splayed as he aimed a palm strike at Bai Ye from a distance. Boom! A tempestuous surge of spiritual energy converged in his palm, rapidly coalescing into a massive blood-red hand nearly 10 feet in size. The edges of the colossal hand were shrouded in wisps of crimson mist, exuding a chilling aura capable of devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. descending upon Bai Ye with great force. As it passed, the fragments of stone on the ground trembled and hovered, creating a daunting spectacle. This strike, seemingly casual, was in fact the culmination of years of practice in his superior-grade profound palm technique, the Blood Shadow Palm, perfected to its zenith. A typical cultivator at the 5th level of the Essence Dan realm would have their meridians shattered and perish instantly upon receiving such a blow. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened slightly. Yet he did not retreat a single step. He inhaled deeply, the muscles in his right arm bulging slightly, and he too unleashed a punch. There were no extravagant maneuvers. Merely the raw explosion of spiritual energy. Boom. A fiery, crimson fist imprint, reminiscent of molten lava, suddenly materialized, ignited by faint golden flames. This was the manifestation of the heaven-burning fist at its pinnacle, resonating with the laws of heaven and earth. As soon as the fist imprint emerged, the surrounding air was scorched, crackling with fervor, propelled forward with an indomitable momentum, colliding directly with the blood-red hand. Crack! With a crisp crack, the blood-red giant palm shattered like glass. The blood mist ignited in an instant by the golden fire upon the fist imprint, transforming into a shower of sparks. The crimson fist imprint, however, retained its momentum, whistling through the air towards the middle-aged man in red. What? The middle-aged man's pupils constricted sharply, a look of astonishment dawning on his face for the first time. Despite having mastered the Blood Shadow Palm for many years, even a practitioner at the 6th level of the Yuan Dan would need to summon a magical artifact to barely withstand it. How could this youth, who clearly also exhibited the spiritual fluctuations of the mid-Yuan Dan, shatter his technique with a single punch? Could it be that the opponent had cultivated a superior-grade Earth-level fist technique and had reached great perfection in it? Amidst his astonishment, Bai Ye's figure had already darted forward like a specter. The wind-chasing shadow-stepping technique was pushed to its utmost limit, leaving behind a residual shadow in place while his true self appeared merely 10 feet away from the middle-aged man in red. Before the latter could react, a second crimson fist imprint coalesced, even denser and more ferocious than the first, aimed directly at the middle-aged man's chest. Damn it! The middle-aged man felt alarm bells ringing in his head, a chilling sense of death enveloping him instantly. Without time to ponder, he hastily pulled out a blood-colored jade token from his bosom, pouring his spiritual energy into it with reckless abandon. This jade token was a specially crafted life-saving artifact of the Blood Spirit Sect, requiring nurturing with essence blood in normal times, and could be shattered in a moment of peril to conjure a blood-red shield comparable to the defensive capabilities of an 8th-layer Yuan Dan practitioner. Boom. The token shattered with a resounding crack, transforming into a semi-transparent blood-colored shield that encased the middle-aged man securely within. Strange runes flowed across the surface of the shield, with faint flickers of bloodlight, giving it a semblance of solidity. Yet, in the next moment, boom, the crimson fist imprint struck the blood-colored shield with tremendous force. A deafening roar erupted, the shockwave of spiritual energy radiating outward, causing the stone walls to tremble and dust to fall. The blood-colored shield shook violently, its surface immediately adorned with a web of cracks, spreading like a spider's web. Crack! In mere moments, the shield could no longer withstand the assault and shattered with a thunderous crash. Uffed! Without the cushion of the shield, the remnants of the fist imprint slammed directly into the middle-aged man's chest. He was struck as if by a heavy hammer, violently spewing forth a mouthful of fresh blood. His body akin to a severed kite, flying backward and crashing into 3 ancient trees, each as thick as a person's embrace, before finally halting, blood mingling with wood shavings splattering everywhere. The middle-aged man lay on the ground, a large dent in his chest, his breath shallow, and the look in his eyes directed at Bai Ye had long since lost its arrogance, replaced by a profound terror that penetrated to the marrow. No, you cannot kill me. He struggled to lift his head, his voice hoarse. I am an elder of the Blood Spirit Sect. If you kill me, the Blood Spirit Sect will never let you go. The Blood Spirit Sect, one of the top 10 powers in Qingzhou, was known for its ruthlessness and protective nature. It was said that if any disciple of the sect were killed outside, regardless of the perpetrator, they would spare no effort in seeking revenge, even to the extent of annihilating an entire sect. Bai Ye's gaze remained indifferent, as if he had not heard his words. He stepped forward, his figure like the wind, and in an instant, he stood before the middle-aged man in red. Is the Blood Spirit Sect truly so formidable? The cold voice fell as the third punch descended with a resounding smash. This punch was devoid of any embellishment, striking directly at the middle-aged man's head. Splurt! Crimson and white splattered across the ground. The middle-aged man in red was rendered utterly silent, unable to even emit a cry. A cultivator at the 7th level of Yuan Dan, an elder of the Blood Spirit Sect, was dispatched with a mere 3 punches. Moreover, Bai Ye had not exerted his full strength, having only utilized the prowess of a 6th-level Yuan Dan throughout the encounter. Such a feat, if it were to circulate, would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the entire realm of cultivators in Qingzhou. At the very moment the breath of the man in red ceased, an unforeseen anomaly occurred. A nearly invisible crimson thread suddenly emerged from his corpse. This thread, as fine as a hair and glimmering with an eerie red light, seemed to possess a life of its own, swiftly coiling around Bai Ye's wrist before vanishing into his skin, leaving no trace behind. Bai Ye furrowed his brow, lifting his hand to inspect his wrist, which appeared as smooth as before. Yet, he could distinctly sense a tenuous connection, as if the thread had not truly disappeared, but merely embedded itself within his flesh. Chapter 12. Valley of Sword Intent. Could this be the causality thread of the Blood Spirit Sect? He narrowed his eyes, recalling the relevant records he had studied within the sect. As a lineage with a legacy spanning thousands of years in Qingzhou, the Blood Spirit Sect's core technique, Blood Divine Thread, was particularly enigmatic. Upon the death of a practitioner, their essence would leave behind a causality thread entwined with their slayer. This thread could not be dispelled by ordinary spiritual power. It would inscribe itself upon the victim as if branded. Any cultivator who entered the perceptual range of the Blood Spirit Sect would inevitably become aware of it. In other words, once ensnared by this causality thread, one became an undying nemesis of the Blood Spirit Sect. The sect's penchant for vengeance, coupled with this troublesome causality thread, rendered its practitioners formidable adversaries that few dared to provoke. Bai Ye scoffed lightly, attempting to channel his spiritual energy to sever the causality thread, only to discover it firmly entrenched within his flesh, unyielding. It seemed that eradicating it entirely would pose some difficulty. However, glancing down at his palm, a glint of cold resolve flickered in his eyes. What of the causality thread? When adversities arise, one must confront them head-on. Should any member of the Blood Spirit Sect dare to seek trouble, he would not hesitate to vanquish a few more. Disregarding the causality thread, he turned and approached the stone wall, reaching out to uproot a golden spirit herb. The roots were still damp with soil, and spiritual energy coursed through the stem, appearing vibrantly alive. After confirming it was undamaged, he settled into a cross-legged position and consumed the herb. As soon as it touched his tongue, the golden spirit herb transformed into a warm current, sliding down his throat and into his abdomen. The warmth exploded upon reaching his dantian, dispersing into countless minute golden specks that surged toward his limbs and bones. With each passing speck, it felt as though innumerable gentle hands were massaging his sinews, and even his already resilient meridians expanded further under this force. Beneath his skin, muscle fibers crackled softly, becoming denser, while even his bones appeared to be coated in a faint golden sheen, subtly hinting at a jade-like transformation. Bai Ye could distinctly perceive that his physique was strengthening at a visibly remarkable pace. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, the joints producing crisp sounds, as a surge of overwhelming power coursed through his entire being. Lowering his gaze, he was astonished to see a shimmering layer of flowing golden light manifest upon the surface of his skin. In the shimmering glow, faint runes flickered, exuding a tenacity comparable to that of a profound-tier spiritual artifact. Even the surrounding fluctuations of spiritual energy were repelled upon contact with this luminous layer. After a brief moment, the glow gradually melded into his skin, and the extraordinary phenomenon at the surface dissipated, yet the sense of abundant power remained undiminished. As expected, the reputation was well-deserved. Bai Ye stood up, stretching his limbs, and, feeling the surging power within him, could not help but exclaim. Although he previously possessed a 10,000-fold comprehension and had mastered martial techniques to their zenith, his physical prowess was still somewhat lacking. Confronted with an onslaught from peak Yuan Dan cultivators, he would undoubtedly face peril. However, with the refining of the golden spirit grass, he now felt assured that he could navigate encounters with multiple peak Yuan Dan opponents with ease. It was time to proceed to the Sword Intent Valley. Subsequently, Bai Ye familiarized himself with his enhanced physique and turned to soar towards the direction of the Sword Intent Valley. After the span of half an incense stick, he arrived at the valley. From a distance, the Sword Intent Valley appeared as if cleaved by a colossal axe, flanked by steep, black cliffs etched with varying depths of sword marks. All these marks, worn by the passage of time, remained sharp, as if freshly carved, emanating a faintly piercing aura. A layer of pale white mist enveloped the valley's entrance, within which countless tiny points of light swirled, resembling miniature flying swords circling, exuding a chilling aura. The air was thick with an ancient, murderous atmosphere. Even standing outside the valley, one could sense their mind ensnared by the invisible sword intent, as if in the next moment, they would be pierced by 1,000 blades. This place was one of the greatest fortunes within the Qingling secret realm, the Sword Intent Valley. Legend has it that in ancient times, a formidable sword cultivator achieved enlightenment here, merging their lifelong insights of sword intent into the valley as they passed, thus creating this unique secret realm. Future cultivators who could comprehend the sword intent within the valley would not only significantly enhance their cultivation, but also have the opportunity to inherit the sword path legacy left by that great being. Yet, this inheritance has always been rare. The Qingling secret realm has been opened dozens of times, and fewer than 1,000 cultivators have successfully comprehended the sword intent and obtained the legacy. By the time Bai Ye arrived, the area outside the valley was already teeming with people. Nearly 1,000 cultivators were scattered across the open space at the valley's mouth, sitting cross-legged in small groups, each with furrowed brows and solemn expressions. Some simulated sword movements with their hands, yet frequently paused due to their restless minds. Others closed their eyes, beads of cold sweat appearing on their foreheads, evidently suffering minor injuries from the backlash of the sword intent within the valley. Seeing the multitude of people surprised by Ye, he had assumed he was early, yet nearly 1,000 cultivators had already gathered, proving the allure of the sword intent valley to be truly remarkable. He found a relatively secluded corner away from the crowd, seated himself cross-legged, and prepared to attempt to comprehend the ancient sword intent. With his 10,000-fold comprehension, he felt utterly confident. However, just as he was about to sink into meditation, a resonant hum, akin to the cry of an ancient sword, suddenly reverberated, causing the entire valley to vibrate with a resounding echo. Immediately, a brilliant golden sword light surged skyward from the depths of the sword intent valley. The sword light, akin to a meteor slicing through the heavens, emanated an unparalleled ferocity as it spiraled gracefully in the air before, as if guided by an unseen force. It shot directly towards a cultivator on the left side of the valley's entrance. The cultivator, donned in a flowing white robe, was none other than the 9th prince of the Tianfeng dynasty, whom we had encountered earlier at the entrance of the secret realm. The moment the sword light penetrated his body, the 9th prince abruptly opened his eyes, a sharp glimmer flashing within them, and a faint azure wind blade began to swirl around him, harmonizing beautifully with the golden sword light. It was the sword light. Someone had successfully comprehended it. It was the 9th prince of the Tianfeng dynasty. How little time had passed, and he had already grasped the sword intent. Truly, he was a genius endowed with a wind spirit body, capable of such swift comprehension of ancient sword intent. Indeed remarkable. The crowd erupted in excitement, with gasps of admiration and envy resonating throughout. Bai Ye raised his gaze, observing the golden radiance enveloping the 9th prince, his brow arching slightly. Although this sword light was fierce, it lacked a certain weightiness, clearly indicating that he had only grasped the most superficial layer of sword intent. Yet before the echoes of astonishment could settle, hum, 2 additional golden sword lights surged forth from the valley. These 2 sword lights were even more solid and resplendent than the one belonging to the 9th prince, intertwining in the air to form a golden web of light, exuding a majestic aura as they descended upon a girl in purple on the right side of the valley's entrance. The girl, draped in a cascade of purple garments, with skin as fair as snow and a dot of vermilion at her brow, was none other than Lu Yuan, the saintess of the Mingxua Palace, one of the 10 great powers of Qingzhou. The moment the 2 sword lights entered her body, a delicate layer of icy mist enveloped her, within which countless tiny ice crystals transformed into sword shapes, radiating a chilling yet sacred aura. Another success. It was Lu Yuan of the Mingxua Palace. 2 sword lights. My heavens, it was indeed 2. Is there a distinction among these sword lights? A confused cultivator inquired. You do not know this? An elderly cultivator with white hair and beard stroked his chin and explained. The inheritance of Sword Intent Valley is divided into 3 tiers. 1 sword light signifies the attainment of the Xian level sword path inheritance, while 2 signify the earth level inheritance. Should one be able to summon 3, it would be the legendary heaven level inheritance. Heaven level inheritance. Someone gasped in disbelief. Indeed, the old cultivator nodded, reverence gleaming in his eyes. According to the ancient tomes of our sect, throughout Qingzhou's history, only 9 individuals have obtained the earth level inheritance, and none have attained the heaven level inheritance in nearly a millennium. Thus, Lu Yuan's comprehension surpasses that of the 9th prince. Naturally, the earth level inheritance is far more precious than the Xian level. The crowd was once again engulfed in astonishment, their gazes toward Lu Yuan filled with awe and envy. Bai Ye observed the 2 sword lights swirling around Lu Yuan, a deep sense of anticipation blossoming within his eyes. 1 represented the Xian level, 2 represented the earth level. The prospect of summoning 3 stirred within him. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within his heart, and slowly closed his eyes, immersing his entire being into the comprehension of the sword intent within the valley. His prodigious insight surged into action. His consciousness transformed into an endless starry sky, wherein every wisp of sword intent and each trace of sword mark contained profound truths, vividly presented before him. Chapter 13. The Celestial Legacy. In the span of a mere incense stick's time, the cultivators at the valley's entrance remained engrossed in deep contemplation. Some were drenched in cold sweat, while others bore the marks of their struggles, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths due to the backlash of sword intent. Even Lu Mu Wan, who had previously summoned 2 beams of sword light, sat furrowed in thought, seemingly digesting the insights from the legacy. Meanwhile, Bai Ye sat cross-legged upon a stone in the corner, his eyes gently closed, enveloped in an imperceptible golden luminescence. Within his consciousness, an extraordinary comprehension operated with terrifying efficiency. Every strand of sword intent that permeated the valley, every trace of sword marks etched upon the cliffs, and even the trajectories of the miniature sword phantoms within the mist were being deconstructed, analyzed, and synthesized, transforming into the purest understanding of the sword way. These revelations surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Initially, the sword intent bore the fierce and proud essence of ancient sword cultivators, wild and untamed. Yet, before his extraordinary comprehension, it was as if these once feral beasts had been tamed, gradually becoming docile. In the span of 3 breaths, he grasped the fundamental threads of the sword intent. After 10 breaths, he was able to resonate faintly with the sword intent within the valley. As the incense stick's time drew to a close, his consciousness suddenly resonated with a profound hum, as if an invisible barrier had been utterly shattered. He had succeeded. Bai Ye abruptly opened his eyes, 2 brilliant sword phantoms flashing within his gaze, and slowly rose to his feet. In the next instant, a deafening roar echoed throughout the valley of sword intent. This sound was not like the explosion of spiritual power. Rather, it resembled the collapse of an ancient sword tomb, imbued with a tremor that penetrated the very soul. The mist at the valley's entrance was instantaneously dispersed, and the sword marks on the cliffs gleamed with dazzling golden light. Following this, 3 beams of golden sword light, even more resplendent and powerful than those previously summoned by the 9th Prince and Lu Mu Wan, surged skyward from the depths of the valley. The first beam shot forth like a meteor, imbued with a sharp, cutting energy, and in an instant, it pierced into Bai Ye's mind. The second beam followed closely, containing a profound resonance of the Tao, and as it merged with his brow, Bai Ye's spiritual energy spontaneously began to circulate, forming a faint golden shield around him. The third beam was the most peculiar. Instead of integrating directly into his body, it paused before him, its radiance condensing into a 3-foot-long sword. The blade shimmered a dark golden hue, adorned with intricate ancient runes along its spine, while the hilt was crafted from obsidian jade, warm and smooth to the touch, yet emanating an unmistakable aura of terrifying power. The blade trembled gently in the sunlight, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy toward it, with faint sounds of sword cries echoing forth. 3 beams of sword light. It was the Celestial Legacy. Unbeknownst to who reacted first, a gasp shattered the silence of the valley. My heavens! For a millennium, no one has been able to invoke the Celestial Legacy, yet today it has truly manifested. Look at that sword. The fluctuations of spiritual energy are so formidable, it cannot be anything less than a celestial tier spiritual artifact. Indeed, and judging by its might, it must be at least of mid-grade celestial tier. This is a celestial spiritual artifact. Compared to it, even Xian-tier artifacts are akin to scrap metal. Whispers cascaded like a tide, as nearly 1,000 cultivators at the valley's entrance fixated their gazes upon Bai Ye. There were expressions of astonishment, avarice, reverence, and an unmistakable veil of jealousy. Especially the 9th Prince of the Tianfeng dynasty, who gazed at the golden longsword before Bai Ye. His fists clenched so tightly that they turned pale, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Several inner disciples of the Qingling sect were also present in the crowd. They stared at Bai Ye's silhouette, their eyes filled with envy, yet they could not discern who this person was. At this moment, Bai Ye's face was veiled by a thin layer of a masking talisman. This was a low-grade mystic talisman, capable of altering facial features, skin tone, and even simulating the aura of others, making it nearly impossible for even close acquaintances to recognize him without careful scrutiny. In Bai Ye's hands, the efficacy of this talisman was remarkably potent. It could be said that, at this moment, no one would be able to identify him. The celestial inheritance had truly lived up to expectations. As Bai Ye felt 2 streams of golden light emerge in his mind, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. One stream was the middle-grade celestial technique, the Zixiao Sword Classic. In addition to the technique, it contained a wealth of insights into swordsmanship, surpassing the highest-grade mystic techniques of the Qingling sect by several tiers. The other stream was the middle-grade celestial martial skill, the heavenly slashing sword style, which comprised 9 forms. each imbued with the profound intent to rend the heavens, possessing boundless power. Coupled with the middle-grade celestial spirit, sword named Zixiao before him. His strength was undoubtedly poised for a qualitative leap. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within, and grasped the Zixiao sword. The hilt felt cool to the touch, and a pure sword intent surged into his body through his palm. The sword intent swiftly merged with the ancient sword intent he had just comprehended, sharpening the aura surrounding him. It was not wise to linger here. Bai Ye thought to himself. The celestial inheritance was too conspicuous. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes, and he must depart swiftly. Yet, just as he turned to conceal himself amidst the valley's mist, a voice suddenly called out, "Esteemed friend, please hold." In an instant, 5 figures emerged from the crowd, fanning out to encircle him. At the forefront was a middle-aged Taoist clad in a black robe, his gaunt face adorned with 3 wisps of long beard. This was Situ Nan, an elder of the Xianyu sect, a pinnacle Yuandan expert. Beside him, the 9th prince of the Tianfeng dynasty wore a grim expression, his hands clasped behind his back, knuckles white from exertion. The remaining 3 were also late-stage Yuandan cultivators. Their auras robust, evidently core disciples of other factions. Their positioning was astutely arranged, effectively blocking all of Bai Ye's escape routes, their spiritual energy subtly circulating. Avarice unmistakable in their eyes. Bai Ye halted, his eyes narrowing, as the air around him seemed to chill instantaneously. He could distinctly sense the faint traces of murderous intent emanating from these individuals. Clearly, they were here for the celestial inheritance. Esteemed friend, I am Situ Nan of the Xianyu sect, he began, a feigned smile gracing his face, though his gaze lingered greedily on the Zixiao sword. Congratulations on acquiring the unparalleled inheritance from the Sword Intent Valley, truly a cause for celebration. Thank you, Bai Ye replied coolly, nodding slightly. His left hand discreetly resting on the sword hilt, his internal spiritual energy at its peak, ready to strike at any moment. You jest, esteemed friend. Situ Nan twirled his beard, his tone seemingly gentle, yet laced with probing intent. The celestial legacy, since the awakening of the Qingling's secret realm, had not graced the world for a millennium. For a fellow cultivator to comprehend such a legacy, they must surely be a paragon among men. Yet I wonder, from which faction do you hail? Are you among the cultivators of Qingzhou? As he spoke, several others began to draw closer, their spiritual energy pulsating with increasing intensity, casting an invisible pressure over Bai Ye. The 9th prince sneered coldly, his words dripping with provocation. Surely, you are not an outsider. If you were, you would lack the qualification to possess the ancient legacy of Qingzhou, wouldn't you? Observing this scene, Bai Ye's lips curled into a frigid smile. Whether I am a cultivator of Qingzhou or not, what of it? Your words are refreshingly candid, Situ Nan replied, the smile on his face fading, revealing a murderous intent in his eyes. If you are indeed a cultivator of Qingzhou, perhaps I might spare your life. But if you are an outsider, he paused, his voice suddenly turning frigid, I must ask you to surrender the celestial legacy. This Qingling secret realm belongs to Qingzhou, and its legacies should rightfully be inherited by its cultivators. The item is right here, Bai Ye declared, raising his hand to thrust the Zixiao sword into the azure stone before him, the blade embedding 3 inches deep, producing a clear, resonant chime. If you dare, come and take it. Very well. You possess a certain backbone. A glint of ferocity flickered in Situ Nan's eyes. Since you refuse to drink the wine of friendship, do not blame me for being impolite. Boom. Before his words had fully dissipated, a tremendous wave of spiritual pressure erupted from him. The aura of a peak Yuandan cultivator surged forth like a tsunami, causing the cultivators at the valley's mouth to retreat in alarm, their faces etched with terror. The peak Yuandan level represented the pinnacle of combat prowess in Qingzhou. In an instant, Situ Nan's figure flickered, darting toward Bai Ye like a specter. His right hand transformed into a palm, slicing through the air with a howling force aimed directly at Bai Ye's chest. This strike embodied the entirety of his cultivation. The wind from his palm rushed forth, rustling Bai Ye's robes, clearly intent on delivering a fatal blow. Chapter 14. The Emergence of the Transcendent Realm Seeking Death. Bai Ye snorted coldly, advancing rather than retreating. He drove his left foot into the ground, accelerating his form, the wind shadow step activated, leaving a phantom in his wake. Immediately, he clenched his right fist, a crimson aura coalescing around it, entwined with a faint golden sword intent. This was the culmination of his fiery heaven fist fused with the ancient sword intent he had just comprehended, a full-force strike. Boom. At the moment of impact, an earth-shattering explosion resonated. The crimson aura erupted forth like molten lava, swiftly shattering Situ Nan's palm wind and crashing against his right arm with unrelenting force. Crack. The unmistakable sound of bone fracturing rang clear. Situ Nan's right arm twisted grotesquely, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the sword-intent valley. Sidunan's face turned pale with agony as he turned to flee, but his speed appeared sluggish, akin to that of a snail, against the wind shadow step. Bai Ye's figure flickered, appearing behind him once more, delivering another punch. Puff! The aura of his fist pierced through Sidunan's chest, sending forth a spray of blood. His body crumpled to the ground, his eyes wide open, clearly unable to rest in peace. From the moment Sidunan made his move until his demise, merely 3 breaths passed. A formidable master at the peak of the Yuan Dan stage was unexpectedly slain in the blink of an eye. Next, Bai Ye retracted his fist, his gaze sweeping over the remaining individuals with a tone as indifferent as if discussing an inconsequential matter, or perhaps he invited them to come at him together. The faces of the remaining few turned ashen, cold sweat streaming down their cheeks as they swallowed hard in trepidation. The 9th prince, upon gazing at Sidunan's lifeless body, was filled with dread, his previous arrogance evaporating as he turned to flee, his spiritual energy surging to its utmost, disappearing in an instant into the mist at the valley's entrance. The other 3, as if awakening from a nightmare, screamed and scattered in panic, lacking even the courage to glance back. The sword-intent valley fell into an eerie silence. Those cultivators who had initially sought to witness the spectacle now trembled, retreating with looks of awe directed at Bai Ye. After all, that was a master at the peak of the Yuan Dan stage, to be struck down so brutally. Like a wild dog? What manner of creature was this young man in the gray-blue robe? Bai Ye observed the disheveled retreat of the others, harboring no intentions of pursuit. His immediate priority was to find a place to assimilate the heavenly level inheritance. As he bent to retrieve the Zixiao sword, preparing to depart, an icy chill suddenly enveloped him from above. Boom! The space quivered abruptly, and a robust figure materialized in midair. It was a man with graying hair and beard, clad in a black robe identical to Sidunan's, the emblem of the Xianyu sect embroidered upon it. He was surrounded by a terrifying aura. Each breath he took causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge violently, his murky eyes fixed on Bai Ye, brimming with murderous intent. Where did this wretch come from? How dare you slay a cultivator of my Xianyu sect? You seek death, the man bellowed, his voice imbued with the unique authority of a master at the Tongxian stage, causing the cultivators at the valley entrance to wince in pain, collapsing to their knees, lacking the courage to raise their heads. In the next moment, the man raised his right hand and pressed down fiercely towards Bai Ye. Buzz! Spiritual energy in the sky converged frantically, morphing into an enormous hand that obscured the heavens. The hand gleamed a pale gold, its intricate patterns visible, each line imbued with a terrifying Tao rhythm, as if capable of suppressing all existence. The colossal hand slowly parted the clouds, descending upon Bai Ye with the weight of a mountain. A Tongxian stage master. This was undoubtedly a formidable being at the Tongxian stage. My heavens! There is actually a Tongxian stage master nearby, from the Xianyu sect. That young man is finished. The gap between the Yuan Dan and Tongxian stages is insurmountable. The cultivators at the valley's entrance screamed in horror, fleeing in all directions. Among them were those well-versed in the terrifying might of the Tongxian stage. This was a being capable of manipulating the spiritual energy of the heavens and grasping aspects of the laws of nature, in the presence of a Tongxian master. A Yuan Dan cultivator was as fragile as an ant. It's over. It's over. The heavenly level inheritance will ultimately fall into the hands of the Xianyu sect. A cultivator shook his head in lament, his eyes filled with regret. In midair, the Xianyu sect master gazed down at the diminutive figure of Bai Ye, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. To him, this strike would undoubtedly spell death for his opponent, and the heavenly level inheritance would soon be within his grasp. Bai Ye lifted his gaze to the colossal hand descending from above, his heart weighed down with a profound gravity. Is this the realm of enlightenment? He could distinctly feel the surrounding space being confined as the hand descended, rendering his wind shadow steps nearly impossible to invoke. The mastery of spiritual energy and the application of laws were indeed far superior to that of the Yuan Dan realm. Yet, he did not surrender. At the very moment the giant hand was about to strike his head, he fiercely positioned the Zixiao sword before him, channeling all his cultivation. The spiritual power within him swiftly fused with the sword's will. Flash! Bai Ye uttered a low cry, the long sword in his hand slicing through the air. A dazzling stream of golden sword energy surged skyward, imbued with the dual might of ancient sword intent and surging spiritual force, colliding directly with the colossal hand. Boom! The clash of golden sword energy and the giant hand reverberated with a thunderous explosion. Although the sword energy was ultimately crushed by the hand, it nonetheless impeded its descent. In that fleeting moment of opportunity, Bai Ye swiftly activated his wind shadow steps, simultaneously shattering a pre-prepared concealment talisman. his figure transformed into a mere afterimage, slipping into the crevice of the cliff deep within the Sword Intent Valley, all while suppressing his aura. The giant hand crashed down, striking the very spot where Bai Ye had stood. Boom! Dust billowed, and the ground sank several dozen meters, forming an immense palm imprint, while the surrounding ancient trees splintered, debris scattering in all directions. Foolhardy creature, a man from the Xian Yu sect coldly snorted, his figure flashing to the edge of the palm imprint, ready to claim Bai Ye's corpse. Yet, in the next instant, his brow furrowed tightly. Where's the body? The man from the Xian Yu sect extended his consciousness, scrutinizing every inch of the land around him, but the dense sword intent and chaotic spiritual energy within the secret realm greatly suppressed his perception. What once could cover dozens of miles now extended barely 100 meters. Moments later, his expression darkened considerably as he ground his teeth and growled, "Damn it. The suppression in this Qingling secret realm is too formidable. It allowed that wretch to escape." The cultivators at the valley's mouth stood stunned, gazing at the empty ground. The youth had actually fled from the grasp of a powerful figure in the realm of enlightenment. Chapter 15. Bai Ye breaks through to enlightenment. To the southwest of the Sword Intent Valley, hidden within the embrace of nature, lay a secret cave. The entrance was cloaked by vines, barely allowing a single person to pass sideways, yet the interior revealed a world of wonder. Embedded in the rock walls were several luminous night pearls, illuminating the modest space with a soft glow. The air was imbued with a faintly humid essence, mingled with the subtle fragrance of spiritual herbs. Bai Ye sat cross-legged upon a green stone platform at the center of the cave, the hem of his gray robe stained with flecks of dark red blood. This was the result of sustaining a blow from the realm of enlightenment, causing internal injuries from the residual shockwave of spiritual energy. He raised a hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, his fingertips icy, and his gaze sharp as a blade, radiating a chilling intensity. The realm of enlightenment was indeed as formidable as its reputation suggested. He murmured softly, a lingering dull pain still echoing in his chest. That old man's spiritual power could even manipulate the laws of heaven and earth, momentarily confining space itself. I shall remember this debt. Just moments ago in the Valley of Sword Intent, had it not been for his body, tempered by the golden spirit grass, withstanding half the impact and his unparalleled speed from the wind shadow steps enabling his escape, he would have undoubtedly been reduced to mere flesh beneath that colossal hand. A typical pinnacle Yuan Dan cultivator, if struck by such a blow, would have had their meridians shattered and their soul scattered. Yet, he merely sustained minor internal injuries, with his foundation remaining unshaken. This is the profound essence bestowed by 6 cycles of heavenly gifts and the refinement from the golden spirit grass. He retrieved a pristine white porcelain vial from his storage bag, pouring out a jade green pill. The pill felt cool to the touch, its surface enveloped in a faint aura of spiritual energy. It was the 3rd-grade healing elixir, the revitalizing dew, provided by the Bai family. As he placed the pill into his mouth, it dissolved instantly, transforming into a warm medicinal force that slid down his throat and gradually dispersed within his abdomen. He closed his eyes, channeling the azure cloud technique to guide the medicinal energy towards his injured internals. Where the energy flowed, the once burning pain gradually subsided, as if the damaged meridians were being gently soaked in warm water, slowly rejuvenating. After approximately the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, he suddenly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, laced with a faint black mist. The injuries to his internals had completely healed. It was time to comprehend the heavenly tier inheritance. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. The oppressive aura of the Tongxian realm made him acutely aware that only by rapidly enhancing his strength could he truly establish himself in this perilous secret realm. He raised his hand to his brow, and 2 streams of golden light instantly emerged in his sea of consciousness, representing the heavenly tier inheritance acquired from the Valley of Sword Intent. The mid-tier heavenly technique, Purple Sky Sword Classic, and the mid-tier martial art, Heavenly/9 styles. Although the Azure Cloud technique he currently cultivates is an exceptional Xian-grade technique, the prized possession of the Azure Cloud sect, capable of supporting a cultivator to the pinnacle of Tongxian, it pales in comparison to the Purple Sky Sword Classic, resembling a firefly against the brilliance of the moon. According to records within the sect, over the past several millennia, the number of forces wielding heavenly tier techniques throughout the wasteland could be counted on one hand. He was filled with anticipation regarding the differences that the heavenly gifts invoked by the heavenly tier techniques might bring. Taking a deep breath, he centered his mind, concentrating all his attention on the golden light of the Purple Sky Sword Classic. His manifold comprehension instantly activated. Within his sea of consciousness, the runes of the Purple Sky Sword Classic seemed to come alive, slowly unfolding. The intricate sword principles, the the esoteric routes of spiritual energy circulation, and the methods resonating with the sword intent of heaven and earth, once requiring years or even decades to comprehend, appeared as clear as patterns viewed upon one's palm before his enhanced understanding. Every character and rune within the sword classic transformed into tangible sword shadows, rehearsing, deconstructing, and merging within his sea of consciousness. In less than half a stick of incense's time, he grasped the core essence of the Purple Sky Sword Classic. After another stick of incense had burned, the spiritual energy within him began to autonomously circulate along the pathways of the Sword Classic, creating a subtle resonance with the surrounding spiritual energies of heaven and earth. When the first wisp of golden sword intent flowed from his fingertips, the cultivation realm of the Purple Sky Sword Classic had quietly reached its zenith. Boom! At the very moment of transcending boundaries, a sudden opening appeared at the summit of the cave. A golden portal, 3 meters wide, materialized out of thin air, more resplendent than any previous divine gifts of the heavens. Countless rich and almost liquid essences of heaven and earth cascaded down like a waterfall, enveloping Bai Ye entirely. The influx of these celestial essences surged into his body, delivering an unprecedented impact. Bai Ye's meridians were forcibly expanded several-fold, and the previously condensed spiritual energy began to undergo a qualitative transformation, subtly infused with a hint of golden sword intent. His consciousness realm also expanded, and his soul became more refined, enhancing his sensitivity to the laws of the universe several times over. After an entire incense stick's worth of time, the golden portal gradually closed. The celestial essences were completely absorbed by Bai Ye. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from within the cave. Above Bai Ye, a pale azure vortex of spiritual energy quietly manifested, initially small in size, but rapidly expanding to 1,000 feet. Like a colossal pillar connecting heaven and earth, it voraciously devoured the surrounding spiritual energy. The trees outside the cave were stirred by the vortex, their branches and leaves violently shaking, and even the stones on the ground were swept into the air, creating a scene of utter terror. Was this the commotion of a breakthrough? Several miles away, a group of cultivators searching for spiritual herbs were startled by this phenomenon, looking up in astonishment. My goodness! The scale of this spiritual vortex must indicate someone has broken through the transcendence realm. A breakthrough from the Yuan Dan realm to the transcendence realm could actually cause such a stir? What an incredible talent! Who could it be among the powers? Achieving a breakthrough in the secret realm? Such extraordinary luck! Amidst the murmurs, many cultivators gazed towards the direction of the spiritual vortex, their eyes filled with envy and reverence. Chapter 16. Seeking assistance within the cave, Bai Ye felt the tumultuous changes within his body and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is indeed the power of the transcendence realm. So vastly different from the Yuan Dan realm." The most fundamental change of the transcendence realm lies in the ability to comprehend the profound mysteries of heaven and earth. At this moment, he could distinctly sense the vitality of every blade of grass and every tree surrounding him. He could summon the ambient spiritual energy in the air, instantaneously forming a protective shield, and even harness the power of the universe to soar through the skies. What used to require all his effort to mobilize now only needed a thought to draw upon the forces of heaven and earth, enhancing his combat prowess by more than tenfold. He waved his hand, and the vortex of spiritual energy above him dissipated in an instant, calming the phenomena in the surrounding environment. The commotion was too great, potentially attracting trouble, Bai Ye murmured to himself, rising to brush off the dust from his robe before stepping out of the cave. Utilizing the speed of the wind shadow step, he darted towards a more secluded direction. After locating another hidden valley, he sat cross-legged once more, beginning to delve into another inheritance, the 9 styles of heaven slashing. With the experience gained from comprehending the Purple Cloud Sword Classic, this session of cultivation proceeded even more smoothly, with a 10,000-fold enhancement to his comprehension. Each sword move of the 9 styles of heaven slashing was rehearsed repeatedly in his mind. The first style, Wind Slash, the sword strikes like a fierce gale. The second style, Wave Slash, the sword energy surges like a raging tide. Until the 9th style, Heaven Slash, where the sword technique merges with the sword intent of the heavens, as if it could rend the very firmament. In less than half an hour, the 9 styles of celestial slashing had been successfully mastered to its peak. A resounding boom. Once again, a golden portal materialized. And although the essence of heaven and earth this time was not as overwhelming as before, it bore an even purer resonance of the Tao. As the essence surged into his body, faint golden patterns suddenly emerged beneath Bai Ye's skin. As these patterns swirled, even his blood shimmered with a subtle glow. His constitution, having undergone numerous divine blessings from the heavenly path, had transformed into the legendary innate Tao body. The innate Tao body is recorded as one of the most superior physiques within the cultivation realm of the Xiantian continent, containing innate Tao patterns within his meridians. His comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth became remarkably efficient, and with the Tao resonance coursing through his blood, harnessing the power of the universe became effortless. Although Bai Ye was merely at the first level of the profound realm, he could confront cultivators at the third level of the profound realm with the advantage of his innate Tao body. Grasping the Zixiao sword beside him, the blade trembled lightly, emitting a clear and melodious chime, with the 9 styles of celestial slashing and the Zixiao sword in hand. Even a peak cultivator at the third level of the profound realm would be easily dispatched. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as the figure of that elder from the Xin Yu sect resurfaced in his mind. This debt must be settled. He retrieved the sheepskin map given by the Bai family from his storage bag. His fingertip traced the map, finally resting on a location marked as the Spirit Transformation Tower. The Spirit Transformation Tower is the greatest treasure trove within the Qingling secret realm, second to none. Legends say it harbors the ultimate legacy of ancient divine beings. Furthermore, it contains various supreme treasures that assist cultivators in breaking through to the transcendent realm. Each time the secret realm opens, all cultivators converge here. First, I shall head to the Spirit Transformation Tower. That old wretch is likely to be there as well. Bai Ye stowed the map away, his figure flickering, transforming into a stream of light in a pale azure hue, swiftly racing towards the Spirit Transformation Tower. His speed was now several times faster than before. As he soared through the air, he left behind only a faint afterimage, the very air tearing with a delicate sound. Half an hour later, a vast expanse of plain appeared before him. The plain bore no vegetation, only exposed black rocks, resembling a silent painting from afar. At the far end of the plain, an enormous tower rose majestically, piercing the clouds. The tower was constructed from unknown black stones, its surface etched with ancient runes. Golden light shimmered between the runes, exuding an aura of timeless mystery. This was indeed the Spirit Transformation Tower. It was rumored that during the last opening of the secret realm, someone obtained a 7th grade spirit fruit, the condensation fruit, within the Spirit Transformation Tower, which could increase the probability of a peak profound realm cultivator breaking through to the nascent soul realm by 70%. Bai Ye gazed at the Spirit Transformation Tower, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. If he could acquire a treasure of similar caliber, his chances of breaking through to the nascent soul realm would be exceedingly assured. Just as he was about to set off towards the Spirit Transformation Tower, a red signal firework suddenly illuminated the northeastern sky. The firework exploded in the air, forming a blue cloud pattern. That was the distress signal of the Qingling sect. The Qingling sect as people? Bai Ye raised an eyebrow. Although he was reluctant to reveal his identity, he could not stand idly by in the face of danger, for he was indeed a disciple of the Qingling sect. With his current level of cultivation, he found himself almost unmatched within the secret realm. Even when faced with danger, he could effortlessly extricate himself. Decisively, he altered his course, racing towards the direction of the signal flare. The speed of a master in the transcendence realm is astonishing, covering several kilometers in the blink of an eye. Upon arrival at the scene, he beheld a young disciple clad in the attire of the Qingling sect, besieged by 3 assailants. The disciple's garments were tattered. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his spiritual energy wavered chaotically, clearly on the verge of collapse. The trio of attackers, all donned in the black robes of the Xianyue sect, were formidable, each at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the condensation realm, executing ruthless strikes aimed directly at vital points. At a glance, Bai Ye recognized the disciple as Lin Yan, whom he had encountered not long ago outside the scripture pavilion. At that time, Lin Yan had been at the peak of the 3rd layer of the condensation realm. Now, he had astonishingly broken through to the 9th layer, evidently having gained significant opportunities within the secret realm. Xianyue sect, once again, it is you. Bai Ye's gaze turned icy. From Situ Nan in the Sword Intent Valley to that elderly master of the transcendence realm, and now to these 3 young disciples. His impression of the Xianyue sect had deteriorated to its nadir. Kid, prepare to die? One of the Xianyue disciples sneered, conjuring a fist imprint of earthy hue, launching it towards Lin Yan's back. Lin Yan, his face pale, attempted to evade but was too late. At that moment, a pale azure figure suddenly appeared before him, so swift that the fist imprint from the Xianyue disciple had not even fully manifested. Who? The Xianyue disciple exclaimed in shock. Lin Yan, startled by the abrupt appearance, looked up to see a figure clad in a plain gray robe, unfamiliar, yet exuding a sense of reassuring composure. Do not be alarmed. Bai Ye turned to Lin Yan, speaking calmly. I am here to rescue you. Chapter 17. The Huangquan spiritual fruit. The 3 Xianyue cultivators were momentarily taken aback by the sudden emergence of this individual. The leader, with high cheekbones and a sinister gaze, scrutinized Bai Ye for a prolonged moment, yet could not discern his cultivation level. Bai Ye deliberately tempered his aura, revealing only the fluctuations of the condensation realm, but emanating a pressure that instilled trepidation. My dear friend, this is a private matter concerning the Xinhua sect. Are you certain you wish to intervene? The leader, suppressing his unease, spoke with an undertone of menace, quietly channeling spiritual energy while resting his hand on the artifact at his waist. The affairs of the Xinhua sect were not to be trifled with by just anyone. He had hoped to leverage the sect's reputation to intimidate his opponent, considering the Xinhua sect was a prominent force in Qingzhou, one that ordinary cultivators would hesitate to provoke. However, before he could finish his sentence, whoosh, a slender, golden sword beam suddenly shot forth from Bai Ye's fingertip. The speed of the sword beam was unparalleled, leaving only a faint golden afterimage in the air. Before the leader could react, it had already sliced across his neck. You. The leader's pupils constricted as he instinctively reached for his throat, only to feel the warmth of his own blood. His body froze in place, before gradually collapsing. The wound on his neck smooth and clean, not a drop of blood spilled. The remaining 2 disciples of the Xinhua sect trembled in fear, their bodies shaking and teeth chattering. Gazing into the emotionless eyes of Bai Ye, they felt a chilling dread surge from their feet to the crown of their heads. The aura of the condensation realm could annihilate even the zenith of the 9th layer of the condensation realm. This was undoubtedly a ferocious character masquerading as a harmless being. The Xinhua sect? What a formidable presence. Bai Ye retracted the sword intent from his fingertips, his tone icy. I grant you 10 breaths to summon your sect members. Before he could finish his sentence, the 2 disciples felt as though they had been granted a reprieve and hastily retrieved a blue bamboo slip from their robes. The slip bore the runes of the Xinhua sect, and they crushed it with all their might. In the next moment, a blue signal firework soared into the sky, bursting open to form a menacing beast's head. This was the emergency distress signal of the Xinhua sect. The signal has been sent, my friend. One of the disciples' voices quivered as he attempted to say more, yet was interrupted by Bai Ye's frigid gaze. The 2 dared not linger and turned to flee, only to be halted by Bai Ye's raised hand. What is the rush? It is not too late to leave once your sect members arrive. Their faces turned pale, and they could only brace themselves to stand in place, their eyes darting toward the direction of the signal firework, hoping for the swift arrival of their sect's powerful allies. In less than the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, 2 piercing sounds sliced through the air from afar. Who dares to harm a disciple of the Xinhua sect? A furious roar echoed as 2 figures descended nearby. One was a middle-aged cultivator clad in a black robe, with a resolute countenance. The other was an elderly man sporting a goatee, his gaze sharp as a blade. Both radiated the formidable aura of late-stage essence transformation, their presence robust, clearly indicating they were elders of the Xinhua sect. Elders, please save us. The 2 disciples, seeing their salvation, rushed over while crying out. The middle-aged cultivator glanced at the corpse of the leading disciple on the ground, then turned his gaze toward Bai Ye, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. You have slain a disciple of the Xinhua sect? Bai Ye, uninterested in idle talk, merely raised his hand and unleashed 2 beams of sword light. Whoosh, whoosh. The golden sword lights sliced through the necks of the middle-aged cultivator and the goateed elder in an instant. They had not even comprehended each other's movements before their heads fell, blood splattering upon the ground, staining the black rocks crimson. Late-stage essence transformation, similarly annihilated. The 2 surviving disciples of the Xinhua sect were utterly dumbfounded. They collapsed to the ground, their pant legs soaked with cold sweat. Looking at Bai Ye was akin to staring at a reaper come to claim their souls, unable even to weep. Continue to shout, Bai Ye said indifferently. Your sect's transcendence realm expert has yet to arrive, has he? There's no one left. Truly no one. One disciple cried out, in our vicinity. There are only 2 late-stage essence transformation elders. We beg you spare us. Bai Ye said no more and raised his hands to unleash 2 palms of spiritual force. 2 resonating palm prints shot forth, instantly reducing the 2 to a mist of blood. It was only at this moment that Lin Yan, standing nearby, regained his composure. He gazed at the corpses on the ground, then turned to Bai Ye, swallowing hard, his face a portrait of shock. Just now, those were 2 late-stage essence transformation cultivators. They were dispatched so effortlessly. What realm of power does this elder possess? Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life. Lin Yan hastily bowed, his tone dripping with utmost respect. Bai Ye turned around and gazed at Lin Yan, inquiring with a calm demeanor, what transpired? Why are the members of the Xinhua sect pursuing you? Lin Yan took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within him, and began to recount, honored elder. An hour ago, I discovered a Huang Quan spirit fruit tree in a valley to the northeast. The Huang Quan spirit fruit tree? Bai Ye's eyes glimmered with interest. He was well aware that this tree was a 6th-grade spiritual plant, and the fruit it bore could significantly enhance one's spiritual power. Moreover, for cultivators at the Tongxian realm, it could directly aid in breaking through to higher levels, rendering it invaluable. Indeed, Lin Yan nodded, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes. The tree bore a full 100 ripe spirit fruits, just as I intended to harvest them. 3 cultivators from the Xian Yu sect arrived. They, driven by greed, sought to seize the fruits, and I was no match for them. So I had to flee in haste. Fortunately, I encountered you, esteemed elder. 100 Huang Quan spirit fruits. Bai Ye's heart ignited with fervor. If he could obtain these fruits, his spiritual power would undergo a qualitative leap, and he could potentially use their energy to swiftly break through to the mid or even late stages of the Tongxian realm. Where is the spirit fruit tree located? Bai Ye asked in a low voice. It is to the northeast, approximately 30 miles from here, in a deep valley at its center, Lin Yan replied promptly. Then recalled something and cautioned, esteemed elder, the members of the Xian Yu sect may have already arrived ahead of you. Please exercise caution when you go. Bai Ye nodded, retrieving a porcelain vial from his storage bag and tossing it to Lin Yan. This contains 3 revitalizing pills. Take them to heal your wounds. He then threw out another storage bag filled with several hundred mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Yan accepted the vial and storage bag, overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, honored elder. Your kindness is something I shall never forget. Bai Ye waved his hand dismissively, his figure transforming into a faint azure streak of light as he sped toward the northeast. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Lin Yan's sight. Lin Yan watched the direction in which Bai Ye had disappeared, feeling a mix of emotions. What a pity it would be if the Xian Yu sect arrives just a moment too late for those Huang Quan spirit fruits. Yet, I am fortunate to have encountered this elder, who has saved my life. He recalled Bai Ye's appearance, furrowing his brow. This elder seemed unfamiliar. It appeared there were no such young powerhouses within the sect. Could he possibly have ties to another sect? Shaking his head, Lin Yan dismissed his thoughts and prepared to find a concealed spot to focus on healing. Chapter 18. The 9 Techniques of Heaven's Severance. A distance of 30 miles was but a fleeting moment for Bai Ye. His form darted through the forest, crossing a stream, and soon he located the valley Lin Yan had described. The valley's entrance was narrow, flanked by steep cliffs. These cliffs were adorned with dark green vines, interspersed with small purple flowers that emitted a subtle fragrance. Bai Ye suppressed his aura and stealthily entered the valley. Upon entering, the terrain gradually opened up, and the spiritual energy in the air became palpably denser, at least twice that of the outside. Faintly, he could detect a peculiar and sweet aroma permeating the atmosphere. Bai Ye ventured deeper and swiftly arrived at the center of the valley. At a glance, one could see at the heart of the valley a small tree, standing quietly at a height of approximately 5 feet. The trunk exhibited a pale yellow hue, its surface enveloped in a faint, ethereal glow, while the leaves shimmered a vibrant emerald green, with golden veins coursing through them. The branches were laden with fruits, bright yellow and roughly the size of a fist, their surfaces glistening with a gentle luster, each fruit emanating a pure spiritual essence. This was none other than the yellow spring spirit fruit tree. Beneath it sat a middle-aged man with graying hair, cross-legged in meditation. Clad in the black robe of the Xian Yu sect, his eyes were tightly shut, surrounded by a dense aura of spiritual energy as he held a yellow spring spirit fruit in his hand, slowly refining it. The power of the spirit fruit flowed through his fingertips into his body, and a look of rapture appeared on his face, clearly lost in the bliss of enhancing his cultivation. This was none other than Zhou Qian, the elder of the Xian Yu sect who had attacked Bai Ye not long ago in the Valley of Sword Intent. The moment Bai Ye stepped into the heart of the valley, Zhou Qian opened his eyes. His gaze was as cold as steel, and as his consciousness locked onto Bai Ye, it was tinged with unabashed murderous intent. Yet, he did not rise immediately. Instead, his profound spiritual energy erupted explosively. In an instant, a vast pressure swept through the valley, causing the vines to flatten against the ground and halting the flow of the stream. Zhou Qian bellowed, "Who dares to trespass on my territory? Get lost." Bai Ye turned to Zhou Qian, his eyes suddenly icy. "It's you, old dog. Fate has brought us together once more." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qian's brows furrowed as he scrutinized Bai Ye, soon recognizing him. A cruel smile crept across his lips. "So it's you, wretch. You managed to escape last time, and now you dare to come to me? Truly seeking death." Before his words had fully left his lips, Zhou Qian thrust his right hand forward, launching a palm strike towards Bai Ye. Boom. The spiritual energy in the air surged violently, coalescing into a massive black handprint about the size of a foot, shrouded in wisps of dark mist, carrying a corrosive aura that bore down upon Bai Ye. This was his prize technique, the earth-level middle-grade corrupting palm. Yet, Bai Ye's response was swifter. With a low shout, he invoked the first move of the 9 styles of heaven severing Wind. Grasping the Zixiao sword at his back, he drew it with a swift motion. Buzz! The moment the long sword was unsheathed, a dazzling golden sword light erupted forth. The sword light, akin to a bolt of golden lightning, sliced towards the black handprint with a force capable of rending the heavens. Where the sword light passed, the air was torn asunder, creating a minuscule spatial rift, even warping the light itself. Is this the power of heaven and earth? Zhou Qian's pupils constricted, his smile freezing instantly, replaced by profound shock. You have actually broken through to the profound realm. He could hardly believe it. Mere hours ago, Bai Ye was still at the Yuan dance stage. Yet now he had ascended to the profound realm. The speed of this breakthrough was utterly beyond his comprehension. As the golden sword light collided with the black handprint, the handprint melted away like snow meeting fire. The sword light continued unabated, slicing directly towards Zhou Qian. A wave of dread engulfed Zhou Qian. As he felt a chilling sense of death enveloping him, he could distinctly sense that the power of this sword light far exceeded his capacity to endure. Damn it! Zhou Qian let out a roar and swiftly drew a white jade pendant from his bosom. The pendant was engraved with intricate runes, serving as his life-saving 7th-grade protective talisman. The Xianyu Jade Talisman. With all his strength, he crushed the jade pendant. Boom! The pendant transformed into a myriad of white light, coalescing in the air into a gigantic azure-green cauldron with 3 legs and 2 ears. The cauldron stood nearly 10 feet tall, its surface adorned with ancient runes that glimmered with a faint azure light, exuding a weighty aura akin to a mountain. Clang! The golden sword light struck the cauldron, producing a deafening sound. The cauldron shook violently, its surface sprouting numerous cracks, yet it ultimately managed to withstand the blow. 7th-grade talisman? Bai Ye scoffed. The old dog does have some reserves. Before Zhou Qian could catch his breath, Bai Ye swung his sword once more. The second form of the 9 styles of sword heaven, Wave Cleave. 2 golden sword lights erupted simultaneously, resembling 2 colossal golden waves, carrying a cataclysmic momentum, once again slashing toward the cauldron. Crack! The cracks on the cauldron spread instantaneously, followed by a thunderous shatter, disintegrating into countless specks of light that vanished into the air. Impossible! Zhou Qian felt his heart wrenching in despair. This was a 7th-grade protective spirit jade. How could you possibly shatter it? No longer daring to linger, he turned and fled, channeling his spiritual power to its utmost. His figure transformed into a black shadow, racing toward the valley's entrance. Can you escape? Bai Ye's gaze turned icy, invoking the wind and shadow steps beneath his feet, his form a golden streak of light, swiftly catching up to Zhou Qian. 9 styles of sword heaven, Heaven Cleave. The golden sword light erupted once more, this time even more resplendent and formidable. The sword light grazed Zhou Qian's neck, drawing a line of blood. In the next instant, Zhou Qian's body froze in place, his head slowly descending, rolling onto the ground. His eyes were wide open, evidently unable to close in death. Chapter 19. The opening of the transformation tower. Bai Ye raised his hand and sheathed the Zixiao sword. The moment the sword entered its sheath, it emitted a clear, resonant hum, echoing his current elated state of mind. He approached Zhou Qian's corpse, bending down to retrieve the black storage bag from his waist. The storage bag of a Transcendence Realm Elder should contain some valuable items. Pinching the storage bag between his fingers, he could distinctly feel the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from within. It was likely filled with spirit stones, elixirs, and perhaps even the Xianyu sect's martial arts jade slips. After stowing the storage bag in his bosom, Bai Ye turned back to the center of the valley. The Huangquan spirit fruit tree still bore a multitude of fruits, its pale yellow trunk radiating a gentle spiritual light. A satisfied smile graced his lips. Although Zhou Qian had refined 5 of them, the remaining 95 were more than sufficient for him to break through his current realm. He carefully collected the remaining spirit fruits and subsequently uprooted the entire tree, placing it within his storage bag. He wasn't certain of its utility, but he figured it was best to take it all. Having completed these tasks, Bai Ye no longer lingered. His figure transformed into a pale azure streak of light, racing swiftly beyond the valley. He needed to find a safe place to refine these Huangquan spirit fruits. Half an hour later, Bai Ye halted within a secluded cave. Deep within the cave lay a crystal-clear spring, shimmering with a faint ethereal glow, clearly a spirit spring. He retrieved several formation flags from his storage bag and swiftly established a tri-layered defensive array at the entrance and within the cave. The outermost layer was the concealing spirit array, capable of masking the spiritual energy fluctuations within. The middle layer was the alarm array for birds, which would emit a subtle warning should any cultivator approach. The innermost layer was the gathering spirit array, designed to concentrate the surrounding spiritual energy, aiding in cultivation. Once the formations were set, Bai Ye settled cross-legged beside the spirit spring and took out a Huangquan spirit fruit. The fruit felt warm to the touch, enveloped in a delicate golden mist. Bringing it closer to his nose, he inhaled a crisp fragrance that invigorated his very soul. Upon consumption, the spirit fruit melted in his mouth, transforming into a pure essence of spiritual power that flowed down his throat into his sea of consciousness. This power was gentle yet formidable, akin to a gentle stream merging into the ocean, instantly enveloping his entire sea of consciousness. Bai Ye felt as though his sea of consciousness had expanded several-fold. The once vague perception of the laws of heaven and earth now appeared strikingly clear. He could even discern the swirling trajectories of the spiritual particles drifting in the air. Quickly closing his eyes, he activated the Zixiao sword cannon, guiding this spiritual power to nourish his meridians and break through his realm. Time slipped away unnoticed during his cultivation. On the first day, Bai Ye refined 20 Huangquan spirit fruits, his spiritual power surging dramatically, shattering the barrier of the first layer of the Tongxian realm and smoothly advancing to the third layer. By the third day, after refining the 50th spirit fruit, his meridians, under the nurturing of the spiritual power, became even more resilient, increasing the speed of his spiritual energy circulation by 30%, allowing him to break through to the fourth layer of Tongxian. On the morning of the fifth day, as he fully absorbed the power of the last Huangquan spirit fruit, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy suddenly erupted within the cave. Boom! Rocks began to tumble from the cave's ceiling, and even the outer concealing spirit array flickered in response to this wave. Above Bai Ye's head, a vortex of spiritual energy emerged, stretching 100 feet in diameter, as the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged madly into his body. The spiritual energy coursed through his meridians like a mighty river, while the spiritual power within his sea of consciousness solidified like glass. He had reached the pinnacle of the sixth layer of Tongxian. Bai Ye abruptly opened his eyes, a golden glimmer flashing within them. He felt the surging power within him and could not help but clench his fist. The spiritual energy at his fingertips pulsated, even drawing upon the surrounding forces of heaven and earth to form delicate blades of wind. This was the might of the sixth layer of Tongxian. He was but a step away from the later stages of Tongxian. According to the conventional pace of cultivators in Qingzhou, ascending from the first to the pinnacle of the sixth layer of the Tongxian realm would typically require at least 10 years of arduous cultivation, along with ample resources. Yet, with the aid of Huangquan spirit fruits and his extraordinary comprehension, he achieved this in merely 5 days. Such speed, if known, would undoubtedly astonish the entire realm of cultivators in the wasteland. With my current innate Dao body, combined with the unparalleled Zixiao sword cannon and the 9 styles of sky slashing, I would be able to contend with cultivators in the later stages of Tongxian. Bai Ye brimmed with confidence. The combat prowess at the later stages of Tongxian was on par with the leaders of the top 10 sects in Qingzhou. This meant that his current strength allowed him to stand shoulder to shoulder with the most elite individuals in Qingzhou. He retracted the battle flag, emerged from the cave, and cast his gaze towards the direction of the transformation tower. By the reckoning of time, the tower was poised to open soon. In a fleeting motion, he transformed into a streak of light, hastening towards the plains. In less than half an hour, Bai Ye arrived at the expanse where the tower stood. At this moment, nearly 1,000 cultivators had gathered on the plains, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they fixated on the towering edifice. The transformation tower soared over 900 zhang, constructed entirely from ancient, dark yellow stone, its surface adorned with countless arcane runes. A gentle golden luminescence swirled around the runes, reminiscent of the imprints left by the passage of time. The tower featured 30 tiers of windows, each exuding an air of mystique that instilled trepidation in onlookers. It was said that each level of the tower harbored corresponding trials, and overcoming the adversaries within would yield rewards. Indeed, my great-uncle, during the last opening of the secret realm, only reached the 3rd level and was granted a 2nd-grade spiritual herb, sufficient for his cultivation for half a year. If I could ascend to the 10th level, perhaps I might acquire a profound martial technique. As the cultivators engaged in hushed discussions, their faces were painted with anticipation and anxiety. Bai Ye blended into the crowd, concealing his cultivation aura to reveal only the fluctuations of the condensation realm, modestly standing in a corner to observe the proceedings. As he understood, the rules of the transformation tower were quite straightforward. Each cultivator initially had one opportunity to challenge it, and successfully passing all 10 tiers would grant an additional chance to ascend once more. To ascend each level, one must vanquish the mirrored opponents generated within the tower. These adversaries would match the challenger's realm, martial skills, and physique, with the strength of opponents increasing with the challenger's realm. Moreover, the rewards would escalate with each successive level. It was rumored that conquering the 30th level would bestow the legacy of the Qingxian Emperor, who had reigned 100,000 years prior. the divine realm. An exalted existence beyond the tribulation realm had seen only a handful of individuals achieve such a state throughout the nearly million-year history of the Tianqian continent. As time flowed, 3 hours later, a resplendent golden light suddenly erupted from the pinnacle of the transformation tower. The golden radiance cascaded like a waterfall, enveloping the entire structure, causing the runes on its surface to glow brilliantly and emit a resonant hum. The transformation tower was officially opened. Chapter 20. Bai Ye ascends the tower. It has begun. The transformation tower has opened. The cultivators erupted into a frenzy, surging towards the entrance. The first to step through the threshold was a nascent soul cultivator. Shortly thereafter, the window of the first level illuminated with a soft white light, signifying his successful passage through the initial tier. Bai Ye did not rush inside, but chose to remain stationary, silently observing the unfolding scene. An increasing number of cultivators entered the tower, the windows of the first, second, eighth, and ninth levels illuminating one after another with white light. Yet, the window of the 10th level remained dim. Clearly, the cultivators who had entered were stalling at the 10th tier. Indeed, every 10 levels presented a formidable hurdle, as Bai Ye surmised. According to the records of predecessors within the Qingling sect, the mirrored adversaries on the 10th tier would be several times stronger than those of the 9th. Only those possessing the potential of the nascent soul could hope to prevail. The adversaries of the 20th tier were said to be extraordinarily formidable. As for the 30th tier, no one had ever managed to reach it throughout history. Thus, the circumstances surrounding the adversaries on the 30th level remained shrouded in mystery. As 2 hours elapsed, the radiant light of the 9th level had flickered numerous times, yet the 10th level remained eerily silent. The cultivators began to exhibit signs of impatience, with some emerging from the tower, sighing in evident defeat. At that moment, a dazzling white light suddenly illuminated the window of the 10th level. It shone. The 10th level has been cleared. Who could it be? Who has conquered the 10th level? I just saw the 9th prince of the Tianfeng dynasty, Li Qingze, enter. It must be him. The crowd erupted, their gazes fixated on the tower's entrance. Indeed, it was not long before Li Qingze, clad in a snow-white robe, emerged from the tower. His expression was composed, a hint of arrogance gracing his lips, clearly pleased with his achievement. Truly, he is a genius bearing the wind spirit body. One could not help but exclaim, having heard that the wind spirit body grows stronger with time. Given that Li Qingze is currently in the mid-stage of the Yuandan realm, he may very well reach the 15th level once he attains the late stage. Upon hearing the praises from those around him, Li Qingze's pride swelled, yet he said little, finding a corner to sit cross-legged as if to replenish his spiritual energy. At that juncture, a clear female voice rang out, tinged with disdain. Is it truly worthy of such a commotion to merely have passed the 10th level? These natives of Qingzhou are indeed like frogs at the bottom of a well. Bai Ye turned towards the voice, spotting a young man and woman at the fringes of the crowd. The girl, around 16 or 17, donned a pink dress, her sweet features marred by an air of arrogance. Beside her stood a youth clad in a moonlit white robe, handsome and poised, unconsciously rubbing a jade ring with his fingertips, his gaze fixed intently on the transformation tower with an air of curiosity. Both exuded a subtle yet palpable aura of formidable spiritual pressure, suggesting that their prowess was anything but ordinary, likely indicating they were not local cultivators from Qingzhou. Junior sister. Do not speak so, the young man chuckled, shaking his head gently. His voice was soothing yet possessed an undeniable authority. The wind spirit body is indeed considered a top-tier constitution in Qingzhou. To have cleared the 10th level is a commendable feat, but brother, you are too mild. The girl in pink pouted, her tone playfully reproachful. His wind spirit body pales in comparison to your innate sword body. By the way, brother, is it truly worth our while to journey all the way from beyond the domain to this desolate realm of the Qingling secret? The grand competition of the wasteland begins in 3 months. We should return and focus on our cultivation. The youth's gaze swept over the ruins of the transformation tower, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. The aura of this tower indeed aligns with the records of the relics of the Qingxian Emperor in ancient texts. If we can truly uncover the Emperor's legacy, then even a delay of a year would be justified. He paused, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Once we return with the legacy, those fellows are bound to be consumed by envy. Wow, then what are we waiting for? The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she tugged at the youth's sleeve, urging him toward the tower's entrance. Brother, let us hurry inside. I am eager to discover what treasures lie within this transformation tower. The young man nodded with a smile, and together they stepped through the tower's entrance. Observing the opportune moment, Bai Ye too rose and made his way toward the tower's threshold. As he stepped through the tower's entrance, he was enveloped by an overwhelming force of spatial energy. In a fleeting moment, he found himself within an expansive stone chamber. The chamber was devoid of any furnishings. save for a solitary black stone tablet that stood at its center, inscribed with the words First Layer. "Let us begin," Bai Ye murmured softly. No sooner had the words left his lips than the tablet emanated a beam of black light, within which materialized a mirrored opponent, a peak cultivation of the 9th level. Exuding an aura akin to his own, wielding inferior-grade martial techniques, Bai Ye wasted no time. He unsheathed the Zixiao sword and unleashed a golden sword light. The mirrored adversary barely had time to react before being cleaved in two. Instantly, the window of the first layer illuminated with a brilliant white light. The subsequent challenges unfolded with astonishing fluidity. The mirrored opponents of the 2nd, 3rd, and 9th layers fell effortlessly before him. In the span of merely half an hour, he ascended to the 10th layer. Outside the tower, cultivators gathered around Li Chengze, who had just completed his 2nd attempt, successfully reaching the 18th layer, only to falter at the 19th. The 18th layer. This marked his finest achievement in recent attempts. Li Chengze was truly formidable. The wind spirit body undoubtedly lived up to its reputation. Seated upon the ground, however, Li Chengze wore a troubled expression. Clenching his fists, he muttered to himself, "If only my wind spirit body could be activated just a fraction more, I would have surpassed the 19th layer." The wind spirit body required a foundation of cultivation. Currently, he was merely at the late stage of the Yuandan realm. Were he to reach the Tongxian realm, his combat prowess could increase by over 30%. As the crowd continued to extol Li Chengze's virtues, the window of the 19th layer of the transformation tower unexpectedly lit up with white light. What? The 19th layer has illuminated. Who has succeeded in surpassing it? The throng fell into a stunned silence, their gazes fixed upon the tower's structure. Moments later, the window of the 20th layer also shone with radiant white light. The 20th layer. My heavens, could it be that pair of Outer Realm siblings? It must be them. The young man's aura is so potent, I cannot fathom it. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, the windows of the 21st, 22nd, and 27th layers began to glow in succession. Insanity. Is this truly happening? The 27th layer. This exceeds all recorded achievements. Could he possibly reach the 30th layer? Are we about to witness history unfold? The cultivators outside the tower were utterly beside themselves, with some trembling and excitement. Meanwhile, within the tower, Bai Ye had ascended to the 29th layer, the penultimate level of the transformation tower. In this chamber, there were no stone tablets, only 10 figures standing silently, each exuding a formidable presence, all at the pinnacle of the Tongxian realm, radiating unique physical auras such as the innate thunder body, the netherworld body, and the diamond body. Even the weakest among them possessed physical prowess several times greater than Li Chengze's wind spirit body. More alarming was the fact that they wielded heavenly-grade weapons, enveloped in the potent energy waves of perfected heavenly-grade martial techniques. This is intriguing. Bai Ye tightened his grip on the Zixiao sword, a glimmer of battle intent flickering in his eyes. The 10 mirrored opponents launched their assault simultaneously. The practitioner of the innate thunder body summoned lightning, the netherworld body practitioner unleashed dark mist, and the diamond body practitioner transformed into a colossal figure. 10 attacks converged upon Bai Ye, causing the entire stone chamber to tremble violently. The knight does not retreat but advances. With the technique of treading the wind and stepping on shadows pushed to its utmost limit, his form transforms into a fleeting shadow, darting between attacks. Simultaneously, the Zixiao sword in his grasp erupts with resplendent golden light, and the 7th strike of the 9 styles of heaven slashing is unleashed. Boom! A golden sword ray, imbued with the might to rend thunder, swiftly cleaves toward the innate thunder body practitioner. As the sword light sweeps past, the practitioner's thunder dissipates in an instant. His body cleaved in twain by a single stroke. Following closely, the 8th strike slashing the abyss and the 9th slashing the peak are executed in rapid succession. The golden sword rays descend like a tempest, and though the 10 mirrored adversaries are formidable, they cannot possibly match the speed and intent of Bai Ye's sword. Half an hour later, the last of the diamond body practitioners is pierced through the chest by Bai Ye's sword, dissolving into a shroud of darkness. A dazzling white light illuminates the window of the 29th layer. Concurrently, a jade-white pill, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy, slowly descends from the apex of the stone chamber, landing before Bai Ye. This is the 9th grade pill, the Celestial Infant Pill. This elixir can assist peak practitioners in breaking through to the nascent soul realm, boasting a success rate of 90%. Moreover, it can elevate the grade of the practitioner's refined nascent soul. It is a legendary treasure, enough to drive all peak practitioners into a frenzy. Bai Ye reaches out to catch the Celestial Infant Pill, feeling the unique medicinal fluctuations emanating from it, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Just one last layer remains, the 30th layer. Let me see if the legacy of a divine realm expert truly exists. Chapter 21. The Azure Xian Sword Master. The 30th layer of the Transformation Tower has not been trodden by anyone for millennia. Bai Ye's figure solidifies amidst a gentle starlight. Upon landing, he is awestruck by the scene before him. This layer is not the crude stone chambers of the previous 29, but an expansive space reminiscent of the starry sky. Beneath his feet lies a black tile floor, smooth as jade, engraved with flowing starry runes interwoven with faint silver radiance. As if the entire night sky has been laid beneath him. At the center of this space stands a majestic white jade platform, approximately 3 zhang high, meticulously carved from a single piece of mutton fat jade, its delicate quality emanating a soft luster under the starlight. Atop the platform rests a meditation cushion, crafted from the rarest star's silkworm silk, displaying a pale purple hue. Suspended above the cushion is a lightly golden tome. The cover of the tome bears no inscription, yet it exudes a suffocating pressure, as if it harbors the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. Indeed, this final layer is utterly distinct from the preceding ones. Bai Ye steps forward slowly. With each footfall upon the starry runes, he feels a subtle pull, as though his soul is being drawn to connect with this space. He gazes up at the lightly golden tome, a flicker of curiosity flashing in his eyes. The aura emanating from this tome is several times more formidable than any celestial-grade technique he has encountered before, evidently a pinnacle existence. Just as he approaches the white jade platform, a faint white phantom begins to coalesce beside the cushion. The phantom is an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow, clad in a flowing snow-white robe embroidered with a multitude of stars. Though merely a phantom, he radiates an air of supremacy that seems to look down upon the world. The old man's visage was marked by age, with wrinkles etched into his face like deep ravines. Yet, his eyes shimmered with an astonishing brilliance, as if harboring the essence of thunder and stars. As he surveyed the surroundings, the very starlight dimmed in comparison to his gaze. It seemed as though he had just awakened from a deep slumber. Initially bewildered as he glanced around, his eyes sweeping over the starry runes beneath his feet and the floating golden tome, before a look of realization dawned upon him. A hint of nostalgia and profound emotion flickered in his eyes, as if he were reminiscing about epochs long past. Moments later, his gaze settled upon Bai Ye. The sharpness of his eyes softened slightly, and a faint smile graced his lips. Congratulations, young man. You are the first cultivator in 50 millennia to ascend to the pinnacle of the Transformation Tower. Bai Ye felt a jolt of apprehension. To leave a phantom at the summit of the Transformation Tower, particularly in relation to the Qingling secret realm, indicated that the identity of this elder was undoubtedly extraordinary. He immediately bowed respectfully, his demeanor one of utmost reverence. I am Bai Ye, junior to you, esteemed elder. May I inquire about your identity? The elder raised a hand to stroke his long beard, his voice heavy with the weight of time. I am the master of the Qingxian sword. This Qingling secret realm was established by me 50,000 years ago for the purpose of legacy. The name master of the Qingxian sword sent a shiver through Bai Ye, and his heart raced. 50,000 years prior, a formidable sword cultivator emerged on the Tianxian continent, capable of shattering myriad laws with a single strike, sweeping the continent with unmatched prowess, and ultimately breaking through to divine realms, ascending to higher planes. That legendary figure was none other than the master of the Qingxian sword. Although rumors had long linked the Qingling secret realm to this great master, there had never been any concrete evidence, until now. Junior Bai Ye pays his respects to you. Master of the sword. Bai Ye bowed once more, this time with even greater solemnity, bending lower and infusing his tone with deep respect. To encounter the phantom of a divine being was an opportunity that even the elders of the top 10 sects in Qingzhou might never have experienced. There is no need for such formalities. The master of the Qingxian sword waved his hand dismissively, his apparition wavering slightly, hinting at a potential dissolution. This is merely a fragment of my essence left behind in bygone years, sustained by the spiritual energy of the realm. Time is limited, so I shall be brief. He gestured towards the golden tome on the meditation mat, his gaze fixed on Bai Ye, imbued with scrutiny and anticipation. Having conquered the 29th level, your prowess far exceeds that of your peers. However, to obtain my complete legacy, you must pass one final test, the comprehension of this technique. Should you successfully grasp its essence, you shall thereafter be regarded as my closed-door disciple. Bai Ye's eyes sparkled with exhilaration, a wave of elation surging within him. The complete legacy of a divine being. The mere thought ignited a fervor. With this legacy, he would no longer need to worry about cultivation resources. He could devote himself to steady and untroubled practice. Suppressing his excitement, Bai Ye hastened to the white jade platform and reached out to touch the golden tome, simultaneously inquiring. Esteemed elder, does this technique possess a name? Are there any particular considerations to heed during comprehension? The phantom of the master of the Qingxian sword chuckled softly, a trace of pride evident in his eyes. This technique is known as the Celestial Creation Formula, classified as a Supreme Sacred Grade. Supreme Sacred Grade. Bai Ye gasped in astonishment, disbelief saturating his tone. Although he had harbored suspicions, he had never anticipated it to be a sacred technique, let alone a supreme one. The master of the Qingxian sword was evidently pleased with his reaction, nodding as he remarked, across the entire Tianxian continent, the number of sacred tier techniques scarcely exceeds 10, and most of them are held by the foremost powers in the Tianyu region. In such remote areas as the wilderness, one may not even catch a glimpse of them. He paused, his tone shifting to one of gravity. Do you understand? Only sacred tier techniques can support a cultivator in breaking through to the divine realm. Without such techniques, regardless of how extraordinary your talent may be, you will be forever confined to the tribulation realm, unable to touch the threshold of the divine realm. However, he continued, the difficulty of cultivating sacred tier techniques is immensely formidable. He gazed at Bai Ye, his eyes conveying a sense of caution. The entry into the starry transformation technique requires a comprehension of the celestial movements of the heavens and earth. Even cultivators of remarkable insight would find it almost impossible to grasp within less than half a month's effort. Before he could finish, Bai Ye eagerly reached out to open the starry transformation technique. As the tome opened, countless golden runes burst forth from its pages, hovering before Bai Ye, transforming into a miniature starry sky. The rivers of stars flowed, the sun and moon alternated, enveloping profound truths of the universe. Upon witnessing this, the master of the Qingxian sword could only shake his head in resignation, internally lamenting, youth is often too impetuous, while it is admirable to possess such fervor. Sacred tier techniques cannot be hastened. Yet, how could one remain calm when such a supreme technique lies before them? He couldn't help but recall the scene from 50,000 years ago when he fortuitously acquired the starry transformation technique, feeling equally overwhelmed with excitement. At that time, he was already a formidable figure at the tribulation stage, yet it took him half a month to barely touch the threshold of entry. Just as he was lost in thought, a resounding explosion of starlight erupted from Bai Ye. This starlight did not emanate from the external world, but surged forth from his dantian, instantly enveloping the entire space. The golden runes floating before him seemed to have found their home, merging into the starlight and transforming into clear pathways of cultivation, directly imprinting themselves into the depths of his consciousness. Thunderous roars echoed through the surrounding void as the starry runes on the black tiles illuminated instantaneously, resonating with the starlight enveloping Bai Ye, creating a subtle harmony with the heavens and the stars. The master of the Qingxian sword's ethereal form abruptly froze, his pupils constricting in disbelief, his voice trembling. Why, you have entered the threshold already. Chapter 22. The 3,000 continents of the upper realm. Bai Ye slowly opened his eyes, revealing countless miniature stars swirling within them. Although his cultivation remained at the pinnacle of the 6th layer, the aura surrounding him had undergone a profound transformation. The once sharp sword intent was now infused with the vastness and weightiness of the stars. As if he could summon the power of the celestial bodies with his every motion, he respectfully clasped his hands before the ethereal figure of the master of the Qingxian sword, his tone imbued with humility. I am grateful not to have disgraced your expectations. Subsequently, he bowed deeply, performing a formal salute, his voice clear and respectful. Disciple Bai Ye pays homage to master. The master of the Qingxian sword's ethereal image was utterly stunned, his lips twitching uncontrollably, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. How much time has passed? Was it even 20 breaths? How has he entered the threshold so swiftly? What are the barriers of sacred tier techniques? I spent 15 days. 15 days. The master has proclaimed me a rare genius of millennia. Then, what is this child? A unique prodigy of eternity? Have I stumbled upon a treasure? Countless thoughts roared within his mind, had it not been for the lingering phantom, which restrained him from acting too impulsively. He might have leapt up in a display of unrestrained excitement. Bai Ye stood frozen, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Could it be that this esteemed sword master was having second thoughts? Master? Bai Ye tentatively called out. Ahem. The Qingxian sword master finally regained his composure and hastily gathered his thoughts. Yet, when he gazed at Bai Ye, his eyes still sparkled as if beholding an extraordinary treasure, a fervor that made Bai Ye feel somewhat uneasy. Forgive my earlier distraction, he said, taking a deep breath to suppress his exhilaration, his tone returning to solemnity. To get to the point, from this day forth, you shall be the sole disciple of the old man, the Qingxian sword master, and the exclusive inheritor of this Tianxian continent. As his words fell, he raised his hand and gently waved, causing a pure white storage ring to float forth from the phantom. Inscribed with a miniature starry rune that emanated a faint aura of spiritual energy, slowly descending before Bai Ye. Bai Ye's eyes lit up. He quickly reached out to catch it. The ring felt warm to the touch, and he could distinctly sense the vast space within. Countless cultivation resources floated inside. The old man's lingering phantom is on the verge of dissipating. I must impart a few final matters. The Qingling sword master's phantom became increasingly transparent. My true self resides in the higher realm after ascension. Should you break through to the divine realm, you may ascend to the higher realm and seek me in the thunder continent of the 3,000 continents. The star sect in the higher realm is the lineage I established. Within that storage ring are resources I left behind sufficient for you to cultivate all the way to the divine realm. Remember, when practicing the star creation technique, let the power of the stars guide you. Observe the movements of the stars, and never confine yourself in isolation. As the phantom grew fainter, nearly indistinguishable, he concluded, well, everything that needed to be said has been said. Bai Ye, I hope you can reach the divine realm. We shall meet again in the higher realm. Before the last words faded, the Qingling sword master's phantom transformed into specks of white light, dissipating into the air. Bai Ye solemnly bowed towards the direction of the vanishing phantom, his voice resounding. Disciple Bai Ye will faithfully obey the master's command. Farewell, master. After the ritual, he tightly grasped the storage ring in his hand and raised his gaze towards this starry expanse, his eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. The holy rank technique, star creation technique. The legacy resources of a divine realm power. This expedition to the Qingling secret realm has yielded rewards beyond imagination. Star sect of the 3,000 continents in the higher realm, Bai Ye murmured softly, his eyes sparkling with determination. He pressed his fingertips against the snow-white storage ring, his consciousness flowing gently into it. The moment he touched the internal space of the ring, his pupils constricted sharply, and his breath quickened involuntarily. What is this but a storage ring? It is clearly a mobile treasury. The internal space of the ring spanned roughly 100 feet. The ground laid with light golden brocade, upon which resources were meticulously arranged. To the left, dozens of white jade porcelain vials were stacked like a small mountain, each inscribed with names such as 9 Turns Resurrection Pill, Breakthrough Pill, and Holy Source Pill, each a 9th grade elixir that would incite fierce competition among Xian realm cultivators. Beside the porcelain vase, an impressive mound of exquisite spirit stones radiates a brilliant luminosity. Next to this pile of spirit stones lies a few stalks of ethereal white spirit herbs, their leaves enveloped in a delicate golden mist, which are none other than the fabled holy medicines. Each of the 3 holy herbs is intact, with robust roots and stems, their spiritual essence so rich it nearly congeals into liquid form. Bai Ye had previously encountered descriptions in the ancient texts of the Bai family, stating that these sacred medicines are treasures birthed by the heavens and the earth. Even a single leaf can revive a dying tribulation realm cultivator, and a small segment of the root could incite a tempest of bloodshed across the Tianxian continent. The fact that the esteemed Qingling sword master left behind 3 complete holy herbs is nothing short of astonishing. It is indeed not an empty boast that one could reach the divine realm with such resources. Bai Ye felt a wave of astonishment wash over him, his fingertips trembling slightly. With these resources at hand, he need not fret over cultivation supplies any longer. His gaze shifted to the right, where dozens of jade slips were meticulously arranged upon a jade table, accompanied by several ancient tomes crafted from beast hide. Bai Ye casually picked up a jade slip. Upon probing it with his consciousness, he discovered it contained a top-tier earth-grade alchemical manual, detailing the crafting methods for elixirs ranging from 1st to 9th grade, along with formulas for several holy medicines. Retrieving another slip, he found it to be a superior earth-grade sword technique, imbued with the Qingling sword master's profound insights on the sword path, far surpassing the profundity of the Xian grade methods of the Qingyun sect by 100-fold. The most captivating items, however, were 2 pale golden ancient tomes situated at the center of the jade table. Their covers bore no inscriptions, yet emanated a more magnificent holy tier aura than the star creation technique. As Bai Ye opened one of them, the runes on the pages instantly transformed into a stream of light, surging into his consciousness. The Xingzi secret is a superior holy tier evasion technique that invokes the laws of speed between heaven and earth, allowing one to traverse vast distances in an instant, shatter the void, and achieve speeds that surpass light, earning it the title of the foremost evasion technique in existence. The other tome detailed the Jiezi secret, a superior holy tier offensive technique capable of momentarily tearing through one's own realm barriers, unleashing combat power that transcends limits, enabling those in the Xian realm to combat the nascent soul realm, and those in the nascent soul realm to challenge tribulation cultivators. Simultaneously, annotations left by the Qingling sword master materialized in his consciousness. These two secrets are but a fraction of the supreme 9-character secret. The 9-character secret is derived from the insights of 9 divine realm masters, each grasping a unique secret. Divided into the characters of Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jie, Zhan, Lai, Qian, and Qian. Each secret encompasses a law of its own, representing the pinnacle of martial arts in the Tianxian continent. I have only managed to acquire the Xingyinjie secrets in my lifetime, which I now impart to you, my disciple. I hope you can gather all 9 secrets in the future and ascend to the pinnacle of the Great Way. A tempest of emotions surged within Bai Ye. He had long heard tales of the supreme 9-character secret, but never imagined he would witness it with his own eyes or have the opportunity to cultivate 2 of its secrets. With the Xingzi secret at his disposal, he could confidently escape even from powerful adversaries of the life and death realm. The Jiezi secret provided him with an additional trump card, making it all the easier to engage in battles beyond his current level. He lifted his gaze towards this starry expanse, where the starlight remained gentle and the runes flowed languidly, devoid of any external sound. With time still remaining before the closure of the Qingling secret realm, this place undoubtedly served as the optimal cultivation ground, safe, secluded, and enhanced by the stellar energies within the space. Chapter 23. Merit. Bai Ye's fingertips gently caressed the surface of the white jade platform. The tendrils, warm and smooth as jade, cradled the celestial runes engraved upon the platform, which glowed faintly beneath his palm, pulsating as if imbued with life. He placed the pristine storage ring, bestowed by the master of the azure sword, upon his knee. The starry patterns on the ring resonated harmoniously with the platform's runes, emitting a subtle silvery luminescence. This ring was not merely a vessel for storage, but rather a treasure capable of resonating with the realm of the divine transformation tower. Once prepared, he gradually settled into a meditative posture, his eyes gently closing. In the next moment, his consciousness unfurled like a tranquil lake, and the faint golden runes of the celestial creation technique ignited abruptly, resembling a miniature star rotating slowly in the center of his mind. "Let us begin," he whispered internally, his comprehension soaring to its zenith. The esoteric intricacies of the holy grade supreme cultivation method transcended even the heavenly grade for ordinary practitioners. Expending a lifetime's effort might not suffice to even graze its threshold. Yet, under the influence of his heightened understanding, the profound texts describing the celestial movements within the celestial creation technique, the intricate pathways of spiritual energy transformation, and the deep logic of Tao comprehension became as lucid as fruit stripped of its skin. His consciousness seemed to be gently drawn by an unseen force, liberated from the confines of his corporeal form, merging into an infinite sea of stars. Countless celestial bodies flickered around him. Some radiated brilliant azure light, while others faded to a quiet crimson. The orbits of the sun and moon unfurled before his eyes like silk, and the cosmic laws of the heavens transformed into visible threads entwined in the depths of his consciousness. He followed these threads of law, gaining deeper insight into the cultivation technique with each contact. What once required years of arduous cultivation to transcend now appeared as fragile as parchment before him. In less than half an hour, as the final thread of law merged with the runes in his mind, the last barrier of the celestial creation technique shattered with a resounding crash. A deafening roar echoed throughout the uppermost realm of the divine transformation tower as a golden aperture, spanning 5 zhong, tore through the fabric of space. Unlike any previous gifts from the heavenly Tao, this time, the energy surging from the aperture was not mere spiritual essence, but rather a celestial spiritual energy laced with twinkling silver light. This energy was 100-fold purer than that found in the finest spirit stones. Upon contact with his skin, it bore a refreshing warmth, as if infusing the very temperature of the stars into his flesh. Bai Ye's form was enveloped entirely by the celestial spiritual energy, causing his veins beneath the skin to flicker intensely. The originally faint golden runes of his innate Tao body gradually faded under the onslaught of celestial energy, replaced by profound, chaotic-colored runes. As the runes flowed, the faintest hint of the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation could be perceived. He felt an unprecedented closeness to the laws of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy in the air seemed to surge toward his pores, the starry runes on the surrounding tiles pulsating in sync with his breath. Even the distant fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the divine transformation tower resonated with him. In this moment, he felt as though he was no longer merely a practitioner, but an integral part of the cosmic Tao, the innate chaotic Tao body. Bai Ye suddenly opened his eyes, a chaotic glimmer flashing within, his voice brimming with astonishment. He had once encountered records in ancient texts that described this Tao physique as a legendary ultimate constitution, surpassing the innate Tao physique by no less than tenfold. This Tao body not only actively draws upon the essence of the world's spiritual energy, but also directly absorbs the power of heaven and earth for cultivation. Its speed transcends the ordinary, achieving feats beyond imagination. Without hesitation, he retrieved from his storage ring a breakthrough pill the size of a longan. The surface of the pill was adorned with 9 golden patterns, a hallmark of a 9th-grade elixir. Its fragrant aroma causing the surrounding starry spiritual energy to tremble ever so slightly. Subsequently, he took out several dozen premium spirit stones, each the size of a fist, which emitted a radiant spiritual light, sufficient to sustain a practitioner in the transcendence realm for years of arduous training. As the elixir melted in his mouth, a tremendous yet gentle medicinal power instantly enveloped his entire being, surging through his meridians toward his dantian. Simultaneously, with a surge of energy in his palm, the spiritual energy from the premium spirit stones rushed into his body like a flood breaching a dam. Under the enhancement of the innate chaotic Tao physique, the speed of his spiritual energy circulation soared to unprecedented heights, transcendence level 7. The density of the liquid spiritual energy within his dantian surged by 30%. His meridians expanded nearly double, and the previously stagnant nodes of spiritual energy became completely unobstructed. Transcendence level 8. The scope of his consciousness expanded several times, sharpening his perception of the laws of heaven and earth, allowing him to summon the surrounding spiritual energy to form a protective shield with a mere gesture. Transcendence level 9. The spiritual energy fully coalesced into an amber-like liquid, swirling gently within his dantian, exuding a heart-stopping pressure, just one step away from the pinnacle of transcendence. In the span of a single incense stick's burning time, his realm soared like a rocket, directly ascending to the pinnacle of transcendence. The spiritual energy within him was so dense it felt as if it would overflow, his meridians as resilient as Earth-grade spiritual artifacts, and his consciousness as solid as crystal. Just one final step away from condensing into the nascent soul Tao fruit. Next came the Xing character secret and the Jia character secret. Bai Ye took a deep breath, closed his eyes once more, and summoned the information of the 2 sacred tier manuals from his consciousness, beginning his comprehension. While deciphering the Xing character secret, his awareness transformed into a stream of light, traversing the cosmos. The winds howled past his ears, and the scenery rapidly retreated before his eyes. He could distinctly perceive the folds of space, the trajectories of air currents, and even capture the subtle gaps in the propagation of light. The mysteries of the law of speed unfolded before him. He finally understood that true speed is not merely the swiftness of the physical body, but rather the ability to leap through the laws of space, enabling one to traverse miles in a single step, achieving the true essence of reducing distance to mere inches. In his exploration of the Jia character secret, every cell within him seemed ignited. The spiritual energy surged wildly through his meridians, yet was condensed by an invisible force into a singular point. He could clearly manipulate the direction of every strand of spiritual energy, compressing all his strength into an attack as sharp as a needle. This eruption did not deplete his vitality. Instead, it temporarily tore through the barriers of his realm, allowing his combat power to exceed its limits. One in the transcendence realm could contend with the nascent soul, and one in the nascent soul realm could battle against the tribulation. As he mastered these 2 tomes to their zenith, a divine bestowal from the heavens descended once more. This time, no spiritual energy flowed in. Only 2 wisps of pale golden merit light gently descended from the void, merging into his consciousness like delicate gossamer. The golden light was warm and gentle, not enhancing his cultivation, yet it rendered his spirit remarkably clear, while the surrounding spiritual energy of the world became increasingly harmonious. Even the mere act of breathing seemed to draw forth an abundance of refined spiritual essence. The soul within his sea of consciousness grew more stable, reducing the risk of succumbing to madness. What was even more profound was that he could faintly sense his fortune intensifying. As chapter 24 unfolded, titled 9-Colored Primordial Infant, it was indeed as ancient texts had proclaimed. The power of merit was esoteric and profound, offering unimaginable assistance for subsequent breakthroughs to higher realms. Bai Ye felt a surge of emotion within. He had acquired 2 marks of merit. The power of merit, profoundly mysterious, was the coveted force that all cultivators yearned for. Even the venerable ancestors of transcendent forces from the celestial domain longed for the power of merit, yet it remained elusive. Raising his hand, he retrieved a pill from his storage ring, a luminescent white elixir, the 9th rank pill, the celestial infant pill, obtained from conquering the 29th level. The pill felt warm to the touch, its surface enveloped in a faint golden mist, imbued with a hint of the essence of life. The celestial infant pill could assist peak cultivators in condensing their primordial infants, boasting a success rate exceeding 90%, When paired with sacred-level techniques and top-tier Dao bodies, the success rate soared to a staggering 100%. Bai Ye cradled the celestial infant pill in his palm, adjusting his breath to achieve his peak state. He could distinctly feel the spiritual energy within his dantian poised to surge forth, and his soul in the sea of consciousness was ready to condense the primordial infant. Next came the moment of condensing the Dao fruit. He wondered what caliber of Dao fruit he could manifest. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes as he placed the celestial infant pill into his mouth. As the pill dissolved, a warm yet powerful medicinal force instantly enveloped his entire being, gentler than any previous breakthrough, yet imbued with an irresistible strength that gradually washed away the final barrier at the peak of the profound realm. Bai Ye focused his mind and spirit, executing the star creation technique to its utmost limit, while his innate chaotic Dao body drew upon the surrounding stellar spiritual energy, flowing into his dantian like a tidal wave. Within the dantian, the liquid spiritual energy began to spin rapidly, gradually coalescing into a humanoid phantom, the embryonic form of the primordial infant. Initially, the phantom was a pale white, but as the spiritual energy and stellar essence continued to surge in, it began to take on hues representing the laws: the verdant green for wood, the azure blue for water, the fiery red for fire, the golden yellow for earth, and the resplendent gold for metal. In mere moments, the 8-colored primordial infant had formed, its Dao fruit radiating brilliantly, illuminating the entire dantian. At that moment, 2 streams of golden merit light surged forth from his sea of consciousness, like twin golden streaks merging into the Dao fruit of the primordial infant. A hum resounded as the 9th color suddenly ignited. It was a pure gold, emblematic of the law of merit. The 9-colored primordial infant floated centrally in the dantian, each hue representing an understanding of a law, the surface of the Dao fruit surrounded by a faint golden light of merit, exuding an aura capable of suppressing the heavens and the earth. Bai Ye could clearly sense that this 9-colored primordial infant was more than 10 times stronger than an ordinary Dao fruit. He had once encountered the classifications of the Yuan-ing Dao fruit within the ancient texts preserved by the Qingling sect. The fruits of the 1st to 3rd colors were deemed inferior, allowing cultivators to ascend only to the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of the Yuan-ing stage. The 4th to 6th colors represented the mid-tier fruits, offering a chance to approach the threshold of the tribulation realm, while the 7th to 9th colors were classified as superior, with the 9th color fruit boasting a remarkable 99% probability of breaking through to the divine realm. Is this the Yuan-ing stage? As Bai Ye slowly opened his eyes and waved his hand, the surrounding starry spiritual energy coalesced into a faint golden shield, morphing in accordance with his will. He could profoundly comprehend the intricacies of the Yuan-ing stage. If the Tongxian stage was about harnessing the power of heaven and earth, then the Yuan-ing stage was about commanding that very power. With merely a thought, the spiritual energy around him transformed into soldiers at his command, able to execute attacks, defend, or flee, drawing upon the forces of nature. The disparity between the 2 stages was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Moreover, while the lifespan limit of the Tongxian stage was merely 300 years, even a first-layer Yuan-ing cultivator could extend their life to 3,000 years. 3,000 years of life, ample time to strive for higher realms, explore the mysteries of the Tianxian continent, and even ascend to the upper realms in pursuit of the supreme state. Outside the transformation tower, the cultivators on the plain were already in an uproar. Look, the final level of the transformation tower. That is the starlight. Someone has truly reached the summit. A cultivator from the Wan Yao Valley pointed at the tower's pinnacle, his voice trembling with excitement. His companions turned their gazes upward, witnessing that the window of the 30th layer was no longer simply glowing white, but instead shimmered with a delicate silver radiance, resonating with the stars in the night sky, emanating a heart-stirring Dao rhythm. For over 10,000 years, no one had ever ascended to the apex of the transformation tower. Who could this extraordinary figure be? An elderly man with white hair stroked his beard, his eyes filled with astonishment. According to the records in our sect's ancient texts, the transformation tower was left behind by a being of divine realm prowess, and those who reached the top could inherit its legacy. Could it be that someone has truly obtained the inheritance of a divine realm powerhouse? If only we could leave the secret realm early. If this news were to spread, it would send shockwaves throughout the wasteland. A loose cultivator exclaimed with excitement, yet tinged with helplessness. During the opening of the Qingling secret realm, the space was sealed, and unless the realm closed, one could not leave prematurely. Among the crowd, Li Qingze, the 9th prince of the Tianfeng dynasty, fixed his gaze on the starlight at the top of the tower, his knuckles whitening from the force of his grip, his lips trembling as he muttered incessantly, "Impossible. This cannot be. The wind spirit body is the pinnacle physique of Qingzhou. I have only reached the 18th layer. How could anyone ascend to the top? Surely, there must be something amiss with the tower. His attendants, too intimidated to respond, kept their heads bowed. The prince, who often held himself in high regard, was now thoroughly overshadowed, and it seemed a seed of inner demons might take root. Not far away, Zhuge Qing stood side by side with Miao Miao, their earlier arrogance replaced by profound reverence. Senior brother, look. That starlight seems to resonate with the laws of the stars. Miao Miao grasped Zhuge Qing's sleeve, her eyes brimming with excitement. Could it be that this person truly obtained the legendary supreme inheritance? Zhuge Qing furrowed his brow, unconsciously rubbing the jade pendant at his waist. His tone grave. Not only the laws of the stars, but also other mysterious forces are in play. The gains of this individual may far exceed our imagination. He paused momentarily, a hint of helplessness reflected in his smile as he remarked, "It seems we have made this journey in vain." The starlight at the pinnacle of the transformation tower grew increasingly radiant, as if it were destined to merge with the celestial bodies in the night sky. The cultivators outside the tower fell into silence, their gazes intensely fixed upon the summit. All were in anticipation, eager to behold the identity of the enigmatic cultivator who had ascended to the top of the transformation tower. Chapter 25. A rampage within the celestial expanse at the apex of the transformation tower. Bai Ye sat cross-legged upon a platform of white jade. In a sea of consciousness, a nine-colored primordial infant hovered at the center, each hue embodying a distinct understanding of the laws of nature. The ethereal energies of the stars circled the primordial infant, gradually nourishing the nascent Tao fruit that had just taken form. He had been in seclusion for several days, his internal spiritual power growing ever more profound, and his mastery over the primordial infant realm becoming increasingly adept. He could even harness the forces of heaven and earth to briefly foresee the shifts in his surroundings. At that moment, the sea of consciousness trembled slightly. A subtle yet distinct spatial fluctuation emanated from the depths of the secret realm. Bai Ye suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of chaotic light flickering within them. His consciousness rapidly expanded, enveloping the entirety of the Qingling secret realm. He distinctly sensed that the spatial barriers at the realm's periphery were thinning rapidly, and the spiritual energy in the air had become disordered, with the once stable laws of nature showing ominous signs of collapse. Was the Qingling secret realm coming to an early end? Bai Ye's heart stirred. According to conventional wisdom, the duration of a secret realm's opening should be a year. With less than half of that time elapsed, it was evident that something unusual had occurred. Without further contemplation, he donned his storage ring once more, cast a final glance at the starry expanse, and turned towards the tower's entrance. As he traversed the layers of spatial barriers, Bai Ye's figure finally emerged onto the plain outside the transformation tower. Boom! Almost the instant he touched the ground, the gazes of nearly 1,000 cultivators on the plain converged upon him in unison. Among those looks were curiosity, reverence, greed, and an unmistakable hint of scrutiny. After all, he was the first person in tens of thousands of years to reach the summit of the transformation tower. Who would not wish to see the individual capable of inheriting the divine realm? Is it truly him? He appears so youthful. A gray-robed rogue cultivator stood on tiptoe, incredulity saturating his tone. I observe his vitality is as robust as that of a newly matured cultivator, not resembling a mere facade. Such youth is indeed formidable. The transformation tower tests combat prowess and potential, not the duration of cultivation. If he can clear the trials at such a young age, does that not suggest an extraordinary future? Another disciple from a minor sect exclaimed, envy gleaming in his eyes. Yet the younger one is. The more likely their background is feeble, right? A subdued voice emerged from the crowd, belonging to a burly man with a face marked by flesh. His gaze darting towards a few nearby cultivators of the profound realm. Look at those individuals, the Elder Wang from the Bloodslaughter sect, and the Protector Li from the 10,000 Demon Valley. Who among them is not fixated on him? If this lad lacks support from profound realm elders, he might very well meet his downfall. Whispers surged like a tide towards Bai Ye. He subtly furrowed his brow. Being scrutinized by so many, especially by some with veiled malice in their eyes, left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Indeed, it was not long before 4 cultivators of the profound realm stepped forth from the crowd. At the forefront stood an elderly man clad in a blood-red robe, his countenance grim and forbidding. He was Elder Wang of the blood-killing sect, a master of the 7th level of the profound realm. By his side were Protector Li from the Myriad Demons Valley, Chief Zhang of the Black Dragon Stronghold, and a formidable rogue cultivator, Old Zhao. Without exception, these individuals were all experts in the profound realm. The 4 approached Bai Ye with hasty steps, their faces adorned with insincere smiles, while their eyes scrutinized him as if appraising a precious artifact. Ah, young friend, you truly are a prodigy. Elder Wang spoke first, his voice resounding yet laced with an intentional familiarity. You are the first to reach the pinnacle of the transformation tower in tens of thousands of years. Such talent must make you the foremost among the younger generation of Qingzhou. Pray tell, from which faction do you hail? Protector Li inquired next, his tone seemingly casual, yet tinged with a probing undertone. I have traversed Qingzhou for many years and am familiar with the talents of various sects. Yet I have never encountered someone like you. Indeed, indeed, Chief Zhang interjected, rubbing his hands together, his eyes glistening with barely concealed greed. To achieve such feats at such a tender age, you must have had exceptional guidance. If you would not mind, perhaps you could share your background with me. I may be able to offer some assistance. The surrounding cultivators fell silent, their ears perked in anticipation. They were eager to uncover the origins of this enigmatic talent. If his background were ordinary, it was conceivable that someone might resort to desperate measures to seize the legacy within the transformation tower. Bai Ye remained composed, his expression unperturbed as his gaze swept over the duplicitous faces of the four. A cold smile formed within his heart. He discerned their probing intentions and the malice concealed in their words. Yet, he refrained from direct confrontation, responding coolly, I am a lone cultivator, unaffiliated with any sect. At this declaration, a low murmur of astonishment rippled across the plain. A rogue cultivator. Is it truly so? That means he has no backing. Panic ensued, as they realized the precariousness of his situation. The greed in the eyes of Elder Wang and his companions intensified, and they exchanged glances that conveyed a shared intent. A rogue cultivator, devoid of connections, yet possessing the legacy of the divine realm. This was akin to a feast laid before them. In that moment, the entire Qingling secret realm began to tremble violently. A thunderous roar erupted as a massive breach tore open the spatial barrier at the edge of the plain, revealing a soft, radiant white light, the exit of the secret realm. The spatial restrictions were entirely lifted, allowing the cultivators to depart at will. Seize him, Elder Wang barked, and the four unleashed their profound realm pressure simultaneously, descending upon Bai Ye like four towering mountains. Elder Wang brandished a superior-grade blood-red long knife, its blade emanating a thick, bloody aura as it swung down toward Bai Ye. Refusing to drink the offered wine, you shall suffer the penalty of bitter liquor. Since you are a rogue cultivator, this legacy rightfully belongs to us. Protector Li cackled maliciously, forming seals with his hands as a shadowy claw materialized, aiming to grasp Bai Ye's storage ring. Gasps of horror erupted from the surrounding cultivators. Some could not bear to watch and closed their eyes. Under the assault of four profound realm experts, even a peak Yuan Dan cultivator would find no path to survival. But just then, Bai Ye made his move. Boom. A terrifying pressure, far exceeding that of the profound realm, erupted from his being. The oppressive force surged like tumultuous waves across the vast expanse, enveloping all cultivators within a 10-mile radius. The practitioners on the plain were instantly shrouded in this overwhelming pressure, their legs turning to jelly as they fell to their knees, struggling to breathe. Those of weaker cultivation, particularly those in the condensation realm, were left spitting blood, their faces as pale as parchment. Even the transcendence realm cultivators trembled, walking on eggshells, devoid of the courage to raise their heads. What was this? The pressure of a nascent soul realm practitioner. Elder Wang's blood-red blade clattered to the ground, his expression a mask of horror, pupils constricted as he gazed at Bai Ye with the wide-eyed fear of one confronted by death itself. You are a nascent soul realm cultivator. Impossible. The Qingling secret realm clearly prohibits those beneath the age of 100 years from entry. How could a nascent soul cultivator possibly be here? Li Hufa shrieked, his voice quaking with terror. This is all a misunderstanding. A grave misunderstanding. Master Zhang fell to his knees with a thud, repeatedly bowing his head. Forgive me, esteemed elder. I was blind to your greatness. I implore you, show mercy. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Bai Ye's eyes, and he dismissed their pleas with indifference, with a mere wave of his hand. For pale golden imprints of spiritual energy coalesced, infused with the authoritative power of the nascent soul realm, and swiftly struck towards the four. With a series of sickening thuds, the four Transcendence Realm cultivators stood no chance of resistance, their very forms reduced to blood mist, their souls unable to escape the annihilation. Following this, Bai Ye's consciousness scanned the crowd, locking onto several familiar auras. It was none other than the cultivators from the Blood Spirit Sect and the Xianyu Sect. The grievances forged earlier at Sword Intent Valley and beside the Huangquan Spirit Fruit Tree were about to be settled in one fell swoop. In a blur, he weaved through the throng like a specter, each motion claiming the life of a blood spirit or Xianyu Sect practitioner. The shrieks of despair echoed incessantly. Yet none dared to intervene, nor could they. Before a nascent soul powerhouse, they were as insignificant as ants. In mere moments, a dozen cultivators from the blood spirit and Xianyu sects lay vanquished. The plain descended into an eerie silence, all practitioners prostrated upon the ground, trembling uncontrollably. too fearful to even draw a breath. They gazed at the grayish figure, their hearts filled solely with dread. Who could have foreseen that this seemingly youthful rogue cultivator was, in fact, a formidable nascent soul expert, and likely one who had broken through within the secret realm? Zhuge Qing, sprawled on the ground, was drenched in cold sweat, his mind reeling with shock. Such a young nascent soul, such talent. There was likely no other like him in the entire wild domain. His previous sense of foreboding had indeed not been a mere illusion. Meow Meow, pale as a ghost, clutched Zhuge Qing's sleeve tightly, lacking even the courage to glance upwards. Just moments ago, she had contemplated recruiting him. Now, in hindsight, it seemed utterly foolish. Once Bai Ye had dealt with his adversaries, he gradually withdrew his oppressive aura. The cultivators on the plain finally dared to breathe deeply, yet remained hesitant to rise, casting furtive glances at Bai Ye's movements. He then produced a pale golden token from his storage ring. This was the core token of the transformation tower he had discovered while cataloging his inheritance. Etched with intricate starry runes, it was indeed the control token left behind by the master of the Azure Sword. He held the token in his palm, slowly infusing it with his spiritual energy. The token erupted in a dazzling golden light, resonating with the nearby transformation tower. Buzz, the towering edifice, standing over 900 feet high, began to gradually shrink. The starry runes adorning the tower glowed ever brighter, its radiance intensifying as its stature diminished, from 100 feet to merely a foot, and then to the size of a palm, ultimately transforming into a delicate, pale golden miniature tower that gently floated into Bai Ye's palm. Could it be the transformation tower? He managed to acquire the transformation tower, a sacred-grade spiritual treasure. The transformation tower is undoubtedly a sacred-grade spiritual treasure. My heavens, not only has he inherited the divine realm, but he has also taken away a sacred-grade spiritual treasure. What extraordinary luck he possesses. The cultivators could no longer contain their astonishment, erupting in cheers, their eyes brimming with envy and reverence. At that moment, the white light at the exit of the secret realm grew increasingly intense, and the spatial fluctuations became ever more pronounced, indicating that the secret realm was on the verge of complete closure. Bai Ye tightened his grip on the exquisite little tower and ceased to linger. With a swift motion, he transformed into a pale golden streak of light, soaring directly toward the exit of the secret realm. Farewell, esteemed elder. It was unclear who initiated the call, but soon all the cultivators joined in unison, bowing respectfully to Bai Ye's retreating figure, their voices resounding. Bai Ye's silhouette vanished into the white light at the exit, leaving behind a group of astonished cultivators and a ground stained with blood. Thus, the expedition into the Qingling secret realm came to a close. Chapter 26. Pinnacle of the Nascent Soul. As Bai Ye stepped into the white light of the secret realm's exit, he felt a slight tug of spatial distortion. And in the next moment, he found himself standing amidst the dense forest at the periphery of the 100 Break Mountains. The morning mist lingered within the woods. Dewdrops clung to the leaves, refracting the fragmented morning light. Without a moment's hesitation, he focused his thoughts and instantaneously activated the sacred-grade upper-tier escape technique, the character secret. Buzz. The air around him rippled suddenly, and Bai Ye's figure transformed into a pale golden aurora, moving with unparalleled speed, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow in his wake. The birds in the forest had yet to react when he had already traversed tens of thousands of meters. The ground's demonic beasts barely sensed his presence, their noses catching only a whisper of breeze. Such was the terror of the character secret, shattering the folds of space and shrinking distances. Even ordinary nascent soul cultivators would struggle to capture his fleeting afterimage. Deep within the forest, a figure concealed behind an ancient tree abruptly opened his eyes. It was an elderly man clad in a black robe, an aura of early nascent soul pressure subtly emanating from him. He was indeed a formidable expert dispatched by a major power to monitor the exit of the secret realm. Rubbing his eyes, he gazed in the direction Bai Ye had vanished, confusion etched upon his face. What was that just now? A light shadow? Or merely an illusion? He raised his hand to summon a tracking talisman, infusing it with spiritual energy, yet the talisman merely spun in place, showing no response. The spatial fluctuations left by the character secret had long dissipated, rendering even the tracking technique ineffective. The old man sighed, reluctantly stowing away the talisman. Pondering to himself, perhaps it was a hidden adept passing through. It would be prudent not to meddle further. Meanwhile, news of the closure of the Qingling secret realm spread through Qingzhou with astonishing speed. The first reports came from the scattered cultivators emerging from the secret realm. They vividly recounted the brilliance that illuminated the apex of the transformation tower, depicting the scene of a mysterious youth effortlessly slaying an adept from the profound realm and seizing the holy grade spiritual treasure, the transformation tower. leaving various factions in a state of alarm. The legacy of the divine realm and the holy grade spiritual treasure within the Blood Spirit sect. One of the top 10 sects of Qingzhou, the sect leader crushed the jade cup in his hand, his countenance dark enough to draw water from. Investigate. Spare no effort in the search. Regardless of which faction that boy belongs to, even if we must scour the entirety of Qingzhou, we shall find him. In the council hall of the Xianyu sect, several elders bore grave expressions. All the elders we dispatched to the profound realm have perished, not even their souls returned. That boy is undoubtedly at the nascent soul level. The grand elder pounded the table, his eyes filled with murderous intent. We must locate him, otherwise. Where is the dignity of the Xianyu sect? It was not only the local powers of Qingzhou that were stirred, even the superpowers from neighboring provinces were enticed. The Burning Sky Valley from a nearby province dispatched 3 nascent soul elders, equipped with top-tier tracking formations, to Qingzhou. The 10,000 Buddhas sect even activated their sect's secret technique, the Heavenly Eye technique, attempting to lock onto the aura of Bai Ye. In an instant, a tempest arose across Qingzhou and the surrounding 3 provinces, all in pursuit of the mysterious nascent soul powerhouse. Yet, despite the fervent searches by various factions, Bai Ye seemed to have evaporated from the mortal realm. Some claimed he was hidden in the desolate expanse of the 100,000 mountains. Others suggested he had long departed the wilderness, with some even speculating his origins were celestial, having utilized a super teleportation array to escape after obtaining the legacy. Countless conjectures swirled, yet no one could uncover his whereabouts. At this moment, Bai Ye found himself deep within a canyon of the 100,000 mountains. With a flick of his hand, the exquisite little tower in his palm suddenly expanded, transforming into the towering Transformation Tower, 900 feet in height. The tower's body glimmered with starry runes, forming a faint golden shield that enveloped the entire canyon. This Transformation Tower was not merely a holy-grade spiritual treasure. It was a mobile sanctuary for cultivation. The concentration of spiritual energy within the tower was tenfold that of the outside world, and it could autonomously absorb the celestial energies of heaven and earth, making it the ideal place for secluded training. Bai Ye ascended to the top level of the Transformation Tower, settling cross-legged upon a white jade platform, retrieving a completely translucent holy herb from his storage ring. This was one of the 3 sacred herbs left behind by the master of the Azure Sword, the Stargrass. As soon as the holy herb was taken out, the starry spiritual energy within the tower surged toward it wildly, the dewdrops on the leaves sparkling with resplendent starlight. He refined the Stargrass, and a torrent of immense star power surged into his body, combining with his innate chaotic Tao body and the star creation technique, accelerating his cultivation speed to a terrifying degree. Typically, a nascent soul cultivator would require several years, or even decades, to break through a minor realm. Yet Bai Ye, with the triple enhancement of the holy herb, top-tier techniques, and his Tao body, saw his cultivation soar like a rocket. In the first year, he ascended from the 1st to the 3rd level of the nascent soul, his 9-colored nascent soul growing increasingly solid, and his comprehension of the laws deepening several-fold. In the 2nd year, he progressed from the 4th to the 6th level of the nascent soul, his spiritual power surging. By the 3rd year, he reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul, the surface of his 9-colored nascent soul adorned with faint chaotic patterns, capable of invoking the powers of heaven and earth within 100 miles with a mere gesture. On this day, Bai Ye gradually concluded his practice. Exhaling a breath laden with starry spiritual energy, he felt the profound power surging within him. A faint smile gracing his lips. Having reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, it was time to venture out. He stowed away the Transformation Tower, employing a concealment technique to suppress his cultivation to the 4th level of the nascent pill stage, and flew towards the direction of the Qingling sect. The mountain gate of the Qingling sect remained majestic, shrouded in mist among the 72 peaks, where disciples occasionally soared by on their swords. As Bai Ye stepped through the gate, he was instantly recognized by the gatekeeper. "It's senior brother Bai Ye. You're back." News spread swiftly, and before long, the 2nd elder of the Qingling sect and the head of the Bai family dispatched someone to summon him to the council hall. Within the council hall, the fragrance of sandalwood wafted through the air. The 2nd elder sat in the main seat, gazing at Bai Ye with a complex expression. "Bai Ye, where have you been these past 3 years? After the closure of the Qingling secret realm, we sent people to search for you for quite some time." The head of the Bai family also looked concerned. "Indeed, when you left, you were still in the meridian opening stage. And now you have reached the 4th level of the nascent pill stage. But why does your aura seem so weak?" Bai Ye had already prepared his response. He feigned exhaustion and sighed, a hint of pallor appearing on his face. "After entering the secret realm, I fortuitously broke through to the nascent pill stage. But while seeking opportunities, I was ambushed by cultivators from an unknown force. They were all at the nascent pill stage. and I barely escaped with my life after a desperate fight, sustaining severe injuries. I had no choice but to find a place to hide and heal. And it was only today that I fully recovered. How outrageous. The second elder slammed the table in anger, his eyes blazing with fury. To harm a disciple of our Qingling sect, regardless of who they are, we cannot let this matter rest. The head of the Bai family nodded in agreement. His tone grave. Do you know which force they belong to? Our Bai family still has some connections in Qingzhou. We will surely seek justice for you. Bai Ye shook his head, feigning helplessness. Their attack was ruthless, leaving no identifying marks. However, I managed to slay 2 of the assailants, which can be considered a form of revenge. Seeing that he was reluctant to elaborate, the second elder and the head of the Bai family ceased their inquiries. The second elder retrieved a porcelain vial from his storage bag and handed it to Bai Ye. This contains 3 breakthrough pills to help stabilize your cultivation. It is no small feat to escape from the hands of a Transcendence Realm cultivator and still achieve the 4th level of the nascent pill stage. The head of the Bai family also presented a storage bag. Inside are 1,000 high-grade spirit stones for your training. After encouraging Bai Ye with a few more words, the second elder shifted the conversation. By the way, there is something I must inform you of. In 2 years, the great competition of the wasteland will be held at the Huangtian Divine Sect. You are still young, and with your cultivation at the nascent pill stage, you can participate and broaden your horizons. A stir of excitement filled Bai Ye's heart. He was well aware of the great competition of the wasteland, held every 20 years and limited to cultivators under 30. It was hosted by the Huangtian Divine Sect, the foremost power in the wasteland. The top 10 of past competitions not only received exquisite spirit stones and advanced techniques, but also had the chance to attract the attention of the Huangtian Divine Sect and become core disciples. This was an extraordinary opportunity for young cultivators in Qingzhou. The disciple understood and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for informing me, second elder. Bai Ye bowed respectfully before taking his leave. Upon returning to his courtyard, he summoned his attendant, Qinghe, who had been waiting there. Qinghe had guarded the courtyard over the years, and upon seeing Bai Ye's return, he was filled with excitement. Young master, you have finally returned. In the past 3 years, Qingzhou has witnessed numerous events, which Qinghe elaborates. The Blood Spirit Sect and the Xianyu Sect erupted into a fierce battle over the contention of a mining vein, resulting in mutual devastation. The Tianfeng dynasty has subdued 3 neighboring minor sects, growing ever more powerful. Additionally, several reclusive nascent soul cultivators have emerged, altering the landscape of Qingzhou. The clash between the Blood Spirit Sect and the Xianyu Sect? Bai Ye chuckled softly, a glimmer of intrigue crossing his eyes. It is indeed favorable news. He dismissed Qinghe and once more retrieved the transformation tower, stepping within. The great competition of the wilds was merely a contest among youthful cultivators. Now at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, he had long since lost interest. His aspiration is to transcend to a higher plane of existence. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, a decade had slipped by. Deep within the depths of the 10,000 mountains, on the apex of the transformation tower, Bai Ye sat cross-legged, enveloped in a rich aura of thunderous power. From his storage ring, he procured a high-grade spiritual herb, the Thunder Tribulation Flower. Upon refining it, a surge of energy imbued with the principles of thunder surged into his being, assaulting the final barrier of the nascent soul realm. Boom! Dark clouds gathered in the heavens, and a bolt of purple lightning struck down, crashing against the protective shield of the transformation tower. This was the first tribulation lightning of the Transcendence realm. Bai Ye swiftly activated the star creation technique, harnessing the power of the tribulation to temper his body and nascent soul. The force of the tribulation was fierce and domineering. Yet under the enhancement of his innate chaotic body, it transformed into a nourishing energy for his cultivation. Subsequently, he effortlessly transcended the first lightning tribulation, successfully breaking through to the first layer of the Transcendence realm. Upon entering the Transcendence realm, his power ascended to new heights, as part of his spiritual energy gradually transformed into divine energy. This is the profundity of the Transcendence realm, also known as the semi-divine realm. Each lightning tribulation overcome brings one closer to the divine realm. Bai Ye suddenly opened his eyes, the 9-colored nascent soul within him radiating a brilliant light. The all-character secret was activated in an instant, maximizing his combat prowess. He raised his fist and struck at the lingering echoes of the tribulation. Boom! The residual power of the tribulation was dispersed, and the golden laws of power fused into his being. In that moment, his aura surged dramatically, surrounded by a faint pressure characteristic of the Transcendence realm. In the Transcendence realm, feeling the newly acquired divine energy within him, Bai Ye could not help but marvel. This is the essence of divine energy, a stark contrast to spiritual energy. At that moment, A transcendent and ethereal voice unexpectedly resonated deep within his consciousness. The host has successfully ascended to the Transcendence realm, meeting the conditions for the system's secondary activation. The Multiverse Cultivation Assistance System is reactivated. Activation successful. Commencing secondary talent extraction. Extraction complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new ability, Random Sign-In. Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback, but then his face erupted into a joyous expression. He had always thought that the system possessed only the function of 10,000-fold comprehension. Little did he expect that upon ascending to the Transcendence realm, a new ability would be activated. He hurriedly examined the introduction of his new ability, once daily. He can sign in at any location, randomly receiving various rewards, spiritual stones, elixirs, techniques, martial arts, etc. At special locations or times, he can sign in additionally. Each sign-in has a chance to trigger super rewards. With excitement gleaming in his eyes, Bai Ye thought, how splendid. He did not hesitate and promptly chose to sign in for the first time. System, sign in, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the inaugural sign-in. Triggering a super reward. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, the Chaos Sword Classic. A torrent of immense information surged into Bai Ye's consciousness. As an ancient black tome's phantom slowly unfolded in the center of his mind. The cover of the tome bore no inscription, yet emanated an unparalleled pressure that transcended the holy rank, while the runes on its pages flowed like the primordial chaos, embodying the profound truths of the universe. The Chaos Sword Classic. Upon closer inspection, he was profoundly shaken. This was indeed a divine-level technique, surpassing the holy rank. It was several tiers above the celestial transformation technique left by the sword master Qingling, capable of directly supporting cultivators to reach the pinnacle of the divine realm. What thrilled him even more was that through the Chaos Sword Classic, he finally comprehended the classifications beyond the divine realm: true God, celestial God, divine sovereign, divine king, and divine emperor. Each realm brought about earth-shattering transformations, with the divine emperor capable of commanding an entire universe and possessing boundless longevity. With the Chaos Sword Classic, I need not change my cultivation method and can advance straight to the divine emperor realm. Bai Ye clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fervent light. My journey in the upper realm is still long. Half a year later, within the ancestral hall of the Qingling sect, the fragrance of sandalwood wafted through the air. The curling smoke coalescing into delicate beams of light in the morning glow. 12 dragon-carved stone pillars flanked the hall, adorned with ancient runes that glimmered faintly, embodying millennia of sect heritage. Sect Master Li Qingyun sat at the head, clad in a dark robe embroidered with the Qingyun sect emblem, his expression grave as frost. Seated in order on either side were the elders of various peaks, some stroking their beards in contemplation, others furrowing their brows, their breaths noticeably lighter than usual. The gathering of all elders by the sect master must pertain to matters of grave importance concerning the sect's existence. Bai Ye was also present. His current publicly displayed cultivation level was at the initial stage of the profound realm, and with his prowess demonstrated in the Qingling secret realm. He had naturally ascended to become a newly appointed inner sect elder of the Qingling sect, assigned to a dedicated mountain peak. At this moment, he donned the elder's azure robe, seated at the end of the line, his fingertips unconsciously caressing his sleeve. Though he appeared tranquil, he had quietly scanned the entire assembly with his spiritual sense. With his current strength, none of the elders present were aware of his scrutiny. Aside from the sect master, who stood at the pinnacle of the profound realm, the other elders were primarily at the early to mid stages of the profound realm, with the strongest among them. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder, barely reaching the 9th layer of the profound realm. Compared to his current tribulation realm, they seemed like clouds to mud. Esteemed elders, I have summoned you all today to convey an important matter. Li Qingyun's voice shattered the silence of the hall, carrying an unmistakable weight. A secret message has just arrived from the arid heaven divine sect. The abyssal invasion that has plagued the Tianxian continent for hundreds of thousands of years is about to commence once more. Chapter 28. Abyssal Calamity. Qingyun in peril, the abyssal invasion. A murmur of low gasps erupted from the assembly below. Even the elders who had lived for centuries could not help but change countenance upon hearing those 4 words. It was a nightmare etched into the very bones of the cultivators of the Tianxian continent. Every few hundred years, spatial rifts would inexplicably appear throughout the continent. From these rifts would surge the abyssal demon race. The demonic beings revel in the consumption of human flesh and the devouring of souls, leaving devastation in their wake. Master, what is the scale of this invasion? Inquired the second elder in a grave tone, his fingers tightly gripping the jade table before him. Li Qingyun sighed deeply and replied, the archaic heaven sect has detected that the energy fluctuations from the abyssal rift this time are 30% stronger than the last. According to protocol, our Qingling sect must dispatch 10 Transcendence Elders and 2 Yuanying ancestors to participate in the battle at the Demon Extermination Sacred City. Simultaneously, we must guard 3 smaller rifts within our sect's territory to prevent the demons from infiltrating. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye turned to the elder beside him. This elder, whose hair was half white, was someone he was relatively familiar with. Noticing the look of confusion on Bai Ye's face, the elder lowered his voice to explain, Elder Bai Ye, having just joined the Ancestor Hall, may be unaware of the origins of the Demon Extermination Sacred City. It is a colossal fortress constructed by the archaic Heaven Sect over several generations, positioned beside the largest abyssal rift in the wasteland. The city walls are built from demon-slaying stones and fortified with 9 celestial-level defensive formations, serving as the core line of defense against the demonic hordes throughout the wasteland. With each abyssal invasion, various factions dispatch their strongest warriors to support it, for if the sacred city falls, the entire wasteland shall suffer. Bai Ye nodded slightly, yet remained unmoved. Having attained the tribulation stage, he possessed the strength to confront even the abyssal demon lord and harbored no concerns like the other elders. The council meeting lasted for an hour, ultimately concluding with the selection of personnel to head to the Demon Extermination Sacred City. 2 Yuanying ancestors would lead the charge, while Bai Ye, due to his relatively lower cultivation, was assigned to guard the smaller rift near the sect, thus avoiding the perilous sacred city. After the meeting adjourned, Bai Ye returned to his designated peak, Night Cloud Peak, on his sword. This peak, situated on the western side of the 72 peaks of the Qingling sect, was perpetually enveloped in mist, with a finely crafted bamboo courtyard at its summit. Ancient pines, centuries old, were planted outside the courtyard, designated as a serene retreat for the inner sect elders. Upon entering the bamboo courtyard, he waved his hand to set up a concealment array and took out the transformation tower to continue his secluded cultivation. Compared to sect affairs, the enhancement of his cultivation was of utmost importance. As time flew by, a decade passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 years, Bai Ye diligently engaged in systematic attendance every day. Occasionally, fortune smiled upon him, allowing him to sign in and receive a 9th-grade Thunder Calamity pill, aiding him in safely overcoming a heavenly tribulation. At times, he obtained chaotic spiritual liquid to refine his body and divine embryo, further strengthening his already profound foundation. On one particularly precious occasion, he signed in on the very day the Thunder Calamity arrived, triggering a super reward and acquiring a low-grade divine secret tome on the Path of Thunder. With these resources and the profound teachings of the Chaotic Sword Classic, Bai Ye successfully traversed 3 heavenly tribulations, steadily elevating his cultivation to the 3rd level of the tribulation stage. His divine embryo became increasingly solid, and the divine realm power enveloping him grew more robust, allowing him to effortlessly defeat ordinary late-stage Yuanying cultivators without even invoking the Jiezi secret. Throughout this decade, the Qingling sect also struggled amidst the flames of the Abyssal Invasion. Initially, the 3 smaller rifts within the sect's territory remained relatively calm, and Bai Ye occasionally took action, effortlessly slaying a few demon generals that slipped through the cracks with his early transcendent strength, concealing his true prowess while aiding the sect. As the invasion intensified, the battles in the sacred city of demon extermination grew increasingly brutal. The 2 Yuanying ancestors dispatched by the Qingling sect sent multiple urgent pleas for assistance, compelling the sect to repeatedly send reinforcements of profound experts. After a decade of warfare, the abyssal incursion finally subsided, but the Qingling sect paid a grievous toll. 21 disciples at the Yuan Dan stage perished, among them many exceptionally gifted young practitioners. 3 elders at the Tongxian stage fell in battle, all of whom had served the sect for decades. Even the 2 Yuanying ancestors sent to the sacred city of demon extermination met their demise while sealing the rift, sacrificing themselves to cover the retreat of other cultivators. When the news reached the Qingling sect, a wave of sorrow enveloped the entire sect. The plaza before the Ancestor Hall was filled with the spirit tablets of the fallen disciples, white flags fluttering in the wind, and even the clouds in the mountains seemed to be tinged with melancholy. Bai Ye stood atop the Night Cloud Peak, gazing down at the spirit hall, his heart heavy with a quiet lament. Though he was not intimately acquainted with these disciples, he could not help but reflect on the cruelty of war. Had his strength not been formidable enough, he too might have found himself among those spirit tablets. Yet misfortune did not cease there. A year later, the last Yuanying ancestor of the Qingling sect, the youthful-looking elder Bai Ye had once encountered, retreated into the forbidden ground of the main peak in pursuit of a higher realm. However, during his breakthrough, he was beset by a backlash from his inner demons, and, with his lifespan already dwindling, he perished on the spot within the forbidden ground. When the news spread, the entire Qingling sect was plunged into panic. The Yuaning stage was the cornerstone that upheld the sects standing in Qingzhou. With one Yuan-Ing ancestor still present, even in times of decline, their adversaries dared not provoke them lightly. Now, with the Yuaning stage entirely vacant, those long-held grudges would likely soon resurface. There was an urgent need for someone to break through to the Yuaning stage and stabilize the sect. Amidst the expectations of the entire sect, the sect leader, Li Qingyun, resolutely decided to attempt to break through to the Yuaning stage. Having reached the pinnacle of Tongxian and being stuck at this level for decades, with profound accumulation and the aid of a treasured Earth infant pill, he was deemed the most likely candidate for success. However, fate had other plans. On the day of his breakthrough, a cataclysmic surge of spiritual energy erupted from the forbidden ground of the main peak, followed by a resounding explosion. Li Qingyun's attempt ended in failure, resulting in a backlash of spiritual energy that led to his immediate demise. With the loss of 3 Yuan-Ing ancestors and 1 sect leader, the very sky of the Qingyun sect had collapsed. At that moment, Bai Ye remained engrossed in seclusion within the transformation tower, oblivious to the monumental changes unfolding in the outside world over the past year. Days later, the surviving elder, leaning on a cane, stood before the plaza of the ancestor hall, his voice hoarse like torn silk. From this day forth, the Qingyun sect shall close its gates. Those not of our sect are strictly forbidden from entering. Sect disciples, unless there are pressing matters, are not to leave the mountain until we give birth to another Yuan-Ing. As his words fell, the protective formation at the mountain gate roared to life. A pale blue barrier enveloping all 72 peaks of the Qingyun sect, completely severing this millennium-old sect from the outside world. The disciples in the plaza hung their heads in despair. The elders wore expressions of ashen defeat, and the once vibrant Qingyun sect was now reduced to an eerie silence and decay. The elder stood before the grand entrance of the ancestor hall, gazing at the shimmering barrier that cloaked the peaks, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation and gravity. He knew that the tribulations of the Qingyun sect were only just beginning. The hostile forces would not overlook this moment of vulnerability. Chapter 29. Powerful enemies pressing at the mountain gate. One sword determining the universe. On the 3rd day after the Qingyun sect had sealed its mountain, the mist in the mountain seemed heavier than usual. The ancient pines in the bamboo courtyard stood silently, the dew on their leaves lingering as if sensing the tense atmosphere permeating the air. The sect's protective array shimmered with a faint azure glow, enveloping the 72 peaks. Yet this barrier, which had once provided immense reassurance to the Qingyun sect, now struggled to maintain its composure under an invisible pressure, reflecting the disciples' growing panic. They have arrived, a disciple on guard suddenly exclaimed. From the horizon beyond the Qingyun mountains, 3 formidable pillars of spiritual energy soared into the sky. Following closely behind, a dark tide of cultivators surged forth, their banners fluttering, bearing the unmistakable emblems of the Blood Spirit sect and the Yunxue Heavenly Palace of the Tianfeng dynasty, 3 forces with a long-standing grudge against the Qingyun sect. At the forefront stood 3 cultivators, suspended in mid-air, exuding the unique pressure of the nascent soul realm, like 3 insurmountable mountains descending upon the Qingyun sect, making the disciples struggle for breath. The central figure, clad in a moon-white brocade robe with a sinister visage, was Yun Maching of the Yunxue Heavenly Palace. To his left stood a middle-aged man adorned in dragon-patterned armor, Zhao Lai of the Tianfeng dynasty, a formidable nascent soul expert. To the right was a blood-red elder, Zueshizi of the Blood Spirit sect. Qingyun sect's vermin, do not delay in opening your mountain gate. Yun Maching's voice thundered, echoing throughout the Qingyun mountains. I have received reports that you harbor the Abyssal Demon clan, intending to subvert the order of the wild domain. If you do not surrender the demons today, the Qingyun sect shall be expelled from existence. This baseless accusation ignited the fury of the Qingyun sect's disciples. Nonsense. Our Qingyun sect has fought valiantly against the demons. 21 disciples of the nascent core have perished, and 2 of our elders have fallen. How could we possibly harbor demons? A young disciple clenched his sword tightly, eyes aflame with rage. That old dog Yun Maching, after being severely injured by our ancestors, now takes advantage of our weakness to spew such despicable lies. The second elder trembled with anger, pointing fiercely at Yun Maching outside the mountain gate, yet unable to take a single step forward under the overwhelming pressure of the nascent soul realm. Zhao Lai and Zueshizi also spoke with chilling tones. If the Qingyun sect knows its place, it should surrender obediently. Perhaps we might spare some of your disciples. Do not resist futilely. Defeat is certain today. Within the council hall of the Qingyun sect, the elder looked at the silent jade talisman with a heavy sigh. Is there still no news from the divine sect of the wild heavens? None, replied the disciple responsible for communication, lowering his head, his voice tinged with despair. They have likely forgotten our contributions in the holy city of demon extermination. Now that we have lost our nascent soul elder, they have abandoned us. Outside the mountain gate, witnessing the Qingyun sect's reluctance to open, Yun Maqing's murderous intent surged. Since you refuse the wine of respect, do not blame me for destroying your protective array. With a sweeping gesture, dozens of cultivators at the Transcendence realm behind him instantly summoned their spiritual energy. Some summoned spiritual artifacts, while others unleashed martial techniques. And a kaleidoscope of spells rained down upon the protective mountain array like a torrential downpour. Fireballs plummeted like falling stars. Ice shards shot forth like a volley of arrows. Earthen spikes erupted from the ground, and wind blades howled through the air. A thunderous roar erupted as these spells collided with the protective array, producing a cacophony that echoed through the skies. In an instant, the azure light on the surface of the array flickered violently, and the once smooth barrier quickly became marred with a web of cracks. After the passage of half a stick of incense, a crisp shattering sound signaled the complete disintegration of the protective array, which transformed into a cascade of azure light, scattering through the mountain like shooting stars. The array had fallen. The disciples of the Qingyun sect turned pale, despair flooding their hearts like an overwhelming tide. Bereft of the array's protection, they found themselves utterly powerless against the onslaught of the three formidable factions. Activate the sect's hidden powers. At this critical moment, the voice of the Grand Elder resonated through the heavens. He formed hand seals and forcefully pressed towards the direction of the sect's forbidden grounds. Two beams of golden light surged from the forbidden grounds, landing in the plaza and transforming into two towering puppets standing 3 zhang tall. These puppets, forged from mysterious iron, were inscribed with runes, their eyes glowing red, exuding the oppressive aura of an early-stage nascent soul. This was the sect's ancestral demon-suppressing puppets, a legacy spanning a millennium. A glimmer of hope flickered in the second elder's eyes, for while they could be activated within the sect's boundaries, capable of battling early-stage nascent soul opponents, their endurance was limited to merely 1 hour. Without pausing, the Grand Elder retrieved an ancient jade pendant from his storage ring. The pendant bore the emblem of the Qingyun sect, a remnant of the sacred-grade spiritual artifact known as the Qingyun seal. He infused the pendant with his peak mystical energy, causing it to erupt in brilliant azure light, unleashing the combat prowess of an early-stage nascent soul from within. Esteemed elders, heed my command. The Grand Elder communicated telepathically, his voice imbued with determination. I shall entangle their nascent soul experts with the puppets while you seize the opportunity to lead the disciples to break through. Save as many as you can. We must preserve the flame of the Qingyun sect. No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a streak of azure light, charging towards Yun Maqing. The two demon-suppressing puppets followed suit, each targeting Zhao Lai and Shui Shatzi. The battle among the nascent soul experts erupted violently in the skies. Come to your doom, old dog. Yun Maqing summoned a top-tier black-grade long sword, its blade striking out like a venomous serpent towards the Grand Elder. You overestimate yourself. Zhao Lai activated his dragon-patterned armor, transforming into a golden dragon, colliding directly with the puppet. A nascent soul puppet, this is truly a prized possession. A glint of greed flickered in Shui Shatzi's eyes as he spat out a mouthful of essence blood, enveloping the puppet in a shroud of blood mist, attempting to corrode its runes. Boom. The air crackled with spiritual energy as laws clashed, and even the clouds were torn asunder, revealing the panicked disciples of the Qingyun sect fleeing below. Kill. For the Qingyun sect. The transcendent elders below were equally fervent, leading their disciples towards the mountain gate, striving to carve out a path for escape. But just then, two more formidable nascent soul presences surged from the horizon. Not good. More nascent souls are coming. Everyone looked up, seeing two cultivators approaching with haste. On the left stands an elderly man with white hair, adorned in the dragon-patterned robe of the Tianfeng dynasty, a concealed ancestor of the Yuan Ying realm, Li Song. To his right is a woman dressed in a pink gown, possessing exquisite beauty. Yet her gaze is as piercing as ice. She is Yun Wuer, another formidable Yuan Ying powerhouse from the Yushua Heavenly Palace. Ha! The time of your demise has arrived. Qingyun sect. Yun Wuer alights beside Yun Maqing, surveying the panicked disciples of the Qingyun sect below, a cruel smile curling at her lips. After a millennium, Yushua Heavenly Palace has finally awaited this day. Today, I shall personally eradicate you to the roots. Before her words fully dissipate, she abruptly raises her hand, striking downward towards the disciples. A hum resonates as spiritual energy wildly converges in the sky, forming an immense jade hand that obscures the sun, glowing with a faint pink hue yet exuding an overwhelming pressure, descending upon the disciples in the plaza. No. The Grand Elder's eyes widen in desperation as he attempts to turn and assist, but is tightly ensnared by Yun Maqing, with not a sliver of opportunity to escape. The disciples in the plaza find themselves immobilized under the oppressive force of the Yuaning realm, helplessly witnessing the Jade Hand's descent, their eyes filled with despair. Just as the situation appears dire, a soft sigh suddenly resonates in everyone's ears. This seemingly mundane sound carries an inexplicable power, instantly dispelling the atmosphere of hopelessness. The crowd turns towards the source, and from the mist of the Qingling Mountains, a grayish-blue figure gradually emerges. It is none other than Bai Ye, who has just exited his seclusion. Bai Ye hovers in the air, enveloped in a delicate mist, his features obscured, yet emanating an unfathomable aura. He gently raises his right hand and points at the jade hand below. With a hum, there is no earth-shattering roar nor dazzling display of magic. In the next moment, that vast jade hand dissipates in the air like snow meeting fire, leaving not a trace of spiritual fluctuation behind. What? The pupils of the 5 Yuaning powerhouses, including Yun Maching and Yun Wuer, constrict, their faces etched with disbelief. To so effortlessly neutralize an attack of the Yuaning realm, what level of cultivation does this grayish-blue figure possess? Bai Ye does not afford them a moment to react. He retrieves the Zixiao sword from his storage ring, lightly flicking his wrist. Whoosh! A resplendent beam of golden sword light bursts forth. This strike is devoid of unnecessary embellishments, yet it encapsulates the profound principles of the cosmos. The sword light radiates outward, instantly enveloping the entire expanse above the Qingling Mountains. In that moment, it seems as if only this single beam of sword light exists in the heavens, eclipsing even the sun's brilliance. One sword, akin to myriad swords. The world is but a canvas of sword light. No. Yun Wuer emits a chilling shriek, attempting to summon her spiritual energy for defense, only to realize her body is ensnared by the sword light, unable to move. The golden sword light sweeps past, and in an instant, the 5 Yuaning powerhouses, along with dozens of Tongxian realm cultivators, are engulfed by the light, reduced to mere ash, their souls not left behind. As the sword light dissipates, tranquility returns to the sky, as though the cataclysmic battle had never transpired. Below, all the elders and disciples of the Qingling sect stand in stunned silence, their faces marked by disbelief. Bai Ye's figure flickers, appearing beside the Grand Elder. At this moment, the Grand Elder was utterly drained of spiritual power, his corporeal form teetering on the brink of collapse, blood continuously trickling from the corner of his mouth. Bai Ye retrieved a pristine, luminous 9th-grade elixir from his storage ring and offered it to him. Consume this, and it shall restore your corporeal form. The Grand Elder took the elixir. Feeling the immense potency within, his eyes filled with astonishment. A 9th-grade elixir, even in the archaic heavenly sect, was an extraordinarily rare treasure. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Bai Ye produced a jade vial and handed it to him. Inside are 5 heavenly infant pills, which can aid in breaking through to the Yuan infant realm. Heavenly infant pills. The Grand Elder opened the vial, and a wave of pure spiritual energy surged forth, causing his hands to tremble with excitement. Senior, this is far too precious, he exclaimed. The Qingling sect cannot afford to be without Yuan infant cultivators. Bai Ye spoke calmly. Continue to seal the mountain, allowing promising elders to break through. Once there are sufficient Yuan infants, the mountain gate may be reopened. With that, his figure flickered and vanished into the mist, leaving behind a nonchalant remark. Should trouble arise in the future, shatter this talisman, and I shall be informed. A pale golden talisman fell into the Grand Elder's hand. The Grand Elder and the other elders, along with the disciples, gazed in the direction of Bai Ye's disappearance, bowing deeply in respectful unison. Thank you, Senior. We bid farewell to you, Senior. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting its glow upon the Qingling Mountains. Despair dissipated, and hope reignited in the eyes of the disciples. They knew not who this enigmatic elder was, yet they understood that the Qingling sect had been saved. Chapter 30. The sword sweeps through the enemy's nest. Bai Ye's figure vanished from the sight of the Qingling sect's members. He plunged into the mist. Standing suspended in the air, having already made his move, he resolved to eradicate the threat entirely. Bai Ye discerned his direction and murmured to himself. Initially, he had sought a tranquil retreat for cultivation, but it seemed that fate had other plans. In the next moment, he activated the walking character secret, transforming into a pale golden flash that streaked across the heavens. With his current strength, his speed had reached its zenith. The air currents along his path were torn apart into delicate ripples, and even the clouds above were cleaved, creating a straight passageway leading directly to the locations of the 3 major factions. A faint aura of chaos enveloped Bai Ye, concealing his cultivation entirely. It was not out of fear, but rather a desire to avoid wasting time along the way. His first destination was the Yunxue Heavenly Palace, the closest to the Qingling sect. The Wanzai ice field in the northern part of Qingzhou served as the foundation of the Yunxue Heavenly Palace. This expanse of snow-capped mountains, stretching for thousands of miles, was perpetually blanketed in heavy snowfall. The peaks jutted into the sky like razor-sharp ice blades. The spiritual energy within the mountains crystallized into glimmering ice shards, descending with the wind and carrying a rich wave of spiritual power. Deep within the mountains stood a complex of palaces, carved from millennia-old profound ice, standing silently. The palace tops were laden with thick layers of snow and icicles, each a yard long, hung from the eaves. Sunlight refracted through the icicles, casting a spectrum of colors. Here lay the very core of the Yunxue Heavenly Palace. The forbidden grounds at the rear of the palace were shrouded in utmost secrecy. The entrance to the forbidden area was concealed beneath a towering ice sculpture, intricately carved with the sacred talisman of the Yunxue Heavenly Palace. The runes shimmered with a piercing blue light in the cold wind, forming an invisible barrier that obstructed any prying eyes. Within the forbidden ground stood a circular ice palace, at the center of which 3 bronze soul lamps were positioned, their bases intricately carved with frost patterns. At this moment, 2 of the soul lamps had recently extinguished. The ashes of the wicks swept away by the chill gusts within the palace, leaving only the last soul lamp flickering weakly. The dim light intensified the coldness within the hall. How could this be? A middle-aged cultivator with graying hair stood before the soul lamp, his hands clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the effort. He wore a sky-blue robe of the Cloud Snow Celestial Palace, adorned with embroidered third-grade ice crystal flowers. And he was none other than the last nascent soul ancestor of the Cloud Snow Celestial Palace, Ai Xuanzi. The moment the 2 soul lamps extinguished, his heart plummeted to the depths of despair. The soul lamps were connected to the souls of the cultivators. Their extinguishment signified death. Yun Maching and Yun Wuer had actually perished. The Qingling sect, devoid of any nascent soul guardians, could not possibly have simultaneously slain 2 nascent souls. Had the Tianfeng Empire and the Blood Spirit sect betrayed them? Ai Xuanzi murmured anxiously to himself. He hastily stepped outside the palace and sternly commanded the disciple guarding the entrance to the forbidden ground. Quick, send someone to the Qingyun sect to investigate and ascertain the cause of the deaths of ancestors Yun Maching and Yun Wuer. Yes, the disciple, not daring to delay, turned to take flight on his sword. But at that moment, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire Cloud Snow Celestial Palace. Boom. The pressure surged like monstrous waves across the snow-capped mountains for thousands of miles. Snow accumulated in the mountains cascaded down, and ice shards shattered with a resounding crash. Even the last soul lamp within the forbidden ground swayed violently, as if it might extinguish at any moment. The disciples of the Cloud Snow Celestial Palace fell to their knees, their spiritual energies crushed beneath the weight of this pressure. Lacking the courage to even lift their heads, their bodies icy as if plunged into an ice cellar. An enemy attack. Activate the protective Grand Formation. Ai Xuanzi's expression changed dramatically as he barked the command. Buzz. In the next instant, the protective Grand Formation of the Cloud Snow Celestial Palace, a millennium-old ice curtain, was instantly activated. A colossal ice-blue light screen surged upward from the palace complex, inscribed with dense runes. These runes radiated the essence of 1,000 years of cold ice, capable of withstanding the full force of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. This Grand Formation, painstakingly crafted over millennia, had repelled numerous external invasions, serving as the final bastion of the Celestial Palace. Yet, in the next moment, a streak of ice-blue sword energy suddenly descended from the heavens. A sword that brings frost to the 9 heavens. Bai Ye's voice was calm and unwavering, yet it resonated clearly in every ear. This was a sacred-grade sword technique he had acquired through Sign-In, unparalleled in its might. The Zixiao sword in his hand had been infused with the essence of this sacred-grade technique, and the sword energy transformed into a long ice-blue rainbow, soaring into the sky. Wherever the rainbow passed, the air instantaneously froze into ice crystals, even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth solidifying. Crack! The moment the sword energy collided with the millennium-old ice curtain, the runes upon the light screen shattered in an instant, the ice-blue barrier fracturing like glass. Followed by a thunderous explosion, countless shards of ice splintered and crashed to the ground, emitting a crisp sound of shattering. The protective formation of the Cloud Snow Heavenly Palace was utterly powerless, unable to withstand even a single sword strike. Bing Xuanzi's pupils constricted sharply, cold sweat instantly soaking through his robe. He looked up to see a figure cloaked in a grayish-blue hue, hovering in midair, surrounded by a faint mist that obscured his features yet imparted an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if confronting the very heavens. Predecessor. Bing Xuanzi's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead pressed against the icy ground. His voice trembled. I know not where my cloud snow heavenly palace has offended you, esteemed one. I implore you to enlighten me. My palace is willing to offer all its treasures, merely seeking your mercy to spare the life of my disciple. Bai Ye, disinterested in further discourse, raised his hand and swung his sword, unleashing another icy blue sword chi. With a whoosh, the blade of energy swept past Bing Xuanzi's neck, blood sprayed onto the ice surface, instantly freezing into crimson crystals. The last of the Yuan Ying ancestors of the Cloud Snow Heavenly Palace had perished. Immediately, Bai Ye's consciousness swept through the realm, locking onto all the high-ranking members of the Cloud Snow Heavenly Palace, the elders of the Tongxian realm, the palace leaders, and the stewards. With the purple cloud sword in hand, he unleashed a torrent of icy blue sword chi that fell like raindrops, accompanied by the sounds of anguished cries. Within mere moments, the upper echelons of the palace had been completely eradicated. Below, the ordinary disciples trembled in terror, collapsing to the ground, too fearful to raise their heads. Tears fell upon the icy surface, freezing instantly into tiny crystals. Their hearts were shattered, each harboring a singular thought. The Cloud Snow Heavenly Palace was doomed. Bai Ye slowly descended before the entrance of the forbidden area, his gaze sweeping over the soul lamps within the hall. He raised his hand and pointed into the void. System, check in. Ding. The system detected the host checking in at the forbidden area of the Cloud Snow Heavenly Palace, triggering a super reward. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the True God 9th rank pill, the Cloud Snow Sacred Extreme pill. In the next moment, a pill, entirely ice blue, appeared in Bai Ye's palm. The surface of the pill was shrouded in a gentle white mist, exuding a pure aura of vitality. Bai Ye used his spiritual sense to probe it, feeling a slight astonishment. This Cloud Snow Sacred Extreme pill could not only heal any physical injuries, even those that shattered the physical body or damaged the soul, but as long as one still drew breath, it could forcibly extend life. It was truly a treasure capable of resurrecting the dead. Chapter 31. Glorious for 2 millennia, the dynasty ultimately perishes. What a delightful surprise. Bai Ye stored the pill in his spatial ring and turned toward the treasury of the Cloud Snow Heavenly Palace. The treasury was situated at the deepest part of the palace complex, constructed from thick layers of profound ice, with 3 heavenly level barriers at the entrance. Bai Ye waved his hand, and spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave, shattering the barriers in an instant. As he pushed open the treasury doors, a rich aura of spiritual energy rushed toward him. Inside, the shelves were piled high with exquisite spirit stones, while spirit herbs were meticulously preserved within ice crystals, including several 9th-tier spirit herbs. In a corner lay dozens of Earth-tier spiritual artifacts, along with a few heavenly-tier artifacts quietly resting within jade boxes. With a flick of his hand, Bai Ye summoned his spatial ring, its brilliance flashing as it absorbed all the treasures, leaving not even a single spirit stone behind. Having completed this task, he turned to depart, his figure transforming once more into a stream of pale golden light, soaring toward the direction of the Tianfeng dynasty. This premier force, standing for 6 millennia in Qingzhou, was now utterly extinguished in the swirling snow and wind. The Tianfeng plain, where the Tianfeng dynasty is situated, is several times more expansive than the eternal ice fields of the Inshua Heavenly Palace. The plain is adorned with vast fields of golden wheat, their mature ears swaying in the breeze like waves of gold stretching toward the horizon. At the heart of the plain rises the majestic imperial city, Tianfeng City, the capital of the Tianfeng dynasty. The city walls soar to a height of 50 zhang, constructed from deep azure dragon-patterned stones, each brick intricately carved with lifelike 5-clawed golden dragons. A faint golden aura weaves through the dragon patterns, a mark of the sacred meridians nurtured over millennia. Atop the walls, every 100 zhang, stands a formidable arrow tower. Soldiers clad in dark iron armor, wielding enchanted bows, stand vigilant, their gazes sharp as eagles. Remarkably, each one is a practitioner of the Yuan Dan realm. Above the main gate of the imperial city hangs a massive gilded plaque, inscribed with the 4 characters Tianfeng Imperial City in ancient seal script, exuding an air of regal authority. Flanking the city gate are 2 colossal stone lions, their eyes embedded with exquisite spirit stones, gleaming menacingly in the sunlight, showcasing the dynasty's 2 millennia of heritage. Bai Ye approached the imperial city without concealing his presence. Suddenly, 2 streaks of light surged forth from within the city, blocking his path. On the left stood a short, stout middle-aged cultivator, his face slick with oil, dressed in a dark blue dragon-patterned robe, wielding a bronze hammer inscribed with the character Zhenyu, emanating the pressure of a late Yuan Dan practitioner. On the right stood a tall, slender elder, his complexion waxy, bearing a long sword on his back, his robe's cuffs embroidered with the royal crest. Also a late Yuan Dan cultivator, Upon sensing the faint aura surrounding Bai Ye, both men felt a chill. They could not discern the cultivation level of the individual before them. Who might you be? What brings you to trespass upon Tianfeng Imperial City? The stout cultivator inquired first, his tone grave, yet maintaining a hint of the dynasty's pride. Tianfeng Imperial City is a crucial stronghold of Qingzhou. If you lack a legitimate reason, I must insist you withdraw at once. Otherwise, do not blame us for being unaccommodating. The tall elder slowly drew the long sword from his back, its blade shimmering coldly. Should you have pressing matters, you may announce them first, and we shall inform His Majesty before any decisions are made. Bai Ye regarded the two, speaking calmly. Not long ago, your Tianfeng dynasty dispatched Yuan-ing cultivators to attack my Qingyin sect. Now, I have come to assault your imperial city. As a matter of reciprocity, Qingyin sect. Their expressions changed dramatically, a flash of murderous intent crossing their eyes. They were well aware that the dynasty had sent people to besiege Qingyin sect, and this individual was actually from there. The thought of confronting someone from the seemingly insignificant Qingyin sect ignited their bloodlust. In the next instant, you seek death, the stout cultivator roared, swinging the bronze hammer toward Bai Ye with tremendous force, the hammer erupting with dazzling golden light, carrying the momentum to shatter mountains and split stones. Simultaneously, the tall elder launched an attack, unleashing a golden sword chi aimed directly at Bai Ye's throat. Bai Ye remained motionless, merely raising his hand to grasp the Zixiao sword beside him. With a swish, a burst of golden sword light erupted. The radiant blade shot forth like a bolt of lightning, swiftly slicing through the protective spiritual energy of both opponents. The stout monk's copper hammer clanged to the ground as he clutched his throat, disbelief etched in his eyes, blood seeping through his fingers. The tall, gaunt elder's long sword shattered into two halves, his body collapsing limply to the ground, breath extinguished in an instant. The two late-stage nascent soul cultivators were annihilated in a heartbeat. An enemy attack. A formidable foe has invaded. The soldiers within the imperial city reacted instantly, the alarm ringing sharply through the air. Moments later, 7 even more potent auras erupted from the depths of the imperial palace, descending upon Bai Ye like the weight of 7 mountains. At the forefront stood an elder clad in a bright yellow dragon robe, surrounded by a faint crackle of thunder. His gaze sharp as lightning. He was Li Huang, the 5th-tier tribulation transcendence ancestor of the Tianfeng dynasty. Following him were 6 nascent soul cultivators, each a seasoned powerhouse of the dynasty, their auras robust, evidently representing the pinnacle of the Tianfeng dynasty's strength. Who are you exactly? Why do you oppose the Tianfeng dynasty? Li Huang demanded, an edge of wariness in his eyes. To slay 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators instantaneously. This individual's cultivation must be at least at the tribulation level. Bai Ye remained silent. The Zixiao sword in his grasp glowed once more, this time infused with the power of the innate chaotic Tao body, transforming into a chaotic blade of light. He struck. The sword light cleaved forth like the very act of creation, instantly enveloping the 7 formidable beings. Li Huang's expression changed dramatically as he hastily summoned all his spiritual energy, forming a golden thunder shield. Yet, as the chaotic blade sliced through, the shield crumbled like paper, the thunder consumed in an instant. The cries of anguish erupted almost simultaneously. The 7 powerful figures were instantly reduced to a mist of blood, their souls unable to escape. This included the venerable ancestor of the 5th-tier tribulation. Although Bai Ye was merely at the 3rd tier of tribulation, his combat prowess was terrifyingly formidable. With the innate chaotic Tao body, coupled with mastery over several sacred great scriptures, even a typical 9th-tier tribulation cultivator would struggle to withstand a single strike from him, let alone an ordinary 5th-tier tribulation cultivator. The cultivators within the imperial city stood frozen in shock, gazing at the grayish-blue figure suspended in the air, their hearts consumed by an abysmal terror. The tribulation ancestor had perished just like that. All the nascent soul powerhouses were annihilated. The Tianfeng dynasty was finished. Boom. The chaotic sword energy enveloping Bai Ye formed a domain that shrouded the entire imperial city. With a mere thought, all remaining cultivators of the transcendent realm within the city were swiftly slaughtered by the sword energy, leaving only those powerless ordinary disciples and mortals behind. Subsequently, he soared towards the forbidden area deep within the imperial city. The forbidden area of the Tianfeng dynasty lay beneath the imperial palace, the source of the sacred grade's spiritual veins. Upon entering the forbidden zone, Bai Ye beheld a vast spiritual vein pool, the golden spiritual liquid swirling within, the spiritual energy so dense it nearly coalesced into liquid form. System, sign in. Ding. Detection of host signing in at the Tianfeng dynasty's forbidden area, triggering super reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the True God 9th grade divine artifact. the dragon-slaying sacred sword. A long sword of dark gold materialized from thin air, its hilt adorned with a ruby the size of a dragon's eye. The blade intricately carved with a coiling golden dragon, exuding a faint aura of divinity. Bai Ye extended his hand to grasp the hilt of the sword, and a surge of pure swordsmanship power instantaneously flowed into his body, resonating intensely with his soul. This dragon-slaying holy sword could amplify his swordsmanship prowess by an astonishing 30%. What a magnificent blade! A glimmer of joy flashed in Bai Ye's eyes as his fingertips gently caressed the sword's body, savoring the weapon's weight and sharpness. To him, the worth of this sword surpassed that of the previous Yunxue Holy Extreme Pill. Without hesitation, he proceeded towards the treasury of the Tianfeng dynasty. The treasures within the treasury surpassed those of the Yunxue Heavenly Palace. Mountains of top-grade spirit stones piled high, dozens of exquisite spirit herbs, over 100 celestial-grade spiritual artifacts, 6 holy-grade spiritual artifacts, and even a pearl brimming with an abundance of spiritual essence. Bai Ye collected all the treasures into his storage ring, nearly filling its capacity. After completing this task, he cast one last glance at the once majestic imperial city before turning and vanishing like a streak of light. Below, the surviving disciples and mortals gazed in the direction of his disappearance, their eyes filled with despair and awe. Thus, the Tianfeng dynasty, which had stood for over 20,000 years in Qingzhou, met its demise. Chapter 32. Breaking the True God Realm. 2 hours later. The Blood Mist Mountains in southern Qingzhou bore no resemblance to their former state. Once the stronghold of the Blood Spirit Sect, the mountains were perpetually shrouded in crimson fog, the air thick with the stench of blood and malevolence. Disciples of the Blood Spirit Sect cultivated their powers through the essence of their own blood, and countless skeletons of cultivators littered the area, with even the flora imbued with a faint dark red hue. Yet at this moment, the entire mountain range had devolved into ruins. The towering Blood Jade Palace had collapsed and shattered, remnants of the structure scorched by lingering sword energy. The blood pool that once nourished wicked spirit herbs had dried to its depths, and the blood-red runes at its edge had been obliterated by the sword's aura. Much of the crimson fog had been dispelled, revealing the bare black rocks beneath, while the air now carried an acrid scent of charred remnants alongside the familiar blood odor. The upper echelons of the Blood Spirit Sect, from the Yuan Dan realm to the last Yuan Ing ancestor, had all perished beneath Bai Ye's sword energy. Those bloodthirsty cultivators who had been affiliated with the Blood Spirit Sect either fell victim to the sword energy or fled in a panic, leaving behind a scene of devastation that marked the complete annihilation of this malevolent force that had thrived for millennia. Bai Ye's figure appeared in the forbidden area behind the Blood Spirit Sect. This forbidden land was unlike any other sect, lacking any spiritual veins to nourish it, featuring only a sinister blood-colored altar, inscribed with twisted runes, and the ground stained with dark red blood that had clearly not dried, indicating recent gruesome sacrifices. Deep within the forbidden chamber, several half-finished blood puppets lay piled, their eyes flickering with a crimson glow, yet immobilized under Bai Ye's oppressive aura. System, sign in. Bai Ye spoke calmly. Ding. Host detected signing in at the Blood Spirit Sect's forbidden area, triggering a super reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Holy Grade Supreme Secret Technique. Blood Puppet True Cannon. A stream of blood-red light surged into Bai Ye's consciousness, revealing the entirety of the Blood Puppet True Cannon's contents. This technique was exceedingly sinister, requiring the cultivator's blood and soul to transform the living into mindless blood puppets whose only purpose was slaughter. The combat prowess of the blood puppet rivals that of its creator, capable of evolving through the consumption of vital essence, rendering it a profoundly nefarious secret art. Bai Ye cast a cursory glance at the contents of the secret art within his consciousness, his brow furrowing slightly. This self-serving and malevolent technique held no allure for him. He casually relegated the art seal to a corner of his mind and turned his attention toward the treasury of the Blood Spirit Sect. The treasury exuded an equally ominous atmosphere, its interior walls embedded with crimson crystal stones that illuminated the treasures within, stacked like mountains. Among them were countless blood spirit stones, a unique type of spirit stone imbued with malevolent energy that required refinement for use. An uncountable number of blood spirit pills, crafted from the essence of cultivator's blood, lay scattered about, alongside several heavenly-grade spiritual artifacts tainted with the scent of blood, and a prized spiritual herb known as the sacred blood soul grass, emanating an intense aura of malevolence. With a mere gesture, Bai Ye summoned all the treasures into his storage ring. While these items, steeped in sinister energy, held little utility for him, who would ever disdain an abundance of resources. Having completed this task, he activated the secret of movement, transforming into a faint golden blur as he silently returned to the Qingling sect. Bai Ye did not disturb a soul, making his way directly back to the bamboo courtyard on Night Cloud Peak. There, he set up a concealment formation and began to tally the spoils he had amassed from the three major factions. The haul of top-grade spirit stones amounted to tens of millions, with an innumerable variety of spiritual herbs ranging from the 3rd to the 9th grade, and a plethora of spiritual artifacts. Additionally, he had gathered a substantial number of medicinal pills, talismans, and cultivation manuals, far exceeding his expectations. Bai Ye organized a portion of the resources he deemed unnecessary for himself, intending to present them to the Qingling sect and the Bai family as a gesture of gratitude for their support. While he was cataloging the treasures from the Tianfeng dynasty, his primordial spirit suddenly stirred. Beneath the spirit vein pearl lay a dark turtle shell, palm-sized, its surface riddled with fine cracks, its hue dim and indistinguishable from ordinary waste stone. Had it not been for Bai Ye's primordial spirit reaching the tribulation stage, refined like crystal, he would never have detected the faint, elusive aura of divinity emanating from within the shell. A flicker of intrigue crossed Bai Ye's eyes as he reached for the turtle shell. It was icy to the touch and remarkably hard. His fingers traced the cracks, revealing an ancient and obscure energy. He carefully channeled his primordial spirit, probing into the interior of the shell. Deep within the fissures, he discerned a faint intertwining of divine power, an energy more monumental than any he had encountered, imbued with a majesty that seemed to overlook all of existence. In pursuit of understanding, Bai Ye summoned a trace of divine energy from his tribulation stage within, gradually infusing it into the shell. In the next moment, a resplendent golden light erupted from the shell. The divine energy within the cracks surged forth, enveloping the entire bamboo courtyard in a golden veil. Bai Ye felt a resounding echo within his consciousness as a colossal influx of information surged into his mind, accompanied by the ethereal image of a star map. The star map was dotted with countless luminous points, ultimately converging upon a mysterious valley in the western part of Qingzhou. Inscribed alongside it were three ancient characters: Dust Star Valley. After a prolonged moment, Bai Ye finally assimilated this information, his face betraying an unmistakable astonishment. A legacy of divine king level? According to the records, this dark turtle shell was a token left by a divine king before his fall in ancient times. Within the tortoise shell lies the coordinates of his ancestral secret realm. The divine realm is divided into 5 grand stages: True God, Celestial God, God Sovereign, God King, and God Emperor. The God King stage surpasses the True God stage by 2 whole tiers, making one a formidable force even in the upper realms. The fact that such a place as Tianxin Continent, a mere lower realm, could conceal the legacy of a God King is astonishing. Yet, the information may not be entirely credible. It could be an embellishment. As Bai Ye calmed himself, he mused that, considering the proximity of Dust Star Valley to the wasteland, a future breakthrough to the True God stage might warrant an exploration. He carefully stored the dark-hued tortoise shell deep within his storage ring, suppressing the tumult within his heart. The most pressing matter at hand was to first ascend to the True God stage. Time flitted by like a fleeting horse, and in the blink of an eye, 60 years had passed. Throughout these 6 decades, Bai Ye had remained in seclusion on Night Cloud Peak, diligently honing his skills. Supported by the resources of the 3 great factions and the training environment of the Transformation Tower, he steadily advanced towards the pinnacle of the tribulation stage. During this period, he had consistently signed in daily, accumulating numerous elixirs and spiritual materials to aid his cultivation. Meanwhile, Qingling sect experienced rapid development, bolstered by Bai Ye's covert assistance. 3 new Yuan-ing stage powerhouses emerged, and the number of elders and disciples in the Tongxian stage doubled. Among the younger generation, many gifted individuals also surfaced. In just 60 short years, the true strength of Qingling sect had re-established itself among the top forces in Qingzhou. However, the sect's higher-ups chose not to reopen their gates just yet, preferring to bide their time for a future spectacular reveal. On one fateful day, deep within the Qingling Mountains, a brilliant bolt of lightning surged into the sky, instantly tearing apart the clouds. Bai Ye hovered in midair, clothed in a gray-blue robe, his hair dancing in the wind, surrounded by a faint aura of chaos and lightning. As he opened and closed his eyes, it was as if the stars themselves flickered, thunder roared, and he appeared as a chaotic god, king surveying all beings. He had just survived the 9th heavenly tribulation. This final tribulation was more terrifying than the previous 8 combined. The purple divine lightning, infused with golden laws, nearly shattered his Tao body. Yet, relying on the formidable nature of his innate chaos Tao body, the profundity of the Chaos Sword Classic, and the accumulation of 60 years, he ultimately triumphed over this dreadful heavenly tribulation. His cultivation officially stepped into the pinnacle of the tribulation stage. The pinnacle of the tribulation stage was but a single step away from the true God stage. As Bai Ye sensed the overwhelming divine power within him, he was filled with myriad emotions. The tribulation stage represents the final realm of mortals. After enduring 9 lightning tribulations, one need only ignite the divine fire and condense the divine source to ascend to true God, drastically extending one's lifespan to 100,000 years. Truly entering the ranks of the divine, he focused his mind on his sea of consciousness, where the system's sign-in prompt appeared punctually. You have yet to sign in today. Would you like to do so? Sign in, Bai Ye silently intoned. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the 30,000th sign-in, triggering the ultimate super reward. Congratulations, host, for receiving the true God-grade 9th tier elixir, Xiantian Divine Fire Pill. A crimson pill materialized in Bai Ye's palm, its surface enveloped in a faint golden flame, emanating a majestic aura and searing warmth. As soon as the elixir manifested, the surrounding air ignited, and even the very fabric of space shimmered with delicate ripples. Bai Ye, using his spiritual consciousness to probe, was instantly engulfed in ecstasy. The Xiantian Divine Fire Pill, a pinnacle-grade elixir of the 9th rank, contained the pure essence of divine fire and the laws of the divine realm. When consumed by a peak tribulation realm cultivator, it could ignite divine fire directly, coalescing the source of divinity without any risk, ensuring a 100% success rate for a breakthrough to the true divine realm. Truly, a timely boon. Bai Ye wasted no time, settling into a meditative posture to achieve his optimal state. He then consumed the Xiantian Divine Fire Pill, which dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, unleashing a torrent of searing yet gentle divine fire energy that surged through his meridians towards his dantian and sea of consciousness. Boom. Almost instantaneously, boundless thunderclouds gathered in the sky. The clouds took on a deep purple hue, interlaced with golden patterns of divine fire, enveloping the entire Qingling mountain range and even extending over much of Qingzhou. The energy within the thunderclouds swirled with an intensity far surpassing that of a typical tribulation. At least tenfold. This was the true divine tribulation. Countless cultivators and mortals who witnessed this spectacle were struck with profound terror. What manner of thunder tribulation is this? How could it be so fearsome? A nascent soul realm cultivator suddenly awoke from his seclusion, utterly astonished by the true divine lightning tribulation. Bai Ye rose to his feet, confronting the terrifying divine calamity above him. The medicinal power of the Xiantian Divine Fire Pill had fully erupted at this moment. A golden shield of divine fire enveloped him, providing a solid sanctuary. Thunder roared. The lightning of the true divine tribulation struck down upon the shield, yet was immediately consumed by the divine fire, transforming into nourishing energy for his physical body. Bai Ye closed his eyes, guiding the divine fire energy to assault the barriers of the true divine realm. Within his sea of consciousness, the 9-colored nascent soul began to undergo a transformation. Intertwining with the chaotic essence and divine fire, the nascent soul gradually expanded, morphing into a towering true divine manifestation, standing 100 feet tall. This manifestation was clad in chaotic battle armor, wielding the sacred dragon-slaying sword, its eyes radiating like the sun and moon, surrounded by thunder and divine fire, exuding a sacred pressure that looked down upon all beings. Simultaneously, within his dantian, his physical body underwent a complete metamorphosis under the refining influence of divine fire and thunder. His flesh, bones, and meridians merged with the laws of the divine realm, becoming an immortal divine body. The surface of the divine body shimmered with a faint golden light. Utterly indestructible, it could even autonomously absorb the essence of spiritual energy from the world to nurture itself, akin to the effects of a holy-grade spiritual herb. In the final moments, a minute aperture above his dantian slowly opened, the source of divinity. This was the core symbol of a true divine realm cultivator. Pure divine essence flowed within the source aperture, allowing the spiritual power within his body to be continuously transformed into a higher form of divine power. The divine power was over 100 times more refined than spiritual power and contained the laws of the divine realm. Even a mere thread could summon the forces of heaven and earth, wielding boundless might. Crack! As the final bolt of true divine lightning descended, it was effortlessly cleaved asunder by the true divine manifestation. Bai Ye abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with divine brilliance. As the true divine manifestation soared into the sky, circling through the clouds before gradually merging back into his body. The first level of the true divine realm. He had succeeded. Bai Ye felt the immortal divine body within him, the immense divine power, and the true divine manifestation in his sea of consciousness. A serene smile gracing his lips. From an ordinary inner disciple of the Qingyun sect to a formidable being in the true God realm, he traversed a century, finally stepping into the genuine domain of divinity. Chapter 33. A Century of Seclusion, Re-emerging into the Light. The might of the true God tribulation was exponentially more formidable than that of the tribulation faced by the crossing tribulation realm. Deep purple thunderclouds unfurled incessantly, eventually enveloping the entirety of Qingzhou, even extending to the neighboring 3 states. Amidst the rolling thunderclouds, golden divine fire patterns intertwined with the lightning, illuminating the entire sky. As the thunder struck, it was not a jarring roar, but rather a deep, resonant tremor infused with the laws of the divine realm, causing the very earth to shudder and the spiritual veins in the mountains to resonate in sympathy. Such grandeur compelled not only the cultivators of Qingzhou, but also the powerful beings from several thousand miles away to gaze towards the direction of the Qingyun mountain range. Their eyes filled with astonishment. Was this the true God tribulation? Within the Wanyao Valley, in eastern Qingzhou, the valley master gazed at the thunderclouds in the sky, his voice trembling. Was there truly someone breaking through to the true God realm in the desolate lands? The last time a true God emerged was over 20,000 years ago. Who could it be? Could it be an ancestor of the Huantian divine sect? A solitary cultivator gathered in the town square, looking up at the thunderclouds with a face full of reverence. Such might, it seemed, could easily sweep away all forces in the desolate lands. Even a mere first-tier true God. Not necessarily. Look at the center of the thunderclouds, pointing towards Qingzhou. 100 years ago, the Qingyun sect faced a great calamity, which was resolved effortlessly, and the 3 major powers were obliterated. Could it be that the Qingyun sect harbored such an extraordinary powerhouse? If this were true, everything would fall into place. Whispers of speculation spread like a tide across Qingzhou, with various factions dispatching scouts to the Qingyun mountain range in search of the origins of this mysterious powerhouse. However, Bai Ye had already set up a top-tier concealment formation. Not even ordinary cultivators could locate him, let alone late-stage nascent soul experts, who could merely sense the overwhelming divine pressure without pinpointing his exact whereabouts. After the thunderclouds dissipated, Bai Ye returned to the bamboo courtyard on Night Cloud Peak, commencing the consolidation of his cultivation in the first tier of the true God realm. Sitting cross-legged beside the spiritual spring, golden divine power flowed from his fingertips. The cultivation of the true God realm was strikingly different from that of the crossing tribulation realm. With an immortal body and pure divine power, each cycle of the chaotic sword cannon drew upon the power of divine laws from the heavens and nourished the divine source apertures. He discovered that he seemed to be innately attuned to the path of cultivation, immersed in the pleasure of increasing strength, finding not a trace of tedium. Rather, he relished the continuous process of becoming stronger. This consolidation lasted for a century. Over the course of 100 years, Bai Ye's cultivation steadily ascended to the 3rd tier of the true God realm. Above his dantian, 3 divine source apertures shone brilliantly, continually transforming the residual spiritual energy within him into pure divine power. His true divine manifestation grew increasingly solid, towering at 300 zhong, clad in chaotic battle armor, wielding the dragon-slaying holy sword, and surrounded by divine laws capable of influencing the natural laws within 100 miles. However, the pace of cultivation in the true God realm was significantly slower than that in the crossing tribulation realm. The core reason lay in the fact that the quality of spiritual energy in the Tianxian continent could no longer keep pace with the requirements for cultivating in the true God realm. The practitioners of the true God realm require the ethereal energy imbued with divine principles, rather than mere ordinary spirit energy. Even the most superior sacred-level spiritual veins in Qingzhou yield energy that can only be barely transformed into divine power, exhibiting exceedingly low efficiency. According to the notes of the master of the Qingxian sword, only the divine energy from the upper realm can facilitate a swift breakthrough for those in the true God realm. Fortunately, upon advancing to the true God realm, the system's sign-in feature also underwent an upgrade. Previously, during the tribulation realm, daily sign-ins primarily yielded sacred-level elixirs and spiritual materials. Now, however, the rewards are exclusively of the true God tier. For instance, there are true God grade 1 divine element pills containing pure divine essence, suitable for cultivation within the true God realm. Additionally, there are chaotic divine crystals, capable of providing a reserve of divine essence equivalent to a century of arduous training for a true God practitioner. A plethora of true God-level rewards perfectly compensates for the deficiency of divine essence in the Tianxian continent, alleviating Bai Ye's concerns regarding cultivation resources for the time being. Curiously, as per the master of the Qingxian sword, upon the breakthrough of a true God practitioner, the heavenly Tao is supposed to descend the heavenly gate to usher forth ascension to the upper realm. Bai Ye halted his cultivation, his brow furrowed, pondering why. After a century, he had yet to sense the presence of the heavenly gate despite already reaching the third level of the true God realm. He meticulously revisited the notes left by the master of the Qingxian sword. The records distinctly state that the true God realm serves as the watershed between the mortal realm and the upper realm, with the heavenly gate manifesting automatically upon a breakthrough. Without exception. Yet, a century has elapsed, and he has not perceived so much as a ripple in the spatial fabric, extending his consciousness to encompass the entire desolate region. Bai Ye, after consulting various ancient tomes from numerous factions, uncovered a staggering truth. The last recorded ascension of a true god from the desolate region occurred over 23,000 years ago. Since then, even when practitioners have broken through to the true god realm, no one has witnessed the descent of the heavenly gate. Those true god powerhouses have either vanished from sight or faded into obscurity, their fates unknown. It appears that the spatial pathways of the Tianxian continent have likely encountered significant issues. Bai Ye mused that perhaps the Huangtian divine sect might possess relevant secrets. The Huangtian divine sect, the foremost power in the desolate region, has dominated for over 100,000 years, with more than 10 ancestors having ascended to the upper realm, showcasing an exceedingly profound heritage. If they are unaware of the reasons behind the closure of the heavenly gate, it is likely that no one in the entire desolate region could unravel the mystery. Nevertheless, there is no need for haste. Bai Ye shook his head. With the ability to sign in and acquire divine essence resources and a lifespan now extended to 300,000 years, he has ample time to await the opportune moment. Just as Bai Ye immersed himself in his cultivation, a piece of joyous news arrived from the Qingling sect. Deep within the sect, a surge of pressure emanating from the nascent soul realm suddenly erupted, sweeping across all 72 peaks. This pressure was robust and stable, indicative of a breakthrough at the pinnacle of the Tongxian realm. The fifth nascent soul powerhouse within a century had emerged. The first elder to break through now stands at the pinnacle of the third level of the nascent soul realm, becoming the steadfast anchor of the Qingling sect. Standing atop the main peak, he gazed upon the flourishing scenery of the mountains, filled with sentiment. After a century of seclusion, the foundation of the sect has been solidified. It is time to reopen the mountain gates. The four nascent soul powerhouses beside him nodded in agreement, their faces alight with anticipation. A century ago, the Qingling sect had been on the brink of annihilation, saved solely by the intervention of that mysterious elder. A century later, they reopened the mountain gate with a formidable assembly of 5 Yuaning cultivators, sufficient to establish a firm footing in Qingzhou and even revive the former glory of their sect. 10 days later, Qingling sect officially proclaimed to the world, the century-long closure was over, the mountain gate was reopened, and all factions were invited to witness the grand ceremony. As the news spread, Qingzhou was set ablaze with excitement. On the day of the grand opening ceremony, the gates of Qingling sect swung wide, and the newly reconstructed protective array shone with an unparalleled azure brilliance. At the summit of the sect, the 5 venerable ancestors simultaneously unleashed their oppressive aura, intertwining 5 powerful breaths that enveloped the surroundings, announcing the return of Qingling sect to all of Qingzhou. Various factions hastened to send their representatives to offer congratulations. The venerable Wan Yao Valley sent an early-stage Yuan Ying ancestor as a leader, presenting 3 precious 9th-grade spiritual herbs. Bai Shui men offered a high-grade Earth-tier spiritual artifact. Even the smaller, remote factions came bearing lavish gifts, eager to forge alliances with Qingling sect. Most notably, the envoy from the foremost power in Qingzhou, Tianhua sect, made an appearance. Tianhua sect was not a native force of Qingzhou. Rather, it was a subsidiary of the superpower Tianhua divine sect established in the wild domain. This sect had dominated Qingzhou for millennia, with over 10 Yuan Ying cultivators stationed within. There were even rumors that an ancestor in the tribulation crossing stage resided within their ranks. Yet, this colossal entity sent a mid-stage Yuan Ying powerhouse to lead their delegation, presenting a sacred-level pill, Tianhua Dan, thus bestowing great honor upon Qingling sect. It was speculated that Tianhua sect's keen interest stemmed from the stature of that mysterious sword cultivator from a century ago. Some factions whispered among themselves, surely that elder could slay 3 Yuan Ying powerhouses with a single stroke, likely a formidable tribulation crossing adept. Even Tianhua divine sect must regard a tribulation crossing powerhouse with utmost respect. Chapter 34. Return to the Holy City. The grand opening ceremony of Qingling sect was nothing short of spectacular. The disciples of Qingling were radiant with pride, and the elders wore smiles of satisfaction. At long last, they had restored their dignity. Yet, amidst all this, Bai Ye remained absent. He had departed from Qingling sect on the eve of the ceremony, embarking on a journey through perilous locales and secret realms across Qingzhou. He had visited the god burial abyss, the Star Sea, and the illusory mist forest, among other treacherous sites. At each unique location, he activated a super sign-in, reaping an abundance of treasures at the level of true deities. For instance, he acquired the 9th grade True God Technique, Azure Thunder Divine Cannon, and the Divine Artifact, Star Shield. Also of the 9th grade. After 6 months of exploration, Bai Ye returned, bringing back resources ample enough to sustain his continued cultivation and to break through to an even higher realm of true divinity. He humbly returned to Yiyun Peak, resuming his focus training. However, tranquility did not linger for long. One day, the bell atop the main peak of Qingyun's sect suddenly rang out, resonating 6 urgent and heavy tolls. While he was in secluded cultivation, Bai Ye received a summons to the Ancestor Hall for a meeting. Though he outwardly displayed the cultivation of a late-stage Tongxian, his years of experience and understated demeanor had elevated his status within the sect to unprecedented heights. Inside the Ancestor Hall, his seat had shifted from the last row to a prominent position. The new sect master of Qingyun's sect, a middle-aged gentleman named Su Wenxuan, had recently broken through to the Yuaning stage. He exuded a gentle, yet steady demeanor. As he observed the gathering of people, he slowly began to speak. The purpose of convening you all today is to announce a matter of great significance. I invite the Grand Elder to elaborate. The Grand Elder rose, his expression devoid of its customary warmth, replaced instead by a grave demeanor. Half an hour ago, the Huangtian Divine Sect sent an urgent message. The Abyssal Invasion will commence once more within a year. What? The assembly erupted in chaos, the elders exclaiming in disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity. How could this be? It has only been a little over a century since the last abyssal incursion. One elder, a master of the late stage of the profound realm, suddenly stood, his voice trembling. According to established norms, abyssal invasions occur every 500 years. How can it be happening so soon? Grand Elder, is this news verified? Another elder inquired, anxiety evident in his gaze. Last time, we dispatched 2 nascent soul ancestors to aid the demon-slaying sacred city, and both perished. Our sect nearly faced obliteration. This information is indeed authentic, the Grand Elder asserted. Communicated through a secret jade talisman from the Huangtian Divine Sect, accompanied by recorded energy fluctuations from the abyssal rifts. He raised his hand to quell the commotion, urging the assembly to maintain silence. They insisted that the major factions should continue to adhere to tradition and send formidable warriors to support the demon-slaying sacred city in a united front against the demonic tribes. I vehemently oppose this, exclaimed an elder with white hair, slamming his hand on the table, his eyes filled with indignation. What price did our Qingyun sect pay last time? 2 nascent soul ancestors fell in battle, along with 21 core formation disciples. When our sect faced imminent disaster, where was the Huangtian Divine Sect? Where were the other factions? No one extended a helping hand. This time, we shall not go, no matter what. Indeed, other elders echoed in agreement. We have already shown enough compassion. There is no need to sacrifice ourselves for others. If the demon-slaying sacred city falls, it is a matter for the Huangtian Divine Sect, not for our Qingyun sect. Watching the agitated elders, the Grand Elder sighed and spoke slowly. I understand your sentiments. The sacrifices made last time weigh heavily on us all. Yet let us not forget that the demon-slaying sacred city is the first and last line of defense against the abyssal demon tribes in the wasteland. Should the sacred city fall, the abyssal forces will pour into the wasteland, and Qingzhou will not be spared, even if we hide behind our mountain gates. We cannot escape calamity. His words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing much of the elders' fury. The hall grew significantly quieter, the elders exchanging glances. Their faces a mixture of conflict and resentment. They realized that the Grand Elder spoke the truth. In the absence of a protective nest, no egg remains intact. Yet the previous betrayal still lingered painfully in their hearts. Su Wenxuan gazed at the assembly and gradually spoke up. The Grand Elder's words ring true. However, this time we need not exhaust ourselves as we did previously. My suggestion is to send 2 nascent soul ancestors and 5 profound realm elders for support. This way, we can provide substantial assistance to the defense of the demon-slaying sacred city without leaving our own sect vulnerable. The elders fell silent for a moment, ultimately nodding in agreement. Although lingering resentment remained, none wished to witness the abyssal demon tribes ravaging the wasteland, causing untold suffering. An hour later, the assembly finalized the list of support. Leading the charge would be 2 nascent soul ancestors, the second elder and sect master Su Wenxuan, while the Grand Elder would remain as the steadfast anchor at the sect. Accompanying him were 5 esteemed elders, among whom was Bai Ye, alongside 12 cultivators of the Yuan Dan realm. They were set to embark on their journey to the demon suppression holy city in 3 days. Bai Ye remained silent in his seat, observing the ongoing debate with quiet contemplation. He briefly analyzed the impending Abyssal Invasion, sensing its gravity. However, with his current prowess at the third tier of True God, he felt little cause for concern. The demon suppression holy city awaited. It was time to see it for himself. 3 days later, at Qingling's Sect, the main peak square was filled with disciples bidding farewell. The morning light pierced through the clouds, illuminating a radiant flying vessel, the Qingyun, the Sect's sole heavenly tier ship. Measuring roughly 100 feet in length, its hull was intricately carved from millennium-old cloud-patterned jade, adorned with swirling azure runes. A soft aura of spiritual energy enveloped the runes, gently pulsating and drawing on the surrounding natural energies, allowing the vessel to float effortlessly in midair. The prow of the ship was embellished with a soaring Qing wand, its eyes inlaid with exquisite spirit stones, glimmering warmly in the dawn light, showcasing the vessel's grandeur. Master, Second Elder, please take care on your journey to the demon suppression holy city. The disciples called out, their voices filled with reluctance and respect. Su Wenxuan, the Sect Master, stood at the ship's bow, clad in a dark robe, nodding slightly to the disciples below with a reassuring gaze. Focus on your cultivation. When we return, it shall be a time of great prosperity for our sect. The second elder followed closely, dressed in a blue elder's robe, his hair flecked with gray. He scanned Bai Ye and the accompanying cultivators, his tone serious. The journey to the holy city is fraught with peril. Remember, preserving your lives comes first. Bai Ye stood among the ranks of cultivators, donned in a grayish-blue robe, his presence subdued, yet drawing the second elder's attention. Over the past century, Bai Ye had progressed from the 4th level of Yuan Dan to the late stage of Tongxian, a remarkable ascent, though his humble demeanor kept him from seeking recognition. Once everyone boarded the vessel, the runes at its stern suddenly ignited, azure light shooting skyward. With a whoosh, the vessel transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the direction of Daozhou. Below, the disciples gazed longingly at the vanishing ship, reluctant to part ways. Chapter 35. The Pure Water Divine Pill breaks through 2 realms. The speed of the heavenly tier vessel far exceeded that of ordinary evasion techniques. Along the journey, mountains and rivers rapidly retreated, blurring into indistinct shadows. 5 days later, the vessel arrived within the borders of Daozhou. Daozhou, the heart of the wasteland, stood in stark contrast to Qingzhou. As far as the eye could see, the undulating mountains were shrouded in rich spiritual energy, which even coalesced into a gentle mist that wrapped around the hills. Rare spiritual herbs flourished amidst the towering peaks, some having grown for a millennium, radiating alluring spiritual light. Countless cultivators soared through the skies on their swords, traversing between grand cities, painting a scene of vibrant prosperity. The concentration of spiritual energy here surpassed that of ordinary areas in Qingzhou by more than double, with some core regions reaching 3 times that density. An abundance of sacred-grade spiritual veins sprawled across the landscape, giving rise to numerous top-tier powers. Daozhou, the absolute core of the desolate realm. Bai Ye stood on the deck of the flying vessel, gazing at the scene below, pondering to himself. As far as he knew, Daozhou was vast, encompassing the combined area of the 7 surrounding states, including Qingzhou and Yunzhou. Within its borders, top-tier forces thrived. A sect like the Qingyin sect, with merely 5 nascent soul cultivators, would scarcely rank within the top 100. A day had passed. At last, a magnificent giant city emerged on the horizon, the holy city of demon extinction. As the flying vessel approached, the entirety of the holy city became increasingly discernible. It was not a city in the traditional sense, but rather a colossal fortress spanning 1,000 miles, measuring over 3,000 miles in length and width, and exceeding 30 miles in height. The city was constructed from dark meteorite stone, a material capable of isolating demonic energy and exerting a natural suppressive force on demonkind. The surface of the city was intricately inscribed with a multitude of golden runes that shimmered and pulsated with life, sometimes glowing brightly and at other times dimming, casting a veil over the hundreds of abyssal fissures that marred the ground below. These fissures crisscrossed the plains beneath the fortress. The smaller ones were merely a few feet wide, while the larger ones extended for hundreds of miles, spanning dozens of miles in width. From within these cracks, black demonic energy would occasionally surge forth, swirling around the fissures and forming thick clouds of darkness that even sunlight could not penetrate. The chilling echoes of anguished roars occasionally emerged from the depths, sending shivers down one's spine. The larger the fissure, the mightier the demons that emerged. The principal fissure, stretching 100 miles wide, was said to have birthed demon lords capable of contending with late-stage nascent soul cultivators during the last invasion. Is this the holy city of demon extinction? Truly extraordinary, Bai Ye mused as he beheld the grandeur of the fortress, the runes upon its walls, the aura of the meteorite stone, and the malevolent energy wafting from the fissures all conspired to impart a profound sense of oppression. "Is this your first glimpse of the holy city, Bai Ye?" The second elder approached him, a smile gracing his features as he gently patted Bai Ye's shoulder, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. "When I first arrived, I was even more awestruck than you." He paused, his tone growing grave. "Yet, though this holy city is magnificent, it has been erected upon the blood and sacrifice of countless cultivators. With every invasion, innumerable souls have found their rest here. Upon reaching the holy city, remember to refrain from acting recklessly, particularly avoiding those vast fissures. The demons within are not foes you should confront." Bai Ye nodded slightly. The second elder was concerned that his youthful exuberance might lead him to act foolishly in the face of the demons. The flying vessel ultimately descended upon a massive platform at the foot of the holy city. By this time, the platform was already occupied by various flying vessels, indicating that other forces had arrived even earlier. Soon, a young cultivator clad in golden robes soared forth from within the holy city. He appeared to be just over 20 years old, yet exuded a profound aura characteristic of a late-stage transcendence cultivator. The robes he wore were adorned with the golden insignia of the arid heaven divine sect, and his steady stride and sharp gaze revealed him to be a core disciple meticulously cultivated by the sect. "I am Qingling, an inner disciple of the arid heaven divine sect, here to register the supporting cultivators from each sect," he stated, bowing respectfully before Su Wenxuan. His tone was courteous yet dignified, requesting the sect leader to present the sect token for the registration of personnel and their respective cultivation levels to facilitate accommodation arrangements. This was customary in the holy city of demon extinction. Every support team was required to register for record-keeping purposes. Su Wenxuan retrieved the Qingyun sect token, which Qingling took to verify. After confirming its authenticity, he produced a jade talisman to record the information and then guided the group into the sacred city. The interior of the sacred city was far more expansive than one might imagine. It bore little resemblance to the typical streets and buildings of ordinary towns, instead resembling a rugged mountainous terrain. Numerous caves were carved into the undulating hillsides, while elegant courtyards were constructed within the deep valleys. Even some massive rocks had been hollowed out and transformed into places for cultivation. The air was suffused with a gentle blend of spiritual and demonic energy, and one could occasionally see patrolling disciples of the Huadian divine sect, all of whom possessed cultivation levels above the transcendental realm, exuding a condensed aura of vigilance. As Bai Ye traversed a valley with the others, a system notification suddenly echoed in his consciousness. "Special location detected. Demon slaying sacred city. Sign in available." "Sign in," Bai Ye silently intoned. "Ding. Sign in at demon slaying sacred city detected. Super reward triggered. Congratulations, you have received the 9-turn pure water divine pill of the true god, tier 9. A pale blue pill materialized in Bai Ye's storage ring. Upon inspecting it with his spiritual sense, he was filled with elation. This 9-turn pure water divine pill could directly elevate him 2 minor realms before the late true god stage, as he was currently at the 3rd level of true god. Consuming it would enable him to leap to the 5th level without the need for prolonged accumulation. Qingling led the members of the Qingyun sect to a courtyard constructed against the mountainside. Surrounding the courtyard was a faint azure gathering formation, with high-grade spirit stones embedded at its core, continuously supplying rich spiritual energy. This was the designated residence for the Qingyun sect, with each small courtyard featuring its own quiet room and cultivation formation for individual selection. After completing his introduction, Qingling cupped his hands in farewell and departed to attend to representatives from other factions. Bai Ye chose a secluded courtyard at the back, where several hardy spirit-condensing grasses were cultivated. The quiet room was nestled deep within the courtyard, its walls constructed from soundproof Xian-yin stones, making it ideal for seclusion. He entered the quiet room and raised his hand to set up several concealed and defensive formations, isolating himself from all external energies. Then, he sat cross-legged on a cushion and took out the 9-turn pure water divine pill. The pill felt cool to the touch, with a gentle blue mist swirling around it, exuding a pure divine aura. Without hesitation, Bai Ye placed the pill in his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a warm, blue divine essence that slid down his throat and rapidly spread throughout his body. He immediately activated the Chaos Sword Classic, guiding the divine essence toward the divine source orifice in his dantian. As the divine essence flowed through, the previously dormant divine source orifice suddenly illuminated, with all 3 orifices accelerating their operation, transmuting the divine essence into pure divine power. In his consciousness, the true god avatar also trembled, the divine power surrounding him growing ever more potent, as if resonating with the very fabric of the universe. After an hour, the divine essence fully integrated into his being, shattering the barrier of the third level of True God, allowing him to successfully break through to the fourth level. Another hour passed, and the barrier of the fourth level also crumbled, steadily elevating his cultivation to the fifth level of True God. Bai Ye slowly opened his eyes, a blue divine radiance flickering within them. He reveled in the surging divine power coursing through his body, a look of joy illuminating his face. The divine power at the fifth level of True God was 3 times stronger than that at the third level. The divine source orifice has expanded from 3 to 5, significantly accelerating the conversion of divine power. The manifestation of the true deity has grown to a staggering 500 zhang, with the power of divine laws around it becoming increasingly solid. With merely a thought, it can summon the forces of heaven and earth within a 1,000-mile radius. As one advances further in the realm of the true deity, breakthroughs become increasingly arduous. For an ordinary practitioner in the true deity realm, it may take millennia to ascend just 2 minor realms. Without the 9 transformations pure water divine pill, I would likely have to expend several decades to achieve a breakthrough. Indeed, resources are paramount in the path of cultivation, Bai Ye mused. He did not pause, continuing to circulate his techniques to solidify his 5th level of the true deity realm. The operation of the divine source orifice became ever more stable, with divine power flowing freely through his meridians. After half a month, he completely stabilized his realm, his aura deepening and becoming more restrained. Chapter 36. The Demon Lord Descends. A sword shatters the foe. Another half-month passed. On this day, the originally clear sky suddenly darkened. Dense black clouds gathered out of nowhere, enveloping the entire demon banishment holy city. The clouds were pitch black, as if they could drip ink, completely obscuring the sunlight and plunging the world into gloom. Soon after, the ground began to tremble violently, akin to an ancient dragon stirring. Rocks tumbled down from the slopes, the caves and the valleys shook, and the runes on the walls of quiet chambers began to flicker erratically. What is happening? It's demonic energy. The energy from the fissures has intensified. The cultivators within the holy city hurriedly emerged from their abodes, hovering in the air, gazing with grave expressions at the abyssal cracks below. Bai Ye also stepped out of his courtyard, raising his gaze toward the heavens, his brow furrowed. This commotion is several times more ferocious than the previous abyssal incursion. It is evident that the scale of this demonic horde far exceeds any in the past, remarked one cultivator, his countenance grim. The tremors persisted for the duration of an incense stick before gradually subsiding. Yet the black clouds still shrouded the sky, showing no signs of dispersing. Then, from the hundreds of abyssal fissures below, surging waves of black, demonic energy erupted, and countless grotesque, demonic beings emerged. Some of these demons bore human bodies with beastly heads, wielding bone knives and exuding the aura of the Yuan Dan level. Others were clad in black armor, towering at 3 zhang, their presence reaching the realm of the profound understanding. Even larger demons, enveloped in thick demonic energy, crawled out from the main fissure, which spanned 100 miles, radiating the oppressive aura of the nascent soul realm. The demons let out chilling howls as they charged toward the holy city, the black demonic energy spreading like a tide, swiftly enveloping the plains beneath the holy city. At that moment, a voice, profound and resonant like a great bell, echoed throughout the holy city. Fellow Taoists, the abyssal passage has fully opened, and the demon army is upon us. Follow me to suppress them, for the sake of the wasteland, for the sake of the Tianxian continent. This was the voice of the Lord of the Wasteland Divine Sect. He was a pinnacle nascent soul powerhouse, possessing a heavenly grade supreme technique. It is said that he once withstood a blow from a tribulation realm cultivator and survived, showcasing formidable combat prowess. Kill. In the next moment, countless golden streaks of light surged forth from deep within the holy city. The practitioners of the Wasteland Divine Sect, clad in golden armor and wielding enchanted weapons, they charged toward the demonic army, and the clash of golden spiritual light against black demonic energy erupted in a thunderous cacophony. In the realm of the White Knight, the voice of the second elder resonated, urging the few practitioners at the transcendent stage to secure the eastern fissure and maintain their defenses. He, alongside the esteemed sect leader Su Wenxuan, hovered in the air, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the transcendence cultivators. With a solemn tone, he cautioned against recklessness, instructing them to retreat immediately should they encounter insurmountable adversaries. As his words lingered in the air, Su Wenxuan and the second elder transformed into 2 streaks of light, racing towards the main fissure, which spanned 100 miles wide. There, a formidable demonic general at the nascent soul level was bellowing as it emerged, necessitating the strength of a nascent soul practitioner to confront it. Exchanging glances, Bai Ye and his fellow transcendence cultivators summoned their weapons and surged towards the eastern fissure, marking the commencement of the battle against the demons. In the eastern region of the demon extermination holy city, a chasm stretching over 10 miles lay across the plain. The ground at the fissure's edge had long since cracked, blackened stones scattered with remnants of dark demonic crystals, remnants of past conflicts. At this moment, the demonic energy spilling forth was no longer a mere trickle, but had transformed into a tumultuous wave of black, surging forth with an ominous force. The air was filled with piercing roars, as if countless ferocious beings lay in wait within. As the demonic energy struck the earth, even the resilient anti-demonic grass withered instantly, releasing a foul stench that provoked nausea. Accompanied by a deafening roar, thousands of demons erupted from the chasm. Among them, a dozen notable demon generals stood out. Some bore the heads of tigers, clad in dark bone armor, wielding bloodied bone blades that emanated the pressure of early transcendence. Others were covered in scales, representing the mid-transcendence level. Two particularly massive demon generals towered at over 40 feet tall, embodying the late transcendence stage. Behind these generals, a dense tide of demonic beings at the nascent soul stage surged forth like a relentless wave. Some wielded rudimentary weapons, while others relied on brute strength, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty crimson as they charged towards the human cultivators, perceiving them as delectable prey. "Friends, hold the line," shouted an elder from the Bai Ye sect, who was at the late transcendence stage. He was the first to brandish a long sword of azure water, its brilliance cascading like a waterfall as it cleaved towards the foremost of the demon soldiers. The four elders of the Qingling sect soon followed suit, each taking action. Some cast defensive techniques, conjuring azure shields to protect the lower-tier disciples behind them. Others summoned spiritual artifacts, unleashing beams of light to strike down the demons. Some employed wide-ranging spells, weaving together flames, ice shards, and thunderstorms like a torrential downpour, obstructing the demon onslaught. Amidst the chaos, Bai Ye blended with the crowd. Enveloped in a faint azure sword light, he deliberately suppressed his cultivation to the peak of transcendence, his zixiao, sword trembling lightly in his grasp. A beam of sword light suddenly shot forth, precisely targeting the throats of the two late transcendence battle demons. Clang! The sword light clashed against the bone spines of the left battle demon, producing a jarring sound of metal on metal. The battle demon, in pain, roared and retaliated with its bone spines, dark demonic energy spreading along them, attempting to corrode Bai Ye's sword light. Bai Ye deftly sidestepped, his steps flowing like the wind as he evaded the attack, and simultaneously unleashed another beam of sword light, aimed directly at the battle demon's throat. Upon witnessing the scene, the poison demon on the right unleashed a torrent of dark green venom, which transformed into dozens of poisonous arrows in midair, aimed at Bai Ye's back. Miraculously, as if he possessed eyes on his back, Bai Ye deftly rotated his wrist, his sword gleaming in a defensive arc, shattering all the arrows into fragments. Indeed, the combat prowess of this demonic race surpassed that of their counterparts at the same cultivation level, augmented by the demonic energy. No wonder they proved so formidable. Bai Ye silently assessed the situation while casting a sidelong glance across the battlefield. A disciple of the Qingling sect, in the midst of his struggle, found himself besieged by three demonic soldiers, his left arm already lacerated and blood streaming forth, teetering on the brink of demise beneath the claws of the fiends. Bai Ye's gaze flickered, and a slender beam of sword light shot forth, akin to a meteor streaking through the sky, instantly piercing the skulls of the three demonic soldiers. The disciple, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure, bowed in gratitude towards Bai Ye, and resumed his fight. With Bai Ye subtly restraining the two most formidable demon generals, the tide of battle swiftly stabilized. The practitioners at the Transcendence realm demonstrated remarkable synergy, alternating between aggressive assaults and defensive maneuvers with effortless grace. Meanwhile, the Golden Core disciples formed a formation to eradicate the remaining demonic soldiers. The dark demonic energy intertwining with vibrant spiritual auras, the cacophony of battle resonating like thunder. It was evident that it would not be long before this batch of demons was effortlessly dispatched. However, at that moment, the abyssal rift suddenly trembled violently. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. In the next instant, the demonic energy within the rift surged dramatically. The black waves roiled with increasing ferocity, causing ripples to ripple through the surrounding space. A presence more terrifying than all the previous demon generals began to rise slowly from the depths of the rift. This aura bore an overwhelming pressure that ensnared the spiritual powers of all present, rendering their breaths labored. "What is that?" A practitioner from the Bai Ye sect turned pale, pointing at the rift with a trembling voice. Emerging from the swirling waves of demonic energy was a figure towering at 5 meters, entirely enveloped in dark golden demonic armor, intricately carved with twisted demonic patterns, each pulsating with a dense aura of malevolence. Its head was triangular, with two blood-red demon crystals for eyes, radiating a bloodthirsty glow. Its hands morphed into colossal claws, shimmering with a deadly luster, and with a mere squeeze, one could hear the sound of air being crushed. This was unmistakably a demon lord at the nascent soul stage. Chapter 37, Life and Death Crisis. Bai Ye rallies to aid. It is a demon lord. A nascent soul demon lord. Flee. Quick, flee. We stand no chance. The practitioners erupted into chaos, their faces etched with despair. The chasm between the nascent soul and transcendence realm was an insurmountable gulf, especially considering the overwhelming aura emanating from this demon lord, which had reached the late stages of the nascent soul. Two practitioners from smaller factions could no longer concern themselves with anything else. They turned to make their escape, invoking their life-saving techniques as their forms transformed into streaks of light, hurtling toward the city walls of the holy city. Thinking of escaping? The demon lord's voice was hoarse and frigid, laced with profound mockery. He raised his hand, and in an instant, the black demonic energy coalesced into two chains, ensnaring the ankles of the two practitioners like venomous serpents. With a startled cry, the two practitioners found their escape techniques abruptly failing, crashing heavily to the ground. In a flash, the demon lord appeared before them, his enormous claws descending. With a sickening crunch, he crushed their skulls into oblivion. Blood and brain matter splattered upon the demonic armor, yet the demon lord remained indifferent, extending his tongue to lick the crimson stains from his claws. A look of ecstasy illuminating his visage. Indeed, the flesh and blood of delectable human cultivators proved far more savory than that of his demonic minions. In the next moment, a surge of demonic energy erupted around him, forming a black barrier that enveloped the entire battlefield. The space was sealed, and the cultivators present found themselves unable to escape, forced to watch helplessly as the demon lord consumed the corpses of the two cultivators. Damn it! According to past occurrences, this rift should only have summoned a late-stage demon general at most. How could a Yuan-Ing realm demon lord emerge? A cultivator clad in golden robes gritted his teeth, revealing himself as Zhou Feng, a core disciple of the Huang Tian divine sect. At the late stage of the transcendence realm, his expression gravely tense. Without hesitation, Zhou Feng swiftly retrieved a pale golden communication jade talisman from his storage ring. This was an emergency communication talisman specially crafted by the Huang Tian divine sect. He infused spiritual energy into the talisman, which instantly erupted with a golden radiance, piercing through the demonic barrier and soaring deep into the holy city. May it swiftly summon the rescue of the Yuan-Ing ancestors. Zhou Feng prayed inwardly, his gaze fixated upon the demon lord, his palms drenched in cold sweat. He knew that with the demon lord's prowess, annihilating the cultivators present would be a trivial task. After devouring the corpses, the demon lord's blood-red gaze swept across the remaining cultivators, finally landing upon a late-stage transcendence elder of the Qingling sect. This elder had previously attempted to attack him with spells, and was now cowering behind the crowd, trembling uncontrollably. You shall be next. A cruel smile curled upon the demon lord's lips as he vanished from sight, reappearing before the Qingling elder in an instant. His massive claws, accompanied by a howling sound that tore through the air, descended upon the elder's head. The elder's pupils constricted, despair filling his eyes. He attempted to muster his spiritual energy for defense, but the demon lord's oppressive aura had already locked onto him, rendering his energy utterly unresponsive. He could only watch in horror as the claws descended. At that critical moment, a soft sigh echoed across the battlefield. Alas, before the sound faded, a golden sword light suddenly flashed. The sword light moved with such swiftness, as if transcending space, instantly appearing before the demon lord's claws. Crack! The crisp sound of bone shattering resonated as the demon lord's claws were severed by the sword light. Black demonic blood gushed forth, splattering onto the ground and corroding it into small pits. The demon lord paused, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. He looked down at the severed limb and let out an enraged roar. Who dares to harm me? But before he could finish, the golden sword light struck again, like a meteor, swiftly sweeping across his neck. Thud! The demon lord's head separated from his body, black blood pouring out in torrents as his massive form crashed to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling utterly lifeless. The late-stage Yuan-Ing demon lord had been slain in a single stroke. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. All the cultivators stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded at the wielder of the golden sword light, a young cultivator clad in a dark robe. It was none other than Bai Ye. At this moment, in the white night, the Zixiao sword in Bai Ye's hand still bore traces of faint demonic blood, while a subtle golden aura enveloped him, exuding an air of solemn authority. He appeared a stark contrast to the previously low-key figure of the profound realm cultivator. What was that sword light just now? How could a late-stage profound realm cultivator achieve such a swift annihilation of a late-stage nascent soul? Surely, I did not misinterpret that? That was a nascent soul demon lord. Vanquished by a single strike? What level of cultivation does this Taoist from Qingling Sect possess? The cultivators murmured amongst themselves, their eyes brimming with astonishment and reverence. Gazing at Bai Ye as if he were an invincible deity, Zhou Feng gaped, a tempest of emotions stirring within him. Bai Ye paid no heed to the gazes of the crowd. Instead, he lifted his gaze towards the center of the holy city. There lay the main abyssal rift, a chasm 100 miles wide. At this moment, the demonic energy surging from that rift erupted like a volcanic explosion, its black columns of malevolence obscuring the sky for hundreds of miles, blocking the sunlight. An aura, 100 times more terrifying than that of the earlier demon lord, was emanating slowly from the columns of demonic energy, causing the entire demon-slaying holy city to tremble. Even more astonishing was that within his divine sense, the presence of Su Wenxuan, the sect master of Qingling Sect, and the second elder was growing weaker, intermingled with a hint of death's resonance. They were facing a life-and-death crisis. There was no time to delay. Bai Ye thought to himself, his figure suddenly transforming into a streak of golden light. Disregarding the surrounding cultivators as he sped directly towards the main rift, the golden light sliced through the sky, leaving a faint afterimage, vanishing from the sight of the crowd in an instant. The cultivators stared in the direction Bai Ye had departed, lost in thought for a long while. Only at this moment did they truly comprehend that this impending abyssal invasion was far more perilous than anyone had imagined. Before the main rift of the demon-slaying holy city, the abyss, 100 miles wide, lay like the gaping maw of a slumbering beast, with black demonic energy surging into towering columns, reaching the heavens, staining half the sky with ink. On the ground, shattered spiritual artifacts, broken armors, and the remnants of cultivators intertwined. Dark red blood, tainted by demonic energy, turned a deep brown, viscously adhering to the charred rocks. The air was thick with the stench of blood and charred flesh. With every surge of demonic energy came the heart-wrenching cries of cultivators, transforming the battlefield into a hell on earth. Su Wenxuan, the sect master of Qingling Sect, and the second elder were trapped by 4 late-stage nascent soul demon lords, hanging by a thread between life and death. Su Wenxuan's dark robe was corroded by demonic energy, revealing several gaping wounds, his left arm drenched in blood. A deep claw mark extended from his shoulder to his forearm. Black demonic energy continually invading his inner being through the wound, causing his spiritual energy to stagnate further. The Qingyun sword in his hand was already riddled with cracks. Each time he swung the sword to defend, he had to forcibly suppress the surging demonic energy within him. Cold sweat trickled down his cheeks, and the steadiness in his eyes was now tinged with a hint of desperate exhaustion. The second elder's condition was even more dire. His blue elder robe was nearly soaked in blood, black blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, his aura faint as a flickering candle in the wind. In a desperate bid to protect Su Wenxuan behind him, he braced himself against a full-force strike from a demon lord. The broken sword propped on the ground just enough to keep him from collapsing. He, a nascent soul cultivator, your flesh must be delectable, one demon lord sneered, as a massive fist, enveloped in a black tempest, hurtled towards Su Wenxuan's chest. This blow was imbued with his full demonic energy. If it landed, Su Wenxuan's corporeal form would surely shatter. Chapter 38. The Emergence of the Demon God. A flicker of despair flashed in Su Wenxuan's eyes as he contemplated igniting his spiritual energy in a final desperate stand. Suddenly, a golden streak of light swept across the heavens. It moved with such incredible speed that even the very fabric of space shimmered with ripples. The onlookers scarcely caught a glimpse of the figure's appearance. A melodious sword cry resonated through the air. Buzz, a blade of golden light, honed to perfection, materialized out of thin air, its surface wreathed in a faint aura of chaos. Wherever it passed, the black demonic energy melted away as if it were ice confronted by fire. The sword light first sliced through the demon lord's colossal fist with a resounding crack, instantly shattering his demonic bones and dispersing the black tempest. In the next instant, the sword light transformed into 4 swift shadows, darting like shooting stars towards the other 3 demon lords. They had no time to scream before their demonic forms were reduced to a cloud of black ash in the wake of the sword light. One strike, and 4 demon lords were vanquished. The demonic energy confinement lost its support and crumbled dramatically. At last, Su Wenxuan and the second elder could catch their breath. They stood in stunned silence, gazing at the sudden appearance of the tall figure, momentarily forgetting to react. Are you Bai Ye? The second elder rubbed his eyes, his voice trembling with disbelief. He recalled that Bai Ye was merely at the late stage of the profound realm. Yet the power behind that sword just now was beyond anything a nascent soul pinnacle cultivator could achieve. The force embedded within that sword light even instilled a sense of pressure that one would not expect from someone below the transcendence realm. Bai Ye nodded, his tone calm. Second Elder, it is I? He retrieved 2 pearlescent porcelain vials from his storage ring and handed them over. These are top-tier holy-grade healing pills, capable of purging demonic energy from your bodies and mending your injuries. Take them at once. As Su Wenxuan accepted the vials and opened one, an extraordinarily pure aura of spiritual energy surged forth. The pill glowed with a luminous white sheen, faint golden light swirling around its surface. Just inhaling the scent caused the roiling demonic energy within him to settle somewhat. He was profoundly shaken. Such a holy-grade pill was exceedingly rare, perhaps not even available in the entirety of Qingzhou. Yet Bai Ye casually produced 2 vials. Such generosity was truly astonishing. Overwhelmed by their injuries, the 2 did not hesitate and promptly consumed the pills. The pills dissolved upon contact, and a warm medicinal force flowed down their throats, nourishing their damaged forms like gentle spring rain. Soon, the black demonic energy was gradually expelled from their bodies, dissipating into wisps of smoke. At that moment, the demonic energy within the fissure began to churn violently. An oppressive force tenfold stronger than before suddenly descended. A towering figure, 5 zhang in height, emerged from the rift. Its body cloaked in dark purple scales, each adorned with bizarre, demonic runes. Within those runes, eerie crimson flames flickered. In his grasp, he wielded an enormous bone staff, the apex adorned with a fist-sized black magic crystal that emanated a malevolent aura capable of distorting the very fabric of space around it. This was undoubtedly a demon lord of the Tribulation realm. The voice of Qingling, the leader of the vast heaven sect, resonated through the air. Clutching a golden spear, a low-grade sacred artifact, he was surrounded by a halo of divine light as he led 5 peak nascent soul cultivators against a horde of over a dozen demon lords. However, the chasm between the Tribulation realm and the nascent soul realm was insurmountable. The first demon lord merely waved his bone staff, unleashing a black flame that engulfed 3 nascent soul cultivators in an instant, reducing them to ashes without a sound of despair. Although Qingling managed to block the inferno with his spear, he was forced to retreat under the impact, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Fine cracks began to appear along the shaft of the golden spear. Qingling, fall back. An elderly yet commanding voice echoed. An old man clad in white robes surged forth from the depths of the sacred city. His hair and beard were entirely white, yet he radiated vigor, enveloped in the oppressive aura of the 3rd stage of tribulation. This was Xuanzi, the Grand Elder of the vast heaven sect. In his hand, he wielded a whisk, its strands woven from heavenly silkworm silk mixed with shards of divine crystal, a superior-grade sacred artifact. With a swift motion, Xuanzi sent forth the whisk's strands, transforming them into countless golden threads that cascaded toward the demon lord's staff, attempting to ensnare its movements. Seeking death, the demon lord roared, the magic crystal on his staff igniting with a fierce inferno that clashed with the golden threads. A deafening explosion ensued. The golden threads and the demonic flames disintegrated simultaneously, forcing Xuanzi to stagger back 3 steps, blood trickling from his lips. The demon lord, too, suffered, the golden strands scorching his flesh and causing several scales on his chest to fall away, revealing the dark red, demonic flesh beneath. The 2 then engaged in a brutal clash. After half an hour, Xuanzi finally seized an opportunity. The demon lord, restrained by the sacred city's formation, found himself vulnerable as Xuanzi channeled all his spiritual energy into the whisk, causing its strands to swell dramatically, transforming into a golden longsword that pierced through the demon lord's chest with precision. The demon lord let out a piercing wail, his body collapsing into a tempest of dissipating demonic energy. Xuanzi, staggering against a nearby stone pillar, appeared pale as a ghost, with the majority of the whisk's strands severed, indicating he too was nearing his limits. Victory! The Grand Elder had triumphed. The surviving cultivators erupted in cheers, their faces alight with the joy of having survived. Yet, their jubilant cries had barely echoed before 3 terrifying auras surged forth from the main rift. 3 demon lords emerged simultaneously from the chasm. The combined oppressive force of the 3 demon lords rendered every cultivator present breathless, their spiritual energy completely stifled. Pale-faced and trembling, the cultivators realized with horror that there were indeed 3, and one was at the late stage of tribulation. The Grand Elder of the vast heaven sect was already gravely injured, leaving them without any means of resistance. The surrounding cultivators retreated in despair, their eyes filled with hopelessness. Fear not. The vast heaven sect has yet to unleash its full power. Xuanzi's voice rang out as he produced a golden token from his storage ring, infusing it with spiritual energy. Soon, 3 auras of the tribulation realm emanated from the depths of the sacred city. 3 venerable elders clad in golden battle armor rushed forth. All of them grand ancestors of the Huangtian divine sect. Previously, these 3 ancestors had been stationed at the heart of the demon-slaying sacred city. Their cultivation levels were respectively at the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th stages of tribulation. At the same time, Xuanjizi raised his hand and waved, suddenly. The colossal altar at the center of the sacred city illuminated, and a golden beam of light shot skyward. Before the eyes of the onlookers, a phantom of a colossal golden sword, measuring 100 feet in length, gradually took shape. It was none other than the sect's revered artifact, the demon-slaying sacred sword. Activate the sacred artifact, Xuanjizi bellowed, and the elders at the nascent soul stage simultaneously infused their spiritual energy. The phantom of the golden sword solidified instantaneously, exuding a divine aura that suppressed all demonic entities. The runes on the sword's body flickered, and even the surrounding demonic energy was compelled to retreat in fear. A fierce battle erupted anew. The golden sacred light clashed incessantly with the black demonic energy, shockwaves shattering the nearby rocks into powder, the battlefield expanding in all directions. It seemed as if the very heavens and earth would be shattered. After more than an hour, with the combined might of the sacred artifact and the 4 elders, the 3 demon lords were finally slain. The demonic energy gradually dissipated, and the surviving cultivators collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Cheers resonated through the skies above the sacred city. Yet, before they could revel in their victory, a series of distinct footsteps echoed from the main rift. Thud, thud, thud. With each step, the entire sacred city trembled slightly. The demonic energy from the abyss seemed to be imbued with life, surging forth in rhythm with the footsteps, forming towering waves of darkness. The smiles on the faces of the crowd froze in an instant as they looked up at the rift, their eyes filled with dread. A colossal figure, standing 20 meters tall, slowly emerged from the rift. His demonic form was covered in dark golden scales, intricately inscribed with ancient demonic runes, through which flowed dark red demonic blood, emanating an oppressive aura that was suffocating. His head bore 2 curved, enormous horns, coiling with black storms, while his eyes resembled 2 massive red demonic crystals. Where his gaze swept, it felt as if the very fabric of space was being frozen. He bore no weapon in hand, yet merely standing there rendered the tribulation stage cultivators present weak at the knees. This was unmistakably a true deity-level demon. A true deity. Xuanjizi's countenance turned pale, his lips trembled, and despair filled his eyes. Chapter 39. The Sword Slays the Demon God. Before the abyssal main rift of the demon-slaying sacred city, the figure of the true deity-level demon loomed like a towering mountain. The 20-meter-high demonic form was shrouded in dark golden scales, with dark red demonic blood seeping from the gaps between the scales. Each drop that fell to the ground could corrode a fist-sized pit. A torrent of black demonic energy surged from him, transforming into clouds so thick they obscured the sun. Within these demonic clouds echoed countless mournful wails of souls, and the sunlight above the sacred city was utterly consumed, leaving only suffocating darkness and pressure in the realm. This was the aura of a true deity. A late-stage nascent soul cultivator turned pale, just as he intended to retreat by channeling his spiritual energy. He was locked in place by a mere hint of the demon god's overwhelming pressure. His entire body instantly stiffened like stone, unable to move even a finger, while cold sweat trickled down his cheeks, pooling at his chin. The other cultivators at the Yuanying stage were similarly affected, under the terrifying pressure of the divine realm. Some even collapsed to the ground, their Tao hearts shattered. Even the tribulation stage cultivators could barely hold themselves upright, their hands clenched tightly, knuckles turning white, their eyes filled with terror. The disparity between the true divine realm and the tribulation stage is akin to that between heaven and earth. The former masters the power of divine laws, while the latter merely represents the pinnacle of the mortal realm, unable to withstand such might. In the first layer of the true divine realm, Bai Ye stood at the rear of the crowd, his eyes narrowed slightly. His primordial spirit was as translucent as crystal, effortlessly penetrating the demonic clouds to perceive the true nature of the demon god's cultivation. Although this demon god had attained the true divine stage, he had only recently broken through, his divine body yet to fully stabilize, and his mastery of divine laws merely a tentative exploration. For Bai Ye, this was not a formidable challenge. Activate the ancestral artifact. Quickly, the ancestral artifact, roared the elders Xuanjizi of the Huangtian divine sect, his voice filled with desperation. At that moment, he placed all his hopes on the sect's most treasured true divine artifact. Only by invoking the ancestral artifact could they hope to withstand this demon god. Before his words had fully echoed, The other 3 tribulation stage elders reacted simultaneously, the 4 of them in perfect synchrony, retrieving a palm-sized golden token from their storage rings. The token was engraved with the totem of the Huangtian divine sect, emanating a faint divine aura. It was indeed the key to activating the ancestral artifact. All 4 infused their spiritual energy into the token simultaneously, causing it to erupt in resplendent golden light, soaring skyward towards a forbidden area of the Huangtian divine sect. In the next instant, the world trembled violently, an ancient and resonant hum emanating from the depths of the earth. Following this, a golden beam of light, 10 zhang in diameter, erupted from afar. Within this beam, a colossal sword, entirely golden, began to take form. The sword stretched over 100 zhang in length, its blade intricately engraved with divine patterns, glinting with a chilling radiance. A pressure of true divine caliber radiated from the sword, capable of contesting the demon god's own might, forcing the surrounding demonic clouds to retreat several miles. This was the Huangtian divine sect's revered ancestral artifact, the Huangtian sacred sword. Some cultivators recognized the sword, a flicker of hope igniting within their eyes. It was said to be a divine relic left by a true god, capable of vanquishing all demonic beings. Seizing the moment while the demonic energy was suppressed, the surviving cultivators felt as if they had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly activated their escape techniques, retreating dozens of miles away to observe from a safe distance. They understood that the ensuing battle was beyond their capacity to participate in. The demon god gazed at the forming Huangtian sacred sword, a flicker of surprise flashing through his crimson crystal eyes, only to be replaced by disdain. A weapon without a master dares to act presumptuously before me? He raised his hand, conjuring a black demonic blade over several dozen zhang in length, imbued with the power to rend divine laws, and slashed towards the Huangtian sacred sword. As if possessing sentience, the Huangtian sacred sword emitted a clarion sound, transforming into a stream of golden light that surged to meet the demonic blade. Boom! At the moment of collision between the golden and black beams, a terrifying shockwave of energy swept outward. The walls of the holy city were instantly riddled with countless cracks, and the ground within 1,000 miles collapsed into deep pits. Cultivators on the distant hills were thrown into the air by the shockwave, many spitting blood. In the high sky, the golden radiance of the sacred sword of the wild heavens clashed fervently with the dark malevolence of the demon blade, their essence intertwining in a symphony of thunderous reverberations. Bai Ye observed from a distance, keenly attuned to the unfolding spectacle. This sword, forged from divine crystal, bore intricate divine inscriptions infused with the formidable power of true gods, marking it as an artifact of at least the 3rd tier of divine mastery. Alas, without a true god realm practitioner to wield it, its potential could only be harnessed by the spirit of the weapon, allowing it to manifest no more than the strength of a 1st-tier true god. Indeed, it wasn't long before the sword's brilliance began to wane, its divine energy finite and incapable of sustaining such formidable might for long. Seizing the moment, the demon god chanted incantations, summoning a multitude of dark chains that surged forth from the ominous clouds, entwining the sacred sword of the wild heavens like venomous serpents, intent on binding it. This was dire. The ancestral artifact was on the verge of being ensnared. Xian Gizi's expression shifted dramatically. He yearned to rush in to assist. Yet the oppressive aura of the demon god held him firmly in place, rendering him unable to advance. The chasm between the tribulation realm and the true god realm was insurmountable. The other elders of the tribulation realm bore faces of despair, should the ancestral artifact be seized. The entire wild domain would likely succumb to becoming a hunting ground for the demonic race. In this moment of impending calamity, a melodious sword cry resonated through the heavens. Bai Ye finally made his move. Without shifting his position, he raised his hand to grasp the dragon-slaying sacred sword behind him, flicking the blade with his fingertip. Whoosh! A chaotic beam of sword light erupted forth. It streaked through the darkness like a meteor, effortlessly piercing through dozens of miles of demonic clouds, arriving before the demon god without impediment. The demon god barely had time to react, his expression still smug with the anticipation of binding the ancestral artifact. When the sword light cleaved his form in twain, black demonic blood gushed forth, hissing as it met the ground with corrosive fury. The bisected body of the demon did not dissipate. Instead, it writhed violently, striving to reassemble itself. The vitality of a true god realm demon was exceptionally resilient. Unless its divine core was utterly annihilated, slaying it would prove exceedingly difficult. Bai Ye's gaze remained impassive as he wielded his sword once more. Another chaotic beam of sword light was unleashed, striking precisely at the pulsating divine core nestled within the remnants of the demon's body. Crack! The divine core shattered with a resounding snap, and the demon's convulsions abruptly ceased, transforming into a cloud of black ash that dispersed into the ether. The once dreaded true God Realm demon had been vanquished in mere 2 strikes. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Whether it be the distant onlookers or the elders of the Wild Heavens sect, all stood with wide eyes, staring in disbelief at the grayish figure, as if they had witnessed a specter. The demon god had fallen. Qian rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was ensnared in an illusion. Chapter 40. The Divine Array Seals the Abyss. Bai Ye paid no heed to the astonishment of the crowd. In a fleeting motion, he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the remaining Tribulation Realm demons on the battlefield. The dragon-slaying sacred sword in his grasp danced with lethal precision, each stroke claiming the life of a demon. With no extraneous movements, it took but a few breaths for only the final mid-tribulation demon lord to remain. Bai Ye raised his hand, and chaotic sword energy coalesced into a transparent cage, ensnaring the demon lord within. The demon lord struggled futilely, utterly immobilized under the overwhelming pressure of the sword energy. In the rear, Qian and his companions finally regained their senses. Gritting their teeth, they flew respectfully before Bai Ye and bowed. Bai Ye cast a glance at them and nodded indifferently. "Senior, do you wish to search the soul?" Qian inquired cautiously. "We previously attempted this, but found that the demon souls seemed to possess self-destruction protocols. Any forceful soul search would result in immediate demise." Bai Ye remained silent. He had attempted soul searching a century ago, only to meet with failure. However, during this century, he had acquired a supreme soul-searching technique, the soul-devouring true resolution, through system sign-ins, and he wished to see if he could unravel the demon's self-destruction protocols this time. He raised his hand and placed it upon the sword energy cage, his primordial spirit penetrating the demon general's sea of consciousness, while simultaneously employing the soul-devouring true resolution, aiming to circumvent the protocols and access the demon's memories. Yet, the moment his primordial spirit touched the demon's soul, a flash of crimson ignited in the demon's eyes, and its soul erupted explosively. Black demonic energy surged from the cage, and the demon general's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, devoid of breath. Bai Ye withdrew his hand, slightly furrowing his brow, feeling a tinge of helplessness. It seemed that the demon's self-destruction protocols were even more resilient than he had anticipated, impervious even to a supreme soul-searching technique. However, he did not dwell on it. After all, the rift to the abyss had been temporarily suppressed, and the demon's threat had been averted for the time being. As for the deeper secrets, they could be explored gradually in the future. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your timely rescue. Had it not been for you, our arid domain would surely have faced calamity today. Qian, along with the other 3 tribulation elders, hurriedly approached Bai Ye, bowing deeply with utmost reverence. Your great kindness shall never be forgotten by our arid heaven divine sect. May I inquire your esteemed name? Might you accompany us back to the arid heaven divine sect, allowing us to extend our humble hospitality? The other elders echoed in agreement, their eyes filled with awe. To encounter a sword deity capable of vanquishing true divine demons with a single strike was an extraordinary fortune, even among the upper realms. And forging a bond with such a figure was a monumental opportunity for the arid heaven divine sect. Bai Ye pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. I happen to have a matter I wish to inquire about. He sought knowledge regarding the secrets of ascension to the upper realm. And as the foremost power in the arid domain, the arid heaven divine sect would undoubtedly possess more insights. The group surrounded Bai Ye and boarded the arid heaven divine sect's celestial vessel, soaring towards the sect's forbidden grounds. The arid heaven divine sect was situated in the most central region of the Dao province, encircled by 9 sacred spiritual veins. Within the mountain gates, the spiritual energy was so dense it seemed almost liquid. At the entrance stood 2 towering stone statues, each 100 feet high, exuding a faint sacred aura, a testament to a legacy spanning 100,000 years. Upon entering the sect, Bai Ye, guided by Qian, arrived in a grand hall dedicated to venerating ancient, true deities. With a mere thought, he addressed the statue at the center of the hall softly. System, sign in. Ding. Detection of the host signing in at the sacred ground of the arid heaven divine sect has triggered a super reward. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the True God 9th grade body refining pill, the arid heaven sacred body pill. A golden pill materialized in Bai Ye's storage ring, its surface shimmering with a soft golden light, emanating pure fleshly power. Merely sensing it caused his divine body to faintly warm. In the depths of his heart, Bai Ye felt a surge of joy. The sacred body pill of the wasteland could indeed fortify the divine physique of the true God realm, perfectly compensating for his shortcomings in physical cultivation. The reception area of the grand hall was adorned with opulence, with jade flooring, crystal lighting, and tables laid with a millennium-old spiritual tea. Xianjizi personally poured a cup of tea for Bai Ye, respectfully stating, "Esteemed senior, this is our sect's specialty. The heavenly condensed spirit tea, which nourishes the soul. I humbly invite you to savor it." Bai Ye lifted the tea cup, taking a gentle sip. The tea was rich and fragrant, indeed bringing clarity to his spirit. He set the cup down and spoke directly. "I have come with you to inquire about ascension to the upper realm. Why is it that after breaking through to the true God realm, I have yet to perceive the aura of the heavenly gate?" Upon hearing this, Xianjizi displayed a look of realization. He then sighed, "Esteemed senior, you must understand that it is not that you cannot sense the heavenly gate. Rather, the heavenly Tao of the Tianxian continent has long been unable to open it." He elaborated, "Tens of thousands of years ago, the abyssal invasions became increasingly frequent, and to fend off the demon world's incursions, the heavenly Tao of the Tianxian continent expended a vast amount of its essence and grew increasingly weakened. Since 23,000 years ago, it has been unable to coalesce the heavenly gate to guide true God realm cultivators to ascend. However, our Wasteland Divine Sect possesses a lineage in the upper realm known as the Jiutian Divine Sect. To ensure that disciples from the lower realm could ascend smoothly, our ancestors crafted an artificial heavenly gate, which lies hidden within our sect's forbidden area. However, this artificial gate requires the divine power of a true God to activate." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. The artificial heavenly gate may indeed resolve his dilemma regarding ascension. Xianjizi led Bai Ye to the sect's forbidden area, where, deep within, a towering heavenly gate made of white jade stood silently at 50 zhang high. The gate was entirely sculpted from ancient white jade, its surface adorned with intricate spatial runes, though these runes had long since lost their luster, and the space around the gate appeared exceedingly stagnant, devoid of any fluctuation. "This is our sect's heavenly gate," Xianjizi explained. "Regrettably, our sect has no true God realm cultivators left to activate it, and thus it remains in silence." Approaching the gate, Bai Ye inwardly declared, "System, sign in." Ding. The system detected the host signing in at the artificial heavenly gate, triggering a super reward. "Congratulations to the host for acquiring the True God 9th grade sealing formation, the 36 arrays of demon sealing." 36 jet black array flags appeared out of thin air within Bai Ye's storage ring. Each flag was crafted from a mixture of divine crystals and demonic bones, inscribed with runes that suppressed demonic energy, exuding the pressure of the true God level. A single array flag was already a treasure of the true God level. Combined, the 36 could be deemed an unparalleled treasure of the true God. Bai Ye's gaze returned to the artificial heavenly gate. He extended a wisp of divine power and slowly infused it into the runes of the gate. Buzz. The once dim runes instantly illuminated, radiating a resplendent golden light. As the space surrounding the gate began to tremble violently, revealing fissures on either side, an aura from the upper realm subtly emanated from behind the gate. It truly could be activated. Xianjizi's face was filled with shock, his eyes brimming with excitement. This signified that the Wasteland Divine Sect finally had the opportunity to reconnect with the upper realm. In the midst of the swirling power of space within the heavenly gate, Bai Ye understood profoundly. This artificial portal indeed could lead to the upper realms, and with his current strength, he could ascend at any moment. However, he refrained from making an immediate decision to depart, instead pondering deeply. The circumstances of the upper realm remained uncertain, and whether the Nine Heavens Divine Sect was trustworthy was still a question mark. In contrast, in the lower realm, he could continue to sign in and cultivate, thus solidifying his foundation while amassing more resources, rendering any hasty venture unnecessary. With his thoughts racing, Bai Ye withdrew his divine energy, causing the brilliance of the heavenly gate to gradually dim and return to silence. He turned to Xuanjizi and said, "The abyssal rifts have not been completely sealed. I shall attend to this matter first." Upon hearing this, Xuanjizi dared not speak further. The following day, Bai Ye, armed with the 36 demon sealing arrays, returned once more to the holy city of demon destruction. He meticulously arranged the 36 array flags around the hundreds of abyssal rifts. Boom! The flags activated, and a black light curtain surged upward, enveloping all the rifts completely. This curtain contained a formidable suppressive force that instantaneously quelled the demonic energy within the rifts. The previously tumultuous demonic aura gradually subsided, and the rifts began to close slowly. Success! The rifts were sealed. The cultivators of the Wilderness Divine Sect erupted in cheers, their eyes brimming with joy and gratitude towards Bai Ye. Observing the rifts that were gradually closing, Bai Ye nodded slightly in approval. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The melodious sound of the nine heavens, Xianin, resonated through the heavens and earth. A golden light burst forth from the sky, illuminating the entire wilderness domain. Chapter 41. The virtuous deeds forged the golden body. The horizon of the 8 states of the wilderness domain was suddenly cloaked in an abundance of golden light. This golden radiance was not blinding, but rather gentle and warm, cascading from the heights, piercing through the clouds, and showering the mountains, rivers, towns, and villages. Wherever the golden light touched, withered spiritual herbs revived, sickly mortals were healed in an instant, and even the mountain beasts became docile, ceasing their roars and conflicts. From all directions, auspicious phenomena emerged successively. In the eastern skies, 7-colored auspicious clouds coalesced into the shape of a phoenix, scattering brilliant rays of light with each flap of its wings. In the western mountains, countless golden lotuses broke through the earth, their petals unfurling and exuding a refreshing fragrance. In the southern seas, the waves calmed, and numerous spiritual fish leaped from the water, spitting forth sparkling spiritual pearls. In the northern ice fields, the snow melted, revealing fertile land, with tender green shoots breaking through the soil. Simultaneously, 9 resounding bell tolls echoed from the depths of the void, reverberating throughout the heavens and the earth. The bell sound was both mighty and distant, carrying the authority and blessings of the heavenly path. Each toll brought clarity to the souls of the cultivators, facilitating the smooth circulation of their spiritual energy. Was this the manifestation of the heavenly path? Within the Qingzhou territory, a reclusive, tribulation-crossing cultivator emerged from his cave abode, gazing at the celestial golden light and auspicious signs with astonishment. How long had it been since such a phenomenon graced the wilderness domain? The common people knelt upon the ground, paying homage to the sky, chanting fervently. Though they did not comprehend the ways of cultivation, they could sense the sanctity of this power and recognized it as a divine blessing from above. At that moment, a golden tablet, vast enough to obscure the sun, gradually emerged from the golden light. The golden list is not a mere entity, but a manifestation of the principles of the heavenly Tao. Regardless of one's location in the desolate realm, whether one is a highly skilled practitioner or an illiterate commoner, its presence can be distinctly perceived. The golden list is entirely gilded, adorned with intricate cloud patterns along its edges, and at its center, a vague silhouette emerges. This figure is that of a young man clad in a grayish-blue robe, surrounded by a faint aura of spiritual light. Although his features remain obscured, he exudes an air of calm authority, as if gazing down upon all beings. In an instant, a resonant, ethereal voice echoed within the minds of all practitioners in the desolate realm, akin to the guidance of the heavenly Tao, illuminating their understanding. The owner of this silhouette is the one who sealed the abyssal rift and thus averted an apocalyptic crisis for the realm. It is he, the venerable figure who vanquished a true god and demon with a single stroke of his sword. From the direction of the demon slayer holy city, certain practitioners recognized the outline, exclaiming in excitement. Such monumental merit is no wonder that it has summoned the manifestation of the heavenly Tao. The disciples of the archaic heavenly god Sect bowed in reverence to the golden list, their faces filled with awe. The golden list hovered in the sky for the duration of a stick of incense before transforming into a cascade of divine light, surging like a tidal wave towards the demon slayer holy city, ultimately enveloping Bai Ye in its entirety. This was pure merit power from the heavenly Tao, warm and magnificent. It surged into his body through his pores, nourishing both his divine form and soul. He could distinctly feel the solidity of his true God form intensifying, the operational speed of his divine source channels multiplying several times, and even the flow of the Chaos Sword Classic becoming more transparent. To his astonishment, a unique power coalesced around his body, forming a faint layer of gilded radiance. This sheen integrated into his divine form, intertwining with his innate Chaos Tao body, emanating a sacred and majestic aura. He had successfully manifested the golden body of merit. Indeed, it was the golden body of merit. The elders of the archaic heavenly god sect, including Xianjizi, trembled with excitement, their eyes filled with disbelief. It had been 100,000 years. For an entire century, no practitioner in the desolate realm had managed to cultivate the golden body of merit. Moreover, judging by this aura, it was at least of the earth rank. Another elder stammered. According to legend, the golden body of merit is categorized into human, earth, heaven, and supreme ranks. The earth rank golden body can double a practitioner's foundational strength and invoke the protection of the heavenly Tao. Bai Ye gradually closed his eyes, savoring the transformations brought about by the golden body of merit. Under its enhancement, his roots were refined, and the resilience of his divine form increased by more than double. His fortune grew ever denser, with the spiritual energy of the surrounding world actively flowing towards him, even the elemental forces in the air becoming remarkably harmonious. More importantly, He could clearly sense a unique connection forming between himself and the heavenly Tao. Should anyone dare to act against him, they would incur the wrath of the heavenly Tao. Suffering suppression in their cultivation, and the tribulations faced during breakthroughs would become even more formidable. This is the hallmark of one blessed by merit. Undoubtedly, he is the chosen one. This earth-rank golden body has at least doubled my foundational strength. Bai Ye opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise flashing within them. He sealed the abyssal rift merely by fortuitously acquiring the 36 arrays of demon sealing. Little did he anticipate such a bountiful bestowal from the heavenly Tao. It was truly an unexpected delight. As the celestial radiance gradually dissipated, the auspicious phenomena in the world also faded away, and the sky returned to its former appearance. However, the golden sheen enveloping Bai Ye remained undiminished, instead growing increasingly warm and gentle. From a distance, he resembled a transcendent deity descending to the mortal realm, surrounded by a faint aura of divine resonance that commanded reverence and prevented direct gazes. The esteemed elders, including Qian approached Bai Ye with great respect. Bowing deeply as they spoke, "Senior, we extend our heartfelt congratulations on successfully condensing your merit body. It is indeed a fortune for the wild domain. With utmost humility, I beseech you to assume the position of Grand Elder in our Wild Heaven sect, to preside over our sect's significant matters." Bai Ye gently shook his head. "There is no need. I already have my own sect." He had long regarded the Qingling sect as his foundation and would not align himself with other factions. Anticipating Bai Ye's refusal, Qian quickly clarified, "Senior, you misunderstand. I seek to invite you as a guest elder, without the need for formal affiliation or involvement in sect affairs, merely to hold a title." Without waiting for Bai Ye to decline, he produced 2 treasures emanating a divine aura from his storage ring. One was a pitch-black shield, while the other was a pale blue jade pendant. Both artifacts radiated a profound essence of divine energy. "These 2 treasures are divine relics left by our ancestors, serving as offerings for your esteemed position as a guest elder," Qian explained, presenting the items with utmost reverence. "Furthermore, each year, our sect will offer 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, 10 supreme-grade holy elixirs, and divine-grade spirit crystals as tributes. You may revoke your guest elder status at any time, with absolutely no obligations." Bai Ye regarded the 2 treasures with a flicker of surprise before inquiring, "What do you seek in return for such generous offerings?" Qian candidly replied, "I do not dare to conceal my intentions. Firstly, we wish to leverage your esteemed reputation to deter any malicious foes. Secondly, we aim to utilize your merit body to stabilize our sect's fortunes. You may not be aware, but having a merit body in residence ensures the stability of our sect's luck, allowing disciples to cultivate with remarkable efficiency. If you were to formally join our sect, our fortunes would undoubtedly surge exponentially." Bai Ye pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. As a guest elder, he would not be bound by sect restrictions while receiving substantial offerings. Moreover, as the foremost power in the wild domain, the Wild Heaven sect could potentially provide considerable assistance in the future. Thus, this arrangement bore no detriment for him. He graciously accepted the 2 divine treasures and stated, "Very well. I thank you for your generosity." Qian and the others were instantly elated, their faces lighting up with excitement as they bowed once more, assuring him, "Rest assured, Senior, our sect will deliver the offerings punctually, with no hint of negligence." Chapter 42, Pinnacle of the Divine Being. The conflict in the demon extermination holy city had finally come to a close. Practitioners from various sects began to withdraw in waves. Bai Ye bid farewell to the members of the Wild Heaven sect and boarded the Qingling ship with the disciples of the Qingling sect. Embarking on their return journey towards Qingzhou, his true identity remained shrouded in secrecy. Apart from the esteemed sect leader Su Wenxuan and the second elder, the other disciples of the Qingling sect merely regarded him as a formidable elder at the late stage of the transcendence realm. Although they held a deep admiration for him, they remained unaware that he was the divine figure who had once saved the entire wilderness domain. The airship glided steadily through the clouds, and exchanging a glance filled with inner turmoil, Su Wenxuan and the second elder ultimately resolved to seek out Bai Ye. They made their way to the deck at the rear of the airship, where Bai Ye stood leaning against the railing, gazing into the distance at the rapidly retreating mountains below. Upon hearing their footsteps, he turned, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Sect leader, second elder, is there something you wish to discuss?" "Senior." The 2 bowed deeply, their demeanor reflecting utmost respect. After all, in the realm of cultivation, the accomplished are revered above all. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether this Bai Ye was indeed the elder of their sect. Bai Ye raised a hand in a gesture of dismissal, speaking with calm authority. "No need for such formalities. In private, you may address me as you did before." The second elder lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with complexity and reverence. Senior Bai Ye, forgive my audacity, but may I inquire if you are the mysterious figure who, a century ago, vanquished the three major forces' nascent soul powerhouses to save the Qingling sect? This question had lingered in his heart for 100 years, and now, having witnessed Bai Ye's terrifying power, he could no longer contain his curiosity. Bai Ye met their expectant gazes and nodded with serenity. It is I. After a brief pause, he added, I have always been a disciple of the Qingling sect. My intervention back then was solely to prevent the destruction of our sect. I wish to cultivate in peace and prefer to keep my identity concealed for the time being. I ask that you maintain this confidentiality. Rest assured, Senior. We would never dare to utter a word. Su Wenxuan and the second elder quickly nodded, relief washing over their faces. With this revelation, their shock and gratitude deepened, and they silently rejoiced in their fortune. The presence of such a hidden divine powerhouse within the Qingling sect promised a bright future ahead. Upon returning to the Qingling sect, Bai Ye made his way directly to Night Cloud Peak. He established layers of concealment and defensive formations, completely isolating Night Cloud Peak from the outside world. He was about to enter seclusion. Understanding that this retreat would demand an extensive duration, he wished to avoid any disturbances. Stepping into his exclusive meditation chamber, he found that the interior had already been adorned with premium spirit stones, forming a gathering array that, combined with the enhancement of the transformation tower, achieved an unprecedented concentration of spiritual energy, unparalleled even by the sacred grounds of the Wilderness Heavenly God Sect. He first retrieved the golden-hued Wilderness Heavenly Sacred Body Pill. The pill felt warm in his hand, its surface shimmering with a golden luster, exuding a pure, refining potency. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed the pill. It melted in his mouth, transforming into a warm current that smoothly flowed down his throat and rapidly spread throughout his limbs. Boom! As the warm current coursed through him, his divine body felt as though it had been cast into a furnace for refinement, every muscle and bone vibrating with subtle tremors. The already indestructible innate Chaos Tao body began to undergo a frenzied metamorphosis under the nourishing effects of the pill. The meridians beneath his skin grew increasingly resilient, capable of bearing even greater divine power. The surface of the bones is adorned with faint golden patterns, embodying a profound power capable of subduing all existence. Even the blood has become more refined, coursing through the veins with a subtle rumble akin to distant thunder. Simultaneously, Bai Ye channels the chaotic sword cannon to guide the medicinal energy, while the true God manifestation within his sea of consciousness operates in tandem, absorbing the overflowing potency. For a full 7 days and nights, he remains immersed in the transformative process of his physique. As the last trace of medicinal energy is refined, he slowly clenches his fist. A terrifying surge of physical strength erupts, compressing the surrounding air and creating visible shockwaves. With mere physical prowess, he is capable of contending with late-stage true gods. Bai Ye, feeling the surging power within him, flashes a hint of satisfaction. At this moment, even without activating his divine power, he could shatter the defenses of mid-stage true god practitioners with a single punch. This is the terrifying effect of the combination of the Huangtian sacred body elixir and the innate chaotic Tao body. Having adapted to his exponentially enhanced physique, he retrieves 2 true god-grade treasures bestowed by the Huangtian divine sect from his storage ring. As he probes his divine sense within, he instantly perceives the tremendous energy contained within these treasures. This energy far surpasses that of ordinary true god crystal stones, representing the essence of top-tier spiritual artifacts. With spiritual purity reaching the level of divine essence and containing a hint of true god-level law power, these 2 treasures were most likely sent down from the upper realms, intended to aid the true god practitioners of the Huangtian divine sect in their cultivation in the lower realms. Unfortunately, the Huangtian divine sect has not seen the birth of a true god practitioner in a long time. Thus, it seems that fortune has favored me. Bai Ye muses with delight. His cultivation speed has slowed, primarily due to the inadequate quality of spiritual energy in the Tianxian continent. The energy within these 2 treasures perfectly compensates for this shortcoming. He places the treasures before him, activating his cultivation technique to guide the energy flow. As the pure divine essence streams into his body like a gentle current, transforming into his own divine power and nourishing the 4 divine source orifices. This cultivation continues for 30 years. Throughout these 3 decades, the formation at Yeyun Peak has remained undisturbed, the clamor of the outside world irrelevant to him. Thanks to the divine essence within the treasures, the enhancement from the transformation tower, and the cultivation boost from his earth-tier merit body, Bai Ye's cultivation has surged steadily from the 5th to the pinnacle of the 9th realm of true God. At this point, His true god manifestation has reached an imposing height of 800 zhong, clad in chaotic battle armor and wielding the dragon-slaying sacred sword. Surrounded by the power of divine laws capable of influencing the laws of nature within a 1,000-mile radius. All 9 divine source orifices operate at full capacity. With divine power so abundant it seems capable of engulfing mountains, only a step away from the realm of celestial gods. On the day he emerges from his seclusion, Bai Ye dispels the formation and steps out of the quiet chamber. He releases his divine sense, instantly enveloping the entire Qingling mountain range. Soon, he perceives the tremendous changes that have befallen the Qingling sect. The spiritual energy in the mountains is now several times denser than it was 30 years ago. The disciples have generally experienced significant enhancements in their cultivation, with many young disciples reaching the Yuan Dan realm, their brows adorned with confidence and vitality. Furthermore, the current Qingling sect boasts 12 Yuan Ing realm experts in residence. Among them, the Grand Elder and Second Elder have successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the Yuan Ing realm, thanks to the resources he left behind. Su Wenshuan, the esteemed leader, has attained the pinnacle of the 3rd stage of the nascent soul realm, establishing himself as one of the most formidable powers in Qingzhou. The remaining cultivators at the nascent soul stage are primarily young disciples who have recently broken through, their talents truly exceptional. Such a rapid progression is nothing short of miraculous. Both in Qingzhou and throughout the entire wilderness domain, the forces from neighboring states no longer underestimate the Qingling sect. Many major powers have even sought to form alliances. Moreover, the Bai family has received clandestine support from Bai Ye, resulting in a tremendous leap in their family foundation and strength. Currently, the Bai family boasts 3 members at the nascent soul stage, enough to rival the foremost powers of Qingzhou. Observing the flourishing sect and family, Bai Ye feels a sense of satisfaction in his heart. He summoned the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, retrieving 3 supreme-grade sacred spiritual artifacts from his storage ring. He then presented several bottles of Tribulation Realm elixirs and a multitude of rare materials to them. These are of no use to me. They are for the sect. Bai Ye stated, his tone calm. As for the Bai family, he had prepared a separate allocation, which was considerably more generous than what he provided to the Qingling sect. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder accepted the resources, their eyes filled with astonishment and gratitude as they beheld the rich spiritual energy emanating from them. They quickly bowed in respect, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed senior. With these resources, our Qingling sect will surely reach new heights." Bai Ye nodded slightly, refraining from further discourse. In a fleeting motion, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the outskirts of the Qingling sect. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder gazed in the direction of his disappearance, standing in reverence for a long moment. Chapter 43, The Celestial Corridor. Upon departing from the Qingling sect, Bai Ye's destination was unequivocally clear: the Dust Star Valley, the fabled location rumored to harbor the inheritance of the Divine King. Could such a high-level inheritance truly exist in the diminutive realm of the Tianxian continent? He mused internally, not harboring overly lofty expectations. In his view, the so-called Divine King inheritance was likely an exaggeration, at best representing the legacy of a celestial or divine sovereign. After all, historical records of the Tianxian continent only mention the strongest beings as being of the celestial realm, with true divine beings being exceedingly rare, let alone those of the Divine King level, which belong to the pinnacle of the upper realms. Guided by the star map inscribed on the black turtle shell, Bai Ye journeyed towards the Dust Star Valley. The valley's location lies not within the wilderness domain, but at the intersection of the wilderness and mysterious domains, concealed deep within the celestial corridor that separates the two realms. The Tianxian continent is divided into 8 great domains, with turbulent void winds isolating them, creating a vast celestial corridor stretching hundreds of thousands of miles wide. This area is a forbidden zone for cultivators. The winds are fraught with spatial rifts and chaotic fragments, capable of tearing apart even the unprepared cultivator of the profound realm, leaving no trace of their existence. Only those at the nascent soul stage, with their profound spiritual power and formidable physical forms, can barely navigate the fringes of the corridor, and even then, they must be prepared for the gravest dangers. Several days later, Bai Ye arrived at the boundary between the wilderness and mysterious domains. The scene before him utterly shattered his preconceived notions of the corridor. It was not a narrow passage, but rather an expansive and boundless void, resembling a black ocean composed of fierce winds. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, dark gales roiled like furious tides, emitting a deafening howl. Where the winds swept, the void was torn asunder, revealing minute fissures that flickered with perilous chaotic light. Occasionally, golden lightning cleaved through the gales, striking meteors in the depths of the void, instantly reducing them to dust. In the distance, the winds intertwined with nebulous, forming an abyssal darkness that seemed capable of devouring all light, instilling a sense of dread. This was the heavenly corridor, vast as an ocean, yet fraught with deadly peril. System, check in, Bai Ye silently intoned. Ding. Special location detected, heavenly corridor. Super reward triggered. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Celestial Grade 3 Soft Armor, Nebula Armor. A silvery soft armor materialized in his hand. It was as thin as a cicada's wing, adorned with intricate nebula patterns, smooth to the touch like silk, yet imbued with profound divine power. This marked his first acquisition of a treasure at the celestial level, filling him with joy. With a mere thought, the armor transformed into a stream of light, seamlessly melding with his body, not impeding his movements in the slightest. Simultaneously, a gentle yet resilient divine power barrier formed around him, isolating the surrounding gale's force and providing an overwhelming sense of security. This was the artifact of the celestial grade. With this divine item, even a pulse condensation practitioner could traverse the heavenly corridor with ease. Bai Ye marveled. Once prepared, Bai Ye's figure shimmered, and he stepped into the heavenly corridor. As he entered, he immediately sensed a palpable suppression. His primordial spirit, when spread out, encountered an invisible resistance. Originally capable of covering vast territories, it now could only extend a mere 100 miles. His perception blurred, making it difficult to discern distant movements. Indeed, it was no simple matter, Bai Ye mused. He activated the movement secret technique, transforming into a glimmering stream of pale gold, skillfully weaving through the tumultuous gales. Racing towards the Dust Star Valley as indicated by the star map, the dark gales relentlessly battered his protective barrier. Yet they could not breach the defenses of the nebula armor. He advanced steadily like a lone skiff amidst the turbulent winds. 3 days passed swiftly in the perilous environment of the heavenly corridor. Utilizing the rapidity of the movement secret technique and the formidable defense of the nebula armor, Bai Ye cleared his path and finally arrived at the core area indicated by the star map. Here, he had reached the deepest part of the heavenly corridor. The horror of the environment far surpassing the periphery. The dark gales were no longer chaotic torrents, but had coalesced into towering pillars of wind, ravaging the void like colossal columns. The surfaces of these pillars were entwined with silvery gray spatial fissures. Occasionally, drifting meteors collided with the pillars, instantly disintegrating into nothingness, leaving not a trace behind. Even more disconcerting was the faint chaotic aura permeating the air, capable of corroding a practitioner's spirit. Even Bai Ye, at the true god level, had to mobilize his primordial spirit to defend against it. The distant void manifested a twisted dark purple, as if it were on the verge of collapse, revealing a deeper abyss of nothingness. In such an environment, not even a practitioner at the Yuanying stage, let alone a formidable figure of the tribulation crossing stage, could afford a moment's carelessness without facing the dire consequence of obliteration. At last, it was found. Bai Ye's gaze pierced through the rampant columns of wind, settling upon the void ahead, a flicker of understanding gleaming in his eyes. There floated a colossal meteorite, more aptly described as a diminutive continent adrift in the ocean of fierce gales. Its surface, a deep brown, was marred by numerous craters and uneven ravines, clearly bearing the scars of countless years of battering by the gales and collisions with fragments of the void. This meteorite continent extended over 30 miles in length and spanned a width of several miles, with rocks periodically stripped away by the gales, plummeting into the abyss below, resonating with a deep, echoing rumble. The surface of the continent was not merely barren rock. Scattered throughout were mineral crystals that shimmered with a faint spiritual light. These were the gale crystals, nurtured over time by the fierce winds and chaotic energies, a rare material for forging spiritual artifacts. Yet, in this moment, Bai Ye paid no heed to these treasures. His attention was wholly captivated by the abrupt portal standing at the continent's center. This portal, sculpted from solid black stone, towered 6 meters high and 3 meters wide, its surface exuding a cold sheen, as hard as divine iron. Lacking any superfluous embellishments, it bore faintly etched ancient runes, which, when caressed by the gale, would occasionally glimmer with a faint silver light, emanating a disconcerting spatial resonance. It stood there, solitary in the midst of the meteorite continent, starkly contrasting with the desolation and fragmentation surrounding it, as if it had existed since time immemorial, a witness to the epics of the celestial corridor. Bai Ye's figure flickered, landing upon the rocky surface of the meteorite continent, where the ground felt icy and unyielding, still retaining the rough texture of the wind's passage. Approaching the portal, he retrieved the dark turtle shell from his storage ring. As the shell detached from the ring, it seemed to sense the portal's beckoning, radiating a gentle golden light. Slipping from Bai Ye's grasp and slowly levitating towards the obsidian entrance. Swish! When the shell hovered 3 feet before the portal, it suddenly erupted in a dazzling golden brilliance. This radiance transcended the previous faint halo, shining forth like a miniature sun, as golden streams coursed through the cracks of the shell, illuminating the ancient patterns with clarity. Following this, the shell transformed into a stream of golden light, hurtling directly towards the dark portal. Contrary to expectations, there was no sound of collision. Upon touching the portal, the shell seamlessly assimilated, akin to a droplet merging with the ocean, gradually seeping into the entrance. As the shell integrated, the ancient runes upon the portal were instantly activated. Golden patterns spiraling from the bottom to the top, pulsating with a vibrant life, exuding an immense spatial power. Boom! The portal emitted a deep, resonant rumble, slowly opening inward. A fissure appeared first, from which an overwhelming force of spatial energy surged forth, causing the surrounding air to distort. Even the raging gale was drawn by this power, forming a miniature whirlwind that spiraled around the portal. As the fissure gradually expanded, a faint purple radiance emerged, hinting at the vast and pure spiritual energy contained within. Yet the internal scene remained obscured. Bai Ye furrowed his brow and extended his consciousness towards the portal. However, as soon as his spirit touched the layer of purple light, it lost all connection, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, failing to relay any information, as if completely severed from an independent space. Indeed, it was a separate secret realm. Bai Ye mused internally, and after a moment's contemplation, he reached a decision. His purpose for coming was to seek out the inheritance. Even if dangers lay within, his current pinnacle strength at the 9th level of True God was sufficient to cope. Without further hesitation, Bai Ye took a step forward, his figure instantly passing through the purple aura, vanishing into the portal. At the moment he entered the secret realm, the dark portal began to slowly close inward, the golden runes gradually dimming until they reverted to their original shadowy state. On the meteorite continent, only the howling gale persisted, as if everything that had just transpired was but a figment of imagination. Chapter 44. The Descent of the Celestial Deity. Meanwhile, within the forbidden grounds of the Huang Tian Divine Sect, the long silent white jade heavenly gate abruptly shattered the ancient tranquility. Initially, a deep, resonant hum emanated from the depths of the gate, reminiscent of the breath of an ancient behemoth awakening. Soon after, the gate itself began to tremble slightly, and the once dim spatial runes suddenly flickered with a faint golden light. As the runes flowed, a wave of spiritual energy, purer by 100-fold than the sacred spiritual veins of the Huang Tian Divine Sect, surged forth from the fissure of the gate, instantly enveloping the entire forbidden ground. Where the spiritual energy flowed, ancient pines and cypresses within the forbidden ground rapidly sprouted new branches, withered spiritual herbs rejuvenating, and even tender green shoots emerging from the crevices of the rocks below. Such a phenomenon instantly stirred the entire Huang Tian Divine Sect. The heavenly gate of the forbidden ground was exhibiting signs of great significance. Xuanzi, who was patrolling the sect's spiritual veins with several elders undergoing tribulation, changed countenance upon sensing the powerful spatial fluctuations and pure spiritual energy emanating from the forbidden ground. Without delay, he summoned his escape light and rushed toward the forbidden area. The other elders, not daring to lag behind, followed closely, their hearts filled with shock and confusion. Since its completion by the ancestors from the upper realm, the heavenly gate had never exhibited such intense disturbances, save for the occasional overflow of upper realm spiritual energy. Upon reaching the forbidden ground, the gate's tumult grew even more pronounced. The runes on the white jade door had completely ignited. Golden streams of light flowed like rivulets across the door's surface, the fissure of the heavenly gate widening, with the surging spiritual energy becoming increasingly dense, even beginning to coalesce into a faint spiritual mist that swirled around the gate. What is happening? Could it be that Bai Ye has arrived? One of the tribulation elders gazed at the heavenly gate, his tone laced with anticipation. Bai Ye was the only true god powerhouse in the wasteland. If anyone could provoke the heavenly gate, it must surely be him. No, that cannot be. Xuanjizi shook his head, his gaze fixed gravely on the gap of the heavenly gate. The fluctuations of spiritual energy and divine essence emanated from the other side, suggesting that someone was descending from the upper realm. As soon as he spoke, the heavenly gate erupted with a deafening roar. With a thunderous crash, the two white jade doors slowly swung inward, and a brilliant beam of golden light surged forth, piercing the heavens and enveloping the entire archaic heaven divine sect. Within the radiant beam, a torrent of divine essence burst forth like a tsunami, carrying the sacred pressure unique to the upper realm, causing Xuanjizi and the other Ascension Realm cultivators to shudder involuntarily, instinctively retreating several steps, their spiritual power momentarily stifled. Following this, two figures emerged slowly from the golden light. The man on the left was tall, towering over 3 meters, clad in golden battle armor. The armor was intricately engraved with elaborate, thunderous patterns, enveloped in a faint aura of lightning, with each breath resonating with the very pulse of the cosmos. His features were resolute, and his eyes, sharp as a hawk, swept over the crowd, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that nearly suffocated Xuanjizi and the others. The man on the right was of average height, dressed in a moon-white robe embroidered with countless stars, exuding a gentle yet authoritative presence. Surrounded by a soft starlight, his gaze was tranquil as a deep pool, seemingly ordinary yet radiating an equally terrifying divine might as his companion. These were beings of the divine realm. Undoubtedly, they were powerful entities of the divine realm. Xuanjizi's pupils contracted suddenly, and his heart surged with tumultuous waves. He could distinctly sense that the prowess of these two men exceeded the limits of his understanding. Even the true divine pressure of the elder Bai Ye paled in comparison. They must be the pinnacle powerhouses descended from the upper realm. After tens of thousands of years, the archaic heaven divine sect had finally witnessed the arrival of divine beings once more. At that moment, the towering man surveyed Xuanjizi and the others from his lofty position, his voice resonating like a great bell, imbued with the authority of a superior. Are you the disciples of the archaic heaven divine sect? Indeed. Xuanjizi promptly bowed deeply, his demeanor profoundly respectful, not daring to lift his head. I am Xuanjizi, paying my respects to the two esteemed elders from the upper realm. May I inquire your honorable names? I am Xian Huang, the celestial elder of the archaic heaven divine sect, the tall man replied indifferently, gesturing to the man in white beside him. This is my friend, Elder Yunlan of the Starry Sky sect. Greetings, Elder Xian Huang. Greetings, Elder Yunlan. Xuanjizi and the others bowed in unison, their hearts shaken even more. The celestial realm. They were indeed legendary beings of the celestial realm. This existence surpassed even the true divine realm, representing a higher echelon of power. Elder Xian Huang turned to Elder Yunlan, smiling as he inquired, Dear friend Yunlan, do you require me to command the disciples of this lower realm to assist you in locating your disciple? Elder Yunlan shook his head, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. There is no need. I have my own methods. In the next moment, he raised his hand and formed a seal, sending a beam of starlight from his fingertips, which coalesced in the air into a palm-sized spiritual bird. The bird, composed entirely of starlight, fluttered its wings, scattering flecks of silver brilliance, emanating faint waves of divine consciousness, clearly a mystical entity employed for tracking purposes. The ethereal bird soared into the sky, spiraling gracefully before darting towards the boundary between the wilderness and the mysterious domain. Will you accompany me? Inquired the celestial being of cloud and mist, casting a calm gaze at the celestial being of the wild. With a hearty laugh, the latter's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Why not? I find my time in this lower realm rather dull. It would be far more intriguing to accompany you and discover the true nature of your yet-to-be-met junior disciple. The celestial being of cloud and mist nodded in agreement, refraining from further words. With a flicker, he transformed into a streak of starlight, pursuing the direction the ethereal bird had vanished. The celestial being of the wild followed closely behind, and in an instant, their figures disappeared from the horizon, leaving the likes of Xuanji and the others momentarily dazed, unable to regain their composure. Shortly thereafter, within the depths of the celestial corridor, a dark gale surged like a tempest, crashing against the rocky surface of the meteorite land, emitting a deafening wail. Spatial rifts flickered ominously around, radiating a palpable sense of peril. The two figures cut through the gale, landing steadily upon the meteorite expanse. It was none other than the celestial being of the wild and the celestial being of cloud and mist. The starlit, ethereal bird circled before a pitch-black portal at the center of the land, emitting a melodious chirp before dissolving into countless specks of starlight. Upon reaching the portal, both were struck by the appearance and the ancient runes swirling upon its surface, their eyes igniting with brilliant light. The calm demeanor they had maintained was swiftly replaced by astonishment. This is the gate of dust stars, exclaimed the celestial being of cloud and mist. Unable to uphold his serene demeanor, disbelief etched across his face. The legendary portal, said to connect to the secret realm of the divine kings, had surprisingly manifested in the lower realm. Who would have imagined it? Truly, who could have foreseen such a turn of events? The celestial being of the wild also struggled to conceal his shock, repeatedly exclaiming in admiration, Your junior disciple has managed to uncover such a fortuitous opportunity, entering the valley of dust stars. How enviable indeed. Upon hearing this, the surprise on the face of the celestial being of cloud and mist gradually faded into silence. He gazed down at the dark portal, a complex light flickering in his eyes. Hesitation, struggle, but ultimately replaced by a deep-seated greed and resolve. After a brief pause, He lifted his gaze, a cold, murderous intent igniting within his eyes, and spoke in a low voice to the celestial being of the wild. Do you believe this could also be our opportunity? The celestial being of the wild was taken aback, quickly processing the implication. His gaze flickered uncertainly. Are you suggesting we take action against him? But he is your junior disciple. Were you not sent to bring him back to the upper realm? If you were to kill him, how would you justify it to your sect? Justify? The celestial being of cloud and mist scoffed, his eyes gleaming with greater avarice. The opportunities within the Valley of Dust Stars are rumored to be left by the ancient divine kings, sufficient for us to transcend our current realms, even ascend to the level of divine sovereigns. Perhaps we could even touch the threshold of the divine kings. Such unparalleled fortune. What is the command of the sect matter? He leaned closer to the celestial being of the wild, lowering his voice further. Moreover, after this, only heaven and earth will know, just you and I. As long as we swear an oath to the heavenly path, vowing never to reveal this matter, and join forces to seize this divine king's legacy. Who could discern the true events upon our return to the upper realm? The celestial being of the wild fell into silence for a moment, contemplating the pitch-black gate of dust stars. As he contemplated the legendary inheritance of the divine king, his internal hesitation was swiftly consumed by an insatiable greed. He nodded heavily, proclaiming, "Very well. We shall adhere to your words, my friend. We will swear an oath to the heavenly Tao and join forces to seize the inheritance." The two exchanged glances, simultaneously raising their hands to form seals, silently reciting the oath of the heavenly Tao, binding their very souls to an unbreakable vow of secrecy and unity in their quest for the legacy. Once the oath was established, a fierce glint flashed in their eyes. They ceased their conversation, taking positions on either side of the gate to the dust star, their auras completely restrained. Like two dormant, ferocious beasts, they awaited the emergence of Bai Ye from the secret realm in silence. The violent winds continued to howl across the meteorite continent, while the pitch-black portal stood solemnly in silence. A deadly threat directed towards Bai Ye had been lurking in the shadows, preparing to strike. Chapter 45, The Divine King Inheritance. The moment Bai Ye stepped into the obsidian portal, he was enveloped by a tumultuous yet orderly force of spatial energy. As the world spun around him, he heard the resonant echoes of void ripples, and the scenery before him shifted rapidly in a dance of light and shadow, transitioning from the ravaged meteorite continent to a vibrant and flourishing realm. Upon his feet firmly landing on the soft grass, he was greeted by an almost palpable surge of spiritual energy. This essence was unlike the chaotic mixture found in the Tianxian continent, far surpassing the purity of the sacred spiritual veins in the desolate domain. It contained a subtle hint of divine law, transforming into a gentle energy that nourished both his true God's manifestation and divine source. Bai Ye took a deep breath, feeling his mind clear and his Tao body rejuvenated, with the fatigue from resisting the chaotic aura in the Tiangang corridor dissipating significantly. The quality of this spiritual energy undoubtedly met the standards required for cultivation by practitioners in the divine realm. As he surveyed his surroundings, awe filled his eyes. The grass beneath his feet was a soft green, adorned with glistening dew that pulsated with pure spiritual energy. In the distance, rolling emerald mountains were shrouded in mist, where extraordinary flowers and herbs flickered with spiritual light. The air was filled with the melodious chirping of birds, and occasionally, small beasts covered in spiritual patterns would dart by, their eyes lively, clearly nurtured by the abundant spiritual energy. With a thought, Bai Ye activated the system's sign-in. System, sign in. Ding. Special location detected, Dust Star Valley. Super reward triggered. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Divine King's 9th tier treasure, the 9 Heavens Glazed Jade Dew. A palm-sized glazed bottle appeared in the center of Bai Ye's hand, crafted from resplendent 7-colored glass, filled with a light golden liquid that swirled with ethereal heavenly Tao runes, emanating a majestic yet gentle aura. Upon probing the vial with his divine sense, Bai Ye was utterly astounded. It was indeed a treasure of the 9th tier level of the Divine King. This 9 Heavens Glazed Jade Dew was famed for its ability to mend the wounds of the heavenly Tao and restore its balance, a coveted artifact in the upper realms. Even a powerful God sovereign, if their Tao foundation were damaged, would require such a treasure for restoration. Moreover, it could nourish the original source of the heavenly Tao in a small world, revitalizing a collapsing Tao. Such a high-ranking artifact was a testament that this Dust Star Valley was no ordinary site of inheritance. Bai Ye grasped the glass vial tightly, his heart swelling with conviction. What he had previously surmised to be merely a legacy of the divine sovereign now seemed like an underestimation. This place undoubtedly harbored a true legacy at the level of a god king. Just as he prepared to delve deeper into his exploration, a hazy shower of luminous light descended from the heavens. This radiant cascade, composed of countless delicate golden specks, gradually coalesced before him into a diminutive figure. It was a small girl with a pair of wings sprouting from her back, standing less than 3 feet tall. Her hair, a silvery cascade reminiscent of moonlight, flowed gracefully over her shoulders. Her wings, formed from starlight, fluttered gently, scattering glimmers of silver all around. Clad in a pale blue dress adorned with celestial runes, her skin was as fair as jade. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled with curiosity as they regarded Bai Ye, exuding a magnificent aura unique to the Tao of Heaven. Solemn and grand, a stark contrast to her cherubic appearance. Could this be the manifestation of the Tao of Heaven from the little world of Dust Star Valley? A tempest of astonishment surged within Bai Ye once more. Typically, a minor world would only nurture a faint consciousness of the Tao. Yet the clarity with which this humanoid form had materialized could only be achieved in a secret realm crafted by a God King. It was undoubtedly a legacy of the God King. There could be no mistake. Bai Ye's heart raced, unable to contain his exhilaration. He had never anticipated that a venture he had approached with modest expectations would bestow upon him such an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Was this the fortuitous enhancement brought about by the earth-level merit golden body? The little girl flapped her starlit wings and floated before Bai Ye, her tender voice resonating with an ethereal quality unique to the Tao of Heaven. Greetings, outsider cultivator. I am the will of the Tao of Heaven for this Dust Star Valley. You may call me Star Spirit. Bai Ye, with a smile gracing his face, respectfully inclined his head. In the presence of the Tao of Heaven from a minor world, even a true deity would not dare to exhibit the slightest negligence. The Star Spirit waved her tiny hand, chuckling. There is no need to call me senior. Just refer to me as Star Spirit. Allow me to share with you the origins of Dust Star Valley. She began to recount slowly, her voice imbued with a trace of the passage of time. This minor world was crafted by the ancient God King, the Dust Star Taoist, who expended vast amounts of divine essence. Before the Dust Star Taoist fell, he designated this place as his legacy, using divine powers to banish it deep into the void, shielding it from the covetous eyes of the unscrupulous. Simultaneously, he left behind the Dust Star gates scattered throughout the cosmos and numerous legacy keys, such as the tortoise shell you hold. As long as you possess a key, you can enter this realm through any Dust Star gate. With a wave of her hand, a pale blue storage ring materialized from thin air, gently floating before Bai Ye. Cultivators entering Dust Star Valley will receive a fundamental legacy. The contents of this ring are your basic gift. Bai Ye nodded, accepting the storage ring, and as his consciousness probed within, he was instantly overwhelmed by the treasures contained therein. Divine crystals, an astonishing 100,000 five-colored divine crystals, each radiating a rich aura of divine essence, representing the pinnacle of cultivation resources for practitioners of the God realm. Elixirs and spiritual herbs, numerous vials labeled as divine-grade elixirs, encompassing a range of categories such as healing, breakthroughs, and the stabilization of cultivation levels, are present, along with hundreds of rare spiritual herbs. Among them are several specimens of the fabled God King herb, known solely from ancient texts, which serve as core ingredients for concocting God King-grade elixirs. Divine artifacts. 2 divine-grade artifacts rest quietly within a jade box. One is a long spear, entirely obsidian, inscribed with the words "Break the Boundary," capable of rending space itself, wielding immense power. The other is a pale golden robe, named the Robe of All Manifestations, which can autonomously evolve defensive formations to withstand attacks from mid-stage divine beings. Is this merely the foundational inheritance? Bai Ye gasped in astonishment. Such a bountiful gift is sufficient to drive any true deity into a frenzy. Placed in the upper realms, it would surely incite significant contention. The Star Spirit seemed to read his thoughts and continued with a smile. This is only the foundational inheritance. Should you wish to become the disciple of the Dust Star Taoist and receive his complete legacy, you must first pass a trial. Over millennia, many cultivators have entered this place, yet none have ever succeeded in overcoming the trial. What trial? A flicker of anticipation crossed Bai Ye's eyes. It is quite simple. Comprehend a stone tablet. The Star Spirit flapped her wings and flew deeper into the valley, beckoning him to follow. Bai Ye trailed closely behind, traversing a valley adorned with blooming spiritual flowers, arriving at the foot of a towering peak. At the summit of the mountain stood a colossal stone, 100 feet high, with a deep purple hue, its surface etched with arcane and inscrutable ancient runes. A faint aura of chaos lingered among the runes, precisely as the Star Spirit had described, a stone tablet. This was the greatest fortune acquired by the Dust Star Taoist in his youth, which he referred to as the ancient Immortal Path Tablet. The Star Spirit explained with reverence in her eyes, stating that the tablet bore 9 seals of prohibition. Unlocking each seal would grant an ancient immortal inheritance. Until his demise, the Dust Star Taoist had only unraveled 4 seals. Yet it was these 4 inheritances that enabled him to ascend as a dominant God King in the upper realms. She turned to Bai Ye, her tone becoming grave. Your trial is to comprehend and unlock the first seal within a century. Should you succeed, you will pass the trial and inherit the entirety of the Dust Star Taoist's legacy. If you fail, you will leave the Dust Star Valley with only the foundational inheritance. Bai Ye gazed at the ancient Immortal Path tablet, feeling the vastness it contained stirring within his heart. This trial may seem insurmountable to others, but with his tenfold comprehension and the blessing of the Earth-tier merit golden body, he might not fail. Chapter 46. The Ancient Immortal Secret Arts. Let me give it a try. Bai Ye respectfully clasped his hands towards the celestial will. He immediately settled cross-legged before the tablet, regulating his breath. Then, he extended his primordial spirit, gradually enveloping the ancient Immortal Path tablet. Boom. As soon as his primordial spirit made contact with the tablet, an overwhelming aura surged into his consciousness like a tsunami. Countless profound laws of the great Tao manifested in various forms, runes, images, and thoughts. Some depicted the chaotic scenes from the dawn of creation, others illustrated the trajectories of stars being born and extinguished, while some captured the fleeting shadows of divine and demonic battles. The sheer volume of information caused a faint ache in his consciousness. In the stillness of contemplation, Bai Ye focused intently, sifting through the complex array of information with an unparalleled acumen, meticulously identifying elements related to the first seal. Beside him floated a celestial spirit, its large eyes brimming with anticipation as it murmured softly. After all these years, at last, a cultivator has entered Dust Star Valley. If he fails, the legacy of the Master may truly be severed. It took the Master 6 decades to comprehend the first seal. You must persevere. Time slipped away quietly amidst the serene meditation. The spiritual energy within the valley surged toward Bai Ye, nourishing both his primordial spirit and his Tao body. 3 years later, a brilliant golden light erupted from the ancient celestial steel, shattering the runes of the first seal. A stream of pale golden radiance surged into Bai Ye's sea of consciousness, unveiling a multitude of ancient celestial legacies, imbued with the power of an archaic law. Bai Ye gradually opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance flashing within them, and a contented smile gracing his face. He had succeeded. The first celestial legacy was his. At the moment the first seal of the ancient celestial steel shattered, the celestial spirit's eyes widened in astonishment, its little mouth forming a perfect oin disbelief. With starry wings fluttering, it circled around Bai Ye in exhilaration, its silvery hair billowing in the currents of air, its youthful voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. You are truly remarkable. The Dust Star Taoist spent 60 years comprehending this first seal, and you accomplished it in merely 3. Bai Ye nodded slightly, a serene smile adorning his face. With his unparalleled acumen and the blessings of a terrestrial-grade merit body, unraveling the seal in 3 years was no daunting task for him, though he chose not to elaborate. The celestial spirit soon regained its composure, its small face serious as it spoke earnestly. According to the wishes of the Dust Star Taoist, you have passed the trial and gained his entire legacy. Does this entire legacy include this small world of Dust Star Valley? Bai Ye inquired, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the celestial spirit's smile faded, revealing a hint of sorrow. Normally, as a successor, one would inherit the small world. However, when the Dust Star Taoist perished, I was adversely affected, and the foundation of the heavenly Tao was severely damaged. It is now at the brink of collapse and will soon dissipate. When I vanish, this small world will crumble as well. The foundation of the heavenly Tao damaged? A thought sparked in Bai Ye's mind as he suddenly recalled the 9 heavens glazed dew he had acquired. Perhaps I have a way to restore you. With a flicker of intent, he retrieved a multicolored glazed bottle from his storage ring. The pale golden dew within shimmered under the light, exuding a majestic aura of the heavenly Tao. The moment the celestial spirit's gaze fell upon the glazed bottle, it froze in place, then erupted with joy. Darting toward Bai Ye, its tiny claws clasping the bottle tightly, its large eyes filled with astonishment. Is this the 9 heavens glazed dew? A treasure that is unattainable even in the upper realms. How could you possess such a thing? By a stroke of fortune, Bai Ye replied with a smile, providing no further explanation. Can this dew mend your heavenly Tao wounds? The celestial spirit nodded vigorously, its little head bobbing like a garlic clove. Absolutely. Moreover, it has the potential to completely restore my foundation and even elevate me further. Then you should hasten your recovery. Bai Ye handed the glass vial to her and turned to the side, seizing the opportunity to delve into the ancient celestial inheritance he had just obtained. The star spirit accepted the vial, casting a grateful glance at Bai Ye before soaring above the valley and uncorking the bottle. A stream of pale golden dew flowed gently into her body, causing the starlight around her to surge dramatically, enveloping her in a magnificent cocoon of light as she began to fervently mend the foundation of the heavenly Tao. Bai Ye sat cross-legged, focusing his attention within his consciousness. The inheritance acquired from the ancient celestial stone tablet was a secret technique known as the ten-thousandfold seal, a formidable offensive art of divine rank. This technique contained the ancient and oppressive power of divine laws, divided into 9 stages, each capable of resonating with the heavens and earth, wielding infinite might. He activated the Chaos Sword Cannon and, with 100-fold comprehension, began to unravel the intricate trajectories of the technique's divine laws. Within his consciousness, countless runes danced. Each aspect of the technique, its initiation, condensation, and explosion, was meticulously deconstructed into minute fragments, each one comprehended by him in succession. Time slipped away silently as he immersed himself in the profound cultivation. The spiritual energy from the valley continuously flowed toward him, nourishing his divine body and primordial spirit. 60 years later, Bai Ye slowly opened his eyes, a faint golden radiance flickering within. He raised his hand, and a fearsome golden seal coalesced in his palm. The surface of the seal was etched with intricate ancient celestial runes, emanating a pressure capable of crushing any true deity. The ten-thousandfold seal had been comprehended by him to its zenith. Almost simultaneously, a golden light, a gift from the heavenly Tao, descended from above, merging into his being. However, this gift from the lower realm's heavenly Tao had negligible effect on him, now at the pinnacle of the true God's 9th level, merely causing a slight tremor in his divine source, without further repercussions. Bai Ye turned his gaze toward the cocoon of light in the sky, where the star spirit remained in slumber, repairing herself. He decided to sit cross-legged once more, directing his focus toward the second seal of the ancient celestial stone tablet. Continuing his comprehension. Another decade passed. On this day, the cocoon above the valley suddenly erupted. Brilliant golden light shot into the heavens, transforming into a cascade of radiant light, instantaneously manifesting countless auspicious phenomena within the Dust Star Valley. Golden lotuses bloomed on the ground, ethereal birds sang in the air. The streams flowing through the mountains shimmered with a delicate glow, and even the air became increasingly fresh and sweet. The star spirit emerged from the rain of light, her starlit wings becoming more solid, while the aura of the heavenly Tao around her grew ever more formidable, her once youthful visage now adorned with an air of authority. I am healed. Thank you for the dew you provided. The star spirit flew before Bai Ye, her smile radiant. The power of the heavenly Tao surged around her, and a violet mark of the heavenly Tao emerged from her brow, gently descending onto the back of Bai Ye's hand, transforming into a lifelike star rune. From this day forth, you shall be the master of Dust Star Valley. Chapter 47. Subduing the Celestial Deity. As the star spirit's words fell, countless pieces of information flooded into Bai Ye's consciousness, instantly revealing to him the full extent of Dust Star Valley's capabilities. Firstly, as the master of this miniature world, he could enter and exit at will, no longer needing to rely on the Dust Star Gate. This small world is utterly isolated from the outside, making it an exceptional sanctuary for cultivation, even for those of the Divine King realm who find it arduous to discern its location. Furthermore, during combat, one can forcibly draw enemies into the Dust Star Valley, utilizing the power of the heavenly path within this realm to impose suppression. Even Divine Kings would find their strength diminished by 30%. Additionally, the power of the heavenly path can amplify Bai Ye's own abilities, potentially tripling his combat prowess without inflicting any harm upon his divine body. Truly invincible. With a mere thought, Bai Ye activated the heavenly path mark on the back of his hand. In an instant, a tremendous surge of heavenly power flooded into his being. He could distinctly perceive the acceleration of the divine energy circulating within his divine source aperture. The manifestation of his true God became more solidified, and the divine power surrounding him surged several-fold. He mimicked a punch, with the force of his fist carrying an astonishing divine might that warped the surrounding space profoundly. Excellent. With a smile of satisfaction, Bai Ye withdrew his power. With the Dust Star Valley as his trump card, he felt emboldened to confront even the pinnacle of celestial deities. It was time to return to Qingzhou. Bai Ye murmured softly, summoned the power of the heavenly path mark, and his figure abruptly vanished from the Dust Star Valley. Deep within the heavenly gang corridor, at the heart of the meteorite continent, before the inky black gate of the Dust Star, a grayish-blue figure materialized. It was Bai Ye emerging from the secret realm. The moment he appeared, 2 piercing gazes, sharp as hawks, fell upon him. Immediately thereafter, 2 overwhelming pressures from celestial deities descended like mountains, attempting to confine him. Bai Ye's brow furrowed slightly as the pressure from his peak ninth layer of true God erupted instantaneously, clashing with the incoming force. A thunderous roar ensued, causing the surrounding winds to recoil violently, and fissures appeared in the meteorite ground. He raised his eyes to see two men standing not far away. One wore a moon-white robe, enveloped in starlight. It was Yunlan, a celestial deity of the Starry Sky Sect. The other donned golden battle armor. Emanating a hint of thunderous energy, he was Xian Huang, a celestial deity of the Wilderness Heaven Sect. Yunlan stepped forward, forcing a disingenuous smile onto his face, and feigned warmth as he spoke. You must be the junior brother? I am Yunlan, an elder celestial deity of the Starry Sky Sect, sent by the sect to bring you back. Xian Huang also approached, his gaze sweeping over Bai Ye, filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that this remarkably youthful cultivator before him had already reached the peak of the ninth layer of true godhood. Such cultivation at this age was indeed extraordinary. Bai Ye offered a slight bow, his expression indifferent as he regarded the two. Sensing their immediate display of pressure, it was evident that their intentions were far from friendly, and the claimed identity of senior brother was likely a mere pretext. Unperturbed by Bai Ye's cold demeanor, Yunlan continued to feign familiarity, smiling as he said, "The inheritance you obtained in the Dust Star Valley must be of great value, as you are new to the divine realm and may not understand how to properly safeguard such legacies. It would be best to entrust it to me for safekeeping and documentation at the sect. Rest assured, the sect will reward you handsomely based on the inheritance's worth." Reward? Bai Ye scoffed, his gaze icy. "My dear friend, when did I ever claim to be a disciple of the Starry Sky Sect? Even though I have painstakingly obtained this inheritance, why should I relinquish it?" The expression of the cloud wave celestial god darkened instantaneously, a flicker of impatience flashing in his eyes. "The stellar creation technique you practice is the foundational martial art of our stellar sect, rightfully belonging to our disciples. It appears that having acquired this inheritance has inflated your ego. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of my sect." "Stop pretending," Bai Ye interrupted, casting a glance at the Xian Huang celestial god beside him. "Look at your companion. He can hardly contain his murderous intent." The corner of the Xian Huang celestial god's mouth twitched, and upon having his intentions exposed, the facade on his face crumbled. The hypocrisy in the cloud wave celestial god's eyes completely faded, replaced by an unrestrained coldness of murderous intent. He spoke in a deep voice, "Since you refuse my goodwill, do not blame me for being impolite." Before his words had fully settled, both of them unleashed their divine might simultaneously, blocking Bai Ye's path from either side. The divine power of the celestial realm interwove, forming an invisible cage that ensnared Bai Ye within. Bai Ye's expression hardened. He ceased his idle chatter. With a mere thought, he activated the celestial heaven Xian Extreme Seal. In the next instant, a colossal golden seal, towering dozens of feet high, materialized, its surface inscribed with ancient celestial runes that shimmered, emanating a terrifying aura capable of overwhelming even the celestial realm. "This is bad." The cloud wave celestial god's countenance changed dramatically. He attempted to summon a defensive artifact, but it was already too late. The golden seal descended with a cataclysmic force, enveloping the cloud wave celestial god in an instant. He did not even have time to scream before his divine body shattered under the seal, his divine core and soul obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. "What?" The Xian Huang celestial god trembled in fear, his face a mask of disbelief. Bai Ye, who was merely at the pinnacle of the true god realm, could annihilate a celestial god of the third layer with a single strike. The power of that seal was utterly terrifying. Being himself a celestial god of the third layer, he understood Cloud Wave's strength all too well. Yet, the latter had not even activated his defenses before being vanquished. Had he been in the same position, he would have had no chance of survival. "Spare me. I hail from the supreme sect of the Xian Huang Celestial. This matter has nothing to do with me." The Xian Huang Celestial god, petrified with fear, turned and transformed into a streak of golden light, frantically fleeing towards the periphery of the Tiangang corridor. Bai Ye's gaze was icy. He would not allow him to escape. He raised his hand to activate the celestial heaven Xian Extreme Seal once more, conjuring a second golden seal that shot forth like a comet, ruthlessly smashing the Xian Huang celestial god onto the meteorite-laden ground. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the Xian Huang celestial god's divine body and golden battle armor shattered. His divine core ground to dust beneath the seal, leading to his ultimate demise. Two powerful celestial realm beings had been subdued by Bai Ye in a single strike. The fierce winds howled past, sweeping up divine blood and shattered bones, the terrifying might of the celestial heaven Xian Extreme Seal, plunging this meteorite continent into a profound silence. Bai Ye withdrew his divine power, glanced at the remnants on the ground, and remarked indifferently, The celestials of the upper realm are hardly impressive. I had anticipated the need to summon the Dust Star Valley. He then turned, transforming into a streak of light, racing towards the direction of Qingzhou. Bai Ye navigated the escape light, traversing through the tempestuous winds of the Tiangang corridor, hurrying back to Qingzhou. As the familiar peaks of the Qingyun mountain range emerged within his sight, he gradually restrained his aura, suppressing his cultivation back to the late stage of the Transcendence realm. Transforming into a faint azure stream of light, he silently descended upon the night cloud peak. The spiritual herbs in the courtyard remained lush, and the formations within the tranquil chamber were intact, as if he had never departed. Bai Ye dismantled the formations and stepped into the quiet room, casually setting up a concealment barrier before he began to organize the spoils from his expedition to the Dust Star Valley. The Divine King-level secret technique. The Xian Tian Xianji seal, the dominion over the miniature world of Dust Star Valley, and a vast trove of divine crystals along with divine-grade artifacts. All of these significantly augmented his foundation. With these acquisitions, he felt confident in his ability to break through to the celestial god realm, even in the lower realm. Meanwhile, in the upper realm, the news of Bai Ye obtaining the legacy of the Dust Star Valley was igniting a tremendous upheaval across the heavens. Chapter 48. Ripples in the upper realm. The upper realm, vast and boundless, is divided into 3,000 continents. Within this expansive territory, there exist top-tier forces presided over by divine kings, ancient families with legacies spanning millions of years, and enigmatic organizations hidden at the edges of chaos. Powerful beings abound, and laws are strictly enforced. The legend of the Dust Star Gate has circulated through the upper realm for countless millennia. After all, this is the legacy entrance left by the ancient divine king, the Dust Star Taoist. Those who can acquire the key to the legacy and enter within stand a chance to secure divine king-level opportunities. For thousands of years, innumerable factions have expended vast resources searching for traces of the Dust Star Gate throughout the cosmos. Some forces, by fortuitous chance, discovered a gate. Yet due to their inability to unravel the mysteries of the legacy key, could only guard it as a forbidden zone. Others have engaged in cataclysmic battles for the chance to seize a Dust Star Gate, ultimately leaving both sides in ruin. Even divine king-level powerhouses have personally intervened, attempting to forcibly breach the stone door, only to be rebounded by the residual divine will of the Dust Star Taoist, suffering grievous injuries in the process. However, on the third day after Bai Ye claimed the entirety of the Dust Star Taoist's legacy, the 72 Dust Star Gates previously discovered throughout the upper realm began to dissipate almost simultaneously. The first to notice the anomaly was the Purple Extreme Divine King family. With a lineage extending 30 million years, the Purple Extreme family had once encountered the Dust Star Taoist, guarding a Dust Star Gate within their forbidden grounds. On this day, the guardian of the forbidden grounds urgently reported that the stone door was becoming transparent, its surface divine patterns gradually fading. The family patriarch, Ziji Tianshun, a top-tier powerhouse at the third level of divine kings, promptly rushed to the forbidden ground. Upon his arrival, he witnessed the pitch-black stone door that had stood for millions of years transforming into countless twinkling stars, slowly dissipating into the air. At the moment the door vanished, a faint yet distinct ripple of divine king legacy spread through the void of the upper realm, only to fall into complete silence thereafter. Had the legacy been taken? Ziji Tianshun stood at the center of the forbidden ground, the purple golden divine power swirling around him, his eyes filled with disbelief and profound greed. Millions of years. A full span of millions of years. It was indeed true that someone had managed to acquire the entirety of the Dust Star Taoist's legacy. He immediately issued a command to summon all the elders and core members of the family. In an instant, dozens of terrifying auras converged within the council chamber, each one at least a divine sovereign. Patriarch, does the disappearance of the Dust Star Gate imply that the legacy has fallen into another's hands? The elder, Ziji Yuan, inquired solemnly, his tone laced with urgency. The Ziji family has sacrificed countless generations to protect this stone gate. Now that their legacy is in jeopardy, how could they possibly remain indifferent? Indeed, Ziji Tianshun nodded, his expression grave. That recent fluctuation was undoubtedly the mark of the inheritance from the Dust Star Taoist. It appears that someone has not only entered the Dust Star Valley, but has also passed all trials. Dispatch orders immediately. Utilize the family's entire intelligence network to thoroughly investigate all recent movements in the upper realm, particularly among the younger generation of true divine realm cultivators. We must identify the recipient of the inheritance. Patriarch, how shall we deal with this individual if found? A middle-aged elder's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity. The inheritance of the Dust Star Taoist is of paramount importance and must not fall into the hands of outsiders. At all costs, we must reclaim the inheritance. Ziji Tianxin's voice was cold, imbued with an undeniable authority. Should the individual be wise and willing to surrender the inheritance, we may spare his life and accept him as a vassal of the family. However, should he resist, he shall be eradicated without mercy, his very soul extinguished. The elders within the council chamber nodded in unison, their eyes alight with avarice. A divine king-level inheritance is sufficient to elevate the Ziji family to new heights, potentially even allowing them to challenge the divine emperor realm. They could not afford to miss this opportunity. News spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching the various factions of the upper realm. At the headquarters of the Burning Sky Divine Sect, the sect leader, Burning Sky Zhan, was engaged in refining a divine emperor-level fire seed within the ancestral grounds. Upon hearing the news of the disappearance of the Dust Star Gate, he abruptly opened his eyes. Two streams of golden flames erupting forth, scorching the void before him into two black holes. How could someone possibly acquire the Dust Star inheritance? Burning Sky Zhan's voice was laced with fury and resentment. As a newly emerging superpower in the upper realm, the Burning Sky Divine Sect had dedicated nearly 1,000,000 years to seeking the Dust Star Gate, suffering the loss of 3 elder cultivators in the process. Now, to be outpaced by another, how could he endure such a slight? He immediately summoned the head of the sect's pursuit hall, a top-tier expert at the 9th level of the heavenly deity realm. Lead all members of the pursuit hall to scour the 3,000 domains and ensure the identification of the inheritance recipient. Remember, alive or dead, the inheritance must be returned to the sect. As you command. The pursuit hall leader bowed, transforming into a streak of fire as he vanished from the ancestral grounds. At the headquarters of the neutral organization, the Eternal Tao Alliance, a massive palace floating amidst the chaotic sea of clouds, the alliance leader, Master Gu Dao, was engaged in a game of chess with the various elders. When the news of the Dust Star Gate's disappearance reached him, the piece in his hand suddenly froze mid-air, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. It was unexpected that, after 10,000 years, someone could indeed unravel the trials of the Dust Star Taoist. With a soft sigh, he placed the piece down. The Dust Star Taoist was once capable of contending with divine emperor-level powerhouses, and his inheritance could significantly shift the balance of the upper realm. Master, should we intervene? An elder with white hair inquired, concerned that if the Ziji family or the Burning Sky Divine Sect were to obtain the inheritance, it would be detrimental to our Eternal Tao Alliance. There is no need. Gu Dao shook his head, his gaze profound. Let us observe the developments. The individual who has passed the trials of the Dust Star Taoist is no ordinary person. Perhaps they may bring new variables to the upper realm. We should keep a close watch and formulate our plans once the situation clarifies. Beyond these top-tier powers, numerous smaller factions and rogue cultivators in the upper realm were also shaken. The Dust Star Gate has vanished. The inheritance has been taken. Who is it? Who possesses such fortune? After countless millennia, the legend has finally reached its conclusion. Should one find this individual, even acquiring a mere fragment of their legacy would be sufficient to propel me beyond the realm of the divine sovereign. Countless cultivators spontaneously formed search parties, traversing the farthest corners of the 3,000 domains in a fervent quest to uncover the whereabouts of the heir to this legacy. The atmosphere of the upper realm seemed to thicken with tension as a silent competition for the divine monarch's inheritance brewed in the shadows. Meanwhile, in the lower realm Qingzhou, Bai Ye remained blissfully unaware of these developments. He was deeply engrossed in his cultivation, diligently refining the foundation of his true God realm, preparing for the final push toward the celestial God realm. Chapter 49. The Celestial God's Law Manifestation, ascending to the upper realm upon returning to the Qingling sect. Bai Ye devoted nearly all his time to cultivation. With a mere thought, he stepped into the small world of Dust Star Valley. Within this valley, the concentration of divine essence was astonishingly high. The divine essence flowed like a stream, so thick it nearly condensed into liquid form. With a single breath equating to days of arduous practice in the outside world, Bai Ye sat cross-legged before the ancient immortal steel, channeling the Chaos Sword Cannon along with the recently acquired ancient Immortal Legacy. Divine essence surged through his meridians, flooding into his divine source orifices, which operated at full capacity to convert the divine essence into pure divine power. The Tao of Heaven within Dust Star Valley invisibly aided his cultivation, and the enhancement from his Earth-tier merit golden body allowed for a substantially accelerated comprehension of the laws of the celestial God realm. In the blink of an eye, a century quietly slipped by. On this day, an overwhelming pressure of celestial God might erupted within the small world. Bai Ye slowly opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with divine radiance, as a faint golden vortex of celestial power swirled around him. At the vortex's center, his 9 divine source orifices had expanded to a size of approximately 10 feet, radiating an astonishing aura of divine power. His cultivation had firmly stepped into the third layer of the celestial god realm. Such a rate of advancement could only be described as extraordinary within the upper realm. It is worth noting that an ordinary celestial god cultivator typically requires at least a millennium of accumulation and vast resources to ascend a minor realm. Even the most gifted disciples of powerful factions, utilizing various heavenly materials and treasures, would need centuries to break through a single tier. Yet, Bai Ye ascended from the pinnacle of the true god realm to the third layer of the celestial god realm in just a century. This remarkable feat was undoubtedly aided by the divine essence of Dust Star Valley, his tenfold comprehension, the merit golden body, and the multiple enhancements from the divine monarch level legacy. Third layer of the celestial god realm, Bai Ye murmured softly to himself, his thoughts stirring. In an instant, the space behind him began to ripple violently. Golden divine power converged furiously, and a colossal manifestation of law, towering 1,000 feet, gradually materialized. This manifestation donned chaotic battle armor, intricately engraved with ancient immortal runes. Shimmering with a faint golden light, adorned with a purple gold crown, its visage mirrored Bai Ye's, with an imposing gaze that surveyed all creation. In its left hand, it wielded a miniature version of the dragon-slaying holy sword, while its right hand cradled a golden seal imbued with terrifying energy. The very embodiment of the celestial heaven profound extreme seal. Behind it unfurled a pair of divine wings woven from starlight and thunder, each flap resonating with the heavens, exuding a terrifying pressure that could crush even the true god realm. At the moment the Dharma form manifested, the mountains and rivers within the small world trembled. The streams ceased their flow, and even the divine essence in the air was forcibly suppressed. This exemplifies one of the fundamental distinctions between the celestial god realm and the true god realm. The Dharma form materializes. In the true god realm, the Dharma form can only lie dormant within the sea of consciousness, serving merely to amplify divine power. In contrast, the Dharma form of the celestial god realm can directly manifest in the external world, not only participating in battle, but also invoking greater laws of heaven and earth, thereby dramatically increasing combat prowess several-fold. Recalling the moment a century ago when he vanquished those two heavenly gods, who fell without even summoning their Dharma forms, Bai Ye could truly grasp the terror of the Xian Tian Xianjiyin. Those two powerful beings of the celestial god realm were utterly powerless before the secret arts of a god king. With a mere thought, his thousand-zhang Dharma form gradually contracted, ultimately transforming into a golden light that merged into his being as the surrounding celestial phenomena dissipated. Subsequently, Bai Ye retrieved a token from his storage ring. This token, entirely a pale purple hue, bore a texture akin to jade, yet not quite jade, resembling gold, yet not quite gold. Its surface was intricately engraved with patterns of countless stars, and at its center lay a fist-sized purple divine crystal, which emanated a faint aura of divine kingship. The edges of the token were inscribed with 4 archaic characters representing the Celestial Star Sacred Sect, one of the legacies left by the Dust Star Taoist. The Sect Master S token of the Celestial Star Sacred Sect. According to the records left by the Dust Star Taoist, this sect was established by him in the upper realm and, at its zenith, was an 8th-tier power. The hierarchy of powers in the upper realm is divided into 9 tiers, with the ranking determined by the fortune long tier ignited by the power. The greater the number of long tiers, the stronger the foundation, strength, and prestige of the power. Among these, a 7th-tier power must have at least one god king to maintain the stability of its fortune long tier, while an 8th-tier power requires the support of multiple god kings, or even god king titans. Holding this sect master token and heading to the Celestial Star Sacred Sect would grant him the blessing of the sect's fortune long tier. As Bai Ye traced the starry patterns on the token, a glimmer of contemplation sparkled in his eyes. With the assistance of the fortune long tier, his probability of breaking through to the God King realm would increase by at least 60%. However, the Dust Star Taoist had perished over 10,000 years ago. Did the Celestial Star Sacred Sect still exist? What had become of it? His mind brimmed with questions, but he could only seek answers upon reaching the upper realm. In the following days, Bai Ye temporarily departed from the Dust Star Valley, preparing for his departure from the lower realm, utilizing the array tomes left by the Dust Star Taoist as a blueprint. He expended a considerable amount of divine crystals and rare materials to establish a celestial god-level concealed defensive great array beneath the 72 peaks of Qiyun Sect, intended to protect Qiyun after his departure. This great array could obscure all traces of the sect, even when faced with assaults from celestial god realm adversaries. It could endure for several months, sufficient to ensure the safety of Qiyun Sect. Subsequently, he entrusted a batch of resources necessary for breaking through to the true god realm, including 105 colored divine crystals, 10 true God-level elixirs, and several true God-level spiritual herbs, to Su Wenshuan, the sect master of Qiyun sect, and the head of the Bai family, instructing them to safeguard these materials for the cultivation of the younger generations of the sect and family. With all preparations complete, Bai Ye was finally ready to embark on his journey to the upper realm. According to the original plan, he intended to ascend through the artificial heavenly gate of the archaic heavenly sect. However, among the two celestial deities he had slain a century ago, the Xianhuang celestial deity was precisely an elder of the archaic heavenly sect. Should he depart from the heavenly gate, he would inevitably fall into an ambush, leading to dire consequences. Nevertheless, alternative methods remained at his disposal. Within the inheritance of the Dust Star Taoist, there existed several divine king-level spatial talismans, known as the Star Realm Talismans. These talismans were crafted from divine king essence and spatial laws, allowing the user to tear through space and create a clandestine passageway to the upper realm, unnoticed by any external entities. On this day, Bai Ye ventured into the desolate depths of the Qingyun mountain range. He retrieved one of the Star Realm Talismans, which shimmered in a silvery hue, adorned with intricate spatial runes that emitted a faint aura of divine kingship. Bai Ye infused a trace of celestial power into the talisman. In the next moment, the talisman erupted with resplendent silver light. The silvery radiance surged skyward, forming a towering column of light several dozen feet high. At the center of the column, space began to warp violently, intertwining countless minuscule spatial fissures that gradually coalesced into a circular passage. The interior of the passage was shrouded in darkness, revealing a hazy illusion of countless swirling stars. A pure essence of divine energy from the upper realm spilled forth from the passage, contrasting sharply with the spiritual energy of the lower realm. The edges of the passage flickered with silvery spatial arcs, exuding an aura of danger and mystery. Bai Ye cast a final glance toward the direction of the Qingyun sect, where mist swirled, and the 72 peaks were faintly visible. In his eyes, there was little reluctance, only a subtle sense of nostalgia. That place was the starting point of his cultivation journey, a repository of hundreds of years of his life. Though he was departing now, with his current strength, returning in the future would merely be a matter of thought. Without further hesitation, Bai Ye turned and stepped into the spatial passage. His figure was engulfed by the stellar illusions within. As he entered, the spatial passage began to slowly contract. The silvery column of light gradually dimmed, ultimately vanishing entirely from the heavens and the earth, as if it had never existed. Chapter 50, Arrival in the Upper Realm, the Celestial Star's Sacred Sect Upper Realm. On the meteorite plains at the border of Cloud Continent, an abrupt and violent ripple of space disrupted the previously tranquil surroundings. A silver spatial door, roughly a foot in diameter, materialized from thin air. Within the door interlaced myriad tiny spatial fissures, faintly revealing the hazy silhouette of the lower realm. Bai Ye stepped through the door, his dark robe billowing gently in the breeze of the plains, still resonating with the residual energy of the spatial passage. As soon as he landed, the spatial door behind him receded like a tide, transforming into specks of silver light that dissipated entirely, as if they had never been present. Is this the upper realm? Bai Ye inhaled deeply, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. The concentration of divine essence in the air was over 100 times that of the sacred-level spiritual veins of the lower realm, transforming into pure energy upon entering his body, nourishing his divine form. Beneath his feet, the earth was a deep brown, interspersed with tiny fragments. In the distance, towering mountains, reaching heights that seemed to pierce the heavens, stood majestically against the horizon. The peaks were shrouded in clouds, emanating a formidable aura of spiritual energy. Occasionally, immense beasts with wings spanning 100 feet soared through the sky, releasing low growls that echoed the vastness and peril of the upper realm. Without a moment's hesitation, he unfurled his primordial spirit, probing the surroundings. However, as his spirit expanded to a 1,000-mile radius, a boundless aura of heavenly Tao suddenly surged forth from the void. This essence was warm and powerful, imbued with the unique pressure of the upper realm's great path, devoid of malice, yet seemingly filled with inclusiveness and generosity. Subsequently, an overwhelming tide of divine essence surged like a flood, converging towards Bai Ye. Startled, Bai Ye's mind swiftly grasped the significance of this event. This was a special favor from the heavenly Tao to ascendants from the lower realm. Without delay, he swiftly seated himself in a lotus position, channeling the Chaos Sword Cannon, and opened all his meridians, guiding the golden torrent into his body. The golden stream surged through his meridians like a river breaching its banks. Wherever it flowed, the divine apertures rapidly filled, and the power of the celestial being surged wildly. The first divine aperture reached saturation first, instantly beginning to impact the second, The true divine form within his sea of consciousness trembled, continuously absorbing the energy bestowed by the heavenly Tao, becoming increasingly solid. The golden light of his earthly merit body shimmered faintly, accelerating the transformation and absorption of energy. Within a mere half of an instant's time, the golden torrent gradually dissipated. Bai Ye slowly opened his eyes, a brilliant divine radiance erupting within them. The celestial pressure enveloping him had multiplied several times in strength. His cultivation had soared from the 3rd to the 6th level of the celestial realm in one fell swoop. The benevolence of the heavenly Tao was truly astonishing. As he felt the surging divine power within him, Bai Ye could not help but marvel. For a practitioner in the celestial realm of the upper world, achieving a 3-level ascent typically required at least 3,000 years of arduous cultivation, yet he had accomplished it in an instant through the heavenly Tao's favor. This opportunity was indeed extraordinary. At that moment, a notification sound echoed within his consciousness. Detection of host's first arrival in the upper realm. Special sign-in available. Sign in. Bai Ye silently mused. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing your first sign-in in the upper realm. A super reward has been triggered. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the God King Grade 9 artifact, the Veil of the Celestial Mask. A completely black mask materialized in his hand. The mask's texture resembled jade, yet was not jade, its surface intricately engraved with chaotic runes. Wisps of faint black mist swirled among the runes, and the edges were embedded with 7 small divine crystals, exuding an aura of God King level power. Bai Ye's face lit up with joy as he immediately probed it with his divine sense. In an instant, he understood its effects. This artifact could alter the wearer's appearance, visage, and aura at will, perfectly concealing one's cultivation, even capable of blocking causality investigations from God King realm experts, making it a perfect disguise for traversing the upper realm. How timely! Bai Ye's eyes sparkled with delight. Upon his arrival in the celestial realm, his foundations were yet unsteady, and possessing the legacy of a divine monarch made him susceptible to peril. The divine mask of obscurity was precisely the solution to his lingering concerns. Without hesitation, he donned the mask and willed its power. In the blink of an eye, the mask seamlessly adhered to his visage, transforming into a faint veil of black. It then began to shift. His originally handsome features rippled like water, swiftly becoming square and resolute. His gaze softened from sharpness to gentleness. Simultaneously, the tremendous pressure of the 6-layered celestial deity around him quickly retracted, ultimately stabilizing at the 3rd tier of true divinity. His aura was contained, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary true deity practitioner. Perfect. Bai Ye reveled in the transformation imparted by the mask. He once again unfurled his primordial spirit, probing around the meteorite plains. His foremost task was to ascertain his precise location in this celestial realm. This exploration consumed 2 full days. The vastness of the meteorite plains surpassed Bai Ye's wildest imaginations. Based on his estimations, the expanse of this plain was no less than the totality of the various states of the desolate domain below. Along his journey, he encountered countless extraordinary sights. Towering divine fruit trees reached heights of 1,000 feet, their branches laden with fruits brimming with pure divine essence. There flowed rivers of spiritual veins, their waters composed of liquid divine essence. He also spotted the golden-winged rock dwelling in the valleys, with wings spanning 100 feet, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Exuding a terrifying pressure of divine supremacy, Bai Ye refrained from provoking these celestial beasts, utilizing the speed conferred by a secret technique to evade perilous areas. Finally, on the morning of the 3rd day, he beheld the outline of a city at the edge of the plains. It was a city named Blackstone City, inhabited by human practitioners. The city walls, constructed from blackstone divine iron weighing 1,000 pounds, rose 50 feet high, adorned with defensive runes that emanated a faint spiritual radiance. At the city gates stood armored guards, each at the very least a true deity, their keen eyes scanning the comings and goings of passers-by. Bai Ye flowed with the tide of people into the city, where the streets were lined with bustling shops, their vendors calling out in a chorus. The wares on display were treasures unimaginable in the lower realms, true deity-grade spiritual weapons, pills infused with divine essence, and spiritual herbs aged over 10,000 years. The practitioners traversing the streets were predominantly of true deity cultivation, and occasionally, he caught sight of heavenly deity powerhouses brushing past, subtly radiating immense pressure. Bai Ye found a tea house named Gathering Immortals Pavilion, ordered a pot of spiritual tea, and quietly listened to the conversations of the surrounding practitioners. After half an hour, he clarified his location. This place was situated in Yunzhou, one of the 3,000 continents of the celestial realm. Furthermore, his intended destination, the celestial star's sacred sect, was conveniently located within Yunzhou's borders. Truly, He had traversed arduous paths only to find his goal effortlessly. Elated, Bai Ye resolved to proceed to the Celestial Star Sacred Sect to investigate the current state of the sect. He departed from Blackstone City, hastening towards the heart of Yunzhou. Days later, he arrived at the sacred city near the Celestial Star Sacred Sect, named for its proximity to the sect. The city was populated by practitioners closely intertwined with the sect. Through inquiries, Bai Ye swiftly grasped the current situation of the Celestial Star Sacred Sect. In contemporary times, the Celestial Star Sacred Sect has ignited the 7th-tier fortune-long staircase, establishing itself as the sole 7th-tier power within the Yunzhou region, wielding considerable influence throughout the upper realms. Within the sect resides an ancestral figure of divine king status, complemented by over 10 formidable experts at the divine sovereign level, and a multitude of celestial beings exceeding 100. The sect's foundation is undeniably profound. However, compared to millions of years ago, its stature has diminished significantly. Following the demise of the Dust Star Taoist, the sect has not seen a second divine king emerge, resulting in a decline from the pinnacle of 8th-tier fortune to the current 7th tier, losing the luster of its former glory. With a 7th-tier force and a divine king at its helm, Bai Ye contemplated for a moment, arriving at a resolute decision. He resolved to first join the Celestial Star Sacred Sect to familiarize himself with the rules and environment of the upper realms, and subsequently seek an opportune moment to reveal the sect master's decree, thereby seizing control of the sect's fortune. Coincidentally, he discovered that a century hence would mark the sacred sect's centennial recruitment ceremony, during which it would widely solicit talented cultivators from across Yunzhou. No longer hesitating, Bai Ye immediately entered the Dust Star Valley's small world, commencing his secluded cultivation, quietly awaiting the commencement of the recruitment ceremony. The concentration of divine essence within the Dust Star Valley surpassed that of the core divine veins of the 5th and 6th tier forces in the upper realms, even coalescing into visible mists of divine essence. Seated before the ancient celestial monument, Bai Ye absorbed the divine essence to enhance his cultivation while simultaneously operating his 10,000-fold comprehension to decipher the second seal of the monument. The runes of the second seal proved to be exponentially more complex than the first, encapsulating even more obscure celestial laws. Within his sea of consciousness, countless runes danced, which he meticulously analyzed and deduced. Whenever he encountered a bottleneck, he leveraged the enhancement of his Earth-tier merit golden body to forcefully break through. Time silently slipped by as he immersed himself in cultivation. The divine essence continuously surged towards him, nourishing both his divine body and primordial spirit. A century later, Bai Ye slowly opened his eyes. The celestial pressure surrounding him had significantly intensified, indicating that he had successfully advanced to the 7th level of celestial being. Regrettably, he had not entirely unraveled the final fragment of the second seal of the ancient celestial monument, indicating that further time was required. With a gentle sigh, Bai Ye was not overly anxious. With a mere thought, he vanished from the Dust Star Valley, hastening towards the Celestial Star Sacred Sect, where the recruitment ceremony was on the verge of commencing. Chapter 51. Entering the Sacred Sect, guarding the Divine Tomb, Bai Ye activated the movement secret technique, transforming his form into a faint golden streak of light, racing through the mountainous expanse of Yunzhou's heartland. Soon, a vast and boundless sect territory emerged at the horizon. This was the location of the only 7th-tier power in the upper realms, the Celestial Star Sacred Sect. This ancient sect, with a legacy spanning millions of years, commands a territory that stretches over 10,000 miles. Centered around the Celestial Star mountain range, the undulating mountains resemble a slumbering giant dragon. Mist swirls among the peaks, where countless palaces and pavilions are constructed, some suspended in the clouds, others concealed in the valleys. The main peak, Star Peak, towers thousands of feet high, crowned with an immense celestial altar that is perpetually enveloped in a faint aura of divine decree, serving as the core of the sect's 7th-tier fortune. On the outskirts of the sect, a faint purple protective array enveloped the surroundings, its intricate patterns pulsating with the power of the stars, emanating an aura formidable enough to withstand assaults from beings of the Divine King realm. The spiritual veins of the mountains interwove like a spider's web, their concentration so rich that it nearly coalesced into a liquid form, cascading through the valleys to form golden streams that nourished every blade of grass and every tree within the sect. At this moment, outside the gates of the Celestial Star Sacred Sect, a cacophony of voices filled the air, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled excitement. For the grand ceremony of disciple recruitment was about to commence. Young cultivators from all corners of the Cloud Continent had gathered here, adorned in a myriad of robes, some brimming with youthful exuberance while others exuded a calm and composed demeanor, all of them gifted individuals of remarkable talent. Among them were many direct descendants of the continent's most prestigious families, surrounded by attendants, their robes embroidered with family crests, their expressions imbued with an innate pride. There were also renowned independent cultivators, solitary, yet radiating an impressive aura that drew the attention of those around them. Look, that is Qingling, the young master of the Golden Blade clan. It is said that he has reached the second stage of true godhood at the tender age of 500, his combat prowess rivaling that of a third-stage true god. Another voice chimed in, and there is Su Qingyao, the heir to the Azure Water Celestial Art, a natural spirit body whose cultivation speed is nothing short of extraordinary. She is likely to secure a top 3 position in this recruitment ceremony. Speculation buzzed among the crowd regarding how many disciples the sacred sect would accept this time. It was rumored that only those with the most exceptional talents could become inner disciples, while others would be relegated to the status of outer disciples or servants. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation as the cultivators eagerly awaited their chance to join the Celestial Star Sacred Sect. At that moment, an elderly figure slowly emerged from within the mountain gates. Clad in a gray robe, with hair and beard as white as snow, he appeared unremarkable. Yet an overwhelming pressure emanated from him, indicative of a being at the pinnacle of divine authority. As he strode forth, the raucous crowd fell silent. The cultivators bowing in reverence, their eyes filled with awe. I am Lu Yuan, the elder in charge of law enforcement within the sect, presiding over this recruitment ceremony. He proclaimed. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the gathering. I shall now announce the rules for this recruitment. Firstly, candidates must not exceed the age of 1,000 years. Those who do shall be disqualified. Secondly, during the assessments, no divine artifacts or external aids may be employed. Any violations will result in disqualification. Lastly, the examination consists of 3 rounds, and only the top 150 will be admitted as inner disciples of the Celestial Star Sacred Sect. With a sweeping gesture, Lu Yuan declared, the recruitment ceremony officially begins. The assessments proceeded in an orderly fashion. The first round tested the strength of the candidates' souls, the second assessed their foundational cultivation, and the third involved practical combat trials. Bai Ye maintained a low profile, effortlessly passing through all 3 rounds with his foe cultivation at the 3rd stage of true godhood. In addition to a spirit and combat prowess far surpassing that of his peers, ultimately securing 19th place and becoming an inner disciple of the Celestial Star Sacred Sect. After the conclusion of the recruitment ceremony, a young man clad in the azure robes of an outer disciple approached Bai Ye with brisk steps, a respectful smile adorning his face. Greetings, senior brother. My name is Zhao Lei, at the elder's behest. I am here to assist you in obtaining your identity token and guide you to your dwelling. Zhao Lei's demeanor was exceptionally courteous, imbued with a hint of deference. Though he entered the sect earlier, his limited talent kept him perpetually at the level of an outer disciple, while Bai Ye ascended to the status of an inner disciple right upon entry, placing him in a position far superior to that of his counterpart. Bai Ye nodded slightly and followed Zhao Lei to the sect's administrative office. The efficiency of the practitioners there was remarkable, and they swiftly prepared a pale golden identity token for Bai Ye. The token bore his name and the designation of inner disciple, imbued with a faint array imprint of the sect, granting him access to most areas within the sect. Subsequently, Zhao Lei escorted Bai Ye to a cave-dwelling area situated on the hillside of the Star Peak, pointing to one of the abodes and saying, Junior brother, this shall be your cave dwelling, equipped with comprehensive cultivation facilities. Please wait here at ease. The sect elders will arrange a specific assignment for the newly admitted inner disciples within a month. Bai Ye nodded in acknowledgement. After watching Zhao Lei depart, he entered the cave to commence his cultivation, patiently awaiting the sect's directives. A month later, a senior brother clad in purple inner disciple attire arrived at Bai Ye's cave to convey the sect's arrangements. Junior brother Bai Ye, the elders have deliberated and decided to assign you to guard the steel forest at the God Tomb, located at the southwestern edge of the sect. The mention of the God Tomb and the duty of guarding the steel forest surprised Bai Ye. Having ranked 19th in the assessment, he was not among the elite. Yet he surpassed many disciples of prominent backgrounds. He had not expected to be assigned to such a place. Noticing Bai Ye's bewilderment, the senior brother sighed and lowered his voice to explain. What you may not know, junior brother, is that among the newly admitted inner disciples, many are either direct descendants of illustrious families or juniors of the sect elders, all of whom have been allocated to various peaks to cultivate under the elders' guidance. You, on the other hand, have an ambiguous background and appear to be an ordinary loose cultivator, making you the perfect candidate for the God Tomb, which is currently understaffed. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye understood the situation. He was somewhat taken aback by the senior brother's candidness. He then smiled calmly, saying, Thank you for informing me. Senior brother, I understand. His composure surprised the senior brother, who regarded him with a glimmer of approval. Your ability to face this situation with such tranquility is commendable. Though the god tomb is remote, it is tranquil and well suited for focused cultivation. Follow me. I shall guide you there. Bai Ye followed the senior brother as they soared towards the southwestern edge of the sect on a flying spiritual artifact. Along the way, it became evident that the territory of the Qingling holy sect was far more expansive than he had anticipated, encompassing over 20,000 miles. It was shrouded by a protective mountain formation, delineating areas for cultivation, alchemy, artifact forging, and a repository of texts, among others, with a constant flow of practitioners, embodying a scene of thriving prosperity. After half an hour, they arrived at the site of the god tomb. It was a vast steel forest covering over 100 miles. Countless stone steels stood tall across the desolate plain. The steels were made of various materials, including pitch-black meteorite stone, pristine cloud-patterned jade, and metallic-looking divine iron tablets. Each steel bore inscriptions of names, some of which had long faded, while others still emanated a faint aura of divine power, indicating that their owners had perished not long ago. Surrounding the steel forest, a solemn and desolate atmosphere lingers, occasionally stirred by a gentle breeze that sweeps the dust from the stone tablets, producing a whispering sound, as if recounting the rise and fall of countless ages. Outside the steel forest stands a courtyard with grayish-blue walls. Though modest in size, it exudes an air of antiquity, with a wooden sign hanging on the gate inscribed with the words Guardian of the Divine Tomb. The senior brother guided Bai Ye to the entrance, respectfully knocking on the door and proclaiming, "Elder Lu, your disciple brings the newly initiated Bai Ye to pay their respects." Bai Ye stood quietly to the side, his gaze fixed on the wooden door of the courtyard, sensing a faint aura emanating from within. After a brief moment, the door creaked open, revealing an exceedingly aged elder. Clad in a gray Taoist robe, his face was etched with deep wrinkles, and his stooped figure seemed as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. His aura was so feeble it was nearly imperceptible, suggesting he could depart this world at any moment. This was Elder Lu, the guardian of the Divine Tomb. He first cast a glance at the senior brother before shifting his gaze to Bai Ye, tugging at the corners of his mouth to reveal a peculiar smile. "At last. You have found a willing fool to come here? It seems I have a successor at last." Chapter 52, The Divine King's Alchemical Cauldron. In response to Elder Lu's teasing remarks, Bai Ye maintained a calm demeanor. However, his primordial spirit subtly stirred, unfurling like crystal as it explored the feeble aura radiating from the elder. To his astonishment, it became evident that despite his frail appearance, Elder Lu's true cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the celestial god realm. A practitioner of such lofty status willingly guarding the divine tomb? A fleeting thought crossed Bai Ye's mind, but he quickly quelled his curiosity. The Heavenly Star Holy Sect, with its millennia of heritage and profound foundation, must conceal secrets within the divine tomb, making it entirely reasonable for a high-level cultivator to oversee it. Taking a step forward, he inclined his body slightly and bowed, his tone respectful yet devoid of flattery. "I am Bai Ye, paying my respects to Elder Lu." Elder Lu nodded faintly and turned to enter the courtyard. His hunched figure, silhouetted against the grayish-blue walls, bore a certain indescribable weight of time. "Come inside. The small courtyards to the east, west, and south are all vacant. Choose one for yourself. Once you have made your selection, come to the front hall to see me." His voice, raspy with age, resonated clearly in Bai Ye's ears. The senior brother who had accompanied Bai Ye, seeing this, quickly cupped his hands in farewell. "Junior brother, I shall return to report. Should you need anything in the future, you may contact me through your identity token." Bai Ye smiled in gratitude, watching as the figure transformed into a streak of light and departed before stepping into the courtyard. The layout within the courtyard was simple, with 4 small courtyards surrounding a central hall. The walls were adorned with dark green ivy, a special spirit plant capable of purifying the air and absorbing impurities, ensuring the courtyard remained perpetually fresh. Bai Ye surveyed his surroundings and ultimately chose the small courtyard to the south. Pushing open the courtyard gate, a subtle aura enveloped him, and within the courtyard lay a pathway of bluish stone, flanked by several clusters of meditative bamboo. Beneath the bamboo stood a stone table accompanied by 4 stone stools. The surface of the table smooth, evidently well-maintained. He approached the window of the dwelling, lightly brushing his fingertips against the wall, sensing a faint ripple of formation energy. As expected, the interior was adorned with a high-level gathering spirit array, though it could not compare to the Dust Star Valley. It elevated the concentration of spiritual energy by 30% compared to the outside world. After a brief tidying up, Bai Ye made his way toward the central hall. The hall was constructed of wood, its roof covered with blue tiles, and it housed a set of antiquated with tables and chairs. Upon the table rested a fine purple clay tea set, from which the fragrant steam of tea spiraled upward. Elder Lu sat in the main seat, cradling a cup of hot tea, his gaze fixed upon the stone forest outside the window, lost in contemplation. Elder, Bai Ye spoke softly. Elder Lu returned to himself and gestured toward the seat opposite him. Please, sit and savor this forgetting worries tea, while it may not be a rare delicacy. It serves to soothe the mind and spirit. Bai Ye complied, taking the cup of tea offered by Elder Lu, and took a gentle sip. The tea was slightly bitter at first, but after swallowing, a sweetness emerged, a refreshing essence flowing down his throat and gradually circulating within him. Do you understand why you were sent to the divine tomb? Elder Lu initiated the conversation with a calm demeanor. Bai Ye shook his head. I am unaware. I merely follow the arrangements of the sect. Elder Lu chuckled softly, a glint of understanding in his eyes. You are perceptive, and I suspect you have surmised part of the truth. Among the newly admitted disciples, the majority hail from prominent families or are directly taught by elders, while you stand alone and unsupported. Naturally, this tranquil place of the divine tomb has fallen to your lot. He paused, his tone becoming more solemn. However, you need not feel disheartened. Although this place is remote, it belongs to the Huangquan lineage of our sect. When the venerable ancestor of Dust Star established the sect, the Huangquan lineage was once at its core, though it has since waned due to a decline in talent. Nevertheless, the foundation of the lineage remains, and you will not lack the cultivation resources that inner disciples deserve. More importantly, this locale is far removed from the sect's internal conflicts. Elder Lu's gaze deepened. Without a background, should you venture to other peaks, you might be treated as a stepping stone at best or embroiled in factional strife at worst, risking your very life. Here, you need only focus on your cultivation. Given your talent, the likelihood of breaking through to the divine realm is significantly higher than elsewhere. Bai Ye felt a stirring in his heart and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Elder, for your guidance. I understand. No need for excessive courtesy. Elder Lu waved his hand. If you encounter any difficulties in your future training, feel free to seek me out. Though the divine tomb may be desolate, it is also serene. Bai Ye expressed his gratitude once more before taking his leave. Upon returning to the small courtyard, he did not linger. He retrieved the formation flags he had brought from Dust Star Valley and set up a divine-level illusionary formation both inside and outside the courtyard. Once activated, the scene within appeared to outsiders as an ordinary small courtyard. Even a soul probe from a divine realm cultivator would only perceive a practicing avatar, oblivious to the true body's presence. After completing the setup, Bai Ye silently intoned, "System, sign in." Ding. The system detected the host's first sign-in at the divine tomb of the Tianqing Sacred Sect, triggering a super reward. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the third-grade Divine King Alchemy Furnace, the Tianyuan Divine King Danding. Before one's eyes, an entirely black cauldron materialized in the courtyard. The cauldron stood approximately 3 feet tall, its surface intricately adorned with complex runes. Intertwined among the runes were faint, golden flames that danced gracefully, while the base featured 3 legs, each engraved with dragon motifs, exuding an overwhelming aura of divine royalty. Bai Ye approached, lightly touching the cauldron's wall with his fingertips, feeling the intense energy contained within and a potent divine force that resonated harmoniously with alchemical elixirs. It was astonishing to behold a divine king-level alchemy furnace. Bai Ye was slightly taken aback. He had never practiced alchemy before, as he could readily obtain high-grade elixirs merely through signing in. Later, with the inheritance from the Dust Star Taoist, he encountered an abundance of high-level elixirs, erasing any need to hone alchemical skills. He never anticipated that his first signing at the Divine Tomb would grant him such a superior alchemical tool. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he stored the cauldron in his spatial ring. Subsequently, he shifted his form, entering the Dust Star Valley, leaving behind a doppelganger to remain vigilant. Within the Dust Star Valley, before the ancient immortal tablet, Bai Ye sat cross-legged, his primordial spirit fully engaged in deciphering the second sealing rune. Time quietly slipped away as he immersed himself in contemplation, and a decade passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the second sealing rune on the tablet suddenly illuminated, golden light streaming into Bai Ye's consciousness like a tide, shattering the seal with a resounding crack. Beside him, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, the star spirit, gazed wide-eyed, her small face filled with astonishment as she flitted to Bai Ye's side, exclaiming, "Master, you are truly extraordinary. The Dust Star Taoist took over 3,000 years to comprehend the second seal, yet you achieved it in merely 10. Bai Ye opened his eyes, a glimmer of amusement flashing within them, but he chose not to comment. He focused his attention on his consciousness, where the new inheritance information gradually unfurled. It was a treatise titled The Alchemical Canon of Primordial Chaos, of a rank that reached the Divine King level. This canon meticulously documented alchemical techniques passed down from ancient times, including formulas for divine-grade elixirs, methods of crafting, techniques for controlling flames, and even secret methods for utilizing the power of earthly spiritual veins to assist in alchemy. The elixirs recorded within were all at least of true god rank. Some could even forge divine king-level elixirs, such as the Divine King Breaking Realm Pill, which could aid a divine sovereign in surpassing the Divine King realm. Such a pill could unleash a tempest of bloodshed in the upper realms. The second ancient inheritance turned out to be an alchemical technique. Bai Ye suddenly understood. No wonder the Dust Star Taoist legacy contained so many top-tier elixirs. He was not only a Divine King powerhouse, but also a master alchemist. Reflecting on the Hongming Ding within his spatial ring, a thought flickered in his mind. With a Divine King-level alchemy furnace and a Divine King-level alchemical cannon, it seems I must delve into the art of alchemy. The days spent guarding the Divine Tomb were far more leisurely than Bai Ye had imagined. He was required to patrol the steel forest once a month, checking for any damage to the steel or unauthorized intrusions. While the rest of his time was entirely at his disposal, the steel forest was protected by formations laid down by powerful sect members, making it impossible for ordinary cultivators to approach, rendering his patrols little more than a formality. Thus, Bai Ye led an extraordinarily regimented life. By day, he sent his doppelgangers to cultivate and patrol, occasionally feigning to encounter a bottleneck in his progress, seeking counsel from Elder Lu on the intricacies of his practice. By night, his true self resided in the Dust Star Valley, absorbing divine essence to enhance his cultivation while delving into the profound tome of the immortal primordial pill scripture, attempting alchemy. The concentration of divine essence and the abundance of spiritual herbs within the valley provided him with optimal conditions for refining elixirs. Initially, he faced failures due to improper control of flames and miscalculations in herb ratios. However, as his comprehension of the scripture deepened, coupled with his extraordinary insight, his alchemical skills advanced at an astonishing pace. From crafting true god-level pills to transcending into celestial god-level, and ultimately achieving god-sovereign-level pills, he made remarkable breakthroughs. 60 years later, Bai Ye held the primordial cauldron, successfully concocting a batch of the everlasting essence pill. This elixir possesses the remarkable ability to mend the corporeal injuries of god-sovereign cultivators and is an exceedingly rare treasure among god-sovereign-level pills. According to the standards of the upper realms, one who can independently refine god-sovereign-level pills may be proclaimed a god-sovereign-level alchemist. Within the Celestial Star Sacred Sect, only 3 god-sovereign-level alchemists exist, each regarded as a cherished asset of the sect, enjoying privileges akin to that of a supreme elder. Simultaneously, Bai Ye's cultivation steadily ascended to the 8th layer of Celestial God, merely a step away from the pinnacle of Celestial God. Chapter 53. Sect sign in on this day. The morning mist of the steel forest had yet to dissipate. The pale golden sunlight filtered through the branches of ancient cypress trees, casting mottled shadows upon the bluestone slabs. Bai Ye had just completed his inspection of the last row of stone tablets. The dewdrops, clinging to the iron tablets inscribed with ancient names, slipped down the engraved lines, blooming into tiny water stains upon the ground. As he raised his hand to brush away the fallen leaves from a tablet, a venerable voice called out from behind him. Bai Ye. Turning, Bai Ye beheld Elder Lu, who approached slowly, leaning on a weathered wooden staff. A century of time seemed to have etched deeper lines upon his visage. His already stooped back had become even more pronounced, and the wrinkles on his face crisscrossed like ravines, with nearly all his hair turned white. The aura surrounding him appeared weaker than before, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Upon reaching Bai Ye, he coughed twice, his voice laden with fatigue. You have been a disciple for a century, yet apart from patrolling the steel forest, you have not ventured beyond this southwestern corner. Bai Ye lowered his gaze and replied, Elder, I am fully devoted to my cultivation and have no other thoughts. Cultivation requires both tranquility and movement, Elder Lu countered. Shaking his head, his gaze drifting towards the summit of the sect, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. In 3 days, the sect will hold a grand competition for disciples under a millennium of age, and the victor shall gain entry to the immortal ancient secret realm. This secret realm, a remnant of antiquity, harbors spiritual materials and legacies from the immortal ancient period, presenting a rare opportunity for disciples of your scattered lineage. The mention of the immortal ancient secret realm stirred Bai Ye's curiosity, evoking memories of the immortal ancient stone tablet in Dust Star Valley. A fleeting intrigue surfaced in his heart, only to be swiftly suppressed. Elder, my cultivation is merely at the 4th layer of true God. I fear I stand little chance among the competing disciples. It would be wiser to continue my focused cultivation and refrain from joining this commotion. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Elder Lu's eyes. It is commendable that you possess such self-awareness. Some opportunities, despite their allure, should not be coveted without the requisite strength. Nevertheless, I still encourage you to register. The crucial aspect is to broaden your horizons. He paused momentarily, his tone gentle. Do not worry. Simply do your best without undue pressure. Bai Ye nodded in response. The junior shall heed the elder's command. 3 days hence, the grand competition of the sect commenced as anticipated. The venue was set upon the celestial island of meteorite stones, located to the west of the sect. This was a colossal island, suspended high in the skies, entirely composed of azure meteorite stones. The island spanned over 100 miles in circumference, adorned with towering ancient trees, their branches intertwining like mythical dragons and interspersed with unknown spiritual blossoms. From the valleys above, the roars of fierce beasts echoed, imparting an air of desolation and danger to this divine isle. Surrounding the island was a faint purple protective aura, isolating the ferocious beasts from the outside world, leaving only a passage for the participating disciples to enter. Nearly 1,000 contestants gathered in the plaza beneath the island. Bai Ye blended into the crowd, exuding an aura of a fourth-tier true god, remaining inconspicuous. Among the participants, there were numerous who had reached the late or even peak stages of true godhood, and his cultivation drew a glance of disdain from a nearby disciple at the late stage of true godhood. This grand competition will be governed by my decree, proclaimed an elder of the divine realm, hovering in the air, his voice resonating throughout the plaza. This time, the competition will be elimination-based. Each disciple shall receive a life-protecting jade talisman, imbued with protective power. Should you encounter a life-threatening crisis, shatter the talisman to withdraw. Once on the island, you may engage in combat freely, but forming teams is strictly prohibited. Violators will be disqualified. The last 3 survivors will earn a place in the ancient immortal secret realm. As his words echoed, the elder waved his hand, and nearly 1,000 pale green jade talismans descended from the sky toward the contestants. Each talisman was inscribed with intricate runes, pulsating with a rich divine energy, clearly not of mundane origin. Bai Ye received his talisman, feeling a warm sensation at his fingertips. He was somewhat astonished, contemplating, this is indeed a talisman of divine caliber. The 7th-tier power is truly impressive. Casually distributing nearly 1,000 divine-grade talismans for merely an internal competition. Shortly thereafter, a luminous veil surged skyward, and the participating disciples were transported to the island one by one. Upon stepping onto the azure stone surface of the island, Bai Ye sensed 3 subtle divine minds scanning the area. The aura was robust and commanding, evidently belonging to the sect's higher echelons. His heart tightened slightly, and he instinctively activated the heavenly concealment mask, which immediately triggered its stealth effect, completely shrouding his true cultivation and aura. As the divine minds swept past, they merely detected an ordinary 4th-tier true god cultivator before shifting their attention elsewhere. The heavenly mask proved its efficacy. Bai Ye sighed in relief, no longer lingering, deliberately making his way toward the eastern valley, where ferocious beasts were more prevalent. He wished to keep his strength concealed, seeking a plausible rationale for elimination. After half a day, amidst a vine-laden forest, Bai Ye chanced upon a peak-stage true god disciple, clad in golden robes. He was a direct descendant of the Lei family from Yunzhu. Upon noticing Bai Ye's modest cultivation, he unsheathed his sword and declared, "You, a mere 4th-tier true god, dare to join us? Get out of my way." The thunder sword, enveloped in pale violet lightning, exuded an awe-inspiring aura. Bai Ye feigned panic, but as he sidestepped, he inadvertently exposed a flaw, resulting in the lightning grazing his shoulder. He staggered backwards several paces, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With great effort, he raised his hand and shattered the protective talisman. I concede. Instantly, a soft green light enveloped him, and in the next moment, he was transported away from the divine island, landing at the edge of the plaza. His arrival garnered little attention. At last, he had escaped. Bai Ye wiped the blood from his mouth, silently reflecting on his fortune. He observed the crowd still focused on the divine island, and quietly departed. Then, a thought struck him. Since he was here, why not take the opportunity to check in at various locations within the sect? After all, the Celestial Star Sacred Sect had a legacy spanning millions of years and undoubtedly housed many unique sites. Thus, Bai Ye transformed into a stream of pale azure light, traversing the domain of the Celestial Star Sacred Sect. His first stop was the outer pavilion of the sect's library. This 7-story wooden structure had bronze bells hanging from its eaves, chiming softly in the breeze. Inside, shelves brimmed with ancient texts, their pages yellowed with age. After checking in, he received a 9th-grade divine sovereign barrier-breaking pill, which shimmered with a pearlescent hue and emanated a faint radiance. capable of aiding pinnacle celestial beings in overcoming the interference of inner demons during their ascension to the divine sovereign realm. Next, he visited the Sect's divine vein spring. Nestled in a valley, the spring's water shimmered gold, exuding a rich aura of divine essence, with several millennia-old spiritual herbs flourishing at its edge. Here, he checked in and obtained a divine sovereign-level mystic jade wrist guard, which could automatically generate a defensive barrier capable of withstanding the full-force attacks of late-stage divine sovereigns. He also ventured to the Alchemy Pavilion and the Artifact Pavilion. At each location, he triggered a check-in, acquiring treasures of no lesser quality than divine sovereign rank. In no time, the wealth within his storage ring had grown immensely. Even peak divine sovereigns might not possess such riches. By the time he completed his check-ins, the sun had begun its descent in the west. Bai Ye made his way toward a viewing pavilion near the divine island. This wooden structure featured an open platform on the second floor. Inside the pavilion, stone tables and benches were set up, and many lower-tier disciples, unable to enter the divine island, gathered here, their gazes fixated on the water realm light screen suspended outside. The light screen, a soft blue hue and roughly 10 feet wide, vividly reflected the battle scenes within the divine island. Bai Ye settled into a corner, joining the crowd in their watch of the screen. At this point, the grand competition was nearing its conclusion, with fewer than 100 individuals remaining on the divine island, the weakest of whom were already at the late stage of the true god realm. Suddenly, the image on the screen shifted, focusing on two figures. A gasp echoed within the pavilion. It was Lin Hao and Zhao Yan. Bai Ye raised his gaze, and on the screen, the two young cultivators were locked in fierce combat. On the left, Lin Hao donned a blue robe, having cultivated for 820 years, at the first level of the celestial god realm. On the right, Zhao Yan wore red battle armor, having trained for 950 years, also a first-level celestial god. To become celestial gods within a millennium, these two truly stand out among the younger generation of the sect, praised a nearby disciple. However, Bai Ye subtly shook his head. To him, despite their grand display, the battle was rife with flaws. If it were him, even a mere first-level celestial being would find it impossible to withstand a single strike from him. Ultimately, the two exerted their utmost, sustaining injuries and compelled to shatter their jade talismans to withdraw. The luminous screen shifted once more, revealing the two most exceptional young disciples within the sect, Chu Feng and Su Qingwei, dressed in a white brocade robe. Chu Feng had cultivated for 890 years, reaching the fourth level of celestial being. Su Qingwei, clad in a pale purple gown, had trained for 900 years, also attaining the fourth level of celestial being. They were recognized as a divine couple, renowned across Yunzhou and the surrounding four continents, garnering high expectations even from numerous elders. Within the screen, Chu Feng executed the starry sword technique, his swordplay resembling a myriad of twinkling stars, precise and cunning, exuding an astonishing aura. Su Qingwei utilized the moonlight technique, enveloped in a soft silver glow, seamlessly combining defense and offense, equally formidable. Such prowess. Is this truly the might of senior brother Chu and senior sister Su? The disciples within the pavilion expressed their excitement. Yet, Bai Ye remained composed. Are these two truly insufficient? Is this the extent of the strongest disciple from a 7th-tier power in the upper realm? He privately assessed. Even as a first-level celestial being, without employing the Xiantian Xuanji seal, these two would likely be unable to withstand a single strike. However, perhaps they were holding back during the competition, not revealing their full strength? Never mind, it concerns me not. I shall return to my cultivation and strive to break through to the divine, sovereign realm post-haste. With this thought, Bai Ye chose not to linger. He rose, transforming into a streak of azure light, soaring towards the direction of the divine tomb. Chapter 54, Innate Divine Power, Breaking Through the Divine Sovereign Realm. Bai Ye, as a faint azure streak, quietly returned to the gray-blue courtyard outside the divine tomb. Upon landing, he spotted Elder Lu seated at a stone table in the front hall. Cradling a warm cup of Forgetting Worries tea, his gaze calmly fixed upon the stone forest outside, as if he had been waiting for some time. The passage of a century had etched deeper lines upon Elder Lu, his back increasingly stooped. Even the act of raising his hand to sip tea bore a hint of sluggishness. Yet, in his murky eyes, a flicker of light shone when he looked at Bai Ye. You have returned, Elder Lu said with a gentle chuckle, his voice hoarse yet warm. I am already aware of the outcome of the competition. I initially intended to offer you some words of encouragement, to not be disheartened by a temporary setback. Yet it seems I have been overly concerned. Bai Ye took a seat beside the stone table, his expression remaining serene, devoid of any trace of disappointment. Elder, victories and defeats are but commonplace. The younger generation does not take it to heart. Indeed, well said. Victories and defeats are indeed commonplace. Elder Lu nodded repeatedly, a look of approval in his eyes. In the path of cultivation, while talent is undoubtedly significant, this rare composure and steadiness of heart are far more commendable. How many prodigies have been ruined by a desire for immediate success? If you can maintain your true self, your future accomplishments shall be boundless. As he spoke, he retrieved a jet-black storage ring from his sleeve and presented it to Bai Ye. This is a resource passed down from the lineage of the Divine Tomb. You may accept it. From this moment forth, you are an official inheritor of the Divine Tomb lineage. Bai Ye accepted the storage ring, his fingertips brushing against its cool surface. As his divine consciousness penetrated within, he immediately sensed a surge of rich energy fluctuations. The space within the ring was vast, neatly organized with a plethora of resources at the true God level. 300,000 exquisite divine crystals radiated a pure essence of divine energy. Numerous vials of 9th-grade true deity elixirs, encompassing various categories such as healing, breakthroughs, and stabilizing cultivation. Over 100 millennium-old spiritual herbs, among which were several rare, true divine flowers. Furthermore, there lay an ancient tome with a yellowed cover titled The Supreme Transformation of the Divine Sovereign, a complete divine sovereign-level cultivation method, documenting the insights and principles of cultivation experienced by those at the divine sovereign realm. Accompanying it was a silver jade slip inscribed with a celestial-grade secret technique, shadow assault technique, adept at concealing one's form and striking unexpectedly. According to the sect's regulations, inner disciples were entitled to merely 1,000 divine crystals and 2 vials of elixirs annually. Yet, the inheritance bestowed by Elder Lu exceeded this quota by a staggering 1,000-fold. A warmth surged within Bai Ye's heart. Although these resources were not scarce to him, the unreserved trust and generosity moved him deeply. Thank you, Elder, for your kindness. I shall not fail your expectations. He rose, cupping his hands in respect, and performed a bow. Elder Lu waved his hand, his eyes brimming with anticipation. No need for excessive formalities. Go, hasten your training and break through to the celestial realm as soon as possible. Though the lineage of the Divine Tomb is quiet, we must not sever the transmission of our legacy. Upon returning to his humble abode, Bai Ye found the divine sovereign-level illusion array he had set up remained steadfast. He carefully stored the resources gifted by Elder Lu, then, with a flicker of his form, entered the small world of Dust Star Valley. In the ensuing time, Bai Ye devoted himself entirely to cultivation. The concentration of divine essence within Dust Star Valley was astonishing. Coupled with the vast resources at his disposal, the enhancement of his Earth-level merit golden body, and the Chaos Sword Classic, his cultivation surged forward at an impressive pace. After 120 years, Bai Ye officially reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the celestial realm. Only a final step remained before ascending to the divine sovereign realm. It was well known among upper realm cultivators that the breakthrough from the celestial realm to the divine sovereign realm was not merely a matter of accumulating cultivation. The crux lay in the condensation of one's innate divine abilities. This was a unique divine ability formed from the practitioner's comprehension of principles, paths, and powers. It constituted the foundation and core of the divine sovereign realm. The strength of one's innate divine ability directly determined the upper limits of a divine sovereign's combat prowess. Some cultivators possessed defensive innate abilities, capable of withstanding attacks from opponents of the same tier. Others wielded supportive abilities, capable of enhancing themselves or weakening foes. Still others possessed offensive abilities, demonstrating unmatched lethality and invincibility. Only by successfully condensing their innate divine abilities could they shatter the bottleneck of the celestial realm and truly step into the divine sovereign realm. For Bai Ye, the direction for condensing his innate divine ability had long been clear. Throughout his cultivation journey, he had developed a profound affinity for the sword path. Simultaneously, he bore various formidable offensive secret techniques, such as the divine king-level immortal sky, profound seal, among others. In summary, his path was one that pointed directly toward destruction. Thus, his innate divine ability naturally revolved around combat. However, his foundation was exceedingly profound. With an innate chaos body, an earth-level merit golden body, and the blessings of ancient immortal legacies, the condensation of his innate divine ability proved far more arduous than that of ordinary cultivators, requiring insights into principles and energy accumulation that far surpassed those of his peers. Consequently, he entered seclusion once again for 500 years. During these 500 years, Bai Ye sat quietly before the ancient immortal stone tablet in Dust Star Valley, simultaneously comprehending the third sealed principle while refining the embryonic form of his innate divine ability. He intricately infused the Chaos Sword Cannon, the Celestial Sky Profound Seal, along with various offensive esoteric techniques, into his divine power. Following countless iterations and reconstructions, he sought to attain the most flawless innate divine ability. At long last, at the end of the 500th year of his seclusion, a faint yet resolute sword shadow gradually took form deep within the ocean of his consciousness. In an explosive moment, the supreme laws of the heavenly path manifested with a thunderous roar within the small world of Dust Star Valley. Subsequently, an array of celestial phenomena and auspicious omens emerged. Radiant hues cascaded from the void, transforming into golden streams that nourished Bai Ye's divine body. On the ground, countless golden lotuses burst forth from the earth, their petals unfurling and exuding a crisp fragrance. In the sky, rainbow-hued auspicious clouds converged, forming an extraordinary spectacle of dragon and phoenix, while melodious divine sounds resonated from the clouds, echoing throughout the entire small world. Furthermore, numerous runes of the laws sparkled like stars, swirling around Bai Ye, merging into his consciousness. This was the heavenly path's blessing bestowed upon those who transcend to the divine sovereign realm. It was fortunate that he had his breakthrough in Dust Star Valley. As Bai Ye felt the earth-shattering phenomena around him, he quietly rejoiced. According to the common knowledge of the upper realms, the celestial phenomena triggered by a cultivator's breakthrough to the divine sovereign realm typically had a radius of about 100 miles, affecting only the beings within that range. However, this time, the scope of the phenomena expanded to a staggering 10,000 miles. The golden radiance nearly enveloped the entirety of Dust Star Valley, and the fluctuations of the runes were so intense that they nearly tore apart the spatial barriers of the small world. Had he broken through within the divine tomb, such a commotion would undoubtedly have drawn the attention of the celestial star sacred sect and even the entire Yin continent, thereby exposing his true identity. The celestial phenomena persisted for 3 days and nights before gradually dissipating. Bai Ye slowly opened his eyes, and a fierce sword shadow flickered within his gaze. Deep within his consciousness, a pitch-black flying sword quietly hovered. This sword, measuring 3 feet and 7 inches, was intricately inscribed with complex reincarnation runes, its blade emanating a faint, ghostly glow, surrounded by the aura of life and death cycles. It seemed capable of severing all worldly causality, shattering the boundaries between life and death. He named it the Reincarnation Killing Sword. In his heart, Bai Ye mused, this innate divine ability was a pure embodiment of slaughter, crystallizing his lifelong insights into the sword path, killing techniques, chaos, and various laws. Once activated, the Reincarnation Killing Sword would transcend spatial limitations, appearing directly before his adversary, disregarding distance and defenses, rendering them unable to evade or block, forced to confront this fatal strike head-on. It was truly an invincible killing move. In addition to his innate divine ability, Bai Ye's strength experienced a qualitative leap after breaking through to the divine sovereign realm. The divine power within him surged more than tenfold, vast as a sea of stars, flowing like a raging river. His divine source apertures became thoroughly stabilized, with all 9 apertures operating simultaneously, converting divine essence at a pace far exceeding that of an ordinary early-stage divine sovereign. His lifespan also skyrocketed from several 100,000 years in the celestial god realm to several million years, affording him the composure to strategize and advance steadily in the upper realms. With a flick of his hand, the Reincarnation Killing Sword flew from his consciousness. Hovering in his palm, the sword's body shimmered with a ghostly light under the sun, and with a gentle tremor, it emitted a clear and resonant sword cry, causing the surrounding space to ripple subtly. He felt the immense power within him and the terrifying might of his innate divine abilities, a serene smile gracing his lips. After cultivating for thousands of years, he had finally attained the realm of a divine sovereign. Chapter 55. The divine tombs charged the morning mist like a veil, enveloped the forest of stelae surrounding the divine tomb. Soft golden sunlight pierced through the fog, casting mottled shadows upon the slate-gray stone tablets. Bai Ye was diligently polishing an ancient tablet inscribed with the lineage of deities and demons when he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of slow, labored footsteps behind him. Turning around, he beheld Elder Lu, leaning on a weathered wooden staff, approaching with deliberate steps. 5 centuries had nearly drained the vitality of this peak divine practitioner. His cheeks were sunken, and his skin sagged like the bark of an old tree. His once murky eyes now appeared even dimmer, and each breath came with a discernible wheeze. With every step, the staff thudded heavily against the ground, as if a slight misstep might send him tumbling. Bai Ye, come here. Elder Lu's voice rasped like sandpaper. He settled onto a stone bench, gesturing for Bai Ye to approach. Bai Ye moved closer, lowering his gaze to listen, acutely aware of the flickering life force within Elder Lu, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Indeed, the Elder's lifespan was nearing its end. The time of my life is drawing to a close, Elder Lu sighed, his gaze sweeping over the stele, filled with a complex array of emotions. reluctance, regret, and a hint of acceptance. After 300,000 years of cultivation, having lingered at the peak of divinity for over 100,000 years, he had ultimately failed to touch the threshold of the divine sovereign. With little time left, he intended to enter a secluded meditation, taking one last gamble to see if he could defy fate and break through the shackles that bound him. He raised his head, his murky eyes fixed intently on Bai Ye, his tone turning solemn. I have come to entrust you with the lineage of the divine tomb. This lineage was once the core of our sect. Though it has withered, its legacy must not be severed. I do not expect you to restore it to its former glory, but I implore you, if you possess the ability in the future, to ensure the continuation of the divine tomb's heritage. Bai Ye gazed into Elder Lu's hopeful eyes, his heart stirred. Throughout the years, Elder Lu had often guided his cultivation, permitted him free access to various areas of the divine tomb, and bestowed upon him divine-level techniques and abundant resources. Though these gifts held little value for him, he cherished the Elder's kindness deeply. Rest assured, Elder, I shall not disappoint your trust, he replied sincerely, bowing respectfully. Hearing this, a rare smile graced Elder Lu's face, reminiscent of a withered tree budding anew, filled with a trace of comfort. Very well, you are steady of mind and a worthy successor. I have made arrangements. Once you break through to the divine realm, the sect will promote you to the position of Elder of the divine tomb lineage, at which point you shall oversee all matters concerning it. Bai Ye nodded silently, saying nothing more. He bowed once more to Elder Lu before turning to walk towards his small courtyard, his silhouette appearing particularly resolute amidst the morning mist. That night, as the inky darkness enveloped the divine tomb, silence reigned, broken only by the chirping of insects and the whisper of the wind. Bai Ye invoked a secret technique, transforming into an imperceptible streak of light. Silently arriving at the stone door where Elder Lu was meditating, he retrieved a porcelain vial containing the divine-grade, 9-tiered mirror-fragmenting pill from his storage ring. A faint aura of spiritual energy swirling around his fingertips as he gently placed the vial upon the stone pedestal at the entrance of the courtyard, then silently withdrew. Days later, Elder Lu concluded all affairs pertaining to the divine tomb lineage, ensuring a clear handover of responsibilities, and prepared to enter a state of secluded cultivation. As he pushed open the stone door to his chamber, ready to sever all ties with the outside world, his gaze unexpectedly fell upon the stone pedestal at the entrance. There lay a small porcelain vial, entirely pure white, devoid of any adornments, yet emanating a delicate fragrance of elixir, rich and profound, unmistakably indicating its extraordinary nature. A flicker of intrigue stirred within Elder Lu as he approached and lifted the vial, removing the cork. Instantly, a dense, almost tangible essence of divine energy surged forth, accompanied by a subtle radiance. Within the vial rested a pill, wholly white and adorned with 9 golden streaks, quietly lying at the bottom. Could this be the 9-tiered mirror-fragmenting pill? Elder Lu's eyes widened in disbelief, a gleam of incredulity igniting in his murky gaze, his hands trembling slightly. Having lived for 300,000 years and witnessed countless treasures, he had never before held a divine-grade pill in his own hands. Such a pill was a priceless treasure for those at the peak of the celestial god realm striving to break through to the divine sovereign level, significantly enhancing the probability of success. Even within the celestial star sacred sect, only 3 divine-grade alchemists could concoct such a pill, and their annual production was limited to no more than 3, each classified as a treasured possession by the sect. Only core figures who had made tremendous contributions to the sect could hope to acquire one. Who could have sent this? Elder Lu was filled with perplexity. The divine tomb lineage had long since withered, and the place was often desolate, save for Bai Ye, who was the only one to visit. Yet Bai Ye was merely a disciple at the 4th layer of true God. How could he possess such a precious elixir? His gaze turned toward the direction of the sect's main peak, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. Could it be the revered ancestor of the sect? Perhaps the ancestor, unwilling to see the divine tomb lineage fade into oblivion, had secretly lent assistance? Once this thought arose, it could not be suppressed. The divine tomb lineage had once been at the heart of the celestial star sacred sect, in the days when the Dust Star Taoist was alive. It was brimming with talent, at one point boasting 5 divine sovereigns. It even produced peerless powerhouses at the pinnacle of divine sovereignty. This lineage had once achieved remarkable military feats for the sect. However, following an internal strife, the lineage was punished to guard the divine tomb and gradually fell into decline, with no one breaking through to the divine sovereign level for hundreds of thousands of years. If the ancestor truly began to take an interest in the divine tomb lineage once more, perhaps the revival of this lineage was not merely a fantasy. Elder Lu murmured to himself, the murkiness in his eyes dissipated by the fervent flames of hope. Once I break through to the divine sovereign level, I shall petition the ancestor to reinstate the divine tomb lineage and restore its former glory. After so many years, our lineage has surely atoned for its sins. He clutched the vial tightly, a newfound determination flickering in his gaze. After carefully securing the pill, he turned to close the stone door, setting up numerous barriers as he officially commenced his seclusion. News of this reached various corners of the sect, but failed to create much of a stir. That old Coot Lu is entering seclusion? Alas, merely a last-ditch effort as his lifespan wanes. For a millennium, the pinnacle of divine beings has been stymied. With the essence of life nearly depleted and the probability of breaking through rendered almost non-existent. The lineage of the god tomb is indeed a lamentable tale, once resplendent. It now stands as a solitary existence with Elder Lu as its only remnant, devoid of a worthy successor. The cultivators exchanged a few words before immersing themselves back into their own pursuits of enlightenment. The decline of the god tomb lineage has long been an open secret within the Celestial Star Sacred Sect. Nestled in a remote location with scarce resources and lacking a formidable patron, few inner disciples are inclined to join, save for wandering cultivators like Bai Ye, who possess no background and nowhere else to turn. Even outer disciples prefer to serve in various peaks rather than guard the desolate stone forest of the god tomb. 50 years slipped away in the blink of an eye. On this particular day, Bai Ye was diligently polishing an ancient stone tablet when he abruptly halted, his gaze drifting toward the secluded courtyard of Elder Lu, a frown creasing his brow. The protective barriers of that courtyard remained intact, yet not a trace of vitality could be sensed emanating from within. Alas, is there truly no hope? With a gentle sigh, a barely perceptible sorrow flickered in his eyes. He could feel that Elder Lu's essence had completely dissipated. The venerable guardian of the god tomb for countless ages ultimately could not perform a miracle. He had failed to break through during his final seclusion and had passed away. A 9th-grade divine mirror elixir had proven insufficient to compensate for the depletion of life and the inadequacy of foundation. Elder Lu's comprehension was not exceptional, and his roots had gradually eroded over the long years. Had it not been for this elixir, he might never have even qualified to challenge the divine realm. Bai Ye gazed at the tightly shut stone door, a torrent of emotions surging within him. The path of cultivation is indeed ruthless. Talent, foundation, resources, lifespan, and opportunity are all indispensable. Even if one expends their last ounce of strength, they may still fail to grasp a higher realm. He turned back, resuming his meticulous polishing of the stone tablet, his movements still steady. Yet, within the depths of his tranquil gaze, there now resided a newfound reverence for the arduous journey of cultivation. This path has never offered shortcuts. Only through methodical advancement and the accumulation of sufficient foundation can one hope to defy the heavens amidst countless challenges. The morning mist of the god tomb once again enveloped the stone forest and the secluded courtyard, as if paying a final tribute to the fallen elder. The legacy of the god tomb lineage has officially been bestowed upon Bai Ye. Chapter 56. The third ancient celestial legacy. The news of Elder Lu's passing spread like a pebble cast into a still lake, creating but a slight ripple within the Celestial Star Sacred Sect before fading into silence. The god tomb lineage had long been desolate. This elder, whose lifespan was nearly at an end, ultimately failed to stir significant commotion within the sect. Now, Bai Ye, as the last inheritor of the god tomb lineage, naturally assumed the solemn responsibility of guarding the stone forest, becoming the sole beacon of this lineage. For the following 2 centuries, Bai Ye maintained a life of seclusion, dedicating his days to patrolling the stone forest and refining his skills within the confines of his courtyard. On this day, Bai Ye deemed the time ripe and summoned a portion of divine energy within him, conjuring an extraordinary manifestation heralding a breakthrough into the divine realm. The faint golden divine power overflowed from his being, enveloping the small courtyard and attracting a modest gathering of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. This phenomenon was not grand in scale, merely perceptible enough to be noticed without causing undue astonishment. Congratulations, Brother Bai, on breaking through to the celestial god realm. Soon, a nearby steward arrived, wearing a conventional smile that barely concealed his astonishment. Bai Ye, having entered the sect for just over 300 years, had ascended from the 4th stage of the true god realm to the 1st stage of the celestial god realm. While his speed was not the most exceptional, it far surpassed that of ordinary inner disciples. What was even more surprising was that 3 days later, the sect conveyed an edict. In accordance with Elder Lu's last wishes, Bai Ye was appointed as an elder of the divine tomb lineage, entitled to elder-level benefits, exempt from daily sect duties, and tasked solely with guarding the divine tomb. This decree sparked considerable discourse among the younger disciples. What? Bai Ye has actually become an elder? He is only at the 1st stage of the celestial god realm. A disciple in the late stage of the true god realm expressed envy. Our Qingling sacred sect is a 7th-tier power. A typical first-stage celestial god cultivator can at most serve as an inner sect steward. His fortune is simply extraordinary. What good is luck? Scoffed a talented disciple clad in a brocade robe. He was a direct disciple of an elder from a prominent peak. Having reached the 2nd stage of the celestial god realm, the divine tomb lineage is on the brink of losing its legacy. What future is there in guarding a pile of stone tablets? His achievements will likely culminate in the celestial god realm. There's nothing to envy. Yet, the argument was not so straightforward. Upon becoming an elder, Bai Ye would receive 5 times the divine crystals and elixirs that an inner disciple would, along with the privilege of accessing the mid-level archives of the sect. Such resource advantages were unparalleled among ordinary disciples. The discussions, filled with admiration, jealousy, and disdain, circulated among the inner disciples. However, Bai Ye remained indifferent. A great dragon pays no heed to the clamor of ants. He erected a ceremonial tomb for Elder Lu amidst the steel forest and subsequently resumed his focused cultivation. Within the small world of Qingling Valley, the concentration of divine essence had reached a near-liquid state, with golden divine essence flowing like a stream through the valley, nourishing the abundant spiritual herbs and ancient trees. This transformation was a result of Bai Ye's numerous sign-in rewards over the years, which had significantly enhanced the small world. Sitting cross-legged before the ancient steel of the immortal path, Bai Ye was enveloped in a faint aura of chaos. The 9 divine source apertures operated at full capacity, continuously converting the surrounding divine essence into pure divine sovereign power. As he refined the foundation of the divine sovereign realm, he allocated part of his spiritual essence to comprehend the 3rd seal's runes inscribed on the steel. The complexity of this seal surpassed the combined intricacies of the previous 2 by more than 10-fold. The profound runes of the immortal path interwove like a spider's web, embodying esoteric laws of the immortal realm, with each rune seemingly representing a fundamental truth of heaven and earth. Fortunately, Bai Ye possessed an extraordinary comprehension and the blessings of an earth-tier merit golden body. Nevertheless, deciphering these runes remained a laborious and time-consuming endeavor. The will of the celestial path manifested as a star spirit, often swirling around him, occasionally pointing at the runes on the steel of Tao, chattering about the amusing anecdotes from the time when the Dust Star Taoist comprehended them. Master, look at this temporal rune. The Dust Star Taoist spent 3,000 years studying it before grasping its essence. And that chaotic rune, he nearly fell into madness before barely mastering its profound meaning. Bai Ye listened to these tales with a faint smile, offering no commentary. Simultaneously, he devoted part of his time to the art of alchemy. With the celestial primordial alchemy scripture and a 3rd-tier divine alchemy cauldron, he could now effortlessly concoct divine pills of the 9th tier. The process of alchemy deepened his understanding of the spiritual materials of the universe and energy transformation, which in turn facilitated his cultivation. Time flowed quietly in this fulfilling practice. And thus, a millennium and a half passed. One day, an overwhelming pressure of divine majesty suddenly erupted within the Dust Star Valley. The chaotic energy surrounding Bai Ye surged, as 9 divine source orifices simultaneously radiated brilliant golden light, and the power of the divine surged forth like a tsunami, causing the surrounding streams of divine essence to recoil. His cultivation officially broke through to the pinnacle of the 3rd tier of divine status, just a step away from the mid-level of divine status. Such a rapid breakthrough is unparalleled in the upper realms. It is known that ordinary cultivators of divine status require hundreds of thousands, even millions of years of accumulation to ascend one minor realm. Yet, Bai Ye ascended from the 1st to the pinnacle of the 3rd tier in merely 1,500 years. Even the most talented individuals in the upper realms have never achieved such astonishing speed. Indeed, in the records of the past 10 million years, no one in the 3,000 continents of the upper realms can surpass him. At the very moment of this breakthrough, the last rune of the 3rd seal of the celestial ancient steel was also successfully deciphered by Bai Ye. With a resonant hum, the steel trembled violently, and a purple pillar of light shot up into the sky, piercing the clouds. Within the pillar, countless purple runes danced and spiraled, ultimately coalescing into a fist-sized purple orb that slowly floated toward Bai Ye. It's unlocked. Master, you truly have deciphered the 3rd seal. The star spirit flapped her starry wings, spiraling around Bai Ye in a frenzy, her small face filled with incredulous astonishment. So fast. It has only been 1,500 years. The Dust Star Taoist took a full 50,000 years to comprehend this seal. You are over 30 times faster than him. She flew in front of Bai Ye, her bright eyes sparkling with admiration, her tone brimming with reverence. Master, you are the most formidable person I have ever seen. Bai Ye chuckled and gently patted her small head. Do not be overly excited. It is merely good fortune. He collected his thoughts, sitting cross-legged, extending his palm to receive the purple orb into his hand. The orb felt warm and exuded a rich celestial ancient aura, blending into his sea of consciousness. In the next moment, a torrent of information surged forth, accompanied by a peculiar energy that began to transform his eyes. Bai Ye felt a gentle warmth in his eyes, followed by the emergence of a wondrous power within his pupils. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, a profound purple light flickering within, and the world around him instantly transformed. The once imperceptible power of the divine laws is now vividly apparent, intricately woven like threads. Hidden within the distant valley lies an array, its core revealed to him without concealment. Even the trajectories of the divine particles floating in the air can be precisely captured. This is the third ancient celestial inheritance, the violet extreme celestial eye. Bai Ye meticulously comprehends the two fundamental effects of this ocular technique. The first is insight. This force allows him to penetrate all illusions, whether it be a high-level illusion crafted by a deity or a complex ancient formation, before the violet extreme celestial eye. Its essence and weaknesses are laid bare. In the presence of adversaries, he can clearly anticipate their moves, even perceiving the vulnerabilities of their physical forms. Not even titans of the divine king realm can completely mask their flaws. The second effect is control. The violet extreme celestial eye harbors the terrifying power to bind time and space. With merely a glance, it can freeze the temporal fabric within a certain radius, momentarily halting enemies in their tracks. Though this pause lasts but an instant, it is sufficient to turn the tide of battle, creating lethal opportunities for him. The power of the violet extreme celestial eye likely surpasses that of ordinary divine kings. Bai Ye is profoundly astonished. No wonder the Dust Star Taoist could dominate the upper realms. This third inheritance alone is enough to secure his invincibility among peers. Thus far, the only technique he possesses that rivals the violet extreme celestial eye is his innate divine ability, the reincarnation killing sword. The reincarnation killing sword emphasizes slaying, while the violet extreme celestial eye focuses on insight and control. Together, they complement each other, elevating his combat prowess to new heights. Alas, he muses, he is uncertain of the true level of his current strength. When facing a divine king, does he possess the power to contend? Bai Ye muses lightly. He begins to experiment with the violet extreme celestial eye, directing its gaze toward a distant boulder, a flicker of purple light flashing in his eyes. Buzz. In the next moment, the space around the boulder instantaneously solidifies. Though it lasts only a fleeting breath, it suffices to demonstrate the might of the violet eye technique. Indeed, it is remarkable. Bai Ye nods in satisfaction, continuing to immerse himself in the mastery and familiarity of the violet extreme celestial eye. Chapter 57. A new disciple in the divine tomb. A great change in the secret realm. Time flows like a fleeting shadow. A century has quietly passed in the pursuit of cultivation. The graveyard of the divine tomb remains solemn, its gray courtyard perpetually shrouded in morning mist, with only Bai Ye's footsteps occasionally breaking the silence during his patrols. In these years, without Elder Lu, he has delved deeper into the cultivation within the Dust Star Valley, becoming increasingly indifferent to the affairs of the outside world. He was even unaware of the news that the Celestial Star Sacred Sect had once again convened a disciple recruitment ceremony after many years. Until this day, two somewhat youthful figures appeared outside the Divine Tomb's graveyard, following the steps of an inner sect disciple. Only then did Bai Ye learn that the sect had recently held another disciple recruitment ceremony. The newcomers, a young man clad in the attire of an inner sect disciple, had reached the late true God stage, bearing an air of detached professionalism. He led a male and a female disciple to the entrance of the courtyard, and upon seeing Bai Ye, he clasped his hands in salute, saying, "Elder Bai, these two are the newly initiated inner disciples of this recruitment ceremony. As per the sect's arrangement, they have come to follow you in cultivating at the Divine Tomb lineage." Bai Ye nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the two new disciples. The young male disciple, sensing Bai Ye's acknowledgement, refrained from further comments, offering a brief farewell before vanishing like a streak of light. "Disciple Li Taiju, greetings to Elder Bai." The male disciple stepped forward first, his hands clasped, bowing deeply. His movements, albeit somewhat clumsy, radiated genuine respect. He was robustly built, with an honest demeanor and a hint of simplicity in his features, while his inner disciple robes appeared slightly oversized, indicating they were donned not long ago. In stark contrast, the female disciple presented a different image. Exceedingly charming, with willow-shaped eyebrows and apricot-shaped eyes, her skin was as fair as jade, while her inner disciple attire did little to conceal her curvaceous form. However, her brow was furrowed, her lips curled with disdain, and her eyes reflected impatience. When she bowed, it was merely a token gesture, her tone flat and unenthusiastic. "Disciple Su Wanner, I have met Elder Bai." Bai Ye immediately discerned her sentiments. Clearly, being assigned to this desolate and remote divine tomb was a source of discontent for her. While an ordinary cultivator might take offense at such a dismissive attitude, Bai Ye had long since become indifferent to such matters. He merely stated, "The 3 small courtyards to the east, south, and west are all unoccupied. Choose one to settle in, and after you have made your arrangements, come to the front hall to see me." With that, he turned and entered the courtyard, leaving Li Taizhu and Su Wan'er standing in place. Li Taizhu quickly complied, surveying the 3 courtyards for a moment before selecting the most secluded western courtyard. Su Wan'er, however, frowned, casting a glance at the rudimentary courtyard, and reluctantly opted for the eastern courtyard near the entrance, muttering under her breath, "What a wretched place. Not even a decent palace. Truly a lineage in decline. I must find an opportunity to leave this place." In the front hall, a pearwood table was adorned with a set of purple clay teapots, steam rising as boiling water was poured into the kettle, releasing a fragrant aroma of tea. Bai Ye sat at the head of the table, cradling a warm teacup, his fingers tracing the patterns on the cup's surface as his gaze remained calmly fixed on the doorway. Before long, Li Taizhu and Su Wan'er entered the front hall in succession. Bai Ye did not rise but simply lifted his gaze, a fleeting glimmer of violet light flickering in the depths of his eyes. The purple ultimate celestial eyes silently activated, rendering the cultivation levels and foundations of the 2 disciples utterly transparent before him. Li Taizhu was at the 3rd level of true God, his meridians somewhat sluggish, his divine essence flowing ineffectively, indicating a shallow foundation, evidently eager to break through yet neglecting refinement, his talent merely average. Su Wan'er, on the other hand, was at the 4th level of true God, her foundation relatively solid, her divine essence more refined than Li Taizhu's, yet her temperament was restless. Her divine essence within her meridians exhibiting a degree of agitation, clearly burdened by inner turmoil, making it difficult for her to cultivate with focus. Bai Ye silently assessed them, retracting the purple ultimate celestial eyes as the violet light faded from his gaze. These 2, clearly akin to his former self, were both unremarkable rogue cultivators without any background. Their talents not exceptional enough to warrant assignment elsewhere. Thus they were allocated to the divine tomb lineage. The regulations of the divine tomb lineage were few. Bai Ye set down his teacup, his tone unremarkable. Firstly, on the 1st and 15th of each month, inspections of the steel forest must be conducted to ensure the integrity of the stone tablets, with no errors permitted. Secondly, one must not leave the confines of the divine tomb without prior approval, especially for matters of importance that require advance notice. He paused briefly before adding, "The resources allocated to the inner disciples by the sect will be delivered to you punctually. Though the lineage of the divine tomb may be desolate, it offers tranquility, making it suitable for cultivating one's foundational understanding of the Tao." Li Taizhu promptly bowed in response, affirming, "Disciple will diligently heed the elder's teachings." However, Su Wan'er merely responded absent-mindedly, her gaze drifting towards the window, clearly disregarding these regulations. Upon noticing this, Bai Ye said no more, gesturing for them to return to their practices. After their departure, Bai Ye rose and made his way back to Dust Star Valley. He sat before the ancient stele of the immortal path, gazing at the 4th seal's runes engraved upon it, silently contemplating. "I shall observe them for a while. If their dispositions prove commendable, I will entrust the legacy of the divine tomb to them. Thus, I shall fulfill Elder Lu's wishes." With that thought, he ceased his ruminations and resumed his comprehension of the 4th seal of the ancient stele. Meanwhile, millions of miles away on Thunder Continent, within a celestial ancient relic known as the Feather Transformation Secret Realm, a brutal massacre was unfolding. This very realm had been the site of fierce competition among the inner disciples of the Heavenly Star, Holy Sect, a century prior. It opens only once every several 100,000 years, with each opening lasting for millennia, harboring spiritual materials, legacies, and artifacts from the ancient celestial era, making it a trial ground for the talented disciples of various powers from the higher realms. Those who emerged from the secret realm have historically experienced a tremendous surge in cultivation and foundational strength, with some even breaking through their bottlenecks and ascending to become formidable forces. However, this time, what was once a land of opportunity transformed into a crisis. Deep within the realm, an area that had only ever housed low-tier beasts and trial mechanisms suddenly became inundated with numerous ancient demons clad in archaic armor, exuding a stench of decay. These demons varied in form. Some bore animal heads and were clad in scaled armor, exuding an intimidating presence, while others sported dragon wings, radiating the essence of true dragons. Without exception, their combat prowess reached the divine sovereign realm. This posed an insurmountable calamity for the celestial disciples who had entered the realm. A deafening roar echoed as a blood-marked demon ape, towering at 10 feet, swung its massive fist, reducing a third-tier celestial disciple to a mere pulp. This disciple hailed from the esteemed Thunder Sky sect of Thunder Continent, a prodigy upon whom the sect had high hopes, yet he perished without even a chance to resist. Within the secret realm, corpses lay strewn about, shattered fragments of spiritual artifacts mingling with the remains of the fallen cultivators. Dark red blood staining the celestial stones of the ground. Once proud and spirited, the talented disciples now found themselves as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. The oppressive aura of the divine sovereign demons instilling terror in their hearts, forcing them to struggle in despair for their lives. Initially, a few quick-witted disciples managed to escape through the fissures in the realm's space, hastily conveying news of the upheaval back to their respective sections. Yet, before long, the spatial barriers of the realm were abruptly sealed by a mysterious force. No matter how the monks outside attempted, they could not reopen the passage. The disciples trapped within faced a dire crisis, utterly isolated and on the brink of death. News spread like wildfire across several continents. The leaders of various powerful factions from Lei Continent and its neighboring realms hastily made their way to the entrance of the secret realm. They tried numerous methods to reopen the portal, yet all their efforts were in vain. Even several formidable beings of the Divine King realm were summoned to forcibly breach the secret realm, but to no avail. This ancient secret realm, which had been passed down for countless years, boasted spatial barriers more robust than one could imagine. Even those of the Divine King realm could not forcibly open it. What shall we do? My son is still inside. An elder of the Lei Shao sect wore a face of anxiety, his voice trembling. The ancient demons within were far too terrifying. The celestial realm disciples were no match for them. If they did not find a solution soon, they would all perish. It is futile. The sealing power of this secret realm emanates from within. Unless a divine king with mastery over spatial laws intervenes, it cannot be breached. Another elder with white hair shook his head and sighed, his eyes filled with helplessness. At the entrance of the secret realm, the powerful figures from various factions wore solemn expressions, the air thick with despair and anxiety. On this day, Bai Ye, as was his custom, made his way to the main peak of the sect to collect the cultivation resources for the divine tomb lineage. Upon reaching the entrance of the resource hall, he overheard the discussions of the monks inside and learned of the upheaval in the feather transformation secret realm. What he had anticipated as an opportunity had unexpectedly turned into a catastrophic disaster. Bai Ye sighed inwardly, shaking his head. He had thought that after so many years in the upper realm, having remained within the celestial star sacred sect, it was finally time for him to embark on a journey throughout the upper realm, especially with new disciples joining the divine tomb lineage, granting him greater freedom. Yet now, it seemed prudent to exercise patience. The lifespan of a divine sovereign cultivator is lengthy, often extending beyond 1,000,000 years. With Bai Ye's vitality flourishing, there was no need to rush. He resolved to break through to the divine king realm first. Only then would he possess the confidence to confront various unforeseen circumstances. Steeling his determination, he chose to disregard the current chaos. Inside the resource hall, the steward responsible for distributing resources had already prepared the allocation for the divine tomb lineage. It consisted of 5,000 high-grade divine crystals, 2 vials of true divine-grade elixirs, 1 vial of celestial realm elixirs, and 3 millennium spiritual herbs. Elder Bai, this is the offering for your lineage. Please verify it, the steward said with a smile as he handed over the storage ring. Thank you, senior brother. Bai Ye accepted the storage ring, briefly inspecting its contents before stowing it away in his robe. Without lingering, he transformed into a streak of pale azure light, swiftly heading toward the divine tomb. The morning mist still lingered around the divine tomb, and the stone tablets in the monument forest stood silently. The tranquility of this place starkly contrasted with the clamor of the outside world. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Bai Ye entrusted the cultivation resources to 2 newly admitted disciples. He then activated the formation and stepped once more into the Dust Star Valley. For him, the priority was to continue his devoted training and reach the Divine King realm, which was his current aspiration. Chapter 58. Each has their own ambitions within the Dust Star Valley. Golden divine essence flowed like a stream, encircling the ancient path monument. In the twilight of the night, Bai Ye sat cross-legged before the monument, enveloped in a delicate aura of chaos. 9 divine source apertures were operating at full capacity, striving to breach the bottleneck of the 4th level of divine sovereignty. Suddenly, a subtle furrow appeared on his brow. The doppelganger left in the outer courtyard sensed an unfamiliar presence encroaching upon the sacred tomb's domain. In the next moment, with a mere thought, Bai Ye's figure vanished from Dust Star Valley, only to reappear on the stone slab of the courtyard. At the entrance of the courtyard stood a middle-aged cultivator clad in a golden robe, hands clasped behind his back, radiating an imposing aura characteristic of a late-stage celestial deity. His countenance was stern, and his gaze sharp as a blade. The cuffs of his robe bore the embroidered insignia of a burning elixir furnace, marking him as a representative of the heavenly star sacred sect S. Pill Peak. Pill Peak ranked among the most powerful factions within the sect, boasting 5 divine sovereign-level experts and a divine sovereign alchemist presiding over its affairs, thus wielding significant influence within the sect. Behind the middle-aged cultivator stood Su Wanner. She had shed her previous impatience and indifference, now lowering her gaze submissively, a hint of barely perceptible pride gracing her lips, and a trace of disdain concealed within her eyes as she regarded Bai Ye. "Are you the Bai Ye of the sacred tomb lineage?" the middle-aged cultivator inquired first, his tone unmistakably condescending, showing little regard for Bai Ye despite both being elders of the sect. After all, the sacred tomb lineage had long since fallen into decline, and Bai Ye was merely at the first level of celestial deity, not on par with someone as powerful as him, an elder of Pill Peak. Bai Ye nodded lightly. "Indeed. May I ask what brings you here?" He recognized the man as Li Mo, a core elder of Pill Peak, possessing late-stage celestial deity prowess and a direct disciple of the aforementioned divine sovereign alchemist. "This elder comes today on behalf of Su Wanner," Li Mo stated, casting a glance at Su Wanner with a tone that reflected his arrogance. "She has now entered our mountain's teachings and will henceforth sever ties with the sacred tomb lineage, aligning herself with Pill Peak. I am merely here to inform you. The subsequent formalities will be handled by this elder." A flicker of surprise crossed Bai Ye's eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. It appeared that over the past century, Su Wanner had leveraged her beauty and her cultivation at the 4th level of True God to forge connections with Pill Peak, securing a powerful backing. Bai Ye felt no particular concern. After all, each person has their aspirations. If she sought to escape the desolation of the sacred tomb lineage in pursuit of a more formidable force, it was entirely within reason. "I have no objections," Bai Ye replied in a tone devoid of any tumult, as though discussing a matter of little consequence. He then called over Li Taiju, who was tidying up the steel grove nearby, instructing him, "Taiju, see off Elder Li and Sister Su." Li Mo was taken aback by Bai Ye's straightforwardness, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes, before he let out a light snort and turned to leave with Su Wanner. As she departed, she cast a final glance at the desolate courtyard, a subtle smirk of derision curling her lips, hastening to follow Li Mo as if prolonging her stay was an unbearable ordeal. Bai Ye watched the two depart before turning back to re-enter Dust Star Valley. It was merely a fleeting encounter. Their comings and goings were of no consequence. He felt no turbulence within. Su Wanner's choices were irrelevant to him. His primary concern lay with himself. Subsequently, in addition to enhancing his cultivation, he endeavored to unravel the 4th seal of the ancient immortal path steel and to attempt the refinement of divine king-level elixirs. As time ebbed away, another century quietly passed. During this century, Bai Ye remained steadfast in his cultivation. Meanwhile, in the Divine Tomb courtyard, Li Tieju's performance brought him considerable satisfaction. This honest and earnest disciple never complained about the desolation of the Divine Tomb. He meticulously conducted the monthly steel inspections without fail. His cultivation, though unhurried and patient, saw a steady progression from the 3rd to the 4th level of True God, despite his modest innate talent. Though his foundation was not particularly profound, it was remarkably solid. Even more commendable was his unwavering respect towards Bai Ye, often taking the initiative to offer his greetings. Even when Bai Ye frequently secluded himself, Li Taiju never exhibited a hint of negligence. This loyalty and composure were precisely the qualities that Bai Ye valued most. On one particular day, Bai Ye summoned Li Taiju to the front hall. "Elder, did you call for me?" Li Taiju stood respectfully below, his hands hanging by his sides, his expression unpretentious. Bai Ye gazed at him and slowly spoke. "Over this past century, I have observed your conduct. Although the Divine Tomb lineage has fallen into decline, its legacy must not be severed. Today, I shall impart the core teachings of the Divine Tomb lineage to you." With that, he waved his hand, and a pale blue jade slip floated before Li Taiju. Within the jade slip lay not only the esteemed divine-level technique, the 10,000 transformations of the Divine Sovereign, and the celestial-level secret art, the Shadow Assault technique, bestowed by Elder Lu in years past, but also Bai Ye's meticulously compiled insights on cultivation. Li Taiju stood frozen, disbelief filling his eyes, swiftly followed by a surge of joy. He trembled as he accepted the jade slip, then knelt on the ground with a thud. Bowing 3 times to Bai Ye, his voice choked with emotion. "Master, I thank you for bestowing your teachings upon me." Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback, then burst into a chuckle. His intention was merely to entrust the legacy of the Divine Tomb lineage to him. He had not anticipated that Li Taiju would directly acknowledge him as his master. However, upon reflection, accepting this disciple seemed agreeable, for Li Tieju's pure disposition was worthy of nurturing. "Rise," Bai Ye gestured gently, handing him a pre-prepared storage ring. This ring contains some cultivation resources. Take it. Furthermore, the matter of the Divine Tomb inheritance must remain confidential. Remember to keep it secret. Disciple obeys. Li Taiju promptly rose, receiving the storage ring with both hands. Clutching it tightly as if it were a treasured possession, his face alight with excitement and gratitude. Upon returning to his humble courtyard, Li Taiju could hardly contain his eagerness as he probed the storage ring with his divine sense. The sight that greeted him left him momentarily dazed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Within the storage ring lay a meticulously arranged collection of over 1,000,000 superior divine crystals, exuding a pure essence of divine energy. Dozens of bottles containing 9th-grade true god elixirs, their surfaces shimmering with spiritual radiance. Furthermore, there were over 100 plants of millennium spirit herbs, including several legendary 7-turn spirit-condensing flowers and celestial essence cleansing herbs. Additionally, there was a set of true god-level defensive spiritual artifacts and an exquisite true god-grade longsword. These resources were more than sufficient to enable a true god of the 4th level to smoothly ascend to the pinnacle of true god, with the potential to directly challenge the celestial god realm. For Li Taiju, who hailed from humble origins and possessed no background, this was undoubtedly the greatest opportunity he had ever encountered in his life. He clutched the storage ring tightly, his eyes reddening with emotion, silently vowing, "My master has bestowed upon me immense grace. I shall devote myself to rigorous training and safeguard the Divine Tomb, striving not to disappoint my master's expectations." Chapter 59, Breakthrough. The Alchemist of Divine King Level. Upon returning to the Dust Star Valley, Bai Ye cast aside thoughts of taking on disciples. His gaze settled upon the 3rd-grade Tianyuan Dan Ding, a vessel of divine craftsmanship. After many years, he was finally prepared to attempt the creation of his first divine king-level elixir. The potion he intended to concoct was named the Qianyuan 9 Divine Elixir, a 3rd-grade divine king pill. The materials required for crafting the Qianyuan 9 Divine Elixir were indeed formidable. Primary ingredient: Chaos Divine Flower. This rare bloom thrives on the edge of the Chaos Sea, taking 1,000,000 years to blossom. Its petals contain the purest essence of chaotic power, essential for condensing the Divine King pill patterns. Auxiliary ingredient: Divine King Crystal. This must be harvested from the sites of fallen Divine King-level warriors, rich in divine essence, with each fragment worth a fortune. Binding agent: Celestial Star Essence. Flowing through the rifts of the cosmos, it harmonizes various medicinal properties, averting the risk of explosive reactions during the alchemical process. A single drop takes millennia to collect. Additional materials: a myriad of other rare herbs, including Blood Dragon Vine and 9 Heavens Ice Essence, among dozens of others, each a treasure seldom found in the upper realms. Gathering these ingredients would pose a challenge even for 7th-tier factions. However, following Bai Ye's ascension to the Divine Sovereign Realm, the items acquired through his signing-in system had also been upgraded. He could now effortlessly procure treasures of the Divine King level. At this moment, Bai Ye possessed over 100 resources for concocting the Qianyuan 9 Divine Elixir. This was the astounding power of the signing-in system. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ye carefully extracted a set of materials and arranged them methodically beside the Tianyuan Dan Ding. He then began to channel the Celestial Primordial Alchemy Sutra, gradually infusing the power of the Divine Sovereign into the cauldron. Instantly, the vessel radiated a brilliant golden light, and a faint purple chaotic flame ignited within. This divine fire, inherent to the Tianyuan Dan Ding, was hot enough to melt any divine material. Simultaneously, he cast the Divine King Crystal into the cauldron, where the chaotic flames enveloped it, causing the crystal to gradually dissolve into a golden divine essence liquid. He then added the Blood Dragon Vine, 9 Heavens Ice Essence, and other auxiliary ingredients in succession, deftly maneuvering the flames to harmonize their properties. Finally, with utmost caution, he introduced the Chaos Divine Flower and Celestial Star Essence into the cauldron, fully activating the alchemical secret techniques to guide the amalgamation of the diverse medicinal properties. As time progressed, the atmosphere within the Tianyuan Dan Ding grew increasingly potent, yet unstable. Suddenly, the cauldron shook violently, and a surge of wild energy erupted forth. Boom! The elixir exploded. Bai Ye remained unfazed, with a mere wave of his hand. He subdued the raging energy. Alchemy inherently lacks a guarantee of success. Even divine king-level alchemists face failures. A typical alchemist achieving a 30% success rate is already considered exceptional. Reflecting on the previous process, Bai Ye realized that the temperature of the flames had been too high during the harmonization of the Chaos Divine Flower and Celestial Star Essence, causing an imbalance in the medicinal properties. With a renewed focus, Bai Ye retrieved another set of materials and commenced the alchemical process once more. This time, He exercised greater caution, meticulously controlling the flame of the elixir with precision to the finest degree, executing each step strictly according to the ancient texts. After 3 days and nights, the Tianyuan elixir cauldron suddenly emitted a clear, resonant hum. The runes inscribed on the cauldron illuminated brilliantly, and forthwith, a majestic aura of divine power surged from within. It was complete. A glimmer of joy flashed in Bai Ye's eyes as he lifted the cauldron's lid. 6 elixirs, entirely golden and adorned with 3 divine patterns, gracefully floated out. The elixirs exuded an intense aura of divine essence, invigorating anyone who inhaled their fragrance. These were the revered Qianyuan Ningxian pills, a 3rd-grade elixir of divine rank. This elixir could instantaneously replenish the divine energy expended by powerful beings, making it a rare treasure in the upper realms. Bai Ye carefully examined the elixirs, noting the clarity of the patterns and the purity of the ingredients. Devoid of any impurities, satisfaction graced his features. From this moment forth, he officially ascended to the rank of a true divine-grade alchemist. It is noteworthy that in the entirety of Yunju, no divine-grade alchemist had ever emerged. Such esteemed alchemists could only be nurtured by major powers of the 8th tier. Only colossal entities possessed the financial means, resources, and foundation to support the growth of a divine-grade alchemist. At that moment, the sky above the Dust Star Valley trembled violently. A grand and magnificent aura of the heavenly Tao manifested, enveloping the entire microcosm in an instant. This was not the heavenly Tao of Dust Star Valley itself, but rather the supreme heavenly Tao of the 3,000 continents of the upper realm. In comparison to this aura, the heavenly Tao of Dust Star Valley appeared as insignificant as a firefly against the radiant moon. The will of the heavenly Tao in the valley transformed into a star spirit, who, terrified, immediately hid behind Bai Ye, her small face filled with fear, unable to withstand the pressure of the supreme heavenly Tao. Following this, a cascade of golden light poured from the void, transforming into a torrent of fortuitous energy that surged toward Bai Ye. This was pure alchemical fortune, a divine blessing bestowed upon the alchemist who successfully crafted a divine-grade elixir by the heavenly Tao of the upper realm. As the energy flowed into his body, Bai Ye felt a profound connection with the heavenly Tao tightening, with this fortuitous energy augmenting him. His comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth during future cultivation would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. Even the tribulations faced when breaking through to the divine realm would thus become milder. Is this the privilege of a divine-grade alchemist? Even the supreme heavenly Tao bestows blessings. As Bai Ye felt the surge of alchemical fortune within him, he was filled with deep reflections. With this fortuitous energy enhancing his path, his future cultivation journey would undoubtedly be smoother. Should his identity as a divine-grade alchemist be revealed, it would undoubtedly stir monumental waves in the upper realm. Just as Bai Ye basked in the alchemical fortune descending from the supreme heavenly Tao, his divine body and Tao heart sublimating imperceptibly, a tremendous upheaval suddenly erupted in the core forbidden zone of the Tianqing sect, within the Pool of Fortune. This celestial pool, situated atop the Star Peak, served as the core gathering place for the sect's fortune. The pool shimmered with a delicate golden hue, its crystalline depths revealing countless minuscule divine crystals nestled at the bottom. A faint mist of white fortune lingered upon the water's surface, perpetually undispersed. At the center of the pool, a resplendent white dragon of fortune reclined languidly, its body measuring approximately 3 zhang in length, scales radiating a soft, ethereal glow. Yet, it often appeared lethargic, with drooping eyelids and a feeble aura. This was a tangible manifestation of the 7th-tier power of the Fortune-Long sect, and as the heavenly star sacred sect waned, so too did its fortune. No longer vibrant as in its zenith. Suddenly, the waters of the pool erupted violently. With a thunderous roar, the golden liquid soared skyward, transforming into numerous gilded columns that intertwined to form a colossal water curtain. The mist of fortune, once hovering above the surface, surged towards the fortune white dragon like a tidal wave. Interspersed within the white mist were glimmers of faint golden light, the purest essence of heavenly fortune. The fortune white dragon, coiled at the heart of the pool, abruptly opened its eyes, which burst forth with dazzling golden brilliance. It emitted a thunderous dragon's roar, its voice brimming with uncontrollable exhilaration as it began to voraciously absorb the surrounding forces of fortune. The dragon, initially 3 zhang long, expanded at a visible speed. Within mere breaths, it swelled to 4 zhang, then 5 zhang, a remarkable growth of 30%. What was happening? In an instant, a figure appeared beside the fortune heavenly pool, none other than the revered ancestor of the heavenly star sacred sect, the Xianyang Divine King. Dressed in a purple robe adorned with celestial patterns, the Xianyang Divine King bore a middle-aged visage, with sharp brows and bright eyes. Surrounded by a faint Divine King's pressure, he typically remained in seclusion, emerging only in the face of existential peril for the sect. The reason was simple. The Xianyang Divine King was a disciple of the Dust Star Taoist and had lived for over 10 million years. Even for a Divine King, such an extended lifespan indicated the twilight of life. At this moment, he gazed at the rapidly surging fortune white dragon in the pool, his pupils narrowing in disbelief, his face reflecting profound astonishment. Unconsciously, he began to weave intricate hand seals, attempting to decipher the origin of this phenomenon. In an instant, the Divine King's power of divine principles enveloped the entire fortune heavenly pool. His primordial spirit operated with great speed, tirelessly unraveling the causal threads behind the surge of fortune. Yet, no matter how he attempted to deduce it, his consciousness was clouded, as if an invisible barrier obstructed his insight, preventing him from grasping the slightest hint of the reason. What a formidable force of concealment! Could it even thwart the deductions of his true form? The Xianyang Divine King furrowed his brow, his mind increasingly engulfed in uncertainty. It was known that he possessed remarkable expertise in divination. Few Divine Kings could rival his prowess. The sudden 30% surge in the sect's fortune was no trivial matter. It undoubtedly concealed a significant opportunity that could influence the future of the sect. Without hesitation, the Xianyang Divine King continued to weave his hand seals in pursuit of understanding. Just then, several figures arrived at the fortune heavenly pool, led by Xianchun, the sect leader of the Heavenly Star Sacred Sect, a top-tier powerhouse at the 9th level of divine reverence, clad in a golden robe of leadership, his countenance exuding authority. Following closely were the Peak Masters and Core Elders, including the esteemed Master Alchemist of the Tiandan Peak and the sword-wielding Master of the Tianjian Peak, totaling 7 formidable beings of the Divine Sovereign Realm, the pillars of the sect. Upon the appearance of the Xianyang Divine King, all present bowed deeply in respect, their tones imbued with utmost reverence. The venerable ancestor of the Divine King realm served as the steadfast anchor of the sect. It was rare to behold him in person, and his presence today was evidently in response to the extraordinary phenomena surrounding the Qi-Yun heavenly pool. After the salutation, all eyes turned towards the central pool where the white dragon of fortune resided. Upon witnessing the dragon's rapidly swelling form and the overwhelming aura of fortune, astonishment and ecstasy painted the faces of all present. Ancestor, the sect's fortune has surged by 30%, exclaimed the master of Tiandan Peak, his voice trembling with excitement. Could it be that someone from our sect has ascended to the Divine King realm? Who possesses such extraordinary talent to achieve this breakthrough at this moment? As this thought echoed, many nodded in agreement, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Should another Divine King emerge from our sect, the strength of the Tianxing Holy Sect would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement, possibly even allowing us to challenge the 8th-tier powers once more. However, the master of Tianjian Peak shook his head, clad in a cerulean sword robe. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. The fluctuations of fortune caused by a breakthrough to the Divine King realm should be far more tumultuous and accompanied by the descent of heavenly radiance. Presently, we observe only a surge in fortune without any other signs. It may not necessarily indicate a breakthrough to the Divine King. What could be the reason, then? Inquired an elder, perplexed. A surge of this magnitude in our sect's fortune is no trivial matter. I have contemplated a possibility. Suddenly interjected the sect master, his eyes glimmering with insight. Perhaps we have produced a Divine King-level alchemist. A Divine King-level alchemist. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, before their expressions transformed into even greater astonishment. The master of Tiandan Peak pondered thoughtfully. There is indeed a possibility. A Divine King-level alchemist can invoke the fortune of the celestial and alchemical realms, benefiting not only themselves, but also their sect. Yet, our 3 Divine Sovereign-level alchemists, including myself, have remained at the pinnacle of the Divine Sovereign Realm for many years, still far from the Divine King level. How could anyone suddenly achieve a breakthrough? His tone was laced with uncertainty and doubt. The threshold for becoming a Divine King-level alchemist is exceedingly high, requiring not only exceptional alchemical talent, but also boundless resources and a profound foundation in the Tao. Since the fall of the Dust Star Taoist, no one in the entire Yun continent has reached such heights for millennia. The 3 Divine Sovereign-level alchemists of the Tianxing Holy Sect have merely grazed the edges of Divine King-level elixirs, incapable of truly concocting them. Besides that, there may be no other possibilities, remarked an elder, frowning. Either someone has broken through to the Divine King realm, or a Divine King-level alchemist has emerged. Otherwise, such a tremendous surge in fortune cannot be elucidated. Nods of agreement rippled through the assembly, their faces etched with contemplation, yet none could provide a definitive answer. The Xianyang Divine King remained silent, persistently attempting to deduce the situation, yet he found himself at an impasse, deepening the enigma that weighed upon his heart. At that moment, the master of Xinshan seemed to have suddenly recalled something. After a brief hesitation, he spoke. Ancestor, esteemed elders. Could it be possible that another reason lies with the descendant of the ancient Star Master? The mere utterance of these words, descendant of the ancient Star Master, instantly silenced the previously bustling assembly, rendering the air so still that one could hear a pin drop. All eyes fixated upon the master of Xinshan, their faces a canvas of shock and incredulity. The ancient Star Master, known as Taoist Chen Xing, the founder of the Heavenly Star Sacred Sect, was once a formidable sovereign who dominated the upper realms. For countless millennia, the sect had been in pursuit of his heir, yet their efforts yielded no results. The disappearance of the Star Gate had long since echoed throughout the upper realms. Everyone was aware that the legacy of Taoist Chen Xing had been claimed by someone, though the identity of this heir remained shrouded in mystery. No one had fathomed that this heir might reside within the Heavenly Star Sacred Sect itself. A glimmer of insight flashed in the eyes of the divine King Xianyang, who abruptly turned his gaze towards the master of Xinshan. Xinshan, what do you mean by this? The master of Xinshan steadied himself and replied slowly. Ancestor. When the Star Gate vanished, it signified that the legacy had been acquired. As the ancient Star Master was a sovereign of unparalleled prowess and a master alchemist and swordsman, his heir would undoubtedly inherit a portion of his abilities. Should this heir be within our sect, utilizing the resources and secret arts of the legacy, it would not be inconceivable for them to break through to the Divine King realm or even become a Divine King-level alchemist. The celestial fortune they possess would naturally contribute to our sect, causing the fortune lake to surge exponentially. His words struck the assembly like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring turbulent waves of thought among the crowd. Indeed, the legacy of Taoist Chen Xing was extraordinarily formidable. If the heir truly resided within the Heavenly Star Sacred Sect, then everything would fall into place. The Divine King Xianyang fell into silence, contemplating this possibility as he gazed at the majestic white dragon of fortune coiling in the center of the pool. The other elders began to murmur among themselves, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. If it truly were the heir of the ancient Star Master, then our Heavenly Star Sacred Sect would surely reclaim its former glory, perhaps even surpass its zenith. But who was this heir? Why had they never made their presence known? Could it be a reclusive elder? Or perhaps a gifted disciple from one of the branches? The murmurs rose again, yet this time infused with a new conjecture, their gazes brimming with hope for the future and a fervent desire to uncover the truth. The Divine King Xianyang inhaled deeply and raised his hand to beckon silence. This matter is of utmost importance. We must refrain from hasty conclusions. Xinshan, discreetly investigate any disciples or elders within the sect who have recently made unusual breakthroughs or exhibited peculiarities, but do not act impulsively. If this heir truly conceals their identity within the sect, there may be reasons for their discretion. We must not alarm them. When the time comes for them to reveal themselves, they will do so of their own accord. Yes, Ancestor. The master of Xinshan replied respectfully. This sudden surge of fortune had stirred the once tranquil Heavenly Star Sacred Sect, setting unseen currents in motion. Chapter 61. The Ancient Celestial Demon Within the Chen's Xing Valley. Golden divine essence swirled around the alchemical cauldron like the ebb and flow of the tide, as Bai Ye remained wholly focused, skillfully manipulating the alchemical flames to continue crafting a divine king-level elixir. Suddenly, a subtle furrow appeared on his brow. A faint sensation of being scrutinized penetrated his consciousness, as multiple strands of divine energy attempted to unravel his whereabouts and the intricacies of fate through the void. Was it the upper echelons of the Celestial Star Sacred Sect? A flicker of realization ignited within Bai Ye. He quickly understood. When he concocted his first divine king-level elixir, it had invoked the celestial fortune of the upper realms, inevitably stirring the fortune pool of his sect. They must have sensed something amiss and sought to uncover the source of this surging fortune. However, he felt no trace of panic. The celestial mask at his brow quietly activated, enveloping him in an invisible barrier that concealed his true cultivation, aura, and even the threads of fate. The probing divine energies collided against this barrier, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, failing to create even the slightest ripple, let alone discern his existence. Truly, the prowess of a ninth-tier divine king was commendable. The celestial mask proved remarkably effective. Bai Ye silently rejoiced, then withdrew his focus, disregarding the external scrutiny. Alchemy was inherently a part of cultivation. He had not anticipated such attention, leaving him somewhat exasperated. Yet, given the circumstances, instead of dwelling on it, he resolved to seize the opportunity to forge more divine king-level elixirs. thereby accumulating a foundation for his future breakthrough into the Divine King realm. He redirected his attention to the art of alchemy. The temperature of the chaotic alchemical fire was meticulously regulated within a delicate range. As the nine heavens' mystic ice essence gently merged with the netherfire lotus within the cauldron, exuding a rich medicinal aroma, time flowed imperceptibly. 600 years passed in the cycle of alchemy and cultivation. During this span, Bai Ye's cultivation steadily advanced from the pinnacle of the third level of the divine sovereign realm to the zenith of the fifth level. His alchemical skills also underwent a qualitative leap. From initially crafting third-tier Divine King elixirs, he progressed to fifth-tier and seventh-tier. And now he had mastered the art of creating ninth-tier Divine King elixirs with remarkable proficiency. On this day, the cauldron emitted a clear, melodious hum, its runes shimmering brilliantly. As a golden beam shot skyward, nearly piercing the heavens above Dust Star Valley, the lid of the cauldron opened, and 9 pristine, luminescent elixirs, adorned with 9 golden patterns, gracefully floated out. These 9 elixirs radiated an overwhelming Divine King aura. Merely inhaling their scent could cause a divine sovereign's heart to tremble. They were the 9th-tier Divine King elixir, the primordial boundary-breaking pill, which could significantly enhance a peak divine sovereign's probability of transcending into the Divine King realm. Bai Ye, a peak-level alchemist of the Divine King tier, gazed upon the elixirs in his hand with a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. This represented the pinnacle of the alchemical arts among the upper realms. Over the past several million years, within the entirety of the human cultivator community in the upper realms, no one had managed to concoct elixirs surpassing the 9th tier of the Divine King level. Yet, he had, through the celestial primordial alchemy scripture and the celestial alchemical cauldron, coupled with a 10,000-fold comprehension, transformed within a short span into a peak-level Divine King alchemist. In the upper realms, the status of a peak-level Divine King alchemist was nothing short of terrifying. Even 8th-tier major powers would treat such an individual as a revered guest, bestowing them with endless resources and supreme authority. Should he choose to open his cauldron for alchemy, even Divine King realm powerhouses would line up to await their turn, offering exorbitant prices in return. Meanwhile, within the God Tomb courtyard, a piece of astonishing news emerged. Li Taiju had successfully broken through, becoming a first-level celestial master. Over the course of 6 centuries, Bai Ye had generously imparted all his knowledge to him, not only meticulously teaching the lineage of the God Tomb, but also frequently bestowing upon him high-quality elixirs of true divine and even celestial grade, complemented by an abundance of cultivation resources. Although Li Taiju possessed only mediocre talent, his steadfast diligence and earnestness allowed him to flourish under such generous support, ultimately shattering his bottleneck and stepping into the realm of the celestial masters. As the news spread, a significant stir rippled through the entire Celestial Star Sacred Sect. Li Taiju, the disciple of the God Tomb lineage, he actually ascended to the celestial realm? In his cohort, only a few with exceptional talents managed to break through to the celestial level. So how could he achieve this so swiftly? Wasn't the God Tomb lineage already in decline? Could it be that Elder Lu had left behind some secret teachings? The disciples exchanged opinions, filled with shock and envy, particularly those who had trained alongside Li Taiju, many of whom remained stuck at the pinnacle of true divinity, unable to advance. Now, witnessing the once despised mediocre talent stepping into the celestial realm before them, their hearts were a tumult of emotions. In a modest cave within the heavenly elixir peak, Su Wanner sat cross-legged on a meditation mat, her expression dark enough to draw water. That waste of a person actually broke through to the celestial realm? She ground her teeth, her eyes brimming with disbelief and jealousy. After leaving the God Tomb lineage to join a celestial elder at heavenly elixir peak, she had expected to soar to great heights, yet 6 centuries had passed, and she remained stuck at the 8th level of true divinity, never even brushing the threshold of the celestial realm. Meanwhile, Li Taiju, whom she deemed talentless and dull, had surpassed her. How could he possibly achieve this? Su Wanner rose and approached the cave window, her gaze fixed intently in the direction of the God Tomb, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Could it be that the God Tomb lineage truly harbored some hidden legacy? Had her impulsive departure cost her a monumental opportunity? The more she pondered, the greater her regret and resentment grew. Once, she had scorned the God Tomb for its remoteness, yearning to cling to the lofty branches of heavenly elixir peak. Yet now, her counterpart had ascended to the exalted celestial realm, while she remained merely a late-stage disciple of true divinity, unable even to become a favored student of the Elder. No, the legacy of the God Tomb lineage cannot be monopolized by that waste, Li Taiju. A flicker of malice crossed Su Wanner's eyes as she began to contemplate how to reclaim the opportunities that rightfully belonged to her. At the pinnacle of the Celestial Star Sacred Sect, in a resplendent palace suspended among the clouds, the most central forces of the sect had gathered. The palace floor was paved with millennia-old divine jade, and the ceiling was adorned with countless luminous pearls, radiating a gentle glow. On either side of the hall, dozens of jade chairs carved with starry patterns were placed, occupied by various peak masters and core elders. In the principal seat, the esteemed Xianxin sect master donned a golden robe, his demeanor imposing, enveloped in the overwhelming aura of a ninth-level divine sovereign. Esteemed colleagues, the Xianxin sect master began, his voice heavy with gravity. We have just received news from the front. The Star Feather Divine King has made a move, and the Feather Transformation Secret Realm has been successfully opened. Is it truly opened? A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of a peak master. What had become of the disciples trapped within? The sect master of Xianxin shook his head, his face awash with regret. Unfortunately, all the disciples ensnared in the secret realm have perished, without exception. Upon the utterance of these words, the hall was instantly engulfed in silence. Many peak masters and elders displaying expressions of profound sorrow. Those trapped within the secret realm were the prodigious disciples of various factions, including 3 from the Heavenly Star Sacred Sect, all of whom represented the future hope of their sect. Their demise was a significant loss. What had transpired within the secret realm? Why was it so devastating? The master of Tianjin Peak inquired solemnly, his eyes brimming with confusion. According to the intelligence relayed by the divine King Xingyu, a multitude of divine-level demons had emerged within the secret realm, these fiends exhibiting ruthless aggression and employing merciless tactics, rendering the disciples utterly defenseless. The sect master continued, his tone growing increasingly grave. More critically, after the divine King Xingyu ventured deep into the secret realm for reconnaissance, he uncovered a staggering clue. He sensed the presence of ancient celestial demons in the core area of the realm. What? Ancient celestial demons? This revelation detonated like a thunderclap within the hall. An elder with flowing white hair abruptly rose, his eyes wide with incredulity and terror. Is this information confirmed? The other peak masters and elders also paled, their faces etched with seriousness. The ancient celestial demons were a formidable race that existed alongside humanity in antiquity, inherently wielding terrifying demonic power and unparalleled combat prowess. They had fought relentlessly against humanity in the Great Ancient War, ultimately being sealed away by powerful human cultivators, vanishing from the annals of history. Should the ancient demon race reemerge, it would undoubtedly incite a new wave of racial conflict, plunging the entire upper realm into chaos. The news has yet to be fully substantiated. The sect master of Xianxin pressed his hands down, signaling for calm among the assembly. Yet the divine King Xingyu emerged from the secret realm with an exceedingly grave countenance, deliberately issuing orders to all factions to bolster our defenses against unforeseen events. The hall fell silent once more, an oppressive atmosphere permeating the air. All present understood that if the ancient celestial demons truly returned, the tranquility of the upper realm would likely be irrevocably shattered. We of the Heavenly Star Sacred Sect must also prepare ourselves. Suddenly, the voice of divine King Xianyang resonated within the hall, his figure gradually materializing, his gaze profound. Dispatch orders to each peak to intensify disciple training. Activate the sect's highest-level defensive formations, and closely monitor the movements of the Feathering Secret Realm and its surrounding areas. Should any trace of the ancient demon race be discovered, report it immediately. Yes, Ancestor. The assembly replied in unison, their tones respectful yet solemn. A looming crisis quietly enveloped the Heavenly Star Sacred Sect, and indeed the entirety of Yunzhao. Meanwhile, at this moment, Bai Ye remained engrossed in his cultivation within the Dust Star Valley, blissfully unaware of the impending storm. He could only vaguely sense that the aura of the Tao of Heaven in the upper realm seemed to stir restlessly, as if great events were about to unfold. Chapter 62. The demonic tide sweeps across the 3 continents in just 3 short months. A cataclysm that would engulf the upper realm erupted without warning. Deep within the 10,000 mountain range, an area long shrouded in dense demonic energy suddenly erupted with earth-shattering roars. Countless demon soldiers surged forth like a tidal wave. They exhibit a myriad of forms. Some possess the heads of beasts, adorned in scales and armor, wielding bone blades. Others are equipped with dual wings, their claws sharp like hooks, and their eyes glimmer with a bloodthirsty gleam. Furthermore, there are colossal creatures towering over 10 zhang, each step sending tremors through the earth. Without exception, each one is a demon king of the divine sovereign realm. Behind them follows an immense army of demonkind. Simultaneously, the supreme forces of the upper realm, such as the Valley of 10,000 Demons and the Demon Emperor's Palace, have all mobilized. The Golden Palace of the Demon Emperor floats in midair, issuing authoritative commands that rally various demon soldiers, who surge forth en masse. the Valley Lord of the Valley of 10,000 Demons. A gigantic serpent demon king who has attained the divine sovereign realm, personally leads the charge, his massive serpentine form entwined with dark clouds, spreading demonic energy that obscures the sky. The flames of war between humanity and demonkind, dormant for tens of millions of years, are reignited at this very moment. This time, the demon race evidently comes well prepared, with forces vastly superior to previous encounters. Hundreds of divine sovereign demon generals and tens of thousands of heavenly god demon soldiers, under the command of divine sovereign demon kings, launch an onslaught so fierce that it leaves one utterly unprepared. In less than 10 days, the human frontline territories of Qingzhou, Yuzhou, and Laizhou have all fallen. Within Qingzhou, the Heavenly Eagle Sacred Sect, a 7th-tier force, boasts 2 strongholds of divine sovereign realm, along with over 20 divine respect realm experts. This sect aspires to ascend to an 8th-tier force. Yet, in the face of the demon race's sudden assault, the protective formation of the Heavenly Eagle Sacred Sect barely withstands 3 days before being shattered by the divine sovereign realm demon lord. Countless demon soldiers flood into the sect, burning, killing, and plundering, transforming what was once a flourishing sacred ground into a hell on earth. The cries of disciples, the shattering of spiritual artifacts, and the roars of demon soldiers intertwine, as blood stains the jade steps of the sect. Meanwhile, in Yuzhou, the Spirit Mountain Sacred Sect, also a 7th-tier force, renowned for its defenses, is built atop a towering mountain and is said to possess a defensive formation passed down from ancient times. However, beneath the blood-sacrificial formation of the demon race, with the essence of 1,000,000 low-tier demon soldiers as a catalyst, 3 divine sovereign realm demon kings collaborate to forcibly breach the formation. At the moment the formation shatters, an innumerable horde of demon soldiers descends like a locust swarm, turning the entire peak into scorched earth. The human populace on the mountain, young and old alike, is ruthlessly slaughtered. The Xianhai Sacred Sect in Laizhou, situated on an island and relying on the ocean's terrain for defense, is caught off guard by a water-controlling divine sovereign among the demons, who summons a tsunami that engulfs the Xianhai Sacred Sect along with the surrounding towns. When the waters recede, only a landscape of corpses remains. Fish and shrimp feasting on the shattered bodies, a scene too horrific to behold. In the territories of the 3 regions, hundreds of millions of human cultivators and mortals have been nearly exterminated. The blood has stained the earth, rivers are tainted crimson, and the air is thick with the acrid scent of blood and demonic energy. Everywhere lie shattered walls and remnants, mountains of corpses and seas of bones, resembling a living tableau of hell. As news spreads, the entire human race in the upper realm is left in astonishment. How could this happen? The 3 regions have fallen so easily. A cultivator from the central continent, gazing at the images relayed from the front lines, turns pale, trembling uncontrollably. His hometown is the verdant Qingzhou, nestled among the 3 continents. How could the 3 major 7th-tier forces, Tuning, Lingyue, and Xianhai, fail to hold their ground for even 10 days? How has the power of the demon race become so terrifying? An elder, a seasoned deity-level powerhouse, spoke with disbelief and trepidation. Alas, the 3 continents have fallen. Even if they can be reclaimed in the future, few of our kin will remain. A heavy sigh escaped someone's lips, their eyes filled with sorrow and helplessness. Cursed demon race. Their intent to annihilate humanity is evidently undying. A young divine king roared, his eyes ablaze with vengeful fury. What are we waiting for? Let us immediately rally our forces to vanquish these beasts. Indeed, we must not allow the demon race to continue their rampage. This time, we shall either eradicate them completely or drive them back to the chaos-forbidden zone, ensuring they never emerge again. The powerful factions of humanity voice their fury, panic, and resolve, intertwining in a tempest of emotion. A comprehensive war between humanity and the demon race has become inevitable. In this time of peril, the 9th-tier power, Qingling Celestial Palace, took the lead. Perched atop the Qingling Sacred Mountain, it boasts a lineage exceeding 100 million years, standing as one of humanity's pillars. The current palace master, a formidable figure who has reached the late stages of divine king, personally manifested in the void of the upper realm, amplifying his voice throughout the domains of humanity with great mastery. The demon race wreaks havoc, slaughtering our kin and invading our lands. This enmity is irreconcilable. I call upon all factions of humanity to immediately gather their forces and march to the front lines to resist the demon race, determined to reclaim the 3 continents. All participants shall be generously rewarded by Qingling Celestial Palace post-battle. The summons from a 9th-tier power, a titan of divine kings, carried an undeniable authority and command. In an instant, the various factions of humanity responded. Whether 7th-tier, 8th-tier forces, or smaller sects, alliances of wandering cultivators began to assemble, hastening towards the front lines. The Tianqing Sacred Sect, being the sole 7th-tier force of Yunzhou, could not remain aloof. The Xianyang Divine King emerged from seclusion, preparing to head to the battlefield. Alongside him, 5 divine sovereigns also readied themselves to join the fray, including the leaders of key peaks such as Tiandan Peak and Tianjin Peak. Moreover, they sought to summon over 100 elder and disciple cultivators from the divine realm, all of whom were the elite forces of the sect. Such a matter, concerning the survival of humanity, could not be ignored by the divine tomb lineage. According to the sect's directives, each lineage must dispatch cultivators of the divine realm to join the battle at the front lines. In the hall of the divine tomb, Li Taizhu stood resolutely before Bai Ye, clad in azure battle armor of the divine realm. His hands clenched tightly, his eyes brimming with fervor and determination. Master, the sect calls upon the divine realm cultivators to join the fray. I am willing to go. Bai Ye, seated at a stone table, cradled a cup of forgetfulness tea, glancing at him with an expression devoid of emotion. Why would you, a newly ascended first-tier divine realm cultivator, go to the front lines? To seek death? Hearing this, Li Tiezhu's face flashed with urgency as he hastily replied, Master, our kin are in peril. As a disciple of the Tianqing Sacred Sect, how can I stand idly by? Even if I perish on the battlefield, I have no regrets. If you were to fall in battle, who would inherit the legacy of the divine tomb lineage? Bai Ye set down the teacup, gazing intently at him. Li Taizhu was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes, but soon his resolve solidified. The situation at the front lines is dire. Every additional person adds to our strength. Bai Ye waved his hand, his tone turning grave. There is no need for further discussion. It is decided. You shall remain, focus on your cultivation, and guard the divine tomb. Matters of battle will be handled by me. He paused, retrieving a jade slip and a storage ring from his spatial ring, presenting them to Li Taizhu. This jade slip contains my insights on cultivating in the celestial god realm, along with the subsequent techniques for the 10,000 transformations divine sovereign art. The storage ring holds several celestial-grade elixirs and spiritual materials, sufficient for you to advance to the mid-stage of the celestial god realm. Remember, diligent practice and enhancing your strength are paramount. Do not expose the inheritance and resources in your possession lightly, lest you attract covetous eyes and incur disaster. Li Taizhu gazed at the jade slip and storage ring with profound gratitude and guilt. He knelt on one knee before Bai Ye and bowed deeply. Disciple obeys. Thank you, Master. I shall certainly cultivate diligently and safeguard the divine tomb, awaiting your triumphant return. Bai Ye nodded slightly, uttering no further words. As he watched Li Taizhu's departing figure, he silently shook his head, murmuring to himself, with a kind heart and a sense of righteousness. It is a pity that his aptitude for cultivation is woefully lacking. Having bestowed upon him so many resources, had his talent been slightly better, he would at least be at the mid-stage of the celestial god realm by now, perhaps even on the verge of the late stage. After a moment of reflection, he dismissed such thoughts and returned to his courtyard, commencing preparations for his journey to the front lines. The following morning, beneath the summit of the Celestial Star Holy Sect, voices rang out in a cacophony. The enormous Celestial Star flying vessel was fully prepared. This vessel, stretching 1,000 feet in length and crafted from ancient divine wood, was adorned with myriad defensive and acceleration runes on its surface, capable of accommodating thousands of passengers. It was one of the sect's treasured artifacts. The Xianyang Divine King stood at the bow of the vessel, his demeanor imposing. 5 divine sovereigns flanked him on either side, while over 100 celestial god realm cultivators stood in disciplined formation on the deck, their presence formidable. Sect leader Xianshun, along with several elder divine sovereigns who remained behind, stood on the ground, bidding farewell to the vessel. A hint of concern glimmered in Xianshun's eyes as he called out, "Ancestors, esteemed elders, and fellow disciples, this journey is fraught with peril. Please take care. We shall await your victorious return at the sect." Victorious return. The cultivators on the deck shouted in unison, their voices echoing through the skies. The Xianyang Divine King nodded slightly and waved his hand. Set sail. Instantly, the runes on the celestial star flying vessel illuminated, and the colossal vessel ascended slowly, transforming into a streak of light as it sped towards the eastern front lines. The vessel sliced through the heavens, leaving behind a faint trail of luminescence, carrying the hopes of the Celestial Star Holy Sect towards a brutal war that would determine the fate of humanity. On the ground, Sect leader Xianshun and the remaining disciples stood in silence, gazing at the direction in which the vessel had vanished. The atmosphere was thick with gravity and concern. They all understood that this journey might lead to uncertain fates. Chapter 63. Sign in. Divine Emperor Grade Elixirs. In the void of the upper realm, Streams of light streaked across the sky, akin to a meteor shower, racing towards the front line of the three continents. All factions of humanity mobilized. The disciples of the Qingling Immortal Palace ride upon colorful celestial clouds, surrounded by an aura of majestic celestial energy, exuding an extraordinary presence. Massive flying vessels from various high-ranking factions obscure the heavens, their hulls inscribed with divine runes that shimmer with a chilling light, radiating an overwhelming aura of menace. Under the guidance of the supreme deities of the Qingling Immortal Palace, the human coalition's offensive surges forth like a tempest, the success of this counteroffensive far exceeding all expectations. Although the demon race approaches with great ferocity, they seem reluctant to engage in prolonged resistance, succumbing to the relentless advance of the human alliance, retreating in disarray. In less than a month, the demon clans within the realms of Qingzhou, Yuzhou, and Laizhou have been utterly subdued. Yet, the once prosperous lands of the three regions have now been reduced to desolate wastelands, littered with the remnants of shattered walls and ruins. Collapsed palaces, broken spiritual artifacts, and dried bloodstains are scattered throughout, and the occasional sound of weeping from surviving cultivators permeates the air, echoing a profound sadness. Within the remnants of a once mighty city, crumbling walls intersect in a chaotic maze. The formerly smooth jade floor is now marred with cracks, and the air is thick with a lingering stench of demon energy and blood. Bai Ye hovers in midair, clad in a flowing azure robe, his expression serene and untroubled. In the face of dozens of celestial demons encircling him, he merely gestures dismissively. Buzz. Countless strands of pale golden sword energy materialize from thin air, cascading down like a torrential downpour. These sword energies, seemingly unremarkable, harbor the lethal principles of the reincarnation killing sword and the penetrating insight of the purple extreme celestial eye, accurately targeting the vital points of each demon. Uft, uft, uft. The air fills with anguished cries as the celestial demons are pierced through their vital areas by the sword energy, their bodies collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The entire process is swift and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. Damn it! A furious roar echoes as a demon lord clad in black armor surges forth from the depths of the ruins, fleeing into the distance. This is a black bear demon lord, towering at 5 zhong, its muscles rippling, covered in thick black scales that exude a formidable pressure characteristic of a mid-tier deity. Witnessing the slaughter of its kin, its eyes reflect a blend of terror and wrath, yet it is acutely aware of Bai Ye's terror and dares not linger in battle. It turns and transforms into a streak of black light, racing towards the fringes of the demon territory, desperate to escape. Bai Ye does not even spare a glance. Lightly flicking his fingertip, a sword energy, refined to its utmost perfection, bursts forth, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy catches up to the black light, penetrating effortlessly. No, the black bear demon lord emits a harrowing scream, and in the next moment, its massive form explodes in midair, transforming into a cloud of crimson mist. Bai Ye gently descends onto a relatively intact section of wall, surveying the surrounding ruins with a furrowed brow. Something is amiss. The location he occupies is already on the edge of the territories close to the demon realm. Since arriving at the battlefield with the practitioners of the Tianqing sacred sect, everyone has acted according to plan, dispersing to clear their assigned areas of demons. However, along his path, the demons he encountered have predominantly been celestial beings, with very few of the deity rank. Most appeared to flee in a hurried manner, lacking any semblance of organized resistance. The mid-stage black bear demon lord encountered during this journey was the most formidable foe he had faced thus far. This stood in stark contrast to the ferocious initial assault of the demon clan. Evidently, after conquering the 3 continents, the demon clan chose not to fortify their hold, but seemed to be deliberately retreating. The black bear demon lord appeared to have retreated rather hastily. A sense of unease stirred within Bai Ye. After meticulously plotting and scheming for countless millennia, the demon clan launched a sudden onslaught, slaughtering the human race across the 3 continents, only to relinquish their ground so readily amidst the counterattack of the human coalition. There must be some hidden conspiracy behind this. He activated the purple extreme celestial eye, his gaze suffused with a swirling purple light as he endeavored to penetrate the underlying causality. Concurrently, he gestured with his hands to channel the spiritual power of the divine Lord realm for divination. Yet, regardless of his probing, the scene before him appeared exceedingly mundane. The demon clan was simply outmatched by the human coalition and was forced to retreat. It seemed as if an obscure yet potent force shrouded the mysteries of fate, preventing him from glimpsing deeper truths. With no fruitful revelations from his divination, Bai Ye withdrew his gaze, his unease intensifying. A force capable of obscuring the divinations of a divine lord practitioner must at least be of divine king caliber. if not higher. No longer dwelling on this matter, he turned his attention toward the relics of the major sects within the 3 continents. Having arrived on the battlefield, he could not afford to miss the opportunity to sign in at these unique locations. The fallen sects, especially the 3 great 7-tier holy sects, with their long-standing legacies, surely harbored numerous secrets, and the rewards for signing in would undoubtedly be substantial. In the following days, Bai Ye became a streak of light, traversing the ruins of the 3 continents. His first destination was the ruins of the Sky Eagle Holy Sect. The once majestic mountain gate had long since collapsed, leaving only a half-dismantled stone pillar, its surface still bearing the black marks of demonic energy erosion. The grand hall of the sect had been reduced to scorched earth, littered with shattered elixirs and broken weapons. Standing at the center of the sect's plaza, Bai Ye silently invoked the sign-in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in at the ruins of the Sky Eagle Holy Sect and received a Divine Emperor Great Elixir, the Myriad Tao Primordial Pill. A dark golden elixir materialized in his hand, its surface enveloped in a faint imperial radiance, exuding an overwhelming and magnificent aura. Merely holding it, he could sense the boundless energy contained within. A Divine Emperor Grade Elixir. Bai Ye was elated. This marked his first successful sign-in reward of a Divine Emperor Grade item. Shortly thereafter, he signed in successfully at the core relics of the other 2 holy sects, obtaining 2 additional Myriad Tao Primordial Pills. A total of 3 Divine Emperor Grade Elixirs were now in his possession. Bai Ye placed the 3 elixirs side by side in his palm, scrutinizing them closely. Each Myriad Tao Primordial Pill was the size of a pigeon egg, adorned with intricate imperial runes, their essence robust and pure, devoid of any impurities. According to the system's prompt, this Myriad Tao Primordial Pill, as a Divine Emperor Grade Elixir, possessed astonishing effects. Consuming just one would allow a peak Divine Lord practitioner to break through to the realm of Divine King. Moreover, there were no adverse side effects, ensuring stability in one's foundation. If consumed by a Divine King practitioner, it could elevate them by a minor realm. Based on the knowledge acquired during Bai Ye's years in the upper realm, the transition from Divine Sovereign to Divine King is a feat as arduous as ascending to the heavens. Among a myriad of Divine Sovereigns, it is unlikely that even one could successfully break through to the Divine King realm. Furthermore, the cultivation beyond the Divine King level presents insurmountable challenges. A mere elevation of a minor realm could necessitate the accumulation of several million years. Take, for instance, the Xianyang Divine King of the Celestial Star Sacred Sect, who achieved the first level of the Divine King realm 10 million years ago. Even after the passage of 1,000,000 years, he has only reached the pinnacle of the 2nd level of the Divine King realm. 3 Divine Emperor Grade Elixirs made the journey worthwhile. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. Such esteemed elixirs are regarded as legendary within the upper realm. Even the 8th and 9th tier powers may not possess a single one. It is indeed an unexpected delight to have acquired 3 during this excursion to the battlefield. Cautiously, he stored the elixirs within his storage ring, contemplating, with the Wan Dao Mixed Yuan elixir in hand. I shall swiftly ascend to the Divine King realm upon my return to the sect. Chapter 64. Breaking Through to Divine King. The sudden invasion of the demon race culminated in an astonishingly swift conclusion, thanks to the powerful counteroffensive by the human race. The demon army appeared to have offered only a token resistance before hastily retreating to their own territory, scarcely contesting control over the 3 continents. The Divine King leaders of the Kunlun Celestial Palace decisively commanded the human coalition to regroup, simultaneously sending messages to the mid- and low-tier disciples of various sects, allowing them to return to their respective sections. Only a fraction of disciples and elders were required to remain and guard the 3 continents. Meanwhile, the Divine King experts of the major factions, under his leadership, surged into the heart of the demon territory, vowing to exact blood for blood and thoroughly intimidate the demon race. When Bai Ye received the message, he stood at the edge of the ruins of the Xian High Sacred Sect, gazing at the vast ocean, still pondering the demon race's peculiar retreat while attempting to deduce its implications. Upon receiving the communication, he dismissed further contemplation and transformed into a stream of pale azure light, heading towards the Celestial Star Sacred Sect in Yunzhou. On his journey home, he observed numerous human cultivators, some traveling in small groups, others alone, all bearing expressions of relief and victory after the calamity. Although remnants of battle lingered in the cities along the way, order was gradually being restored. The 3 continents were rife with scenes of revival and reconstruction. Days later, Bai Ye arrived at the Celestial Star Sacred Sect. At the sect's entrance, disciples had gathered in anticipation. Upon seeing Bai Ye, they bowed respectfully, their eyes filled with admiration. Within the grand hall of the sect master personally bestowed rewards upon the returning disciples, When Bai Ye's name was called, a glimmer of approval flickered in the sect master's eyes. Elder Bai Ye. During this battlefield expedition, you have accomplished remarkable feats against dozens of divine realm demons. The sect hereby grants you 100,000 5-colored divine crystals and 10 divine realm 9 whirlpool divine pills, hoping you will advance further and become a pillar of support for the sect. The 5-colored divine crystals are commonly used cultivation resources among divine realm cultivators. Containing pure divine essence, 100,000 is a considerable fortune. The divine realm 9 whirlpool divine pills can stabilize the foundation of divine realm cultivators and enhance their cultivation efficiency, holding substantial value as well. Bai Ye stepped forward to accept the storage ring, gently nodding. Thank you, Sect Master. After the ceremony concluded, Bai Ye returned directly to the small courtyard of the divine tomb. Upon his return, he sought out Li Taiju, who was presently honing a long sword within the courtyard. Upon seeing Bai Ye's arrival, he promptly set aside his weapon and respectfully bowed, addressing him as master. You have returned. Bai Ye handed him a storage ring containing rewards. This is the sect's bounty. Take it to enhance your cultivation. Strive to break through to the mid-stage of the celestial god realm as soon as possible. Li Taiju accepted the storage ring and, upon probing its contents with his divine sense, was immediately astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. Master, this is far too much. I cannot accept such a precious reward. Take it, Bai Ye replied, waving his hand dismissively. I have no need for these. However, for you, it will serve as a catalyst for your breakthrough. Cultivate diligently and do not disappoint my expectations. I obey. Li Taiju knelt, bowing deeply to Bai Ye. His eyes filled with gratitude. After dismissing Li Taiju, Bai Ye wasted no time and stepped into the small world of Dust Star Valley. Within the valley, the ancient Immortal Path monument still stood tall, and the concentration of divine essence was over tenfold compared to the outside world. Bai Ye sat cross-legged before the monument, taking a deep breath before retrieving 3 dark golden primordial harmony pills from his storage ring. The pills radiated imperial light, illuminating the surrounding area. As a magnificent aura permeated the space. It is time to break through, Bai Ye thought, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Under normal circumstances, he would require additional time to ascend to the Divine King realm, but with the Divine Emperor grade pills, that time could be perfectly bypassed. He grasped the first primordial harmony pill and unhesitatingly consumed it. The pill melted upon entering his mouth, transforming into a warm, yet overwhelming imperial energy that slid down his throat and instantly spread throughout his body, flooding into his dantian. This energy was unlike ordinary divine essence. It contained the purest imperial laws. Wherever it flowed, the divine power within him surged like a long-awaited rain in a drought, causing the 9 divine source orifices to tremble violently, expanding and condensing continuously. With a thunderous boom, Bai Ye's divine power reached its zenith, resulting in a tremendous eruption. In an instant, he shattered the bottleneck that had plagued countless cultivators. Immediately after, a vast array of divine king laws descended from the heavens, merging into his sea of consciousness. His original true God manifestation underwent a remarkable transformation, soaring to a height of 3,000 zhang. A faint aura of divine king pressure began to envelop him, exuding a majesty akin to the heavens, overlooking all beings. He had successfully entered the divine king realm. As a practitioner of the divine king realm, Bai Ye could distinctly sense the transformations within himself. His divine power had increased exponentially, akin to a boundless sea of stars, flowing with the vigor of a rushing river, able to resonate with the laws of heaven and earth with every gesture. His sea of consciousness expanded, and his primordial spirit's power effortlessly encompassed tens of thousands of miles. Additionally, his lifespan limit experienced a qualitative leap, skyrocketing from 3 million years in the divine sovereign realm to 30 million years. Bai Ye sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to meticulously comprehend the mysteries of the divine king realm. Soon after, without pausing, he picked up the second primordial harmony pill and consumed it once more. The energy of the imperial path surged once again within him, this time allowing for a more seamless elevation of his realm. From the peak of the first level of the divine king to the early stage of the second, and then to the pinnacle of the second level. He swiftly ascended to the second level of the divine king in a mere half-day. Soon after, he ingested the third Wan Dao Hun Yuan Dan. The impact of the energy was even more ferocious, causing his divine source apertures to expand once more, each one sparkling like a star. The laws of the divine king wove a complex web within him, incessantly refining his divine body and power. When the energy was entirely refined, his cultivation firmly settled at the pinnacle of the third level of the divine king. At this moment, Bai Ye had surpassed the Xian Yang divine king of the Tianxing sacred sect merely by virtue of his realm, becoming a true top-tier powerhouse in the upper realm. He slowly opened his eyes, a profound light flickering within them. The overwhelming pressure of his Divine King aura caused the entire Dust Star Valley to tremble. He gently raised his hand, gathering a tremendous force of Divine King power in his palm. With a casual wave, he tore a minuscule rift in the fabric of the void before him. The might of the Divine King realm was indeed unfathomably mysterious. As Bai Ye felt the surging power within him, a satisfied smile graced his face. With such strength, combined with the reincarnation killing sword, the purple extreme celestial eye, and various enhancements, he feared not even a late-stage Divine King adversary. In the ensuing days, Bai Ye immersed himself in the Dust Star Valley, diligently familiarizing himself with the powers of the Divine King realm, honing the laws of the Divine King, and solidifying his foundation. He did not rush to challenge the fourth level of the Divine King, but chose to progress steadily. For the more solid the foundation, the greater the future accomplishments. 30 years swiftly passed. One day, the upper realm's void reverberated with a series of resounding booms. Brilliant streams of light raced from the direction of the Demon Clan territories. The Divine Kings who had penetrated deep into the demon territories were finally returning triumphant. The news spread like wildfire throughout the human realm, and countless cultivators flooded the streets. Cheering with joy, the Qingling Celestial Palace promptly made the battle results public. In this incursion into the demon heartland, the human Divine Kings achieved a resounding victory. They had slain a total of 8 Demon Clan Divine Kings, including 3 at the mid-level and 5 at the early level. Moreover, they had also vanquished over 100 Demon Clan beings at the Divine Sovereign level, with innumerable others at the Celestial level and below. The bounty of demon cores, spiritual materials, and more piled high. This news greatly invigorated the confidence of the human race. The previous oppression and fear dissipated like smoke in the wake of this victory. Human cultivators began to believe that the Demon Clan was not insurmountable. However, amidst this jubilant atmosphere, the Qingling sacred sect was shrouded in a cloud of gloom and despair. Within the Star Palace, the atmosphere was so tense it was suffocating. The sect leader of the Qingshan sect, along with various peak masters and elders, gathered in a solemn assembly, their faces etched with worry and anxiety. At the center of the hall, upon a jade bed, lay a frail figure, the steadfast anchor of the Qingling sacred sect, the Xianyang Divine King. At this moment, the Xianyang Divine King had long lost his former grandeur. His Divine King robes were tattered, and his body was riddled with gruesome wounds, each one still exuding potent demonic energy that relentlessly eroded his divine form. The once resplendent aura of the Divine King had weakened to a mere whisper, his complexion as pale as parchment, his eyes tightly shut, and his breath faint. What has happened to the ancestor? An elder trembled as he spoke, his eyes filled with sorrow. A venerable elder, well-versed in the art of healing, shook his head helplessly, his expression laden with despair. The ancestor has suffered grievous wounds from the laws of the Divine King, his divine body damaged, and 3 of his divine source orifices shattered. Furthermore, cracks have emerged within his own Divine King laws. I am utterly powerless. What? The crowd, struck as if by a thunderbolt, wore expressions of disbelief. The Xianyang Divine King is the sole Divine King-level powerhouse of the Qingling sacred sect, the very pillar of the sect. Should he fall, the stature of the Qingling sacred sect in the Yunzhao region would plummet, potentially leading to its absorption by other forces. What shall we do? The Xianshan sect master turned pale, his eyes filled with despair. The news of the ancestor's severe injuries is likely to have spread. Our Qingling sacred sect is in grave peril. Silence enveloped the hall, broken only by the heavy breaths of the assembly. The previous joy of victory had evaporated, replaced by profound fear and unease. The future of the Qingling sacred sect seemed to plunge into darkness. At that moment, within the Dust Star Valley, Bai Ye had just concluded his cultivation. Chapter 65. Bestowing pills. The Xianyang Divine King lay upon a jade bed, wearily raising his hand. The fatigue was unmistakable in his voice. You may all withdraw. Xianshun, stay. The elders exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with worry. Yet they dared not contradict the Divine King's wishes. They bowed respectfully and quietly exited the grand hall. As they departed, each gaze bore the weight of concern. Only the Xianyang Divine King and the Xianshan sect master remained in the hall. The Xianyang Divine King struggled to sit up, the injury beneath his Divine King robe pulling painfully, causing him to furrow his brow and a trickle of crimson blood to escape from the corner of his mouth. He wiped the blood away and addressed the Xianshan sect master. Accompany me to the Fortune Heavenly Pool. The Xianshan sect master promptly stepped forward to assist. Feeling the nearly depleted divine power within the Xianyang Divine King, which only deepened his sense of foreboding, the two soared through the air towards the Fortune Heavenly Pool at the summit of the Star Peak. Upon reaching the pool, The white dragon of fortune within seemed to sense the presence of the Xianyang Divine King, its previously languid form stirring slightly, emitting a low dragon's roar. Its eyes filled with concern. The pale golden waters of the pool remained clear, though the swirling mists of fortune appeared somewhat thinner than usual, clearly affected by the Xianyang Divine King's grievous injuries. The Xianyang Divine King released the support of the Xianshan Sect Master and walked slowly to the pool's edge, gazing at his reflection in the water. What he saw was a pale and haggard visage, devoid of its former majesty and brilliance. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Xianshan, I intend to enter seclusion here. Seclusion? The Xianshan Sect Master was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized. Ancestor, you mean, indeed. The Xianyang Divine King nodded, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. If I can successfully break through to the third level of the Divine King, the laws within me will mend my wounds and dispel the corrosive poison of the Divine Devourer. During my incursion into the heart of the demon tribe, I eliminated a Divine King-level demon, and the Qingling Immortal Palace bestowed upon me 3 third-grade Divine King pills. With their aid, I am 70% confident of a successful breakthrough. 70% confidence. The Xianshan Sect Master was instantly overwhelmed with excitement, his previous gloom dissipating, and with reddened eyes. He exclaimed, that is splendid news. Ancestor, with your words, the sect feels a profound sense of reassurance. As long as you can achieve a breakthrough, the Heavenly Star Sacred Sect shall undoubtedly weather this crisis. The Xianyang Divine King observed his fervent demeanor, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in his eyes, soon replaced by unwavering determination. You shall return and pacify the elders and disciples, ensuring they no longer fret for my safety. Without my command, no one is permitted to approach the fate pool. Yes, I shall obey. The sect master Xianshan bowed respectfully, a heavy burden finally lifted from his heart, as he turned and departed with a lightened step. Once his figure vanished, the resolute expression on Xianyang Divine King's face faded, giving way to a deep sense of helplessness and bitterness. He raised a hand to caress the wound upon his chest. Feeling the rampant demon poison and the shattered divine source within, his eyes filled with exhaustion. A mere 70% certainty is but a comfort to them. He retrieved 3 pale purple pills from his storage ring, bestowed upon him by the Qingling Celestial Palace, categorized as third-grade Divine King elixirs. The pills emanated a subtle aura of the Divine King, their quality indeed exceptional. Had it been during his peak, these 3 elixirs would have granted him a genuine 70% chance of breaking through to the 3rd tier of the Divine King. Yet now, with his divine body injured, 3 of his divine source orifices shattered, and the laws of the Divine King fracturing, the demon poison continued to erode his foundation. These pills could only offer him a meager 10% hope for a breakthrough. Alas, were it not for my grievous injuries, I would not find myself in such a plight. Xianyang Divine King sighed heavily, his gaze filled with reluctance and weight. He understood that he was the pillar of the sect. Should he falter, the Heavenly Star Sacred Sect would face utter annihilation. Meanwhile, within the Dust Star Valley, Bai Ye slowly opened his eyes. 3 decades of dedicated cultivation had solidified his peak status at the 3rd tier of the Divine King. The laws of the Divine King flowed effortlessly within him, enabling him to resonate with the very heavens with every gesture. He felt the immense power coursing through him, satisfaction swelling in his heart. With a flicker of his figure, he departed from Dust Star Valley, returning to the grayish-blue courtyard outside the Divine Tomb. Shortly after his emergence, he was met by Li Taiju, who rushed in with a face full of urgency. Master, the sect is in turmoil. Ancestor Xianyang has sustained grave injuries deep within the demon territory and is now in seclusion at the Fate Pool, reportedly attempting to break through to the 3rd tier of the Divine King to heal himself. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's brow furrowed slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he wove a hand sign, allowing his Divine King-level spiritual force to expand, and with the aid of the purple extreme celestial eye, he pierced through layers of obstacles to locate the Xianyang Divine King at that very moment. He was indeed at the Fate Pool. I must go and see. Bai Ye thought to himself. The Xianyang Divine King is the heart of the Heavenly Star Sacred Sect. Should he encounter misfortune, the sect will undoubtedly be thrown into chaos. Furthermore, having received the legacy of the Dust Star Taoist, it is only fitting that I extend my hand to assist in this crisis. With a focused thought, he retrieved a pale purple token from his storage ring. This token was the supreme insignia of the Heavenly Star Sacred Sect, far surpassing the authority of the current Sect Master S token, capable of mobilizing all the sect's formations, including the protective array of the Fate Pool. With a subtle shift in his form, Bai Ye concealed his presence, transforming into an imperceptible stream of light as he sped towards the Fortune Heavenly Pool. Upon reaching the summit of the Star Peak, he brandished the sect leader's token, and with a gentle flick of his wrist, the runes inscribed upon the token illuminated instantaneously, resonating with the protective array surrounding the Fortune Heavenly Pool. The once impenetrable formation silently opened a gap of about a foot wide, triggering no alarms. Bai Ye slipped through the opening, entering the Fortune Heavenly Pool. What unfolded before his eyes was a serene and sacred sight. The pale golden waters of the pool rippled gently, while the divine crystal at the bottom shimmered with a soft glow. The Fortune White Dragon coiled majestically in the center of the pool, blissfully unaware of his arrival. So this is the Fortune Heavenly Pool of the Celestial Star Sacred Sect. Bai Ye mused, surveying his surroundings. The confluence of spiritual energy and fortune here indeed made it an exceptional place for seclusion and breakthrough. With a thought, he activated the system sign-in. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the Fortune Heavenly Pool of the Celestial Star Sacred Sect, earning the Divine Emperor Grade Elixir, the 10,000 Dao Primordial Pill. The dark golden pill materialized in the palm of his hand, identical to the 3 10,000 Dao Primordial Pills he had previously acquired, radiating imperial brilliance and exuding a formidable aura. A flicker of surprise crossed Bai Ye's eyes. It was indeed an unexpected delight to obtain a Divine Emperor Grade Elixir here as well. He then stowed the elixir away and turned his gaze towards a stone house at the edge of the pool. This was the sanctuary for seclusion at the Fortune Heavenly Pool, where the Xianyang Divine King was currently residing. Bai Ye activated his purple extreme celestial eye, and violet light surged from the depths of his eyes, rendering the walls of the stone house transparent, revealing the condition of the Xianyang Divine King clearly before him. He beheld the Xianyang Divine King seated cross-legged on the meditation cushion at the center of the stone house, his complexion pale as paper, surrounded by a faint aura of dark, demonic poison. The wound on his chest continued to ooze blood. 3 of the divine sources within him had already shattered, and the laws of the Divine King twisted chaotically around him, rendering him exceedingly weak. In such a state, forcing a breakthrough was akin to courting death. Bai Ye furrowed his brow slightly. The Xianyang Divine King's injuries were more severe than he had imagined. Not only was a breakthrough to the 3rd level of Divine King impossible, but any misstep could lead to a calamity, resulting in his demise. In the next moment, Bai Ye hesitated no longer. He moved swiftly and appeared within the stone house. Who? The Xianyang Divine King instantly sensed an intruder, his eyes snapping open with an intense alertness and fury. He had not anticipated that. Despite the protective array surrounding the Fortune Heavenly Pool and its status as a forbidden area of the sect, someone could infiltrate so stealthily. He struggled to rise, but the movement aggravated his injuries, causing him to emit a muffled groan, his internal divine power in disarray, his aura even weaker. He fixed his gaze on Bai Ye, his eyes filled with murderous intent and confusion. Who are you to dare intrude upon the forbidden grounds of my Celestial Star Sacred Sect? Bai Ye stood his ground, his expression calm, devoid of any hostility. I have received the legacy of the Dust Star Taoist, the legacy of the ancestor Dust Star. The Xianyang Divine King was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. He scrutinized Bai Ye from head to toe, and the rage in his eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by disbelief and excitement. He finally understood why the other had been able to infiltrate the Fortune Heavenly Pool so quietly. Only those in possession of the token from the ancestor of Dust Star may manipulate the sect's array. Bai Ye spoke succinctly, extracting 2 elixirs from his storage ring and gently pushing them forth. One elixir, entirely luminous white, was adorned with 9 golden runes, exuding an aura of healing. The other, resplendent in golden hue, similarly bore 9 runes, suffused with the overwhelming essence of divine royalty. The 2 elixirs transformed into streams of light, gracefully hovering before the Divine King Xianyang. The left elixir can mend the injuries to your divine body and dispel the poison of the god-devouring demon. The right elixir will fortify your divine royal principles, aiding you in ascending to the 3rd tier of the Divine King. Bai Ye's tone remained neutral, having delivered his message. He turned and gradually became translucent, swiftly vanishing from the spot. Divine King Xianyang wished to inquire further, yet Bai Ye's figure had already dissipated within the stone chamber, leaving only the 2 elixirs suspended in the air. As his gaze fell upon them, he was utterly astounded. These are 9th grade elixirs of the Divine King. His breath quickened, and his eyes ignited with brilliant light. He could distinctly sense the profound essence of divine royal principles emanating from the 2 elixirs. The 9 distinct runes signified their exceptional grade. Indeed, they were 9th grade elixirs of the Divine King. Such elixirs, in the upper realms, are treasures that one can only hope to encounter. Even the most formidable 9th tier powers possess but a handful. Trembling, Divine King Xianyang extended his hand and cautiously grasped the 2 elixirs. The warm, gentle sensation enveloped him as a surge of formidable energy flowed into his body. instilling warmth into his damaged divine form. His previously pallid countenance regained a hint of color, and the fatigue and despair in his eyes were replaced by an invigorated spirit. With these two elixirs, my chances of breaking through to the third tier of the Divine King have indeed risen to 70%. No, perhaps even higher. Elation surged within Divine King Xianyang, causing him to tremble with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he sat cross-legged, preparing to consume the elixirs. Upon entering his mouth, the elixirs dissolved instantly, transforming into a gentle energy that coursed through his meridians, gradually mending the shattered divine source apertures. Furthermore, the god-devouring demon poison dissipated as swiftly as snow under the blazing sun, and the wound upon his chest healed at a visible pace. As he sensed the transformation within, a smile illuminated Divine King Xianyang's face. This is the genuine 9th grade elixir of the Divine King. Subsequently, he turned his gaze to the other elixir, his eyes brimming with fervent excitement and anticipation. Chapter 66. A sword's startling flight captivates the Divine King simultaneously. News of Divine King Xianyang's critical condition spread rapidly across Yunzhou and the surrounding regions. For those coveting the Celestial Star Sacred Sect, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity. Within mere days, a multitude of powerful figures from various factions congregated at the periphery of the Celestial Star Sacred Sect's domain. They arrived either aboard flying vessels or hovering in the air, densely populating the skies beyond the sect's protective array. Their gazes fixed hungrily upon this seven-tiered force with a legacy spanning millennia. Among them were not a few cultivators of the Divine Lord realm. A formidable aura of divine majesty permeated the atmosphere, casting a shadow over the holy sect like an ominous cloud, exuding an air of utmost arrogance. The Heavenly Star Holy Sect's fortune had seemingly reached its end. The ancient specter of Xianyang lay gravely wounded, on the brink of death, and without the presence of a divine sovereign to oversee, one could only speculate how long they could endure. Rumor had it that the sect harbored a fragment of the Dust Star Sage's legacy, and with Xianyang's imminent downfall, the opportunity to seize a share of that power was ripe for the taking. There was no need for haste. They would wait for the news of Xianyang's failed seclusion to surface, and then they would unite to breach the array, ready to divide the treasures, techniques, and divine veins within at their leisure. A myriad of veiled mental communications flowed among the powerful, brimming with greed and malice. They circled the Heavenly Star Holy Sect like sharks scenting blood, poised to strike at the opportune moment. Within the sect, an oppressive and uneasy atmosphere weighed heavily upon all disciples, rendering them breathless. The protective mountain array had been activated to its maximum capacity, enveloping the surroundings in a faint purple light, yet it could not deter the terrifying pressure emanating from the outside world. The disciples, faces etched with fear, clustered within the defensive formations of their respective peaks. Even the elders were not immune to this unrest. Without the deterrent of the divine sovereign Xianyang, confronted with so many predatory auras, their hearts were devoid of confidence. In that moment, the Heavenly Star Holy Sect appeared on the brink of catastrophe, as if disaster could strike at any time. After departing from the fortune pool, Bai Ye did not return directly to the divine tomb. Instead, he hovered in midair, gazing at the sinister figures surrounding the sect, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Despite his disinclination to interfere in sect affairs, the Heavenly Star Holy Sect was founded by the Dust Star Sage, and as a successor, he could not idly watch as outsiders coveted his sect. Furthermore, the lineage of the divine tomb was rooted within the sect. Should it perish, his own lineage would find it difficult to remain unscathed. Since fate had brought him to this juncture, he resolved to protect it. With a silent determination, Bai Ye's figure shimmered, transforming into a radiant streak of light as he surged skyward, landing atop the protective mountain array's light barrier. Boom! The moment he manifested, an overwhelming pressure of divine majesty erupted forth. This force surpassed even the peak of Xianyang's power, sweeping through the surroundings like a colossal tidal wave. The very heavens shifted in hue, the air thickened, and even the distant clouds were scattered by the impact. The onlooking divine sovereign practitioners on the periphery bore the brunt of the shockwave. Their expressions shifted dramatically, trembling as their inner divine energy became sluggish. As if crushed by an invisible mountain, many could no longer maintain their aerial stance, stumbling as they plummeted downwards. Others hastily summoned their divine energy to flee. Retreating far from the Heavenly Star Holy Sect's territory, their faces marked by terror. This level of pressure was undeniably that of a divine sovereign. Furthermore, it was not merely that of an ordinary first-level divine sovereign. What was happening? Did the Heavenly Star Holy Sect possess a second divine sovereign? This pressure was at least that of a third-level divine sovereign. Wasn't Xianyang merely a second-level divine sovereign? Could there be a hidden ancient monster? Yet, for millennia, There had been no mention of any other divine sovereign within the Heavenly Star Holy Sect. The fleeing practitioners were filled with dread, observing from a distance, their hearts rife with confusion and apprehension. However, those true schemers among the divine sovereigns remained steadfast, unyielding in their resolve. They were enveloped by their own divine king laws. Resisting the oppressive force emanating from Bai Ye, their gazes fixed upon him on the luminous screen, filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Who is this? Is he a trump card of that old ghost Xianyang? Unlikely. Xianyang is in seclusion, nursing his wounds, lacking the energy to summon such a formidable ally. Could it be that someone within the Celestial Star Sacred Sect has quietly broken through to the Divine King realm over the years, remaining hidden? Impossible. If that were the case, they would not have allowed surrounding forces to encroach upon their territory, enduring in silence. It is far more probable that Xianyang has deliberately summoned external assistance for self-preservation. Nevertheless, the strength of this external aid is surprisingly formidable. Several Divine King realm experts exchanged thoughts rapidly through their divine senses, their eyes flickering with calculations. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in black battle armor stepped forward. He was robust, surrounded by a tempestuous aura of thunder laws, exuding the oppressive might of a second-level Divine King, none other than Lei Batian from the Thundercloud Divine Sect. A smirk of derision curled at the corners of his mouth as he spoke arrogantly, his divine sense resonating in all directions. This esteemed friend is quite tyrannical. We are merely observing outside the sacred sect's gates, not intruding even a step. Has this public domain truly become the private property of your Celestial Star Sacred Sect? The other Divine King realm experts nodded in agreement, their silence punctuated by evident provocation and disdain in their eyes. They sought to test whether this suddenly emerged Divine King possessed genuine confidence or was merely posturing. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's lips curled slightly, the intent to kill surging within him. These individuals blocked the entrance to the sect, exuding their oppressive aura and coveting the sect, only to turn around and accuse him of being tyrannical? Indeed, in the realm of cultivation, it seems that strength speaks the loudest. Bai Ye muttered to himself, his gaze turning icy. He ceased his verbal sparring. With a mere thought, the reincarnation killing sword manifested instantly from the depths of his consciousness. This sword, entirely black, floated before Bai Ye, its blade inscribed with intricate reincarnation runes, exuding a faint ghostly glow, surrounded by the essence of life and death cycles. The mere act of unsheathing it released a terrifying aura of murder, causing the surrounding space to tremble with minute fractures. Seeking death, Lei Batian, witnessing Bai Ye summon the artifact without a moment's hesitation, felt a flash of anger and prepared to summon his divine power for defense. Yet, at that moment, Bai Ye flicked his finger, and the reincarnation killing sword transformed into a streak of black light, slashing forth in an instant. This strike appeared slow, yet it encapsulated the essence of spatial and reincarnation laws, as if transcending the very fabric of time and space, directly appearing before Lei Batian. Though he perceived the sword's trajectory and contemplated evasion, his body felt as though it were ensnared, rendering him motionless, helplessly watching as the black blade descended toward his right arm. Swish! The sword light flashed by, devoid of any thunderous roar, only producing a subtle sound of severance. Lei Batian's figure stilled for a moment. The next instant, blood gushed forth. His entire right arm was severed at the shoulder, the severed limb cascading downwards in a shower of crimson. A searing pain surged through him, and Lei Batian let out a piercing scream, his countenance instantly turning as pale as parchment. He staggered backward several steps, attempting to summon the divine laws to mend his severed arm, only to be horrified to discover a strange force of reincarnation swirling around the wound, relentlessly eroding his divine body and rendering his regenerative abilities utterly ineffective. What manner of divine art is this? A tempest of dread surged within Lei Batian, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Why can I not evade it? What is the nature of this power? Having lived for hundreds of thousands of years and fought countless battles, he had never encountered such an enigmatic sword technique. Though its speed was unremarkable and its trajectory clear, he found himself unable to evade it. And the power imbued within the sword effectively countered the regenerative capabilities of the Divine King realm. Had that sword aimed for his head, he would surely have been decapitated by now. The other Divine King experts present were taken aback, their expressions shifting from contempt and provocation to grave concern and trepidation. They never anticipated that this suddenly emerged Divine King would possess such terrifying combat prowess. Lei Batian, at the second level of the Divine King realm, was unable to withstand even a single strike and had his arm severed. Bai Ye floated above the luminous barrier, his gaze coldly sweeping over the remaining Divine Kings. His voice, devoid of any room for dissent, resonated across the expanse. You have 3 breaths to vacate the territory of the Heavenly Star Sacred Sect. Should anyone linger after 3 breaths, there will be no mercy in the slaughter. Clutching his bleeding wound, Batian looked into Bai Ye's frigid eyes. His heart consumed by fear. He dared not linger for even a moment longer, neglecting to retrieve his severed arm, and transformed into a streak of light. Fleeing in disarray into the distance, too terrified to utter a single threat. Chapter 67. A sword strikes with earth-shattering might. The remaining divine kings exchanged glances, their expressions fluctuating between uncertainty and trepidation. Some clenched their fists until their knuckles turned white, while others' eyes flickered, darting between Bai Ye and the fleeing Batian. A few instinctively took a half-step back, the power of the divine king stirring within them, yet none dared to make the first move. If even the second-level divine king Batian had his arms severed and fled in disgrace, they, at the first and second levels, would only be inviting humiliation upon themselves. The desire to retreat surged within them like a tidal wave, and they were on the verge of turning away when a chilling voice suddenly rang out, shattering the silence like ancient ice cracking. Carrying a bone-chilling pressure that enveloped the entire sky, a bunch of worthless fools. Before the words faded, a faint golden ripple emerged in the void, and a youthful figure slowly materialized. He appeared to be no older than 16 or 17, adorned in a golden robe embroidered with the phoenix of flames. His skin as fair as jade, and his features strikingly handsome. A prominent, radiant phoenix mark gleamed on his forehead, emanating a faint aura of destiny. Suspended in midair, surrounded by a gentle golden phoenix fire, he exuded an immense and overwhelming presence that far surpassed the nearby divine kings, revealing him to be a high-ranking divine king. It is he, Bai Ye, the divine king of the Heavenly Phoenix Sacred Sect. It is indeed him. It is said that he reached the 6th level of the divine king realm by the tender age of 300,000. A peerless prodigy that the Heavenly Phoenix Sacred Sect has not seen in 10,000 years. The Heavenly Phoenix Sacred Sect, a pinnacle 8th-tier power from the neighboring Misty Continent, is under the command of a formidable god king, standing merely a step away from the 9th-tier forces. It is said that they have coveted the territories of the Cloud Continent for quite some time. Now, with the Xianyang god king severely injured, it seems they are poised to seize this opportunity to openly confront their adversaries. This spells disaster for the Starry Sky Sacred Sect. The White Chi God King, a 6th-level God King, far surpasses the earlier Thunder Tyrant, and even the mysterious God King, no matter how powerful, may struggle to withstand him. Observers from afar erupted in a cacophony of shock and concern, their faces etched with anxiety. The might of the Heavenly Phoenix Sacred Sect is not to be compared with the Thundercloud Sect, and the White Chi God King stands as one of the most formidable young elites in the upper realms, having vanquished numerous God King-level opponents. With a condescending gaze, the White Chi God King surveyed the lower-tier God Kings, his eyes brimming with disdain, before slowly resting them upon Bai Ye. A haughty smile crept across his lips as he prepared to speak, intending to crush this presumptuous external aid of the Starry Sky Sacred Sect with sheer intimidation before engaging in battle. However, before he could utter a word, Bai Ye calmly interjected, his demeanor unruffled, as though he regarded the 6th-level God King with utter indifference. 3 breaths have elapsed. Impudent. The expression of the White Chi God King darkened, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. As a core disciple of the Heavenly Phoenix Sacred Sect, his status is exalted, and his combat prowess is unmatched. It is an affront for anyone to regard him with such disdain. With a cold snort, he thrust his right hand forward, unleashing a torrent of golden divine power that coalesced into an immense hand capable of obscuring the heavens. This colossal palm was ablaze with fierce golden phoenix flames, imbued with the terrifying essence of divine incineration. As it passed, the air crackled with sizzling sounds, and the space itself warped and twisted, as if on the verge of being utterly annihilated. The gigantic hand, propelled by a tsunami of divine force, surged toward Bai Ye with an overwhelming ferocity, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. In that moment, standing upon the protective formation's luminous barrier, Bai Ye resembled a solitary boat amidst tumultuous waves, poised to be consumed by this cataclysmic strike at any moment. Within the sect, all disciples and elders held their breath, their faces pale and their eyes filled with despair. The full-force assault of a 6th-level God King was simply too fearsome. They could hardly believe anyone could withstand it. Yet, Bai Ye's countenance remained unperturbed, devoid of any trace of panic. He did not retreat even a single step, merely tightening his grip on the reincarnation-killing sword. In the next heartbeat, a flash of sword light erupted. It was a blade as dark as ink, lacking in dazzling brilliance and thunderous might, yet containing the ultimate principles of reincarnation and slaughter. The sword light sliced through the sky, transcending time and space, and instantaneously struck the colossal hand that obscured the heavens. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated as the golden giant hand shattered, dispersing into countless fragments of golden divine power that fell like a meteor shower. The raging phoenix flames were obliterated in an instant by the sword light, and the tidal wave of divine force was utterly shattered at that moment. A violent shockwave of energy radiated outward, dispersing the distant clouds into oblivion. The arrogance on the white Qi God King's face froze instantly, replaced by an expression of incredulous astonishment. He could scarcely believe that his full-force strike had been so effortlessly countered by his opponent. Impossible, he gasped, his heart surging with tumultuous waves of shock. Yet, Bai Ye afforded him little time to process his astonishment. The second strike of the reincarnation killing sword had already descended. Whoosh! The pitch-black sword light flashed once more, moving with such unparalleled speed that it transcended the very limits of space. Appearing directly before the neck of the divine King Bai Qi, his pupils constricted sharply, a sense of alarm igniting within him. He attempted to summon the divine laws for defense, seeking to retreat and evade, only to find his body ensnared by an invisible force, utterly immobilized. The trajectory of the reincarnation killing sword was clear to see, yet he found himself unable to escape. This bizarre sensation plunged him into a profound abyss of fear. Amidst the horrified gazes of several divine kings in the distance, the sword light sliced through the air, severing Bai Qi's head, which soared upwards in a spray of crimson blood. His eyes bulged in disbelief, his face etched with an expression of terror and unwillingness. In that fleeting moment of decapitation, he furiously summoned his primordial spirit, yearning to control his divine body to restore his head. A being of the sixth tier of the divine king realm could regenerate as long as their primordial spirit remained intact and their divine core unharmed, even after decapitation. However, he soon realized that a strange force of reincarnation coiled around the wound, like a maggot burrowing into bone, relentlessly eroding his divine body and primordial spirit, rendering his regenerative abilities utterly ineffective, preventing even his primordial spirit from escaping his severed head. No! A desperate scream erupted from Bai Qi's head. Yet, the third sword light was already upon him. The dark sword light descended like the scythe of death, striking directly upon Bai Qi's head. Boom! A muffled explosion resounded as Bai Qi's head shattered, transforming into a cloud of crimson mist that spread across the sky. Within that head, the primordial spirit was utterly obliterated by this strike, leaving not a trace of lingering soul to escape. A formidable powerhouse of the sixth tier of the divine king realm, a distinguished figure among the younger generation of the upper realm, and the core heir of the heavenly phoenix sacred sect, was thus slain by Bai Ye's three swords, completely perishing. Silence. An oppressive silence. The entire sky, whether it was the distant onlookers or the remaining divine kings, stood frozen in disbelief, their faces awash with incredulity, as if they had witnessed a ghost. A divine king of the sixth tier. Such a formidable being had been slain by mere 3 strikes, with not even a primordial spirit managing to escape. What did this signify? Even a divine king titan would require a fierce battle to slay a sixth-tier divine king. Yet this mysterious figure seemed to do so with effortless ease, as if he were slaying not a high-ranking divine king, but an insignificant insect. Bai Qi is dead. My heavens, what manner of monster is this? A divine king of the sixth tier could not withstand his 3 strikes. Who exactly is this individual? When did the celestial star sacred sect acquire such terrifying depth? I can't shake the feeling that even the titans of the divine king realm would struggle to match this level of power. Could he possibly be a reclusive titan himself? It is over. The core heir of the heavenly phoenix sacred sect has fallen here. Given their modus operandi, they will undoubtedly seek vengeance. The commotion is destined to escalate. After a brief silence, discussions erupted once again, but this time, every voice was laced with palpable fear and trepidation. The remaining few sovereigns of the divine realm were already paralyzed with terror, their bodies cold as ice. They dared not linger for even a moment, forsaking their dignity as divine kings, transforming into streaks of light as they desperately fled into the distance, wishing fervently for extra legs to hasten their escape, fearful that lingering too long would lead them to share the same fate as King Bai Qi. Those who had been observing from afar, cultivators of the divine venerable realm, were now utterly terrified, scrambling away from the area in a frenzied panic, abandoning any thoughts of further curiosity. In mere moments, the once crowded outskirts of the Heavenly Star sacred sect, filled with an atmosphere of palpable danger, had become eerily desolate, scattered only with remnants of divine energy and a faint scent of blood. On the protective barrier of the mountain, Bai Ye sheathed the reincarnation killing sword, his expression still calm, as though he had merely dispatched an inconsequential insect. He cast a glance towards the direction of King Bai Ye's demise, his eyes betraying no emotion. Since the adversary had sought their own demise, he could only be ruthless in response. Within the sacred sect, all disciples and elders were engulfed in profound shock, many trembling with exhilaration and reverence. We have triumphed. We have won. This master is incredible. 3 strikes to slay a divine king of the 6th level. Such legendary prowess. With such a formidable presence in the Heavenly Star Sacred Sect, we are assured of our safety. The cheers surged like a tidal wave throughout the sect, drowning out all prior fears and anxieties. In that moment, Bai Ye became the steadfast anchor in the hearts of all disciples of the Heavenly Star Sacred Sect. Bai Ye paid no heed to the jubilant cries below, feeling the aura of the Xianyang Divine King in the fortune pool stabilizing, even hinting at the possibility of a breakthrough, which made him nod slightly in approval. The objective of guarding was accomplished. He chose not to linger, transforming into a streak of grayish-blue light as he sped towards the divine tomb. He understood that slaying King Bai Ye would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the Phoenix Sacred Sect, yet he harbored no fear. He was now equipped with the strength to contend with any force. Within the fortune pool of the Heavenly Star Sacred Sect, the water shimmered with a pale golden hue. Bubbling with fervor, countless rays of fortune surged from the pool's depths, coalescing into a golden mist that enveloped the Xianyang Divine King. He sat cross-legged upon the central mat, his divine aura surging like a tidal wave, far stronger than before. The wound upon his chest had long since healed, and the shattered divine source apertures were thoroughly restored by the efficacy of the Nirvana pill, even more solid than during his peak. The once chaotic divine laws were rewoven into a stable and profound net with the aid of the boundary-breaking pill. The divine poison that had plagued him for days had vanished without a trace, leaving only the pure and boundless power of the Divine King surging within him. At long last, he had broken through to the 3rd level of the Divine King. The Xianyang Divine King slowly opened his eyes, golden divine radiance erupting from his gaze, piercing through the mist of the pool and illuminating the surrounding stone walls. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging divine power within him akin to the tumultuous seas. A wave of emotions washed over him, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Millennia ago, he had been brimming with vigor, becoming the first divine king among the disciples of the Celestial Star Sacred Sect, Qingling Taoist. What a glorious moment it had been. After breaking through to the 1st level of Divine King, it took him 300,000 years to ascend to the 2nd level. He had anticipated that further breakthroughs were just around the corner, yet he found himself waiting for an entire 10 million years. During this vast expanse of time, Qingling Taoist had perished, and other divine kings had similarly vanished or fallen. Meanwhile, he remained stuck at the pinnacle of the 2nd level, watching as the sect was gradually besieged by surrounding forces, its territory devoured, and disciples oppressed. Yet, due to his stagnant realm, he could only endure in silence. Countless days and nights were spent in fervent cultivation for that elusive breakthrough, exhausting innumerable resources, yet he could never touch the threshold of the 3rd level of Divine King. Had it not been for his near-fatal injuries, and the timely arrival of 2 9th-grade Divine King pills from Qingling Taoist's heir, he would likely remain trapped at the 2nd level for eternity, until the end of his days. He was immensely grateful to that heir of the ancestor. The Xianyang Divine King gazed skyward, his eyes filled with gratitude and reverence. He sensed a faint ethereal aura within the divine laws of the Divine King, a residue of the energies from the myriad primordial pills and the boundary-breaking pills, which filled him with boundless anticipation for his future cultivation journey. He rose slowly, retracting the aura of the Divine King that surrounded him, yet it could not conceal the overwhelming pressure that accompanied his breakthrough. The fortune white dragon in the heavenly pool seemed to sense his transformation, joyfully leaping, its form enlarging, emitting a thunderous dragon roar, while the surrounding fortune mist grew ever denser. Chapter 68. Xianyang emerges outside the heavenly pool. The sect leader Xianxun and the various peak masters, along with core elders, had been waiting anxiously. Their expressions were laden with trepidation, their eyes fixed on the stone door of the heavenly pool, filled with both hope and unease. In recent days, the sect had faced the crisis of the Xianyang Divine King's severe injuries, compounded by the looming threat of external enemies, placing immense pressure upon everyone. The breakthrough of the Xianyang Divine King was their sole hope. With a creak, the stone door slowly opened, and the figure of the Xianyang Divine King stepped forth with measured grace, clad in a pristine purple Divine King robe. His complexion radiant and his gaze bright, he was enveloped in a faint divine radiance. The surging aura of the 3rd level of Divine King descended upon them like a mountain, causing the onlookers to tremble in their spirits. He has broken through. The ancestor has truly broken through. It was uncertain who shouted first, but their exclamation ignited the emotions of all present. The trepidation on Xian Chen's face was instantly replaced by uncontainable joy. He hurried forward, bowing deeply, his voice trembling with excitement. Congratulations, Ancestor. Congratulations, Ancestor. With the breakthrough to the 3rd level of Divine King, our Celestial Star Sacred Sect is finally saved. Other elders and peak masters surged forward, their voices of congratulations rising in a chorus. Each face radiated with long-awaited smiles, their eyes glimmering with tears of elation. After the round of congratulations, Xian Chen managed to quell his excitement and promptly inquired, Ancestor, during this tribulation faced by the sect, a mysterious divine king intervened to assist us, slaying the Bai Ye divine king of the Tianhuang sacred sect and repelling all invading foes. Unbeknownst to me, who is this formidable god king? What divine being has intervened to aid our sect? A mysterious god king? One who has slain the god king Bai Ye. The Xianyang god king paused momentarily, a look of perplexity crossing his features. However, he soon recalled a certain individual, the inheritor of the Dust Star Taoist, who had delivered life-saving elixirs to him. During his secluded meditation, he had been entirely engrossed in healing and breakthroughs, oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. Observing his reaction, the Xianxin sect master hurriedly recounted the events that had transpired. Elder, while you were in seclusion, the god kings from the Leishao sect, the Tianhuang sacred sect, and other factions gathered at our mountain gate. In this dire moment, a mysterious god king clad in azure robes appeared, first severing Lei Ba Tian's arm with a single strike, and then slaying the 6-fold god king Bai Ye with 3 swift strokes, causing all external foes to flee in terror. The power of this esteemed god king is simply beyond comprehension. As the Xianxin sect master continued his narration, the expression of the Xianyang god king gradually transformed. From initial bewilderment to shock, and finally to incredulity, his pupils constricted, and his breath quickened. 3 strikes to vanquish a 6-fold god king? The Xianyang god king repeated in disbelief, waves of astonishment surging within him. He was acutely aware of the terror that a 6-fold god king possessed. Such a being is a high-level god king, their combat prowess far exceeding that of ordinary god kings. Even now, having attained the 3rd fold of god king, he could only flee when confronted with a 6-fold god king. Yet, the inheritor of the Dust Star Taoist managed to achieve this feat. Previously, he had merely speculated that Bai Ye was a disciple of the Dust Star Taoist, possessing at least god king level strength. But he never imagined the extent of their formidable prowess. A 6-fold god king, certainly not an ordinary opponent, could not even withstand 3 strikes. The Xianyang god king took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. He spoke slowly, his voice imbued with a sense of gravity and reverence. The god king who intervened is indeed the inheritor of the Dust Star ancestor. As for his true identity, name, and origins, I am not well informed. He merely delivered 2 9th-grade god king elixirs to me prior to my seclusion, aiding my healing and breakthrough. The inheritor of the Dust Star ancestor. Truly the inheritor of the Dust Star ancestor. Upon hearing this, the Xianxin sect master and the elders present were momentarily taken aback. Soon, their faces erupted with even greater excitement, many trembling with exhilaration. No wonder he chose to lend his assistance. It turns out the ancestor, watching from above, has sent his disciple to protect our sect. An elder with white hair exclaimed with fervor, tears glistening in his eyes. This is wonderful, with the inheritor of the Dust Star ancestor among us, and the ancestor having broken through to the 3rd fold of God King, our Tianxing sacred sect is poised for a resurgence. Another peak master clenched his fists, his tone brimming with enthusiasm. The crowd exchanged words, their excitement palpable and beyond description. In recent years, the Tianxing sacred sect had endured significant hardships. As the only 7th-tier power in Yunzhou, it ostensibly wielded dominion over the region. Yet, in reality, neighboring factions had long been poised to strike. The Leishao sect of Danzhou, the Tianhuang sacred sect from Wuzhou, and several 6th-tier powers within Yunzhou had been steadily encroaching upon their territory, seizing their resources and even oppressing their disciples. Once, the vast territory of the Cloud Continent was under their dominion. Now, they are left with merely a small area surrounding the mountain gate, less than half of what they once held. The disciples of the sect often faced harassment and pursuit from other factions during their training excursions, while the elders endured in silence, determined to preserve the foundation of the sect. However, the tides have shifted. The Xianyang Divine King has broken through to the 3rd level of the Divine King realm, significantly enhancing his combat prowess and becoming a formidable support for the sect. Moreover, there is a disciple of the Dust Star Taoist, capable of slaying a 6th-level Divine King with 3 strikes, whose strength is unfathomable. With 2 Divine Kings stationed, even 8th-tier forces must tread carefully. We have endured oppression for far too long. A glint of determination flashed in the eyes of Sect Master Xian Shun as he resolutely declared, "With our ancestors' breakthrough and the assistance of their disciple, it is time to settle old scores. Those who have encroached upon our territory and oppressed our disciples shall not be spared. Indeed, we must settle the score," they echoed, igniting a fervent resolve. "Let us start by reclaiming our territory from those insignificant clowns within the Cloud Continent. And as for the Thundercloud Sect and the Celestial Phoenix Holy Sect, who have slain our disciples and coveted our lands, this enmity is irreconcilable." The elders and peak masters fervently agreed, their eyes ablaze with vengeance and hope for resurgence. The pent-up frustration and indignation accumulated over countless years erupted at that moment. Observing the fervor among the crowd, the Xianyang Divine King felt a surge of resoluteness. He nodded slowly and solemnly stated, "Very well. If that is your consensus, let us prepare for reckoning. However, this matter requires careful deliberation. We must first consolidate our sect's strength, ascertain the true nature of the various factions, and then strike them down one by one. As for our esteemed predecessor's disciple, we must not disturb them excessively. We should merely remember their kindness and offer our utmost support should the need arise. Yes, we shall heed the ancestors' instructions." The assembly responded in unison, their voices resonating with strength. In that moment, the atmosphere of the Tianqing Holy Sect was devoid of the previous oppression and unease, replaced instead by a fervent spirit and boundless aspirations for the future. Chapter 69. Treasures hidden in storage. Sheikh Xianyang, within the gray courtyard of the Divine Tomb. The morning mist had yet to dissipate, and a faint breath of divine essence lingered among the bamboo. Dewdrops glistened upon the bluestone slabs. Bai Ye sat cross-legged beside a stone table, with a purple clay teapot before him still exuding a delicate aroma. However, his gaze was fixed on a certain void, his primordial spirit like an invisible thread, entwined towards the direction of the fate pool, keenly sensing the movements therein. Upon sensing the Xianyang Divine King breaking through, radiating with the overwhelming aura of the third level of the Divine King realm, and noticing the sect leader and others gathering to extend their congratulations, only to become agitated and clamorous about immediately settling accounts with the surrounding forces and reclaiming their lost territory, Bai Ye's brow slowly furrowed. Impulsive, he mused inwardly. The Tianqing Holy Sect had remained dormant for millennia. Although the Xianyang Divine King had achieved a breakthrough to the third level, and he himself was covertly safeguarding the sect, its overall strength remained feeble. There were merely a dozen experts in the Divine Sovereign realm, and although there were hundreds of disciples in the Celestial realm, most of them lacked stability in their cultivation. And the true God realm disciples were particularly deficient in top-tier combatants. If they recklessly sought vengeance now, encountering a united front from other factions or provoking the intervention of higher-tier sects could lead to dire consequences for the sect. In this present age, Bai Ye can be said to fearlessly confront forces of the 8th tier. However, he remains uncertain about the 9th tier. After all, the legacy of the 9th tier is profound and may harbor hidden trump cards at the level of a divine emperor. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Ye resolved to act decisively. A faint ripple enveloped him, and he vanished as if merging into the void. Upon reappearing, he found himself within the luminous barrier of the fortune pool. The aura of fortune here was more vibrant than ever before. The pale golden waters surged, and the white dragon at the center, sensing his presence, merely flicked its tail in a docile manner, showing no signs of agitation. The aura of the dust-star Taoist lineage emanating from Bai Ye instinctively instilled reverence in this embodiment of sect fortune. Almost the instant Bai Ye manifested, the Xianyang Divine Monarch detected the familiar and overwhelming aura of a divine monarch. A thrill surged within him, prompting him to swiftly disengage from his conversation with the sect master and others, hastening towards the depths of the fortune pool. Upon catching sight of the ashen figure in the distance, gratitude and awe flickered in the Xianyang Divine Monarch's eyes. He quickened his pace, clasped his hands together, and bowed deeply. His voice trembled with barely contained excitement. "Thank you, my friend, for saving my life. Were it not for the 2 ninth-grade Divine Monarch pills you provided, I would have long perished, let alone achieved a breakthrough to the 3rd level of the Divine Monarch. There is no need for such formality." Bai Ye nodded gently, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "I am Xianyang. It is an honor to meet you, my friend." The Xianyang Divine Monarch straightened, gazing intently at Bai Ye as he solemnly introduced himself. "I am Bai Ye, pleased to make your acquaintance, Xianyang." Bai Ye returned the gesture with a slight nod. "Please, after you." The Xianyang Divine Monarch gestured respectfully. "Follow me to my stone chamber. Allow me to serve you some tea as a token of my gratitude." Bai Ye accepted without hesitation and followed the Xianyang Divine Monarch into the stone room, where he had previously secluded himself. The chamber was sparsely furnished. with a jade stone cushion in the center and a set of purple clay tea utensils in the corner. The very ones the Xianyang Divine Monarch utilized during his retreat. The Xianyang Divine Monarch expertly prepared the tea, pouring boiling water into the teapot. And the fragrant aroma quickly filled the chamber, dissipating the residual aura of the Divine Monarch. The two sat opposite each other in a cross-legged position, and the Xianyang Divine Monarch poured a cup of tea for Bai Ye, sliding it across the table. "My friend, do try this. It is the treasured starlight leaf from our sect, and the brew calms the mind and spirit, greatly beneficial for the soul." Bai Ye lifted the teacup and took a gentle sip. The crisp aroma glided down his throat, indeed allowing his spirit to become even more tranquil. "My friend Bai Ye, if I may be so bold, have you always been within our Tianqing sacred sect?" The Xianyang Divine Monarch set down his teacup, his gaze tinged with curiosity. He found it hard to fathom that such a terrifying Divine Monarch had remained concealed within their sect, unnoticed by them. "Indeed, I have been with the Divine Tomb lineage for several millennia," Bai Ye replied candidly. The Divine Tomb lineage?" The Xianyang Divine Monarch was momentarily taken aback, then burst into incredulous laughter, a glint of admiration flashing in his eyes. "So, my friend Bai Ye, you have been playing the part of a humble pig to devour the tiger? Remaining hidden in the desolate Divine Tomb for thousands of years without my notice speaks volumes of your restraint and cunning, which I truly admire." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye smiled faintly and gently shook his head, stating that it was not a deliberate choice, but merely a matter of chance. When he first entered the sect, he was without refuge and thus joined the lineage of the Divine Tomb. Subsequently, he devoted himself to cultivation and never departed. His tone was casual, as if discussing an inconsequential matter, yet it left the Xianyang Divine King feeling somewhat awkward. After exchanging pleasantries, Bai Ye ceased his trivialities. He raised his hand, revealing a storage ring, entirely black and inscribed with chaotic runes, which rested in his palm. He placed it upon the stone table between them, producing a soft thud. "Not long ago, I learned of your discussions with the sect leader and others concerning the settling of old accounts." Bai Ye's tone grew solemn. Within this storage ring lay various resources required by those at the Divine Sovereign and Divine King levels: elixirs, divine crystals, and spiritual materials, entrusted to you for unified management. He paused briefly before continuing. "My suggestion is to postpone the settling of accounts and focus on enhancing the overall strength of the sect. Once the number of divine sovereigns within the sect increases and additional divine kings are added, we can revisit the matter of settling accounts." Upon hearing this, the Xianyang Divine King's eyes gleamed with approval. He nodded and sighed, acknowledging, "Your words resonate profoundly. I share your sentiments. However, the sect has endured oppression for countless years. With my recent breakthrough to the third level of Divine King and your intervention to intimidate external foes, the pent-up grievances and anger among our members have erupted, making it difficult to control their emotions. If I were to dismiss their outburst on the spot, it might dampen their morale, which would be detrimental to our efforts in unifying hearts and minds." As he spoke, a hint of helplessness crossed his face. As the patriarch of the sect, he had to consider both practical combat strength and the sentiments of the people, a truly challenging predicament. Bai Ye nodded slowly, choosing not to elaborate further. He understood the difficulties faced by the Xianyang Divine King. For millennia, he had single-handedly supported the precarious Tianqing Holy Sect, contending with external threats while soothing internal strife, a task indeed fraught with challenges. In Bai Ye's view, the current state of the Tianqing Holy Sect was such that, aside from the Xianyang Divine King reaching the third level of Divine King, the other elders were at most at the ninth level of Divine Sovereign, creating an insurmountable gap to the Divine King realm. Should the settling of accounts commence against forces that also possessed Divine Kings, aside from himself and the Xianyang, the other members would be of little assistance. They might even find themselves in peril due to their insufficient strength, becoming a liability instead. Thus, it would be wiser to first utilize the abundant resources to elevate the sect's overall power, nurturing more divine sovereigns and even divine kings before addressing prior grievances, ensuring a decisive and foolproof approach. "Rest assured, I shall exercise discretion," said the Xianyang Divine King, gazing at Bai Ye with a resolute tone. "I will allocate these resources judiciously, prioritizing the cultivation of promising disciples and elders to swiftly enhance our sect's combat capabilities." Bai Ye slightly inclined his head, choosing to remain silent. Rising to his feet, he stated, "Since you are well aware, I shall take my leave. Should there be any need in the future, you may contact me via the messaging talisman of the Divine Tomb." "Very well. Safe travels, my friend." The Xianyang Divine King promptly stood to see him off, watching Bai Ye's figure vanish beyond the shimmering boundary of the celestial pond before returning to the stone chamber. His gaze fell upon the black storage ring on the stone table, filled with curiosity and anticipation. Bai Ye displayed remarkable generosity. The two Divine King 9th grade elixirs he previously presented were already treasures of extraordinary worth. What surprises might lie within this storage ring? Xianyang, the Divine King, inhaled deeply and extended his consciousness into the ring. In an instant, his pupils constricted in disbelief, his breath quickened, and his countenance radiated shock, causing his body to tremble slightly. The space within the storage ring was vast, neatly stacked with hills of resources. Most conspicuous were 2 rows of jade vials. The first row inscribed with the 4 characters Divine King Foundation Pill. Upon a cursory count, Xianyang discerned no less than 100 of them. These pills were crucial for breaking through to the Divine King realm, significantly stabilizing a cultivator's foundation and ensuring a smoother ascension process. Each was worth its weight in gold, while 100 would drive any 8th-tier force to madness. The second row contained the mirror-breaking pills, with a staggering quantity of 1,000. This elixir could assist Divine Sovereign cultivators in overcoming their bottlenecks, a coveted treasure for those at the Divine Sovereign level. The sheer number was enough to shatter Xianyang's understanding. In addition, countless bottles contained various elixirs required by both Divine Sovereigns and Divine Kings, such as the Healing Nirvana Pill, the Foundation Stabilizing Pill, and the Battle God Pill, with an array of types and quantities that were simply innumerable. Not to mention the vast accumulation of high-grade divine crystals piled like mountains in the corners of the storage ring, conservatively estimated at no less than 10 million pieces. Furthermore, dozens of Divine King-grade spiritual herbs, their leaves of vibrant green and exuding rich spiritual energy, each radiating the profound aura of Divine King laws. This is... Xianyang's voice trembled, his eyes brimming with astonishment and elation. Good heavens! Has Bai Ye Daoist plundered a 9th-tier alchemy sect? No. Even a 9th-tier alchemy sect could scarcely produce such an abundance of high-grade elixirs. Having lived for millions of years and witnessed countless treasures, he had never beheld such a terrifying reserve of resources. With these assets, the Tianqing Sacred Sect could easily cultivate 10, even 20, formidable divine sovereigns. The prospect of nurturing several divine kings was not beyond reach. Clenching the storage ring tightly, tears of excitement glimmered in his eyes. He understood that with these resources, the rise of the Tianqing Sacred Sect was no longer merely a fanciful notion. Meanwhile, in the heart of Wuzhou, at the Tianhuang Sacred Sect, the fortune pool within the core forbidden area was enveloped in a radiant, fiery glow. This pool was grander than that of the Tianqing Sacred Sect. Its surface stretched over 1,000 feet, the water a resplendent gold and crimson, akin to molten lava, yet infused with the unique warmth of true phoenix fire. The bottom was adorned with phoenix blood jade formed over countless eons, each piece emanating a faint fire attribute divine power. Golden nirvana lotuses floated upon the surface, their petals ablaze with a gentle phoenix true fire, eternally ignited. At the center of the pool, on a suspended jade platform, sat a woman in lotus position, clad in a deep red palace dress embroidered with a bathing phoenix. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, elegantly secured with a jade hairpin embedded with phoenix divine crystals. Her countenance was breathtakingly beautiful, yet it bore an air of icy authority that kept others at bay. She was enveloped in the vibrant flames of the phoenix true fire, which shimmered in a pale golden hue, with temperatures so intense they could warp the very fabric of space. Occasionally, sparks would fly, and when they fell into the pool, they would create ripples of golden light. This was the stabilizing force of the Heavenly Phoenix Sacred Sect, embodied by the formidable presence of the Divine Monarch. The Phoenix Dawn Monarch. At that moment, a figure slowly entered the vicinity of the celestial pool. It was a middle-aged man clad in golden armor, his countenance resolute, emanating an overwhelming aura characteristic of a divine monarch at the 8th tier. Each step was taken with utmost caution, as if fearful of disturbing the Phoenix Dawn Monarch upon her jade platform. Junior pays respects to the ancestor, he said, bowing deeply at the foot of the platform, his voice dripping with reverence, not daring to exhibit the slightest negligence. The Phoenix Dawn Monarch gradually opened her eyes, a flicker of golden fire dancing within them. Her tone flat, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. What is it? Reporting to the ancestor, not long ago, the Honorable Bai Ye was slain outside the Yunzhou Celestial Star Sacred Sect by a mysterious divine monarch. The middle-aged man did not dare to withhold any details, conveying the entire sequence of events. According to reports from surviving cultivators, this enigmatic divine monarch possessed terrifying strength, having dispatched Bai Ye with but 3 strikes, with even his primordial spirit unable to escape. The divine monarch of the Thundercloud Sect, Lei Batian, was also forced to retreat in disgrace after having his arms severed by a single blow. He paused momentarily before adding, based on the combat prowess of Bai Ye, It is evident that this mysterious divine monarch is no ordinary high-tier divine monarch. I suspect they are likely a formidable divine monarch of great renown. Hearing this, the Phoenix Dawn monarch's brows furrowed ever so slightly. Bai Ye was her direct disciple, exceptionally gifted. Having reached the 6th tier of divine monarch at merely 3 million years of age, representing the future hope of the Heavenly Phoenix Sacred Sect, his untimely demise inevitably stirred a flicker of anger within her. Raising her hand, she formed a series of intricate gestures. Golden Phoenix divine power swirling at her fingertips as she endeavored to uncover the origins and causal links of this mysterious divine monarch. Yet, the results of her divination were shrouded in ambiguity, as though an invisible barrier obstructed her efforts, even her considerable powers failing to penetrate its depths. A glimmer of surprise flashed in the Phoenix Dawn monarch's eyes, but she soon regained her composure, slowly retracting her hand. The middle-aged man, observing this, hastily inquired, "Ancestor, shall we mobilize the Sect's forces to launch a comprehensive assault on the Celestial Star Sacred Sect to avenge Bai Ye?" The Phoenix Dawn monarch pondered for a moment, her gaze drifting toward the distant horizon of the celestial pool, where she could faintly sense a subtle fluctuation. She gradually shook her head, her tone reflecting careful deliberation. "Enough. The Mystic Phoenix secret realm will soon be opening in 100 years. It is the core of our Sect's legacy and must not be jeopardized. We are at a critical juncture, and all Sect resources must be devoted to preparing for the Mystic Phoenix secret realm, avoiding the establishment of formidable enemies." She paused again, a glimmer of cold light flickering in her eyes. "The account with the Celestial Star Sacred Sect and that mysterious divine monarch can be settled at a later time." "Yes." Subordinate obeys. The middle-aged man replied, bowing deeply. Although he felt a sense of dissatisfaction, he dared not defy the commands of the divine monarch. He understood the paramount importance of the Mystic Phoenix secret realm to the Heavenly Phoenix Sacred Sect, which far outweighed the quest for vengeance for Bai Ye. Chapter 70. The Sacred Sect's secluded cultivation period. As news spread, countless forces in the upper realm closely monitored the movements of the Heavenly Phoenix Sacred Sect and the Celestial Star Sacred Sect. To all observers, it seemed, as the Tianhuang Sacred Sect stands as a pinnacle 8th-tier force, presided over by a colossal deity, it boasts 6 formidable divine kings among its ranks. The recent loss of a core disciple at the 6th level of divine king status is certain to incite a furious retaliation. A war poised to engulf the Yun and Wu continents is on the verge of eruption. Numerous factions are already prepared to reap the benefits, covertly mobilizing their forces, awaiting the opportune moment for mutual destruction. However, to everyone's astonishment, the Tianhuang Sacred Sect remains utterly unresponsive, neither dispatching envoys for accountability nor mobilizing troops. As if the demise of Bai Ye is but a trivial matter. Even more unexpectedly, shortly thereafter, the Qingling Sacred Sect suddenly issues an announcement declaring a closure of its mountain. The protective formation is fully activated, enveloping the entire Sect's territory in a pale violet glow, no longer accepting any external cultivators, nor permitting disciples to leave at will. This action leaves all those anticipating the spectacle utterly dumbfounded. Can it be? The Tianhuang Sacred Sect is capable of such restraint? A rogue cultivator from the central continent gazes at the luminous barrier in the direction of the Qingling Sacred Sect, his face a portrait of disbelief. They possess a divine king, yet they can swallow this grievance? Indeed, Bai Ye was a 6th-level divine king, a pillar of the Tianhuang Sacred Sect's future, and yet he was slain without a whisper of protest? Another divine lord cultivator smirks, disappointment saturating his tone, as he had anticipated witnessing a cataclysmic clash. Alas, this plot twist is utterly ludicrous. A cultivator mounted on a fantastical beast shakes his head, lamenting the closure of Qingling Sacred Sect and the restraint of Tianhuang Sacred Sect as a grand spectacle dissipates into thin air. Who knows? Perhaps the Tianhuang Sacred Sect harbors untold secrets, or do they genuinely fear the mysterious divine king behind the Qingling Sacred Sect? Speculations ripple through the Yun continent and its neighboring realms. Yet, regardless of the external conjectures, the Tianhuang Sacred Sect remains silent, while the Qingling Sacred Sect completely isolates itself, disregarding the clamor outside. After the mountain's closure, the Qingling Sacred Sect experiences an unprecedented fervor for cultivation. On the peaks, divine crystals accumulate like mountains, and high-tier elixirs are distributed like common commodities to promising disciples and elders. The rich essence of divine energy flows almost in a liquid form through the valleys, nourishing every cultivator. Within the cave of the Sect Master of the Xingchen Peak, Master Xianshun sits cross-legged, a vial of divine king foundational elixir before him. He takes a deep breath, consumes a pill, and is immediately engulfed by an overwhelming surge of energy. His aura, already at the 9th level of Divine Lord, skyrockets as he begins to break through the Divine King realm, causing the very space around him to tremble slightly with the force. In the alchemy chamber of Tiandon Peak, a master alchemist at the Divine Lord level is utilizing the Divine King-grade spiritual herbs provided by Bai Ye to concoct the elixirs necessary for breaking through the Divine King realm. The flames in the furnace blaze fiercely, emanating a rich aroma of medicinal herbs. The peak masters and core elders of Tianjin Peak, Lingshu Peak, and others are likewise engrossed in their secluded cultivation. With ample resources at hand and a determined spirit, they vow to transcend their bottlenecks, enhance their strength, and contribute to the rise of their sect. Furthermore, elders and disciples at the celestial god level are also fully committed to their training. They acquired an abundance of celestial-grade elixirs and divine crystals, experiencing an astonishing rate of progress in their cultivation. Many disciples, previously stagnated at the early and mid-stages of celestial rank, successfully broke through their boundaries. Some exceptionally gifted individuals even advanced directly to the late stage of celestial rank, resulting in a palpable enhancement of the sect's overall combat strength. Yet, within the grayish courtyard of the Divine Tomb, tranquility persisted as before. Bai Ye stood in the courtyard, gazing at the honest-faced Li Taiju, as a jade-green elixir materialized in his hand. The elixir, roughly the size of a thumb, emanated a faint aura of life, its surface marked by veins reminiscent of leaves, releasing a refreshing fragrance. "This is the Celestial Transformation Pill, crafted specifically for you," Bai Ye explained with a smile. "Its purpose is to fundamentally reshape your roots and elevate your comprehension. However, its potency is exceedingly intense. One must at least be at the mid-stage of celestial rank to endure it. Now that you have reached that stage, it is the perfect time for you to consume it." He extended the elixir towards Li Taiju, his tone imbued with anticipation. "Upon ingesting this pill, your roots and comprehension will receive a significant boost. You must then strive diligently in your training to achieve a breakthrough to the Divine King realm as soon as possible." Divine King? Li Tieju's eyes widened in disbelief, his hand trembling slightly as he took the elixir, his face a picture of bewilderment. "Master, you mean me? I can reach the Divine King realm?" To him, the Divine King realm seemed an unattainable pinnacle. In the entire Celestial Star sect, only the venerable Xianyang had attained that status. For someone of his modest talents, merely achieving celestial rank felt like a blessing from his master. How could he dare to dream of the Divine King realm? "Indeed, it is you," Bai Ye chuckled at his astonishment, gently patting his head. "You must have faith in yourself. Your character is commendable. It is merely your roots and comprehension that have limited your potential. With this celestial transformation pill, alongside ample resources, breaking through to the Divine King realm is not beyond reach." With those words, Bai Ye ceased to speak further, turning towards his own courtyard, and in a flash, entered the small world of Dust Star Valley to continue his study of the fourth seal of the ancient Immortal Path Monument. Li Taiju held the celestial transformation pill, feeling the rich life force and Divine King pressure emanating from it, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. His master's expectations for him surpassed his own imagination. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to act, turning towards his cultivation chamber. Inside the chamber, Li Taiju sat cross-legged on a mat, placing the celestial transformation pill into his mouth. As the elixir dissolved, it transformed into a warm, yet powerful energy that slid down his throat, rapidly spreading through his limbs and bones. This energy nourished his meridians and divine body like a gentle spring rain. Soon, his previously somewhat stagnant roots, under the influence of this energy, became increasingly resilient and transparent. Within his sea of consciousness, a refreshing aura surged, clarifying his spirit and rapidly enhancing his comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. The refining process proceeded exceptionally smoothly, devoid of any pain, instead imparting an unparalleled sense of comfort. As the last vestige of energy was refined, Li Taiju slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance gleaming within them. He could distinctly perceive that his innate potential had ascended from the realm of ordinary true gods to that of superior celestial gods, and his comprehension had multiplied manifold. What once required years of arduous cultivation to grasp the profound mysteries of martial arts could now be understood in mere moments. "My innate potential and comprehension have truly elevated." Li Taiju trembled with excitement, tears of joy welling up in his eyes. Born into obscurity, devoid of any background, and with only mediocre talent, he felt that without encountering Bai Ye, he would have achieved little more than the late stages of true God in his lifetime. Yet now, he had not only broken through to the celestial God realm, but also possessed the potential to challenge the God King realm. After a surge of exhilaration, Li Taiju took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. Clenching his fists, he vowed silently, "My master has bestowed upon me immense grace. I must diligently cultivate and strive to break through to the God-King realm, living up to my Master's expectations and safeguarding the Divine Tomb and the Celestial Star's sacred sect. He seated himself once more, retrieving the divine crystals and elixirs bestowed by Bai Ye, immersing himself in the fervent absorption of energy, dedicating his entire being to cultivation. Days later, while deeply engrossed in his practice, Li Taiju suddenly opened his eyes, a frown creasing his brow. The warning runes he had placed around the courtyard had been triggered. Someone had intruded into the vicinity of the Divine Tomb. Who would come here? Li Taiju pondered, puzzled. The Divine Tomb was typically desolate, with few visitors aside from his master and himself, especially during the sect's closure, when it was nearly impossible for disciples to arrive unbidden. Rising from his meditation chamber, he stepped outside, casting his gaze toward the entrance of the Divine Tomb. Soon, a graceful figure came into view. Clad in the pink robes of an inner sect disciple, her form was slender and alluring, her features delicate and charming. It was none other than Su Wanner, who had departed from the lineage of the Divine Tomb years ago to join the Tian Dan Peak. She descended from the skies, landing just outside the Forest of Steels. Her gaze filled with a complex mix of emotions as she looked toward Li Tieju's courtyard. Chapter 71. The Fourth Ancient Celestial Inheritance. The morning mist had yet to dissipate. The grayish-green Forest of Steels loomed in the thin fog, exuding an air of solemnity and desolation. Su Wanner stood on the stone pathway outside the courtyard. Her eyes filled with a tumult of emotions as she gazed at Li Taiju, not far away. Sunlight pierced through the mist, illuminating Li Taiju and outlining his tall figure. Now, Li Taiju radiated a subtle aura of mid-celestial god pressure, his demeanor steady and composed, a stark contrast to the clumsy and naive youth he once was. Within Su Wanner's heart, an indescribable sensation churned relentlessly. When she departed from the lineage of the Divine Tomb, Li Taiju was merely a third-level true god, his foundation tenuous and his talent unimpressive, someone she deemed utterly unworthy. Yet now, time had transformed him into a mid-celestial god, a highly sought-after young powerhouse within the sect. While she found herself still stuck at the pinnacle of true god, unable to breach the threshold of the celestial god realm despite her relentless efforts. This overwhelming disparity filled her heart with jealousy and regret. She should have anticipated this. The Divine Tomb lineage, being the oldest branch of the Celestial Star's sacred sect, had produced 5 divine sovereigns, including one at the pinnacle of divinity. How could it truly lack depth? In her earlier days, she only perceived the desolation and remoteness of this place, neglecting the profound foundation of its lineage. Recklessly, she turned her allegiance to the heavenly Pill Peak, and now, reflecting on it, she realizes how utterly foolish that decision was. Over the years, countless midnight dreams have led her to contemplate returning to the Divine Tomb lineage. Yet, each time, her pride held her back, or perhaps a lingering hope that she could carve out her own destiny at the heavenly Pill Peak led to her indecision. However, reality has dealt her a harsh blow. The heavenly Pill Peak is teeming with formidable talents. Her aptitude, which might have been considered commendable in the Divine Tomb lineage, is merely mediocre here. After the sect's mountain closure, although she was allocated a substantial amount of cultivation resources, most were directed towards the exceptionally gifted core disciples. As a peripheral figure, she could only obtain scraps, insufficient even for the foundational resources needed to break through to the divine realm. In a state of desperation, she had no choice but to muster her courage and return to the Divine Tomb, which she had once discarded like a worn-out shoe. Taking a deep breath, Su Wanner suppressed the tumult of emotions within her, adjusted her slightly disheveled robe, and stepped towards Li Taiju. The cobblestone path beneath her feet, long untouched by footsteps, was coated in a thin layer of dust. Each step she took echoed softly, resonating sharply in the stillness of the Divine Tomb. As she approached, a bright smile blossomed on her face, her eyes reflecting just the right amount of flattery and familiarity. She spoke first. Li Shixiang, it has been a while. I hope you have been well. Li Taiju lifted his gaze to her, his expression devoid of warmth, almost bordering on indifference. He merely nodded slightly, offering no further response. Not even a polite remark. Deep down, he harbored a dislike for Su Wanner. Years ago, Master Bai Ye had taken them both under his wing at the Divine Tomb lineage. Although Master had never explicitly stated he was accepting disciples, they were the only 2 students of the Divine Tomb lineage. However, Su Wanner had deemed the Divine Tomb too remote and without prospects. Quickly turning to the heavenly Pill Peak, casting aside the Divine Tomb lineage as if it were worthless. To him, this was nothing short of a blatant betrayal. Despite his honest and simple nature, Li Taiju despised traitors. Noticing his cold demeanor, Su Wanner's smile faltered momentarily, a wave of embarrassment and anger surging within her. She recalled how, during their time at the Divine Tomb, Li Taiju had been exceedingly attentive to her, placing her first in all matters. Yet now, after merely breaking through to the divine realm, he adopted this lofty attitude. How utterly infuriating. However, keeping her purpose for visiting in mind, she forced her anger down and reaffixed her smile, her tone becoming even more tactful. Li Shixiao, seeing your profound aura, you must have made significant progress in your cultivation. Congratulations. By the way, may I ask if Elder Bai is present? I have come today to pay my respects to Elder Bai. Li Taiju crossed his arms, his gaze remaining apathetic. He replied coolly, Master is currently in seclusion, not receiving visitors. If you have matters to discuss, feel free to share with me. If I can assist, I will certainly help. Bai Ye had specifically instructed him before his retreat, in the daily affairs of the divine tomb lineage. Apart from matters concerning life and death, all other decisions were left to his discretion. Upon hearing this, Su Wanner displayed a hint of distress and quickly interjected. That may not be appropriate. I must speak directly with Elder Bai to convey my sincerity. Oh, then let us not speak further, Li Taiju replied, his tone devoid of any ripple of emotion as he turned to enter the small courtyard, where his master was in seclusion and should not be disturbed. If you have no other business, please take your leave. Wait. Seeing Li Taiju about to depart, Su Wanner grew anxious, stepping forward to block his path. The smile on her face faded slightly, her voice tinged with urgency and entreaty. Li Shixiao, please wait. Since Elder Bai is unavailable to meet, allow me to speak with you. I have come today to seek reinstatement within the divine tomb lineage. Taking a deep breath, she lowered her gaze, revealing a look of remorse. It was my fault in the past. I should not have been so foolish as to disdain the tranquility of the divine tomb lineage and leave impulsively. Over the years at Tiandan Peak, I have endured scorn, only to realize the value of the divine tomb lineage. I implore you, Li Shixiao, to intercede with Elder Bai on my behalf, to allow me to return to the divine tomb lineage. I promise to dedicate myself to my cultivation and will no longer be indecisive. Li Taiju did not allow her to finish her plea. He abruptly turned around, a flicker of disdain in his eyes, and coldly scoffed. It is too late. Although the divine tomb lineage may be quiet, it has its own rules. We do not harbor traitors, nor do we welcome the ungrateful. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. If you have come solely for this matter, then I must ask you to leave immediately and not disturb my master's seclusion. With that, Li Taiju averted his gaze and stepped into the courtyard, raising his hand to seal the entrance. Su Wanner's expression turned ashen, anger and resentment flashing in her eyes. She had not anticipated Li Tieju's utter lack of consideration, disregarding their past camaraderie. Clenching her teeth, a desperate resolve began to form within her. If returning to the divine tomb lineage meant gaining Elder Bai's attention, what matter if she had to endure some indignity? With this thought, she hesitated no longer and advanced to follow Li Taiju into the courtyard. Yet, just as her foot was about to cross the threshold, an overwhelming pressure emanating from the courtyard erupted forth. Like an invisible hand, it forcefully pushed against her. The pressure bore an irresistible force, and Su Wanner found herself unable to withstand it. She was sent flying backward like a kite severed from its string. Blood surged in her throat, and she nearly spat out blood. Soon after, Li Tieju's cold voice rang out from within the courtyard, laden with a stern warning. The divine tomb is a sacred ground of our sect. Those who are not disciples of the lineage must not tread upon it at will. Should you dare to intrude again, do not blame me for enforcing the sect's laws. Su Wanner was propelled several kilometers away before she could barely steady herself, landing outside a grove of stone tablets. Her complexion turned ghostly pale, with faint traces of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, her heart brimming with shock and fear. How had Li Tieju's strength grown to such an extent? She gazed at the firmly closed gate of the courtyard, its surface shimmering with a radiant barrier, her eyes brimming with reluctance and despair. Within the Dust Star Valley, the ancient immortal stone tablet stood majestically atop the sea of clouds. A faint celestial glow enveloped the tablet, with countless runes swirling and flickering upon its surface, animated as if they possessed life. In a flash, the figure of Bai Ye materialized beside the tablet. His dark robe billowed gently in the valley's breeze, exuding a subtle yet palpable aura of divine pressure. Master, a melodious voice rang out as the valley's will, embodied in the form of a star spirit, fluttered its delicate wings woven from starlight and gracefully perched on Bai Ye's shoulder, nuzzling affectionately against his neck. Bai Ye smiled, raising his hand to gently pat the spirit's soft, furry head, feeling the warmth and tenderness in his fingertips. You've worked hard taking care of the valley during this time. The star spirit shook its little head, its bright eyes sparkling. I'm just glad to assist my master. Master, is the fourth seal about to be unlocked? Bai Ye nodded, his gaze fixed on the ancient immortal stone tablet, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Soon, the rune analysis has reached its final stage. He approached the tablet, and settled into a meditative posture. Divine energy surged around him as the power of his spirit flowed into the tablet like a tide. The complexity of the fourth seal's runes far exceeded the combined intricacies of the previous three, each rune embodying profound laws, interwoven into an extensive web of regulations. However, for Bai Ye, who had attained the pinnacle of the third level of the Divine King realm and possessed the purple extreme immortal eyes along with a tenfold understanding, the endeavor, though time-consuming, was already well within his grasp. His curiosity was piqued by the ancient heritage concealed behind this fourth seal. According to the Star Spirit, the Dust Star Taoist had only acquired 4 ancient inheritances at most during his lifetime. His demise was inextricably linked to this fourth inheritance. It is worth noting that the Dust Star Taoist had reached the apex of the Divine King realm. The term Divine King Apex refers specifically to those who have surpassed the 9th level of the Divine King realm, yet have not broken through to the Divine Emperor level. They had refined the Divine King laws to their utmost limit, touching upon and grasping the rudiments of the Divine Emperor laws. Their combat prowess vastly exceeding that of ordinary Divine Kings at the 9th level. They were indeed the most formidable forces in the realm of the 3,000 continents. The fact that such a powerhouse fell due to an inheritance speaks volumes about the significance of this fourth inheritance. Time slipped by quietly during his deep contemplation. 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. One day, a tempest suddenly arose within the Dust Star Valley. The ancient immortal stone tablet erupted with brilliant golden light. The runes of the fourth seal instantly ignited, cascading like a resplendent river of stars across its surface. As the final rune was deciphered by Bai Ye, the seal shattered with a resonant sound. Subsequently, a pale blue orb imbued with the essence of boundless spatial laws slowly emerged from the tablet, hovering before Bai Ye. Within the orb, the aura of Divine Emperor-level laws flickered in and out of visibility, far more vast and profound than any power Bai Ye had encountered before. Merely sensing this aura caused his Divine King body to tremble slightly. It's unlocked. Master, the fourth inheritance has emerged. The Star Spirit exclaimed joyfully, flapping its little wings. Its eyes filled with excitement. Bai Ye took a deep breath. He extended his hand, his fingertips brushing against the pale blue orb of light. In an instant, a torrent of information surged into his consciousness. This fourth ancient celestial inheritance turned out to be a Divine Emperor-level spatial secret technique. Such techniques are the stuff of legends in the upper realms. Under ordinary circumstances, only those who have transcended to the Divine Emperor realm and grasped the complete Divine Emperor laws are qualified to cultivate them. Yet, within this orb of ancient celestial inheritance, there existed a thread of pure Divine Emperor spatial law. There was no need for the practitioner to comprehend it independently. By simply refining the orb, one could directly grasp the core essence of the secret technique. Was it because of this spatial secret technique that the Dust Star Taoist had fallen? After digesting the information, Bai Ye could not help but inquire. The excitement of the Star Spirit faded, and a hint of melancholy appeared on her delicate face. Indeed, after our ancestor acquired this secret technique, he became increasingly obsessed with exploring the depths of space, ultimately unable to resist venturing into the forbidden zones, where he encountered misfortune and subsequently met his demise. Bai Ye stroked his chin, nodding slowly. He was well aware of the forbidden zones. They were absolute no-go areas in the vast expanse of the 3,000 continents of the upper realms. The entire upper realms stretched infinitely, yet in reality, more than half of the territory consisted of uninhabited zones. Among the remaining areas, a portion was occupied by the demon race, forming a vast domain of their own. The human practitioners could lay claim to but a small fraction of these lands. The so-called uninhabited zones, also referred to as forbidden lands for living beings, were rife with unknown dangers and eerie omens. Any creature that dared to step within could face annihilation. Even mighty divine kings have perished in these forbidden zones. It was in his quest to explore the uninhabited zones, armed with this Divine Emperor-level spatial secret technique, that the Dust Star Taoist encountered the unknown misfortune. Although he managed to escape with his life, he bore an unhealable dark wound, and not long after, he succumbed to the depletion of his lifespan, leaving behind a legacy of regret. The nature of that misfortune remained unclear even in the notes left by the Dust Star Taoist. It could be a twisted law that erodes a practitioner's foundation or an ancient curse that gradually devours the vitality of the practitioner over time. It might even be a terrifying existence surpassing the Divine Emperor realm, lurking deep within the forbidden zones. The only certainty was that the Dust Star Taoist had left a warning in his final moments. Until one reaches the Divine Emperor realm, one must not tread into the uninhabited zones. Chapter 72, The Nine Heavens and the Cosmic Crossing. Bai Ye suppressed the thoughts swirling in his mind. No longer entangled in the past of the Dust Star Taoist, he redirected his focus to the Divine Emperor-level spatial secret technique. The information emanating from the orb revealed that this technique was named Nine Heavens and Cosmic Crossing. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Ye began to refine the orb and comprehend the secret technique. The Divine Emperor-level spatial laws flowed within his consciousness, and countless spatial runes sparkled like stars. Accompanied by the analysis of the ancient celestial inheritance and enhanced by his 10,000-fold comprehension, this seemingly obscure Divine Emperor-level secret technique posed no difficulty for him. In merely 3 days, Bai Ye completely refined the orb and mastered the entirety of the Nine Heavens and Cosmic Crossing's profound truths. Rising to his feet, he felt a gentle ripple of space enveloping him, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he prepared to test the power of this secret technique. With a mere thought, Bai Ye lightly stepped forward. In the next instant, a low hum resonated as the surrounding space warped, his figure dissolving like a drop of ink in water, silently vanishing from sight. A heartbeat later, he found himself at the very edge of the Dust Star Valley, a distance of millions of miles from the ancient Immortal Path Monument. A single step, and he traversed millions of miles. Yet, this was not the limit. As he sensed the surging divine imperial laws within him, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. If he were to exert his full strength, this secret technique could not only span even greater distances in an instant, but could also pierce through the confines of the Dust Star Valley, entering the boundless void beyond. He contemplated trying it in the 3,000 continents. With a mere thought, his figure disappeared once more, instantaneously exiting the Dust Star Valley and reappearing on the bluestone slabs of the Divine Tomb courtyard. Without pausing, Bai Ye activated the Nine Heavens and Earth Crossing technique again. This time, he did not deliberately control the distance. The moment his foot touched the ground, the space around him seemed to fold, leaving a faint remnant of his figure behind. In the next heartbeat, he manifested above another continent, billions of miles away. Below him lay a series of majestic mountains, and in the distance, bustling cities inhabited by cultivators. The air was suffused with a divine essence distinctly different from that of Cloud Continent. Here, he stood in Flame Continent, an expanse billions of miles away from Cloud Continent. One step could traverse billions of miles. Bai Ye was truly astonished. What delighted him even more was that during the entire transmission process, there was no sound, nor did it trigger any spatial fluctuations. It was as if he existed in a parallel dimension. Even the soul searches of divine kings or the protective formations of high-ranking sects could not perceive his presence, let alone obstruct his transit. This Nine Heavens and Earth Crossing technique was indeed unparalleled in the realm of evasion. An idea suddenly flashed in Bai Ye's mind, igniting a spark of excitement in his eyes. In the next moment, he set his sights on a renowned 7th-tier power within Flame Continent, the Flame Holy Sect. This sect was infamous for its formidable protective formation, reputed to withstand the assaults of 5 divine kings simultaneously. Bai Ye employed a 9th-tier divine king's concealment technique, then stepped forward, vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, he stood outside the protective formation of the Flame Holy Sect. The formation shimmered with a fiery red hue, emanating an intense heat, with countless flame runes swirling across its surface, showcasing an extraordinary level of defense. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Ye stepped forward once more. An uncanny scene unfolded. His figure seemed to pass through an invisible barrier, seamlessly penetrating the Flame Holy Sect's protective formation without triggering any alarms. Nor did the formation's runes exhibit the slightest ripple. He had effortlessly entered the heart of the sect. Once inside, Bai Ye surveyed his surroundings. Cultivators bustled about, yet none could sense his presence. Indeed, it was feasible. He felt a surge of exhilaration. After a brief assessment, he quickly locked onto the sect's Fortune Heaven pool. It was the core of a sect, an exceptional location for signing in. With a flicker of his figure, Bai Ye appeared beside the fortune pool. The pool water shimmered a fiery red, and at its center lay a small island engulfed in flames, upon which grew a millennium fire lotus, exuding a rich aura of fortune. With the Nine Heavens Qingling crossing, I can directly sign in at the forbidden grounds of various sects, no longer fearing obstruction by formations or exposure of my whereabouts. Even if my trail is revealed, none can stop me. Bai Ye's heart swelled with joy. He then silently commanded, "System, sign in." Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in at the fortune pool of the Flame Holy Sect, acquiring the Divine Grade Pill. The 10,000 Path Primordial Pill. An obsidian gold pill materialized in his palm, radiating a magnificent imperial aura. It was indeed the 10,000 Path Primordial Pill. Bai Ye contentedly stowed the pill away. In another blink, he silently exited the Flame Holy Sect, vanishing into the horizon. The power of the Nine Heavens Qingling crossing far exceeded his expectations. This divine grade spatial secret technique elevated his evasion speed to unprecedented heights, granting him the ability to traverse various forbidden grounds and sign in freely. From this day forth, the countless secret realms and forbidden areas across the 3,000 continents of the Upper Realm would become his treasure trove of resources for signing in. After leaving the Flame Holy Sect, Bai Ye did not hasten back to the Qingling Holy Sect. He activated the Nine Heavens Qingling Crossing, his figure gliding like a wraith through the domains of the Flame Continent and surrounding lands, targeting the core forbidden areas of various sects. Fortune Pool. Deep within the Scripture Pavilion, the Ancestor Hall, the source of divine veins, at each location, he utilized the properties of the Nine Heavens Qingling Crossing to disregard formations and conceal his tracks, quietly infiltrating. After completing his sign-in, he departed without leaving a trace. In less than a day, he visited 17 forbidden areas of 6th and 7th tier forces, the Burning Sky Valley of the Flame Continent, the Thundercloud Sect of the Jing Continent, and the Poison Gate at the edge of the Mist Continent. The rewards from these sign-ins were nothing short of miraculous. At this moment, his storage ring brimmed with divine-grade materials. Chaos Divine Iron, the Undying Divine Lotus imbued with pure life laws, and the Nine Heavens Xian Ice Essence capable of tempering a divine king's physique. All were present in abundance. The divine-grade pills were equally splendid. The Imperial Nirvana Pill for healing, the 10,000 Calamities Pure Heart Pill for stabilizing one's Tao heart, and the Celestial Fire-Burning Heaven Pill for enhancing combat strength. Each was enough to drive the powerful beings of the Upper Realm into a frenzy. Yet, what pleased Bai Ye the most was the 16 divine-grade 10,000 Path Primordial Pills. These pills, capable of directly elevating a minor realm within the Divine King stage, were now sufficiently plentiful to support his ascent to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Divine King realm. It was nearly time. Bai Ye stood beside the fortune pool of a 7th tier force, the Bai Bo Pond, and stowed away the 10,000 Path Primordial Pill he had just signed in for. Contemplating silently, the gains from this journey far exceeded his expectations. It was time to return to the Qingling Holy Sect and strive for a higher realm. With a thought, he activated the Nine Heavens Qingling Crossing, and in an instant, his figure vanished. Chapter 73, Pinnacle of the Divine King. Within the Dust Star Valley, the celestial ancient Tao steel still stood tall at the summit of the Sea of Clouds. The surrounding concentration of divine essence had reached a near-liquid state, with streams of golden divine essence swirling around the steel. At this moment, a pale blue halo suddenly materialized before the monument, causing a slight distortion in space, and the figure of Bai Ye emerged. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly settled onto the meditation cushion in front of the stone tablet. He then retrieved a Wan Dao Hun Yuan Dan from his storage ring and, without any hesitation, placed it into his mouth. The elixir dissolved instantly, transforming into an overwhelming surge of imperial energy that flowed down his throat and engulfed his entire being in an instant. This energy was far purer than any divine essence he had previously refined, imbued with the aura of the Divine Emperor's laws, relentlessly battering against the barriers of his realm. Boom. The first elixir was completely refined. His cultivation soared from the pinnacle of the 3rd level of the Divine King directly to the 4th level. Following this, he consumed the 2nd and 3rd elixirs in quick succession. Like a whale feasting, Bai Ye continued to ingest the Wan Dao Hun Yuan Dan. The imperial energy surged within him ceaselessly. His 9 divine source apertures operated at full capacity, continuously expanding and refining, as the laws of the Divine King grew ever more profound and stable. Meanwhile, extraordinary phenomena erupted within the valley. Golden divine runes cascaded from the void, suddenly merging into Bai Ye's divine body. A brilliant radiance coalesced in the sky, forming a colossal beam of light that enveloped his figure. In the distance, the spiritual veins of heaven and earth surged, with divine essence flooding towards him like a tidal wave, creating a magnificent waterfall of divine energy. Days turned into weeks. Half a year later, a terrifying aura of Divine King pressure erupted within the Dust Star Valley. This pressure was several times more potent than before, bearing the ultimate essence of the 9th level of the Divine King, sweeping across the entire microcosm. The spiritual herbs and ancient trees within the valley trembled, and even the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, the star spirit, could not help but retreat, filled with awe. Bai Ye slowly opened his eyes, a profound divine radiance flashing within. The laws of the Divine King wove around him like a net, with his 9 divine source apertures shining brilliantly like stars, and his divine power vast as the sea of stars. His cultivation had firmly reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of Divine King. Yet he did not pause. Instead, he retrieved another Wan Dao Hun Yuan Dan from his storage ring. After consuming it, he continued to refine it, only to discover that the energy circulated within his body, merely causing a slight ripple in the Divine King laws. hardly yielding any enhancement. It seemed that the Wan Dao Hunyuan Dan was indeed ineffective for realms beyond the 9th level of Divine King. Bai Ye understood this and did not press further. Beyond the 9th level of Divine King, breaking through to the realm of Divine Monarch or even Divine Emperor could not be achieved solely through the Wan Dao Hunyuan Dan. He would either need to comprehend higher-level laws and accumulate sufficient foundational Dao, or acquire elixirs of a higher grade. He sat cross-legged, delving deeply into the understanding of the powers of the 9th level of Divine King. The divine power, laws, divine body, and primordial spirit within him all reached new heights within this realm. He needed to fully integrate these powers. 3 days later, Bai Ye gradually rose, retracting his overwhelming aura and returning to his usual calm demeanor. With a thought, he vanished from Dust Star Valley, appearing in the small courtyard of the Divine Tomb. Without delay, he immediately activated the 9 Heavens Qingling crossing. With a single step, space folded, and he instantly traversed thousands of miles, emerging outside the Qi Luck Pool of the Tianxing Sacred Sect. At this moment, the fortuitous heavenly pool was bustling like never before. The pale golden waters surged, enveloped by ethereal rays of fortune. Within the 4 stone houses by the pool, the leader of the Xinshan sect and 3 peaked divine elders sat cross-legged. Their bodies emanated a powerful aura of divinity, brows furrowed, as they exerted all their strength to break through the barrier to the Divine King realm. The surrounding space slightly distorted under the impact of their efforts, yet none could shatter the invisible shackles. Bai Ye stood at the edge of the pool, activating his purple extreme celestial eyes. A flash of purple light flickered deep within his gaze, rendering the states of the 4 elders utterly transparent to him. The Xinshan sect leader possessed the most solid foundation and a refined comprehension of divine principles. During his assault on the barrier, he exhibited a slight loosening, presenting at least a 50% chance of success. In contrast, the other elders suffered from minor flaws in their foundations or lacked profound understanding of the principles, causing chaotic auras during their attempts, with a success probability of less than 20%. Relying solely on innate talent and foundation to breach the Divine King realm was a daunting task, Bai Ye thought, shaking his head slightly. The chasm between the Divine King and Divine Sovereign realms was insurmountable. Without extraordinary opportunities or top-tier elixirs to assist, the vast majority of peak Divine Sovereigns would remain trapped for their entire lives. At that moment, a familiar aura approached from behind. Bai Ye turned to see the Divine King Xianyang, clad in a purple robe, striding towards him with an expression of delight. Clearly, he had sensed Bai Ye's arrival. As Xianyang was about to greet him, Bai Ye raised a hand, signaling for silence, and gestured towards the 4 who were in seclusion. Understanding the cue, Xianyang nodded, and together with Bai Ye, they turned to walk towards an elegant pavilion by the pool. This pavilion, known as the Star Observation Pavilion, served as a place for discussions and relaxation among the sect's higher-ups. The structure was entirely crafted from 1,000-year-old agarwood, exuding a delicate fragrance that calmed the spirit. Surrounding the open terrace on the 2nd floor were several pearwood tables and chairs, with a set of purple clay tea utensils laid upon one of the tables. Azure gauzy curtains hung outside the pavilion, swaying gently in the breeze, revealing glimpses of distant seas of clouds and towering peaks, evoking a sense of profound artistry. Seated across from each other, Xianyang skillfully boiled water and brewed tea. As steaming water poured into the teapot, the fragrant aroma of the tea wafted up, diluting the divine energy in the air. Your aura is remarkably robust, far surpassing before. I presume you have made a breakthrough during your retreat? Bai Ye inquired, lifting his teacup to savor the crisp, refreshing taste of the tea. Upon hearing this, Xianyang's face lit up with a hearty smile. He clasped his hands towards Bai Ye, his tone brimming with gratitude. Thanks to your kindness. The elixirs you bestowed upon me not only enabled my successful ascent to the 3rd level of the Divine King realm, but through further diligent cultivation, I have now reached the pinnacle of that level. Were it not for you, I would likely be forever ensnared at the peak of the 2nd level. Bai Ye waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm, avoiding excessive pleasantries. He retrieved a lustrous white porcelain vial from his storage ring and placed it on the table. Inside were 5 elixirs named the 10,000 Paths Fusion Pill. Bai Ye spoke in a calm tone, gradually unfolding his words, which had 2 effects. First, it could assist peak Divine Sovereign practitioners in breaking through the barriers of their realm to smoothly ascend to the Divine King level. Second, it could aid those at the Divine King level in their cultivation, for a single pill could elevate them by an entire minor realm. As his voice faded, the Star Observation Pavilion was instantly enveloped in silence. The Xianyang Divine King, holding a teacup, suddenly halted, his pupils contracting sharply, heart racing, nearly forgetting to breathe. He gazed incredulously at the porcelain vial on the table, his voice trembling slightly. Friend, is it truly so? Can this pill enable a peak Divine Sovereign to directly breach the Divine King barrier? It is known that the breakthrough from Divine Sovereign to Divine King is a lifelong aspiration for countless cultivators, with a remarkably low success rate. To think that there exists a pill that can ensure such a breakthrough? This completely subverted his understanding. Indeed, it is true, Bai Ye replied with a subtle nod. His tone resolute. What kind of divine pill is this? Could it possibly belong to the level of the Divine Emperor? The Xianyang Divine King's gaze was fixed on the porcelain vial, his eyes filled with shock and elation. A pill with such extraordinary effects could only be conceived of at the Divine Emperor level. He could fathom no other possibility. Bai Ye did not deny it, merely nodding gently, choosing to say no more. These 5 divine pills will be distributed, for the 4 elders in seclusion to assist them in breaking through to the Divine King realm. And the remaining 1 shall be gifted to you, to aid you in your pursuit of a higher realm. With these words, Bai Ye's figure subtly shifted, as if merging into the void, and he had already departed from the star observation pavilion. Only the Xianyang Divine King remained, sitting dazedly in his chair. Chapter 74, The Laws of Spiritual Jade, The Emergence of the Demon Race. In the Xianyang Divine King's hand, he tightly clutched the luminous white porcelain vial. Feeling the overwhelming imperial aura emanating from within, disbelief clouded his expression. 5 Divine Emperor-level pills. A divine pill capable of directly enabling a divine sovereign to break through to the Divine King. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the excitement within him. Opening the vial, 5 dark golden Wan Dao mixed origin pills came into view. The imperial runes on the surface of the pills shimmered, exuding a robust and pure aura that made him tremble involuntarily. With these 5 divine pills, our heavenly star sacred sect is destined to rise. A fervent light flickered in the Xianyang Divine King's eyes, filled with boundless aspirations. He bowed deeply in the direction where Bai Ye had vanished. Once the 4 divine sovereigns break through to the Divine King level, and with his own efforts aided by the pills to reach the mid-Divine King realm, the Heavenly Star Sacred Sect would possess 5 formidable Divine Kings. If Bai Ye were to join them, the Heavenly Star Sacred Sect would undoubtedly reclaim its status among the 8th-tier forces. After leaving the Star Observation Pavilion, Bai Ye did not linger, his figure flashing back to the Divine Tomb. The grayish courtyard remained tranquil, the stone forest casting long shadows in the setting sun. Li Taizhu was seated cross-legged in the courtyard, enveloped by a stable, mid-godly aura, his divine essence circulating steadily, indicating progress in his cultivation. Bai Ye did not reveal himself, instead quietly probing with his spiritual essence. Seeing that Li Taizhu's foundation was solid and his temperament calm, devoid of any restlessness, he felt assured and departed. Turning, he stepped into the Dust Star Valley. Within the valley, divine essence surged like tides, the ancient celestial stone tablet shining brilliantly. He made his way directly to the tablet, seated himself cross-legged, and began to strive for a higher realm. Having reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Divine King realm, the next step is to attain the status of a half-step Divine Emperor. This exalted existence is revered in the higher realms as a formidable Divine King. Although this state still falls under the Divine King category, it wields a portion of the Divine Emperor's laws, and its combat prowess vastly surpasses that of an ordinary 9th-layer Divine King. It is indeed a crucial threshold bridging the Divine King and Divine Emperor realms. Bai Ye activated the Chaos Sword Cannon, exerting all his might to harness the power of the Divine King, attempting to draw upon the Divine Emperor's laws from the heavens. However, he soon discovered an eerie silence surrounding him. Neither the heavenly Tao of the small world of Dust Star Valley nor the heavenly Tao sensed through the spatial barriers exhibited any fluctuations of Divine Emperor laws. It was as if this level of law had completely vanished from existence. With no Divine Emperor laws available for refinement, Bai Ye furrowed his brow, having tried multiple times. All to no avail. Gradually, he ceased his cultivation, rising to gaze at the horizon beyond the valley. Soon, a flicker of realization crossed his eyes. The depletion of Divine Emperor laws explained why, for countless millennia, no cultivators of the Divine Emperor realm had emerged in the higher realms. This situation bore a striking resemblance to the Tianxian continent of Europe, where a lack of divine essence prevented cultivators from transcending the tribulation realm, thereby hindering their advancement beyond the divine realm threshold. In the present higher realms, although brimming with divine essence, the absence of Divine Emperor laws remained a fundamental obstacle that deterred countless cultivators of the Divine King realm. Yet, Bai Ye did not succumb to despair. With a flick of his fingertip across his storage ring, he devised a plan. Fortunately, he possessed the sign-in system. Now that he had broken through to the 9th layer of the Divine King realm, the rewards from the system's sign-in would surely upgrade, and the resources required for transcending to the Divine Emperor realm would eventually surface. Before that, He could explore various major factions and forbidden zones to sign in once more, perhaps yielding fruitful results. In the next moment, Bai Ye's figure flickered and vanished from Dust Star Valley. In the ensuing time, he activated the 9 heavens and earthly crossing, traversing between the major factions of the higher realms. He had a clear objective: to reach the core forbidden areas of powers ranked above the 7th tier. Particularly, the fortune pool of 8th tier powers was known to yield high-tier resources for cultivation at the Divine Emperor level. At this juncture, Bai Ye infiltrated the Wanfo sect, an 8th tier power with a legacy spanning over 1,000,000 years. He deftly evaded numerous guards and formations, making his way directly to the fortune pool. The pool shimmered with a golden hue. At its center floated a colossal 9-rank golden lotus, emanating a rich aura of Buddhist fortune. With a focused thought, Bai Ye activated the sign-in system. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the fortune pool of Wanfo sect, earning a 6-rank Divine Emperor Law Spirit Jade. A jade of pale gold materialized out of thin air, roughly the size of a fist. The surface of this spirit jade was adorned with intricate patterns of Divine Emperor laws, while the essence of pure Divine Emperor law's origins swirled within, radiating an immense and profound aura. Bai Ye's face lit up with delight as he grasped the spirit jade, clearly perceiving the overwhelming power of the laws contained within. With this spirit jade, he could draw upon the Divine Emperor laws within and attempt to break through to the half-step Divine Emperor realm. He stored the jade within his storage ring, his figure flashing once more as he silently departed from Wanfo sect, continuing onward to his next destination. Before long, Bai Ye's silhouette appeared in the heart of the Qing, Yu, and Lei continents, territories once overrun by the demonic clans. Unlike the previous desolation, marked by mountains of corpses and seas of bones, the land of the 3 continents has long since regained its vitality. The mountains and rivers are resplendent, the spiritual veins have revived, and imposing cities of cultivators rise from the earth. The flow of people is incessant, even more prosperous than before the fall. At the heart of the 3 continents, a magnificent celestial palace floats above the sea of clouds. The palace walls, constructed from millennia-old white jade, are enveloped in a soft glow, surrounded by the unique grandeur of an 8th tier power. This is the newly ascendant 8th tier force, the Antarctic Celestial Palace. Who would have imagined that the land of the 3 continents, once nearly annihilated, could experience such a rebirth in merely a few hundred years, giving rise to such a formidable power? This revival undoubtedly owes much to the unwavering support of the Qingling Celestial Palace. Yet, many are well aware that the Antarctic Celestial Palace is merely a branch of the Qingling Celestial Palace. As a titan among the human race, the Qingling Celestial Palace, after the retreat of the demon race, not only dispatched numerous powerful beings to restore order, but also invested vast resources to swiftly elevate the Antarctic Celestial Palace into the most dominant force in the 3 continents. Their ultimate goal is to achieve absolute control over the territories of the 3 continents. Many harbor grievances regarding this situation, as the land was originally meant to be shared among various sects, yet it has been monopolized by the Qingling Celestial Palace. Bai Ye activated the 9 heavens and earth crossing, his figure merging seamlessly with the void as he traversed the protective mountain formation of the Antarctic Celestial Palace without hindrance. This newly established Celestial Palace is grand in scale and meticulously organized, with cultivators constantly coming and going, their auras predominantly robust, indicative of profound depth. He navigated through the palace, successively signing in at the Scripture Pavilion, the source of spiritual veins, and the Ancestor Hall, reaping numerous Divine Emperor-grade treasures and elixirs. Ultimately, he arrived at the core of the palace, the Fate Pool. This pool is even more magnificent than that of the 10,000 Buddhist sect. The water shimmers in a pale blue hue, with the bottom adorned with rare starry jade, and blue celestial lotus flowers float atop the surface. Their aura of fortune enveloped like delicate gauze, embodying a rich essence of new life. Bai Ye stood by the pool, a thought crossing his mind. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the Fate Pool of the Antarctic Celestial Palace, earning 3 6th-grade Law Spirit Jades. 3 pale blue Law Spirit Jades materialized before Bai Ye, each radiating a purity of Divine Emperor Law energy akin to that of the 10,000 Buddhist sect. Bai Ye was slightly astonished. The rewards from this newly ascendant 8th-tier force surpassed those of the established 8th-tier powers, being 2 Jades more. Perhaps the Antarctic Celestial Palace embodies the new fortune of the 3 continents, thus the heavenly Tao favors it? A fleeting thought crossed Bai Ye's mind, but he did not delve deeper. He stored the 3 Jades in his storage ring, adding to the one previously acquired, totaling 4 Law Spirit Jades, likely sufficient for him to ascend to the Divine Emperor realm. Just as he was about to activate the 9 heavens and earth crossing to depart, Bai Ye's brow furrowed slightly. A faint, elusive aura of the demon race was captured by his powerful primordial spirit. This aura was so weak that without his purple extreme celestial eyes and perception far surpassing the peak of the Divine King realm, it would have gone unnoticed. Why is there a trace of demon race aura here? Bai Ye pondered in confusion. The Antarctic Celestial Palace serves as a branch of the Qingling Celestial Palace. Strategically positioned in the heart of the 3 continents, its defenses undoubtedly formidable. How could it possibly allow the demon race to infiltrate? Surely, they do not possess an unparalleled escape technique akin to the 9 heavens Qingling crossing? At that moment, a steady sound of footsteps approached the fate pool. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened, prompting him to investigate further. He exerted his utmost effort to activate the breath concealment technique, blending seamlessly into the surrounding space. Like a specter, even a deity-level expert would struggle to detect his presence. After a brief interval, a towering figure emerged at the entrance of the fate pool, clad in black armor. The figure stood over 10 feet tall, with sinewy muscles and a surface adorned with fine, dark golden scales. The countenance was resolute, yet carried a hint of the demonic race's characteristic ferocity. 2 horns subtly protruded from its forehead, and its slitted pupils glimmered with a chilling light. As Bai Ye concealed himself in the shadows and beheld the true visage of the being, his eyes widened in shock. This was a demon, and moreover, one exuding an aura reminiscent of a deity-level entity. A tempest of emotions surged within Bai Ye. The Antarctic Celestial Palace, a newly ascendant 8th-tier force of the human race, harbored a deity-level demon within its core forbidden zone. Chapter 75, Sword Slaying the Deity-Level Titan. Bai Ye remained hidden in the void, his mind racing. Observing the deity-level demon advance towards the fate pool, an icy dread settled deeper within his gaze. Memories flooded back of the demon race's peculiar retreat during their counteroffensive and the swift reconstruction following the fall of the 3 continents. Now, the emergence of a demon deity within the Antarctic Celestial Palace's forbidden zone connected a previously overlooked thread in his mind. Years ago, when the human coalition countered the demon race's advance, the demons, despite their apparent advantage, retreated hastily without resistance, allowing the humans to reclaim their lost territories. At the time, Bai Ye found this strange but did not ponder it deeply. In retrospect, it was not a retreat at all, but rather an intricately orchestrated performance. The Qingling Celestial Palace, utilizing the demon race, eradicated the existing powers of the 3 continents and, under the guise of a savior, re-established order, elevating the Antarctic Celestial Palace as a branch, thus effectively seizing control of all resources and fortunes within the 3 continents. The demon race was likely complicit with the Qingling Celestial Palace, clandestinely reaping the benefits. How masterfully executed, this scheme of using another's blade to slay. Bai Ye's heart whispered, his gaze as frigid as eternal ice. The deep-seated enmity between humans and demons had become mere pawns in the expansionist ambitions of the Qingling Celestial Palace. Those who perished beneath the demon's blade in the 3 continents were nothing more than sacrificial pieces in this grand conspiracy. At that moment, the demon deity had reached the edge of the fate pool. It retrieved a palm-sized silver-white gourd from its storage ring, its surface intricately engraved with complex runes, emanating a faint chaotic aura at the opening. As it infused divine power into the gourd, a powerful suction erupted from its mouth. In the next instant, the light blue aura of fate within the pool was drawn in like a tide, the waters roiling violently, revealing much of the starry jade beneath. This scene unequivocally confirmed Bai Ye's suspicions. No longer concealing himself, the space around him warped abruptly, and his figure manifested like a wraith. In the depths of his gaze surged a murderous intent, as if a tangible chill had locked onto the demon clan's divine king. The demon clan's divine king abruptly turned. His vertical pupils filled with a blend of astonishment and fury. "Who are you?" Bai Ye offered no reply. With a subtle wave of his right hand, the reincarnation killing sword materialized out of thin air. The obsidian blade was enveloped in the swirling essence of black and white reincarnation, and in an instant, a beam of sword light, honed to perfection, shot forth with the might to sever all, aimed directly at the Demon King's head. Faced with what appeared to be a casual strike, the Demon King's expression drastically altered, his body bristling with alarm. He could clearly sense the deathly threat inherent in the sword light, a terrifying power capable of obliterating his divine form. Chaos Gourd block. Without hesitation, he positioned the silver gourd before him, channeling all his divine power into it. The runes on the gourd surged, erupting into a chaotic halo nearly 10 feet in diameter, barely standing against the oncoming sword light. Boom! The collision of sword light and chaotic halo produced a deafening roar. In the next moment, the chaotic halo trembled violently, its runes fracturing piece by piece, sustaining only for an instant before it erupted into countless shards. With his defense shattered, the Demon King had no time for further reaction as the sword light effortlessly cleaved his divine form in two, blood gushing forth and instantly staining the surface of the heavenly pool crimson. No, a wisp of dark essence broke free from the corpse, attempting to flee like a fleeting shadow. Bai Ye's gaze sharpened, his right hand extending as divine power transformed into an invisible grip, swiftly ensnaring the soul as if it were but an insignificant insect in his grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Ye forcefully delved into the soul. Soon, fragments of the Demon King's memories flooded into his consciousness. From these shards, it became evident that Bai Ye's suspicions were indeed correct. The Qingling Celestial Palace had long conspired with the Demon Clan. Ah, what a splendid Qingling Celestial Palace. What a magnificent nine-tiered giant of humanity. Bai Ye released his grip, allowing the wisp of soul to dissipate in his palm, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The so-called justice and guardianship were merely veils to conceal the exchange of interests. At that moment, a terrifying aura swept in from the horizon, causing the entire South Pole Celestial Palace to tremble. This aura bore the oppressive might of a divine king, intermingled with a trace of divine emperor's laws. With astonishing speed, it reached the heavenly pool in mere moments. A middle-aged man clad in a golden Taoist robe appeared at the pool's edge, his countenance authoritative, surrounded by a faint golden divine essence. He was none other than the divine King Jin Xian, dispatched by the Qingling Celestial Palace to oversee the three continents. His gaze instantly fell upon the fallen demon body and the blood-stained waters, his expression shifting abruptly, a flicker of panic and rage flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, his focus zeroed in on Bai Ye, his fury erupting as he bellowed. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the forbidden grounds of my South Pole Celestial Palace's heavenly pool?" Bai Ye cast him a cold glance, remaining silent. At that instant, the heavenly pool began to quake violently, the pale blue aura of fortune seemingly coming alive, surging toward Jin Xian. In an instant, his aura skyrocketed. The divine might of the divine king intensified, and strands of divine emperor's laws began to manifest. He extended his right hand, the fingertips enveloped in the profound essence of the divine emperor's laws, grasping at the void in the direction of Bai Ye, intent on sealing this space to prevent his escape. "You cannot stop me," Bai Ye remarked, a slight smirk gracing his lips. With a mere thought, he fully activated the nine heavens and earthly bridge. Subtle ripples emanated from his form, his silhouette blending seamlessly like an ink droplet in water. At the instant the spatial seal formed, he vanished without a trace, leaving no evidence behind. The golden Xian divine king's countenance shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that the opponent could disregard the divine emperor's spatial seal. Not daring to delay, he flickered, transforming into a golden streak of light, pursuing the direction in which Bai Ye had disappeared, his heart brimming with murderous intent. Should he allow his adversary to escape and reveal the collusion between the Qingling Celestial Palace and the Demon Clan, he would be doomed beyond redemption. At the border of Thunder Continent, amidst an expansive, desolate desert, yellow sands swirled in the air, fierce winds howling. The grit capable of shredding the protective auras of ordinary true gods. For 1,000,000 miles, the land lay barren, save for the remnants of withered ancient trees scattered among the dunes, exuding an air of desolation. Bai Ye's figure suddenly appeared atop a colossal sand dune. He had intentionally refrained from concealing his presence, wishing to personally assess the extent of the powers wielded by the so-called Divine King, who claimed to have grasped a portion of the Divine Emperor's laws. Indeed, it was not long before a golden streak of light sliced through the sky, landing on the dune opposite Bai Ye, the pursuing golden Xian Divine King. At this moment, the aura of the Divine Emperor's laws surrounding him flickered faintly, the strength he had borrowed from the Antarctic Celestial Palace's fortune having dissipated. He glared coldly at Bai Ye, his eyes filled with palpable malice. The oppressive force of the Divine King surged forth like a tide, seeking to suppress Bai Ye with sheer momentum. "Why do you not flee? You have trespassed into my Sect's forbidden grounds. Today, you shall undoubtedly perish." The voice of the golden Xian Divine King was as frigid as ice. Bai Ye refrained from further dialogue. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as his aura erupted explosively. Boom! The terrifying power of the Divine King erupted like a volcano, soaring into the heavens and scattering the yellow sands. The black, chaotic energy intertwined with the golden divine essence, forming a colossal vortex of energy that enveloped the desert for 1,000 miles. Clenching his right hand, the reincarnation killing sword manifested. The black and white streams of reincarnation coiled around the sword body, becoming exceptionally dense, with flickering runes of law faintly visible. "This is the first time in many years that I shall unleash my full strength." Bai Ye's tone was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. Let this so-called divine king witness the might of my ultimate strike. The moment his words fell, Bai Ye took a step forward. The reincarnation killing sword slicing through the air with boundless sword intent, crashing down. In an instant, the black and white sword intent transformed into a terrifying tempest, completely enveloping the desert for myriad miles. Within the storm, countless reincarnation runes shimmered, tearing the space apart into pitch-black fissures. Even the winds and sands ceased their flow under the weight of the sword intent, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The Golden Xian Divine King's pupils constricted, an unprecedented fear of death surging within him. He had not anticipated that the enigmatic cultivator before him possessed such terrifying combat prowess. Yet, the opponent exuded no trace of the Divine Emperor's law power. He dared not hold back in the slightest, channeling all the divine power and the Divine Emperor's law within him. The pale golden divine energy surged forth in an instant, transforming into a towering divine king avatar that reached a height of 1,000 zhang. Clad in golden battle armor, the avatar wielded a colossal divine axe, its blade radiating with the brilliance of the Divine Emperor's laws, emanating an aura of annihilation. The golden mysterious divine king commanded the avatar, raising the divine axe high to strike down fiercely upon the swirling storm of reincarnation's sword intent, attempting to cleave through the tempest and slay Bai Ye. In the next moment, the storm of reincarnation's sword intent accelerated abruptly, its black and white currents resembling ravenous beasts, instantly devouring the luminous force of the divine axe's strike. Subsequently, the storm crashed violently against the divine king avatar. Boom! In an instant, the golden avatar shattered like fragile porcelain, dimming rapidly and vanishing into nothingness. No! The golden mysterious divine king let out a desperate roar. He sought to flee, only to discover that his body had already been ensnared by the reincarnation's sword intent, rendering even his soul unable to escape. With a piercing sound, the reincarnation killing sword pierced through his divine form, the black and white currents of reincarnation flooding in, utterly obliterating his body and soul. With a single strike, he felled the formidable head. Bai Ye sheathed the reincarnation killing sword, the sword intent and oppressive aura around him gradually receding. He gazed at the dissipating form of the golden mysterious divine king, his eyes devoid of any ripple. The divine king was nothing more than this. Chapter 76, Ascending the Clouds, Entering the Divine Emperor. After slaying the golden mysterious divine king, Bai Ye did not linger for a moment. The space around him rippled faintly as he fully activated the Nine Heavens Qian crossing, his figure melding into the void like an ink stain, vanishing instantly amidst the swirling yellow sand. In the desert, only the surging divine energy and the remnants of battle remained. Not long after his departure, the space high above the desert suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, an ancient figure stepped forth from the distorted void. Surrounding him was an aura of Divine Emperor's law so dense it was almost tangible. As he passed, the swirling yellow sand froze midair, and even the howling winds were stilled. This was an elderly man clad in a dark purple Taoist robe, adorned with intricate Tao patterns, each line seemingly containing profound law power. His face was etched with deep lines, yet he appeared spirited and vigorous. His eyes resembled ancient wells, deep and unfathomable, occasionally flashing with brilliance that caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. This man was none other than the ancestral figure of the Qingling Celestial Palace, the Golden Luin Divine King, a venerable divine king who had lived for over 50 million years. He stood but a half step away from the Divine Emperor realm, recognized as one of the strongest beings in the upper realm today. The Golden Luin Divine King descended upon the dune where Bai Ye and the Golden Mysterious Divine King had battled, his gaze coldly sweeping across the chaotic desert. The remnants of law fragments and the blood of divine kings on the ground were laid bare under his scrutiny. He slowly raised his right hand, the fingertips enveloped in a glimmer of pale golden Divine Emperor's law, gently forming a hand sign. Rewind, reveal. In the next moment, a resonant hum echoed. A series of golden ripples emerged in the void, and a semi-transparent light mirror gradually materialized before him. The luminous realm, as clear as the surface of water, vividly recreated the dramatic battle scene from half an hour prior. In the vision, Bai Ye was engulfed in a tempest of sword intent, unleashing the cycle-killing sword to carve through a storm of black and white. The Golden Xian Divine King, invoking the Divine Emperor's avatar, fought valiantly to resist, yet ultimately fell victim to a single stroke, his soul obliterated. The Qingling Divine King's gaze was firmly fixed on Bai Ye within the light mirror. Upon witnessing the sword radiance that cleaved through the colossal avatar, a flicker of sharpness ignited in his otherwise placid eyes. His fingers instinctively tightened. Such a formidable strike. The sword intent contained the essence of the cycle's laws and hints of spatial principles. When did such a sword master emerge from the upper realms? The vision persisted for only a few breaths before shattering as the remnants of the battle dissipated. The golden Xian divine king retracted his hand, his brow furrowed deeply. He once again executed the incantation, the power of the divine emperor's laws radiating outward, seeking to deduce Bai Ye's identity, origins, and whereabouts. However, regardless of how fervently he invoked his deduction techniques, the sea of consciousness remained obscured. It was as if an invisible barrier veiled the causal threads of Bai Ye's existence, impenetrable even to his half-step divine emperor's divination prowess. To conceal my deductions, one must possess either an extraordinary concealing treasure or wield a mastery of laws at a higher echelon. Who on earth is this individual? The expression of the Qingling divine king grew increasingly grave. Meanwhile, within the Dust Star Valley, a profound stillness prevailed. The ancient immortal path steel stood tall at the summit of the sea of clouds, shrouded in a gentle radiance. Bai Ye sat cross-legged on a mat before the steel, meticulously arranging 4 divine emperor's lost spirit jades before him. The jades emanated a soft golden glow, their interiors flowing with the essence of the divine emperor's laws, akin to a gentle stream. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the first lost spirit jade, initiating the process of refining the essence within. Soon, a warm and formidable source of the divine emperor's laws surged into his body, coursing through his meridians. Wherever it flowed, his divine king physique began to tremble violently, undergoing a profound metamorphosis. The essence of the divine emperor's laws merged like rivulets into the ocean, integrating into his divine source orifices, spirit, and foundational principles. The once stable divine king laws, under the nurturing of the divine emperor's essence, began a gradual sublimation and transformation. The 9 divine source orifices radiated resplendent golden light, their internal divine power refined by the divine emperor's laws, becoming more pure and vast. The primordial spirit in his sea of consciousness, enveloped by the divine emperor's laws, gradually coalesced into a faint glow. As the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th spirit jades were consecutively refined, the celestial phenomena within the Dust Star Valley became increasingly pronounced. A cascade of radiant light poured from the heavens, merging into Bai Ye's being. The ancient immortal path steel erupted in a blinding golden light, its runes flickering wildly. As if to safeguard him, the divine essence within the valley surged toward him like a tidal wave, forming a colossal vortex of divine energy, causing the distant spiritual herbs and ancient trees to grow wildly, emanating a rich vitality. Bai Ye was immersed in the process of breakthrough, allowing the divine emperor's laws to circulate and integrate within him. He could distinctly perceive the continuous elevation and transformation of his divine body and primordial spirit. Deep within the Qingling celestial palace, in a concealed hall, the Qingling god king sat majestically upon his throne. Below him stood several cultivators clad in black attire, the elite spies of the Qingling celestial palace, proficient in stealth and pursuit. The incident regarding Jin Xian's demise was publicly declared as a result of an ambush by remnants of the demon clan during his patrol of the 3 continents, leading to his unfortunate death. The Qingling god king's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority, stating that this matter must not be leaked even in the slightest. Otherwise, the dealings between our Qingling celestial palace and the demon clan would be entirely exposed, prompting the myriad human factions to rise and retaliate. Yes, ancestor. The assembled individuals responded in unison. Furthermore, immediately deploy all covert operatives to trace the whereabouts of that enigmatic swordsman. A glimmer of cold light flickered in the Qingling god king's eyes. This individual possessed terrifying strength and was privy to the secrets of the Antarctic celestial palace, necessitating his swift capture. If he could be persuaded to join us, so be it. If not, he must be eliminated on the spot. Understood. The spies bowed respectfully before transforming into shadows, vanishing within the hall. The Qingling god king gazed in the direction of their departure, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. And an increasing sense of unease welled up within him. Time flowed quietly by, and a year slipped away unnoticed. One day, a monumental pressure erupted within Dust Star Valley, shaking the heavens and earth. Before the ancient celestial path steel, Bai Ye slowly opened his eyes, a brilliant radiance of a divine emperor shimmering within them. The laws of the divine emperor surrounded him like a surging tide. Wherever he passed, the space rippled subtly, even causing the will of the heavenly path within the valley to tremble in reverence. The 4 lost spirit jewels before him had long since lost their luster, their internal essence of divine emperor laws thoroughly refined by Bai Ye. At this moment, Bai Ye's aura was as profound as the abyss, surpassing any previous state. He had successfully broken through, stepping into the first realm of the divine emperor. Though merely at the first level, his power had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Bai Ye gradually rose to his feet, stretching his muscles, feeling the surging divine emperor power within, and a satisfied smile crept across his lips. In the next moment, he raised his right hand and lightly punched towards a towering peak in the distance. Boom! The terrifying force of the divine emperor's laws erupted instantly. An invisible punch surged forth, carrying an overwhelming might as it struck the mountain. In the next instant, the towering peak crumbled under the impact, disintegrating into a cloud of flying stones and dust. Even more terrifying was that the residual force of the punch did not dissipate. It directly tore apart the space for thousands of miles ahead, revealing a chaotic void of darkness. Within that void surged violent spatial currents, capable of shredding a god-king realm cultivator to pieces in an instant. This was the true power of the divine emperor. Bai Ye gazed at the scene before him, filled with myriad emotions. A casual strike now surpassed his full power before the breakthrough by several times. He raised his right hand once more, his fingertips entwined with faint golden divine emperor laws, and with a gentle wave, the chaotic dark void began to heal rapidly under the guidance of the divine emperor's laws. The tumultuous space turbulence abruptly subsided, and the shattered spatial barriers began to coalesce once more. The natural laws within 1,000 miles returned to their normal state, and from the collapsed peaks, new spiritual shoots rapidly broke through the earth, vibrant with life. To hold dominion over life and death, to shape the cosmos, this is the power of the divine emperor realm. Above the sea of clouds, Bai Ye stood still in the void. His dark robes shimmered with a faint golden glow, entwined by the laws of the divine emperor. He slowly raised his hand, and within his palm, a wisp of delicate golden divine law flowed like a living entity. At times, it transformed into surging rivers, and at others, it solidified into majestic mountains. Each transformation resonated with the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The sensation of divine emperor power coursing through his being was utterly distinct from that of the divine king realm. It was no longer merely an accumulation of strength, but rather a profound mastery over the laws of the universe. It felt as though he could summon thunder with a mere gesture and reverse time and space with a flick of his wrist. Every inch of his divine form had been tempered by the divine emperor laws, rendering him indestructible. Even his primordial spirit seemed to have forged a connection with the heavenly Tao of the upper realm, elevating his comprehension of the great paths of heaven and earth to unprecedented heights. Finally stepping into this divine emperor realm, Bai Ye sighed softly, his eyes glimmering with brilliance. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed thousands of years. His cultivation had evolved from the initial pulse condensation realm to the pinnacle of the divine realm. In the divine emperor realm, one could live for 100 million years. He understood all too well what this realm signified in this world. Since the fall of the last divine emperor, the upper realm's 3,000 continents had not birthed a true divine emperor cultivator in over 1 billion years. The divine emperor had long since become a legendary existence, a pinnacle that countless cultivators could only aspire to throughout their lifetimes. Now that he had ascended to this realm, gazing across the upper realm, no one could easily threaten him. Even those ancient divine kings who had lived for tens of millions of years were but ants shaking a tree in the face of true divine emperor laws. Bai Ye's gaze pierced into the depths of the void, directly penetrating the barriers of the world, settling upon the 3,000 continents. Those ninth-tier forces can finally be signed upon, he murmured to himself, a composed smile gracing his lips. Prior to this, he had contemplated visiting the ninth-tier forces for signing. After all, with a heritage spanning billions of years, the rewards for signing would undoubtedly surpass those of ordinary 7th or 8th-tier forces. Yet, he had restrained this impulse due to lingering apprehensions. Although the 9th-tier forces currently lacked a divine emperor in residence, they were certainly not to be trifled with. As factions that once boasted a divine emperor, they must possess hidden trump cards at that level. Bai Ye had always been cautious and would never venture into perilous territory without absolute strength. Now, as a divine emperor cultivator, the once daunting foundations of the divine emperor level no longer instilled fear. Without further delay, Bai Ye stepped forth, his figure dissipating amidst the clouds, directly heading towards the 3 9th-tier forces. Chapter 77. The Immortal Order of Punglai descends to the mortal realm in the skies above Yunzhou of the 3,000 continents. A shadow clad in dark hues suddenly materialized from the void. It was none other than Bai Ye, who had just broken through to the divine emperor realm and was preparing to sign at the Qingling Immortal Palace. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of divine majesty that was as deep and profound as an abyss. Beneath his feet lay a vast sea of undulating clouds, and below that, the protective formation of the heavenly star Sacred Sect shimmered with a faint purple glow. Bai Ye gazed toward the distant central continent, the site of the Qingling Immortal Palace. Contemplating how to infiltrate the core forbidden area of this ninth-tier power. Should he employ the nine heavens Qian crossing to enter, or directly breach the mountain gate? Just then, a thunderous boom reverberated throughout the universe. It was akin to the colossal sound of creation, echoing across every corner of the 3,000 continents. The originally clear sky darkened at an alarming rate, as if shrouded by an invisible hand, plunging the entire upper realm into an impenetrable darkness. There were no fierce winds, no thunderclaps, only an oppressive sensation emanating from the depths of the soul, sweeping over all like a tidal wave. Whether minor practitioners at the true God realm or formidable beings at the divine king level, everyone felt a tightening in their hearts, instinctively looking up at the heavens. Their eyes filled with astonishment. What was happening? Why had the sky suddenly darkened? This aura was terrifying. Was it a cosmic anomaly, or the emergence of an unparalleled powerhouse? Something was amiss. This was no ordinary phenomenon. The cries of countless practitioners resonated throughout the 3,000 continents, soon overshadowed by an even more formidable presence. Shortly after the darkness enveloped the upper realm, a dazzling beam of golden light burst forth, piercing through the gloom. Like the radiant sun at dawn, it instantaneously tore apart the boundless darkness. This golden light was not blinding. Rather, it radiated a gentle and sacred essence, cascading like a nourishing rain upon every inch of the 3,000 continents. Wherever it touched, the previous sense of oppression dissipated, and the spiritual energy in the world seemed to thicken and purify in an instant. The golden light intensified, transforming into a colossal pillar of light, stretching towards the heavens and connecting earth and sky. Following this, under the gaze of countless eyes, an immense floating island gradually descended from the golden radiance. The island was so grand that its expanse was beyond sight, resembling a continent adrift in the sky, nearly equivalent to half of the cloud continent. Its surface was adorned with an unknown azure jade, upon which thrived countless ancient trees, their gnarled trunks robust, and their leaves glimmering with spiritual light, exuding a life force that astonished even those at the divine king realm. At the island's edge, mists swirled, imbued with an ethereal aura. They wove around the island like a delicate veil, occasionally taking the form of auspicious creatures such as cranes and spiritual deer, vividly animated. In the island's center, ancient and magnificent palaces could be vaguely discerned. The palaces sparkled with golden light, as if constructed from golden divine crystals, emanating an air of majestic authority reminiscent of an ancient divine dynasty. The entire floating island descended slowly, ultimately hovering high above the central continent, casting a vast shadow over the land below, covering nearly a third of the territory. Yet, rather than instilling a sense of oppression, it inspired an impulse of reverence and worship in the hearts of onlookers. Bai Ye abruptly halted his advance towards the Qingling Immortal Palace, his countenance etched with an unprecedented gravity. His gaze was steadfastly fixed upon the enormous floating island in the direction of Zhongzhou. As a newly ascended divine emperor, his perception far surpassed that of any being in the upper realms. Upon that colossal isle, he sensed an extraordinarily perilous aura. This was not mere hostility directed at him, but rather a primal essence of overwhelming terror that transcended even the divine emperor realm, a dreadful pressure akin to an unfathomable abyss, causing even this nascent divine emperor to feel a pang of trepidation. The presence of danger so potent as to unsettle a divine emperor hinted at forces of equal or even greater magnitude residing upon that island. Bai Ye's heart throbbed with astonishment. For over 1 billion years, no divine emperor had emerged in the upper realms. Whence did this suddenly manifested celestial isle originate? A violet sheen flickered in his eyes as he summoned the full might of his purple extreme celestial eyes, striving to pierce through the enigmatic mist enveloping the island and discern its secrets. However, to his shock, the once infallible purple extreme celestial eyes proved ineffective this time. His vision was firmly obstructed by the mist surrounding the island. No matter how he exerted his divine emperor power, he could not penetrate the veil to glimpse what lay beyond. He could only vaguely sense several formidable auras slumbering beneath the fog, each emanating a sense of danger. If even the purple extreme celestial eyes could not see through, then this mist was certainly no ordinary phenomenon. It must harbor the power of laws surpassing that of the divine emperor. Bai Ye furrowed his brow tightly, his sense of foreboding intensifying. The emergence of this celestial isle was far too sudden and exceedingly bizarre. Suddenly, a thought struck him. I have just broken through, and this island appears. Could it be connected to me? Meanwhile, the advent of this immense island had already incited a violent upheaval across the entirety of the 3,000 continents. Whether in the realms of humanity or the domains of the demon races, countless beings felt the mysterious energy emanating from the celestial isle. their souls involuntarily trembling. In Zhongzhou, deep within the Qingling Immortal Palace, the Qingling Divine King burst forth from his meditation, gazing at the celestial island high above with incredulous astonishment. What manner of existence is this? Such a phenomenon could invoke such a celestial spectacle. In the Demon Emperor's hall, the Demon Emperor hovered atop the palace, his immense eyes fixed intently upon the island, his demonic power surging uncontrollably. What a formidable aura! Could it be that ancient immortal gods have descended once more? At the Buddha's sacred land, countless monks emerged from their temples, hands clasped in prayer as they chanted sutras. A middle-aged monk, whose visage bore the weight of deep sorrow, exuded an aura of divine emperor laws, his eyes reflecting reverence and seriousness. Amitabha, the appearance of this island, blessing or calamity? Numerous cultivators soared into the skies, gazing towards Zhongzhou, their faces alight with shock and curiosity. Look, that island in the heavens. It's enormous. It's almost as vast as half a continent. A young cultivator exclaimed excitedly, his eyes sparkling with fervor. The mist is so mysterious. As a divine king, I can feel my heart racing from within the fog. An elder divine king uttered, his pallid face betraying a tremor in his voice. Where has this island come from? In the realm of the upper world, a celestial island has emerged, one that has never before been spoken of. Within its confines undoubtedly lie countless opportunities. Should one ascend to this ethereal isle, it is conceivable that they might transcend their current limitations, perhaps even attain the title of Divine Emperor. Whispers of speculation, exclamations of astonishment, and expressions of wonder intermingled, setting the entire upper realm alight with excitement at the appearance of this island. At that moment, from the thick, snow-white mist enveloping the colossal island suspended high above the central continent, a multitude of golden rays burst forth. These radiant beams, akin to a meteor shower, raced towards the far reaches of the 3,000 continents. Their speed was nothing short of extraordinary, traversing billions of miles in an instant, scattering across every corner inhabited by humans and demons alike. Under the watchful gaze of countless cultivators, the majority of these golden rays descended upon various prominent sections. Whether they belonged to 9th-tier powers, 8th-tier forces, or those venerable 7th-tier legacies, all received a varying number of these luminous streams. Only a select few of these rays ventured into the remote mountains, desolate wilderness, or the abodes of reclusive practitioners. In the skies above Cloud Continent, Bai Ye observed this spectacle, suddenly sensing a golden ray hurtling towards him. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the power of the Divine Emperor quietly surged within him, ready to take action. After all, the origins of this floating island were shrouded in mystery, and it remained uncertain whether these golden rays bore any hostility. However, as the golden ray approached Bai Ye, its speed gradually diminished, revealing no signs of aggression. It halted a few paces before him, and the golden light slowly dissipated, unveiling a jade token encased within. This token, roughly the size of a palm, radiated a pale azure hue. Intricate cloud motifs and images of celestial cranes were intricately carved upon its surface, and a delicate ring of golden divine crystals adorned its edges, emanating a faint aura of celestial energy and the essence of law. In the next moment, a surge of information flowed from the token, directly entering Bai Ye's consciousness, enlightening him on its origin and purpose. Punglai Immortal Order? Bai Ye murmured the name of the token, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. The information revealed that this Punglai Immortal Order served as a credential for accessing the magnificent Punglai Celestial Island. Any cultivator who had reached the mid-stage of the Divine King realm or above could present this token to journey to the Punglai Celestial Island. Within its realm awaited numerous ancient opportunities for cultivators to seize, whether it be Divine Emperor-level techniques, elixirs, or the foundational laws that transcend current realms. All could potentially be acquired. Bai Ye extended his hand, and the Punglai Immortal Order, seemingly imbued with sentience, gracefully flew into his palm. The token felt warm to the touch, and the cloud patterns appeared to come alive, gently swirling. This suddenly manifested island was named Punglai Celestial Island. As Bai Ye toyed with the token in his hand, contemplations filled his mind. The token was accessible to those at mid-stage Divine King, allowing them to partake in trials. This implied that the previous cascade of golden rays sought out those who met the criteria. What puzzled him further was that during his many years in the upper world, he had never encountered any mention of Punglai Celestial Island. Of course, it was possible that his extensive dedication to cultivation had rendered him oblivious to the rumors circulating in the upper realm. This ethereal island, is it born from some clandestine corner of the upper realms, or does it hail from a higher dimension altogether? Countless questions arose within him, yet he did not linger too long on them. Regardless of the mysteries concealed behind this celestial isle, with his current prowess at the Divine Emperor level, He was well equipped to confront any eventuality. Perhaps I should return to the Heavenly Star Sacred Sect, Bai Ye mused inwardly. The Xianyang Divine King had presumably broken through to the mid-phase of the Divine King realm, and he likely possessed a Punglai Immortal token as well. Perhaps he could glean additional insights from him. With a thought, Bai Ye activated the Nine Heavens Universe Crossing, his figure vanishing in an instant above the Yunzhou. When he reappeared, he found himself beside the Fortune Heavenly Pool of the Heavenly Star Sacred Sect. As soon as he manifested, he beheld the Xianyang Divine King standing at the pool's edge, his face alight with excitement and euphoria. Clutched tightly in his hands was a Punglai Immortal token identical to the one he held, and the Divine King's power emanated a slight tremor from his exhilaration. Bai Daoyu, the Xianyang Divine King initially stood stunned at the sight of Bai Ye. However, he quickly regained his composure. His voice brimming with uncontainable excitement as he presented the Punglai Immortal token before Bai Ye. This is the Punglai Immortal token. It grants access to the Punglai Island, allowing participation in the trials to acquire ancient fortunes. Surely you have obtained one as well. Chapter 78. The Ancient 10-Tiered Powers. Observing the Xianyang Divine King's fervor, Bai Ye nodded slowly. With a subtle motion of his palm, a pale azure jade token materialized in his grasp. It was indeed the Punglai Immortal token he had acquired from the shimmering light. The cloud patterns and celestial crane motif on the token danced beneath the celestial glow, radiating a faint aura of immortality, identical to that held by the Xianyang. The Xianyang Divine King's gaze fell upon the token in Bai Ye's palm, and his already flushed countenance deepened in color, his breath quickening. It was as if he held not merely a token, but a key to the supreme path. Bai Ye gently cradled the token in his hand, his eyes sweeping over the Xianyang Divine King's barely contained ecstasy, and a spark of curiosity ignited within him. He inquired, "It appears you possess some understanding of the origins of this Punglai Immortal token?" The Xianyang Divine King took a deep breath, exhaling slowly as he endeavored to calm the surging emotions within him, barely suppressing his excitement. He gestured for Bai Ye to take a seat at the stone table beside the Fortune Heavenly Pool. The table was adorned with an exquisite set of purple clay tea implements, which he used to entertain guests. "Please, take a seat, Daoyu." The Xianyang Divine King lifted the teapot, pouring boiling water into the purple clay vessel, allowing the tea leaves to unfurl gracefully within the water. As the fragrant aroma wafted through the air, he poured a cup for Bai Ye, the tea clear and warm in hue. Bai Ye lifted the cup, taking a delicate sip, the refreshing taste lingering delightfully on his palate. He set down the cup, patiently awaiting the Xianyang Divine King to speak. The Divine King poured himself a cup as well, yet he did not drink. Instead, he held the cup tightly, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he intoned gravely. "You may not be aware, but the Punglai Island represents the greatest fortune of the 3,000 continents in the past myriad eons. There is none other like it." "Oh, is that so?" Bai Ye raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. He was aware that this celestial island was undoubtedly a place of fortuitous opportunity in the upper realm. Yet he had not anticipated the extraordinary acclaim it had garnered upon its sudden emergence. The Divine King Xianyang nodded emphatically, his countenance increasingly invigorated. His voice tinged with a quiver. "Do you know, my friend, what the strongest factions are among the 3,000 continents today?" "Ninth rank," Bai Ye replied casually. "Presently, within the upper realm's 3,000 continents, the Kunlun Celestial Palace, the sacred land of 10,000 Buddhas, and the Demon Emperor's Hall are the three ninth-rank powers that stand at the pinnacle of the hierarchy, ruling over vast territories with unfathomable might. Indeed, these three ninth-rank factions are the mightiest forces in the upper realm today." Xianyang paused, his tone shifting, his eyes igniting with even more brilliant fervor. However, in ancient times, there existed a force that transcended the ninth rank within the 3,000 continents, a 10th-rank power. The mention of a 10th-rank power stirred Bai Ye's curiosity, prompting him to gaze at Xianyang with intrigue. He had not encountered any references to such a force in the records of the Dust Star Taoist's inherited manuscripts. This was largely due to the fact that the manuscripts primarily focused on cultivation-related matters. Indeed, this 10th-rank power was known as the Punglai Immortal Sect. Xianyang articulated each word with deliberate weight, as if those four characters bore immense significance. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Bai Ye's eyes as he gently nodded. "So, the Punglai Immortal Order originates from the illustrious Punglai Immortal Sect of your?" "Precisely." Xianyang lifted his teacup and took a sip, moistening his parched throat before continuing. In its prime, the Punglai Immortal Sect was the sole 10th-rank power among the 3,000 continents, its strength deemed unparalleled. From the venerable ancestors at the Divine Emperor level to disciples at the Divine King and Divine Sovereign realms, formidable figures were abundant, and its foundation was unfathomably deep. All factions across the 3,000 continents, be they from the human or demon races, were subject to its dominion. The might of the Punglai Immortal Sect in those days was such that it reigned supreme over the entire upper realm, unmatched by any. As he spoke, Xianyang's tone brimmed with longing and reverence, as though he had borne witness to the zenith of that unparalleled sect. Yet he shifted his tone, now laden with gravity. Such a flourishing sect, however, vanished quite suddenly one day. According to rumors, there were no signs of external invasion, no forewarnings. The entire Punglai Immortal Sect, along with that celestial island, simply vanished into thin air, evaporating from existence, leaving not a trace behind. This event once stirred an immense upheaval across the 3,000 continents, leaving countless cultivators astonished and igniting endless ripples of speculation. Xianyang spoke slowly, his eyes filled with sentiment. For countless years, this has remained one of the upper realm's greatest unsolved mysteries. Many divine king titans and reclusive elders have tirelessly sought the whereabouts of the Punglai Immortal Sect, yearning for its legacy and opportunities, yet all returned empty-handed. I never imagined that in my lifetime, I would witness the re-emergence of the Punglai Immortal Sect. Bai Ye, holding his teacup, listened intently to Xianyang's narrative. His fingers gently traced the rim of the cup, a contemplative expression gracing his face. The sudden disappearance of an ancient 10th-rank power and its present resurgence surely concealed some astonishing secret, undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. The divine King Xianyang, after speaking, gazed eagerly at Bai Ye, his tone imbued with a hint of anticipation. My friend Bai Ye, now that we both possess the Punglai Immortal Order, shall we not journey together to Punglai Island? Once there, I hope you will guide me. Bai Ye lifted his head, casting a glance at the divine king, and slowly shook his head. I shall not venture to Punglai Island, at least not for the time being. What? The divine king was taken aback, his previous excitement instantly frozen, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. My friend, why is that? Punglai Island is an unparalleled opportunity, rare and elusive. Every formidable being of mid-divine king rank and above will flock there. If we miss this chance, it may never present itself again. Fearing that Bai Ye was concerned about being a burden, he quickly added, if your worry stems from my humble cultivation, we can act separately upon reaching the island. Each seeking our own fortunes, you need not be concerned. Bai Ye continued to shake his head, his tone calm as he responded, it is not due to you. I simply find the sudden appearance of Punglai Island too peculiar and suspicious. I have never favored ventures lacking certainty. The risks behind this island may far outweigh its promised rewards. The divine king opened his mouth, wishing to articulate further thoughts, but found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to persuade him. To him, such a monumental opportunity was worth the peril. Yet Bai Ye's decision to forego it due to its strangeness and his aversion to risk was beyond his comprehension. Bai Ye rose, adjusting his robe, preparing to depart. Before leaving, he looked back at the divine king, his voice laced with a note of counsel. Friend Xianyang, while Punglai Island may appear to be replete with opportunities, it undoubtedly harbors both peril and promise. The dangers may far exceed your imagination. I urge you to ponder this carefully. With that, Bai Ye chose not to elaborate further. Each life carries its own fate, and it was best to leave it at that. With a slight ripple in the surrounding space, Bai Ye's figure seemed to meld into the void, vanishing silently from sight. The divine king stood rooted in place, tightly clutching the Punglai Immortal Order, his gaze flickering uncertainly. It was evident that he was engulfed in a fierce internal struggle. He understood well that every opportunity is accompanied by risk. Yet this was the legacy of the Punglai Immortal Sect. It represented the supreme foundation of a 10th-tier power, enough to drive any divine king to madness. Opportunity and peril. The divine king murmured to himself, as though the immortal order in his palm weighed 1,000 pounds. Meanwhile, after departing from the heavenly star-sacred sect, Bai Ye did not linger for a moment. His form swiftly traversed billions of miles of void, racing directly towards the entrance of the Qingling Immortal Palace in Central Continent. He gave little thought to Punglai Island or the Punglai Immortal Sect. The Immortal Order was casually tossed into a corner of an idle storage ring, mingling with other unneeded trinkets, akin to discarding an ordinary stone. For him, the so-called ancient opportunities and legacies of 10th-tier powers held little allure. He had always shunned adventure and harbored no belief in the notion of fortunes falling from the sky. The sudden reappearance of the Punglai Immortal Sect, which had vanished under such mysterious circumstances, undoubtedly conceals tremendous peril. Moreover, he possesses two formidable trump cards, the sign-in system and a tenfold comprehension ability. By diligently signing in, he can effortlessly acquire divine emperor-level techniques, elixirs, and cultivation resources that transcend the divine emperor realm, without having to risk his life to seize unknown opportunities. The immediate priority is to sign in at the Qingling Immortal Palace. A flicker of anticipation crossed Bai Ye's mind as he thought to himself. As a top-tier 9th-tier force in the upper realm, the Qingling Immortal Palace boasts a long-standing heritage. He is certain that the rewards from signing in at its core forbidden grounds will not disappoint him. His figure swiftly traversed the void. In mere moments, the outline of the central continent began to materialize before Bai Ye's eyes. The grand palace of the Qingling Immortal Palace, suspended atop the Qingling Divine Mountain, had come into view. Bai Ye halted outside the territory of the Qingling Immortal Palace. An imposing great formation enveloped the expanse of the palace, which spans millions of miles, shrouding it within. With a thought, Bai Ye's aura and fluctuations instantly receded. He then took a step forward, employing the Nine Heavens Universe Crossing, silently passing through the protective grand formation of the Qingling Immortal Palace. Chapter 79, Supreme Imperial Weapon. The Qingling Immortal Palace, perched atop the Qingling Divine Mountain in the central continent, is constructed from countless divine jades, enveloped in a gentle golden radiance. The imperial path runes circulate within the light, emanating the unique grandeur and majesty of a 9th-tier force. Bai Ye, like an invisible specter, utilizing the concealment techniques of the Divine Emperor realm and the spatial mastery of the Nine Heavens Universe Crossing, stealthily infiltrated the depths of the palace without alerting any guards. His objective was clear: to sign in at each of the palace's core forbidden grounds, one by one. The first stop was the Qingling Hall at the main peak. The hall stood majestically, with a fist-sized divine pearl embedded in its apex, exuding an aura that suppresses heaven and earth. This is a Divine Emperor-level spiritual treasure. Only a 9th-tier force possesses such profound heritage, capable of using a Divine Emperor-level artifact to dominate the Sect's fortune. Standing within the hall, Bai Ye focused his thoughts. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Qingling Immortal Palace's main peak, receiving the Divine Emperor 9th grade Everlasting Elixir. According to the system's description, the Everlasting Elixir is the highest grade Imperial Elixir. Its effect allows a dying cultivator to live again. Furthermore, the lifespan of this new life can reach 100 million years. Next, he stealthily entered another forbidden ground, the Sutra Repository. This was a magnificent 9-story pavilion. Each level was protected by powerful formations, housing countless ancient techniques and secret arts from the upper realm. Even divine king giants would find it difficult to breach. Bai Ye effortlessly penetrated the formations, signing in at the Imperial Scripture Library on the top floor of the pavilion. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Sutra Repository of the Qingling Immortal Palace, receiving the Divine Emperor 9th grade Universe Robe. The Universe Robe is a Divine Emperor-level spiritual artifact. When worn by a cultivator, it grants complete immunity to all offensive techniques below the Divine Emperor level. Even when faced with attacks at the Divine Emperor level, it can greatly reduce damage. It is truly a defensive treasure. Subsequently, Bai Ye made his way to the Divine Materials Pavilion, where mountains of divine-grade materials were stacked high. Among them were legendary Imperial materials such as Chaos Divine Iron and Undying Divine Crystals. Bai Ye checked in at the core area of the pavilion. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at the Qingling Immortal Palace's Divine Materials Pavilion and obtained the 9th grade Enlightenment Divine Crystal. The Enlightenment Divine Crystal is a treasure that can enhance a practitioner's comprehension, granting them a singular Imperial-level insight boost. Although this was of little use to Bai Ye himself, he could bestow it upon his disciple, Li Taiju, to elevate his understanding. With this Enlightenment Divine Crystal, Taiju now had the potential to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. Bai Ye mused internally. His disciple's talent was woefully inadequate. Even after Bai Ye had helped him enhance his foundation, his comprehension remained severely lacking. Initially, Bai Ye had estimated that he would only reach the pinnacle of the Divine King realm at best. However, now there was a chance for him to transcend to the Divine Emperor. The Qingling Immortal Palace truly lived up to its reputation as a 9th-tier power. Each check-in yielded rewards that left Bai Ye astounded. All were of the 9th grade Divine Emperor caliber. Pills capable of reshaping divine bodies, invulnerable defensive robes, and crystals that enhanced comprehension. Each item was enough to drive practitioners from the upper realms into a frenzy. Finally, Bai Ye arrived at the most sacred area of the Qingling Immortal Palace, the Fate Pool. The Fate Pool spanned 1,000 zhang, its waters shimmering with a pale golden hue, and the bottom was adorned with countless fate divine jades. A thick mist of golden lux swirled above the surface, and a golden fate dragon coiled at the center of the pool, peacefully slumbering. At the edge of the pool stood a solitary divine king-level cultivator clad in silver battle armor, yet he remained oblivious to Bai Ye's presence. Bai Ye concealed himself within the void, pondering. It seems that the higher-ranked divine kings of the Qingling Immortal Palace have likely ventured to Punglai, Immortal Island. Throughout his journey, He had encountered only a few initial stage divine kings, not a single mid-stage divine king, let alone those at the late stage or half-step divine emperor. As a ninth-tier power governing Zhongzhou, the Qingling Immortal Palace possessed profound foundations, and it was implausible that only these few divine kings were stationed at the mountain gate. The only plausible explanation was that those qualified to possess the Punglai Immortal Order, who had reached mid-stage divine king or above, had already set off for the suddenly appeared Immortal Island to vie for ancient opportunities. Evidently, the allure of Punglai Immortal Island was indeed unimaginable for these divine kings. Bai Ye sighed inwardly. Even divine kings of a ninth-tier power would flock to the legacies of a 10th-tier power. However, for him, with the check-in system at his disposal, there was no need to take such unpredictable risks. He shifted his focus back to the Fate Dragon at the center of the Fate Pool and silently intoned, "Check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at the Fate Pool of the Qingling Immortal Palace and obtained the Extreme Dao Emperor weapon, the Hongming Suppression Cauldron." The Extreme Dao Emperor weapon. Bai Ye's heart surged with joy as a brilliant light flickered in his eyes. According to the system's description, Extreme Dao Emperor weapons are treasures crafted by divine emperor cultivators through a lifetime of dedication, fusing the essence of heaven and earth with the laws of the emperor. Their power is boundless, capable of subduing the upper realms and sweeping through the 9 heavens. For countless eons, no divine emperor has emerged. The supreme imperial weapons have long since become mere legends. Little did he expect that this time, upon signing in, he would receive such astonishing rewards. He did not linger. After confirming that no one was aware of his presence, he vanished in a flash, silently departing from the Qingling Celestial Palace. Upon leaving the palace and entering the void of Central Continent, Bai Ye paused. With a mere thought, a chaotic light began to emerge from the depths of his consciousness. This light coalesced into an ancient, colossal cauldron, floating before him. This was the Hongming Town World Cauldron. The cauldron stood approximately 10 feet tall, forged entirely from chaotic divine iron. Its surface shimmered with a faint purple aura of primordial chaos, as if it contained the mysteries of the universe's birth. Moreover, the cauldron was intricately engraved with complex imperial runes. As the runes pulsated, one could glimpse the ethereal images of the sun, moon, and stars, mountains and rivers, and the myriad beings of the world, seemingly embodying the cycle of creation and destruction of an entire universe. Encircling the rim of the cauldron were 9 vividly animated dragon apparitions, their eyes glimmering with imperial brilliance, exhaling primordial purple aura, radiating a majestic force that could suppress the ages and dominate the heavens and earth. Merely floating before him, it caused the surrounding space to solidify. In that moment, even the laws of heaven and earth bowed in submission, and a pressure emanating from the depths of his soul made Bai Ye, a divine emperor, feel a twinge of trepidation. Such was the terrifying might of the supreme imperial weapon. With this imperial weapon, my combat prowess would at least double. A gleam of brilliance flickered in Bai Ye's eyes, and he felt an immense satisfaction within. Though he had already attained the realm of divine emperor, he had lacked a suitable imperial weapon. Now, with the Hongming Town World Cauldron, whether in direct assault or defensive suppression, his strength would undergo a qualitative leap. Chapter 80. The Celestial Furnace. Bai Ye raised his hand, summoning the Hongming Town World Cauldron, which transformed into a streak of light and reintegrated into his consciousness. Having accomplished this, he turned and set forth towards the next 9th-tier power, the sacred land of 10,000 Buddhas. Not long after, he arrived at the sacred land of 10,000 Buddhas, similar to the Qingling Celestial Palace. The entrance of this 9th-tier power was guarded only by a few early-stage divine kings, with no sign of higher-tier divine kings. Clearly, they too had set out for the Punglai Immortal Island. Bai Ye traveled unhindered, engaging in various sign-ins, and soon arrived directly at the fateful pond of the sacred land of 10,000 Buddhas. At the center of the pond stood a majestic golden statue of a 1,000-armed Buddha, enveloped in astonishing Buddhist light and the power of fortune. Signing in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the fateful pond of the sacred land of 10,000 Buddhas and receiving a fragment of the world origin of a 9th-tier divine emperor. A fragment, the size of a fist, radiating with multicolored brilliance, appeared in Bai Ye's consciousness. Within this fragment, it seemed as though a miniature world was in a continuous cycle of creation and destruction, containing the purest essence of world origin power. According to the system's description, this fragment could elevate the Tao of heaven of a small world, allowing it to evolve. Evolving the Tao of heaven. The star spirit could make good use of this. Bai Ye mused to himself. As a miniature realm, Dust Star Valley is imbued with the essence of the heavenly Tao, personified by the star spirit. Should one harness this fragment of the world's primordial origin to achieve evolution, The concentration of divine essence and the completeness of laws within Dust Star Valley would experience a significant enhancement, greatly benefiting his cultivation. There exists even the possibility of birthing a complete Divine Emperor's Tao within Dust Star Valley. He stashed the fragment away and quietly departed from the sacred land of 10,000 Buddhas, heading towards the final 9th-tier power, the Demon Emperor Palace. Not long afterwards, at the fortune pool adjacent to the Demon Emperor Palace, the mists of fortune swirled in a deep, obsidian hue. At the center of the pool lay a black tiger of fortune, exuding an aura of extreme ferocity. Bai Ye disregarded the guards surrounding the area and completed his check-in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at the fortune pool of the Demon Emperor Palace, earning the 9th-tier Celestial Burning Furnace. A furnace, entirely crimson and adorned with patterns of celestial fire, materialized in his grasp, emanating an aura of terrifying flame laws, suitable for refining divine emperor-grade elixirs. With this, he had completed all check-ins at the core forbidden areas of the 3 9th-tier powers in the upper realm. Bai Ye felt no lingering attachment and activated the 9 heavens and earthly passage, his figure vanishing instantaneously above the Demon Emperor Palace, racing towards the direction of the Celestial Star's sacred sect in the Cloud Continent. A few moments later, Bai Ye appeared outside the protective formation of the Celestial Star's sacred sect. He penetrated through the formation and approached the fortune pool, where he immediately spotted the Xianyang Divine King seated in meditation. The aura surrounding the Xianyang Divine King remained at the 4th level of divine kingship. He had not set forth towards the Isle of Punglai, indicating that his friend had relinquished the opportunity of the Punglai Isle. Bai Ye observed his silhouette, nodding slowly in acknowledgement of Xianyang's decision. After all, for one at the 4th level of divine kingship to venture into the perilous and densely populated Isle of Punglai was akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den. A venture fraught with peril. Although relinquishing the opportunity was regrettable, it was indeed the most prudent choice. He chose not to disturb him and, with a thought, transformed into a beam of light, entering the Dust Star Valley. What lay ahead was the utilization of the resources acquired from this check-in to nurture the primordial calming ding, employing the fragment of the world's primordial origin to assist the star spirit in evolving the heavenly Tao and to break through his own boundaries, swiftly reaching the pinnacle of the Divine Emperor realm. Within Dust Star Valley, the ancient Tao steel stood tall, exuding an aura of grandeur and antiquity. As if the stars themselves were in motion, the star spirit sensed Bai Ye's presence and joyfully fluttered her starry wings, emerging from behind the steel. Master, you have returned. Bai Ye smiled and presented the fragment of the world's primordial origin to the star spirit. This fragment can aid in your evolution. The star spirit gazed curiously at the fragment, sniffing it with her tiny nose. Instantly, her eyes lit up. Wow, such pure primordial power. Thank you, Master. Seeing the star spirit's excitement, a gentle smile graced Bai Ye's face. Subsequently, the star spirit cradled the 9th-tier Divine Emperor's fragment in her hands. Her small face serious with determination, she soared to the core of Dust Star Valley, to the center of a divine spring. There, she placed the fragment in her palm, closed her eyes, and with a surge of starry light surrounding her, began to refine it with all her might. The fragment of primordial origin emanated a radiant, multicolored glow, as strands of pure primordial power flowed out like silken threads, merging seamlessly into the star spirit's being. Through her form, she gently infused the essence of the Dust Star Valley into the fabric of the heavens and earth. As the process of refinement deepened, the aura of the star spirit gradually diminished, ultimately transforming into a single beam of starlight that sank to the bottom of the spiritual spring, succumbing to slumber. The evolution of the heavenly Tao is not achieved in a day. The star spirit must, in its repose, slowly guide the primordial forces to reshape the laws of the Dust Star Valley's heavenly Tao. This is an immensely protracted endeavor. Bai Ye gazed at the slumbering star spirit, a flicker of tenderness crossing his eyes. He then turned and approached the ancient immortal Tao steel. Sitting cross-legged, he commenced his focused cultivation. His objectives were clear and precise. First, to steadily elevate his own cultivation to the pinnacle of the Divine Emperor realm. Second, to unravel the 5th seal of the ancient immortal Tao steel. The 4th inheritance was already a celestial-level secret technique of the Divine Emperor tier. The 5th inheritance would undoubtedly be even more extraordinary, filling him with anticipation. Third, to dedicate time to attempt the refinement of Divine Emperor-level elixirs, breaking through to become a Divine Emperor-level alchemist. The breakthrough to Divine Emperor-level alchemist would not only significantly enhance his alchemical prowess, but also invoke the manifestation of the supreme heavenly Tao from the upper realms, bestowing upon him the fortune of imperial-level alchemy. This would also yield immeasurable benefits for his subsequent cultivation. Time slipped away, and the years flew by. In the blink of an eye, a millennium had passed. Within the Dust Star Valley, the concentration of divine essence had multiplied several times during the Star Spirit's refinement of the primordial forces. The runes of the ancient immortal Tao steel flickered day and night, as if resonating with Bai Ye's cultivation. Throughout this millennium, Bai Ye steadily honed his foundational path with the Divine Emperor 9th-tier resources obtained from his sign-in, resulting in an increasingly refined comprehension of the Divine Emperor laws. At last, on the day the millennium period concluded, the divine source orifice within him trembled violently. The power of the Divine Emperor surged like a flood breaking through a dam, with the number of imperial runes surrounding him doubling. A wave of Divine Emperor pressure, several times stronger than before, swept through the valley. He had successfully broken through, elevating his cultivation to the second level of the Divine Emperor realm. After the breakthrough, Bai Ye gradually withdrew his energy, feeling a tinge of nostalgia. Upon reaching the Divine Emperor realm, each breakthrough necessitated an immense amount of resources and profound insights into the laws. Even with his unparalleled comprehension and the sign-in system, his speed of cultivation inevitably slowed. However, he was unaware of the true level of this speed within the Divine Emperor realm. After all, in the upper realms, no Divine Emperor had emerged for billions of years, leaving him without any peers for reference. Chapter 81, Breakthrough, Divine Emperor Level Alchemist. Bai Ye did not hastily pursue the third level of the Divine Emperor realm, but chose instead to consolidate his position at the second level. He began to carve out time to delve into alchemy, preparing for the refinement of Divine Emperor level elixirs. Several decades passed quietly. One day, within an alchemy chamber of the Dust Star Valley, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. A blazing red alchemical furnace floated in midair. The furnace was inscribed with Divine Emperor-level flame runes, and within it raged the chaotic fire of alchemy. The flames glowed a pale gold, their temperature high enough to warp space itself. Bai Ye stood before the furnace, his expression tranquil. His hands deftly formed intricate alchemical seals. The Divine Emperor-level spiritual force precisely controlled every flicker of flame and every ingredient within the furnace. Within the furnace, the immortal lotus, the chaotic divine iron essence, the dragon's saliva, and various other Divine Emperor-grade medicinal materials gradually melted in the flames. They transformed into a pure medicinal liquid, continuously merging and refining under the guidance of the alchemical formula. As time progressed, an intensely rich fragrance emanated from the alchemical furnace. This aroma was not of the mundane. Rather, it contained the essence of imperial laws, causing the hearts of divine king realm cultivators to tremble upon inhalation. Congeal, Bai Ye commanded with a low voice. Executing the final alchemical formula. Boom. The furnace erupted in a brilliant golden light. The lids soared into the heavens, and a pill, entirely luminous white and adorned with 9 imperial runes, slowly ascended, suspended in midair. The pill radiated an overwhelming aura of a divine emperor with each rotation. It resonated with